and for Matoshri. With respect to the NCP is concerned, we understand that all their
another round of breaking update that is coming in. It is not just 22. Earlier reports came in of 12, then 22. It seems that the number has gone up to 35. 35 Shiv Sena MLAs. If they defect, then the MVA surely is in trouble now. 35 MLAs of the Shiv Sena who are in Surat.
किंवा शिवसेनेला कोणत्याही प्रकारचं तथ्य वाटत नाही. नक्कीच काही ठिकाणी संशयास्पद असं वातावरण निर्माण झालेलं आहे काही बाबतीमध्ये. हे सुद्धा दूर होईल. आता आम्ही सगळे वर्षावर जातोय. मुख्यमंत्र्यांबरोबर बैठक आहे. आज सकाळपासून काँग्रेसचे नेते किंवा राष्ट्रवादीचे प्रमुख नेते मग शरद पवार साहेब असतील, सुप्रियाताई सुळे असतील, जयंतराव पाटील असतील, अजितदादा, हे सगळे एकमेकांच्या संपर्कात आहेत. महाराष्ट्रामध्ये राजस्थान आणि मध्य प्रदेश पॅटर्न प्रमाणे उद्धव ठाकरेंचं सरकार पाडावं अशा प्रकारचं एक हालचाल गेल्या काही दिवसापासून सुरू आहे. पण मध्य प्रदेश पॅटर्न, राजस्थान पॅटर्न हा महाराष्ट्रात चालणार नाही. त्यांचे प्रयत्न नक्कीच सुरू आहेत.
Whatever BJP tried in UP, in Rajasthan, in Madhya Pradesh, they are not going to succeed in Maharashtra.
महाराष्ट्र अस्थिर करता.
We are going to have.
आणि या पद्धतीनं तुम्हाला महाराष्ट्राच्या छातीवर घाव घालता येणार.
In this way, you will not be able to be a kingmaker.
शिवसेनेवर घाव घालणं म्हणजे महाराष्ट्र दुबळा करणं.
You will not be able to put
आपण पाहिलं असेल
sword in the chest of Maharashtra like this.
भारतीय जनता पक्षाचे जे अध्यक्ष आहेत मुंबई प्रभात लोढा, त्यांनी कालच्या विधान परिषदेच्या निकालानंतर मुंबईवर ताबा मिळवण्याची भाषा, त्यांची पावलं कोणत्या दिशेने पडतात ती तुम्ही समजून घ्या. आता मुंबईवर ताबा मिळवू, मुंबईवर विजय मिळवू म्हणजे काय मिळवू? म्हणजे यासाठीच तुम्ही फाटाफूट घडवून आणताय का की मुंबईवर विजय मिळवण्यासाठी शिवसेनेला आधी कमजोर केलं पाहिजे, शिवसेना दुबळी केली पाहिजे. हे फार मोठं कारस्थान आणि षडयंत्र आहे. अशा प्रकारचं भाकीत आम्ही यापूर्वीसुद्धा केले. आणि शिवसेनेमध्ये आईचं दूध विकणारी अवलाद निर्माण होणार नाही हे जे परवा माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे यांनी सांगितलं वर्धापन दिनाच्या कार्यक्रमात, ते सुद्धा तुम्ही समजून घेतलं पाहिजे. शिवसेना ही निष्ठावंतांची सेना आहे. सत्तेसाठी आणि पदांसाठी स्वतःला विकणारे, महाराष्ट्राच्या पाठीत खंजीर खुपसणारे अवलाद ही शिवसेनेत कधी निर्माण होणार नाही. जे निर्माण झाले आणि बाहेर पडले त्यांची अवस्था आपण पाहत असाल.
Nobody will be able to put sword, basically backstab the Shiv Sena party. They will never succeed.
त्यातले बरेचसे आमदार आता वर्षाबाहेर त्यांची नावं चुकीच्या पद्धतीनं गुलाबराव पाटील असतील, संजय राठोड असतील, प्रताप सरनाईक असतील.
The names that have been reflected on media channels, I think most of them are in Maharashtra only.
त्यात काही मंत्री आहेत, त्यांच्याशी संपर्क झाल्यावरती त्यांचं असं म्हणणं आहे की आम्हाला,
as you are claiming that some MLAs are not there,
हे आमदार गुजरातमध्ये आहेत, सुरतमध्ये आहेत.
we have got in touch with these MLAs and now they are telling us that we exactly don't know what has happened. We have been brought to Surat by Eknath Shinde, but why he has brought us over here, we have no idea.
म्हणजे तुम्हाला ह्यामागे मी जे काय सांगतोय ते कळलं असेल की ते गुजरातलाच का त्यांना नेण्यात आलं, सुरतमध्येच का ठेवण्यात आलं. सुरतचे खासदार आर.सी. पाटील ते प्रदेश बीजेपीचे अध्यक्ष आहेत.
There is a question that arises that all these MLAs were taken to Gujarat only. Why only Surat has been selected? Why everything operating from Gujarat?
फसवणूक करून आमदारांना नेलं जात आहे. ज्या क्षणी त्यांचा आमचा संपर्क होईल त्या क्षणी ते परत येईल. बाकी अशा प्रकारे भूकंपाची योजना किंवा भाषा कोणी करत असेल तर त्यांना सगळ्यात आधी शिवसेनेबरोबर लढावं लागेल, आमच्याबरोबर लढावं. आणि मगच त्यांना
if anybody is trying to orchestrate this kind of an earthquake, they will have to first fight with Shiv Sena.
बोला.
सर, एकनाथ
Until we are here in Maharashtra, the party will not be unstable. Maharashtra will not be unstable.
शिवसेनेचे उमेदवार विजयी व्हावे दोन्ही, यासाठी ते सातत्यानं प्रयत्न करत होते. अनेक बाहेरच्या मतदारांशी संपर्क करत होते. एकनाथ शिंदे हे एक आमचे
Eknath Shinde until yesterday was very much with us. He was there in the same hotel that we were staying. He was trying his level best that we get as many votes of independents and smaller parties for our MLC candidates. He has been with the Shiv Sena since childhood. Until we get to speak to Eknath Shinde, until we have a word with Eknath Shinde, we cannot confirm anything.
ते राज्याचा कारभार करत असताना अनेक खात्यांचा आढावा घेत असतात. मी कधी सरकारमध्ये काम केलं नाही, त्याच्यामुळे मला जी काय माहिती आहे या काम कार्याच्या पद्धतीविषयी ती एवढीच आहे की मुख्यमंत्री हे सर्व खात्यांचा आढावा अजून मिळून घेत असतात. ते गृह खात्याचाही घेतात, ते महसूल खात्याचाही घेतात. अनेक खात्यांचा आढावा हा मुख्यमंत्री घेत असतात. तरीही जर काही त्यातून गैरसमज निर्माण झाले असतील तर ते आम्हाला दूर करता येईल.
या सर्व घडामोडींबाबत आपलं शरद पवार यांच्याशी चर्चा झाली?
नक्कीच आज सकाळी आणि काल रात्री माझं माननीय पवार साहेबांशी बोलणं झालं आहे, चालू आहे. माननीय पवार साहेब आता दिल्लीत निघालेले आहेत, पोचले असतील.
I have spoken to Sharad Pawar.
त्यांनी बोलवली आहे, त्याच्यासाठी मीही जाणार होतो राष्ट्रपती पदाच्या.
He is in Delhi.
पण या सगळ्या घडामोडी ज्या सुरू आहेत त्याच्यामुळे मला
For presidential elections, Sharad Pawar was supposed to be in Delhi.
त्याच्यामुळे मी विषय आहे आता आणि आम्ही आता आमच्या पद्धतीनं काम करतो.
उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्याशी चर्चा झाली, त्यांनी काय आदेश दिलेले आहेत, काय पुढचं?
नक्कीच
Sharad Pawar expected to come to Mumbai.
आणि आम्ही सगळे सहकारी एकमेकांशी या संदर्भात बोलतो. मराठवाडा असेल, पश्चिम महाराष्ट्र असेल, उत्तर महाराष्ट्र असेल, तिकडल्या सर्व सहकाऱ्यांशी आमची
We are talking within the party lines of Shiv Sena as well as with our alliance partners.
सामोरं जावं लागतं.
It is the Congress and the NCP.
2.5 वर्षापूर्वी सरकार स्थापन होत असताना सुद्धा भारतीय जनता पक्षानं अशा प्रकारचा एक प्रयोग केला होता, तो यशस्वी झाला नाही. त्याच्यामुळे त्यांनी थांबून हा दुसरा घाव घालण्याचा प्रयत्न केला.
If we remember, Devendra Fadnavis and BJP had tried a similar kind of attempt last time before Maha Vikas Aghadi government was formed. It completely failed that time. Same is going to happen now.
असा त्यांचा डाव सुरू आहे, पण ते यशस्वी होणार नाही. एकनाथ शिंदे हे कडवट निष्ठावंत शिवसैनिक आहे. त्यांचं संपूर्ण आयुष्य
There is a clear-cut ploy to disrupt and to ensure that this Maha Vikas Aghadi government collapses, but they are not going to succeed.
समोर राहिलेले आहेत. बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंवर त्यांची अढळ निष्ठा पहिल्यापासून आहे. त्याच्यामुळे जे चित्र निर्माण केलं जाते बाहेर, मला
Eknath Shinde is somebody who has stayed, who has been with the Shiv Sena right from his
दबाव आणण्याचे
initial
जे
days.
प्रकार आहेत आपल्याला माहिती आहेत. आज या सगळ्या घडामोडी घडत असताना नेमकी आजच अनिल परब यांना ईडीची नोटीस आहे. म्हणजे आमच्यातला एक सहकारी या संपूर्ण कठीण काळामध्ये आमच्याबरोबर राहून
Isn't this pressure tactics? When all these developments were happening, on the very day there was a summon being issued to Anil Parab, our leader, from the Enforcement Directorate.
बारकावे आणि कावे आहेत हे समजून घेतलं पाहिजे की किती मायन्युटली काम केलं जात आहे महाराष्ट्र अस्थिर करण्यासाठी.
देवेंद्र फडणवीस सकाळी चार्टर्ड प्लेनने दिल्लीला रवाना झालेल्या आहेत. काही महत्त्वाच्या घडामोडी
नाही घडामोडी ह्याच आहेत.
All attempts being made to basically make Maharashtra insecure, make Maha Vikas Aghadi government insecure and unstable.
आम्ही कोण आहोत? पवार निष्ठावंत हा काय प्रकार? पवार निष्ठावंत वगैरे हा प्रकार नसतो. सगळे महाराष्ट्राचे निष्ठावंत आहेत. बाळासाहेबांचे निष्ठावंत आम्ही आहोत, सगळेच आहोत ना. हे आम्हाला तुम्ही शिकवू नका बाळासाहेबांची निष्ठा काय आहे.
A reporter asked whether this is a fight between the main supporters of Bala Saheb Thackeray and Sharad Pawar. Sanjay Raut responding saying, then who we are? We are also the supporters of Bala Saheb Thackeray. These kind of questions don't arise.
बघा, मोठ्या प्रमाणात कुठली हा शब्द बरोबर नाही. काही मतांचे हिशोब लागत नाही. 2 किंवा 3 मतं ही इकडे तिकडे झाली आहेत. ते कुठे गेली आहेत, काय झाले आहेत ते पाहावं लागेल. आत्ता या संदर्भात काही बोलणं योग्य आहे.
सर, एकनाथ शिंदे यांच्या व्यतिरिक्त आपला किती लोकांशी संपर्क झालेला आहे आणि किती लोक
एकनाथ शिंदे यांच्याशी संपर्क झाला?
त्यांचं काय म्हणणं?
पाहू ना काय ते. आमदारांचा संपर्क सुरूच आहे आणि हे सगळे आमदार जे आपल्याला दिसत नाहीत त्यांचे संपूर्ण आयुष्य शिवसेनेत आणि बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंबरोबर गेलं आहे आणि अत्यंत वाईट काळातही हे शिवसेनेबरोबर राहिलेले आमचे लोक आहेत. जी नावं मी पाहतोय मला आश्चर्य वाटलं की अत्यंत वाईट काळात शिवसेनेच्या संघर्षाच्या काळात हे सगळे लोक शिवसेनेबरोबरच राहिलेले आहेत. त्यांच्या मनात कधीही शिवसेना सोडण्याचा विचार आला नाही आणि आत्ताही तो आला असेल हे मानायला मी तयार. हे सगळे शिवसैनिक आहेत.
सर, ये भी जानना चाहेंगे कि एकनाथ शिंदे जो है वो अभी गुजरात में है, कहीं ना कहीं ये एमके सरकार के
ये ऐसे जो लोग होते हैं इस प्रकार के जो मध्य प्रदेश पैटर्न, राजस्थान पैटर्न जो हुआ है जिसमें ये सभी लोग गुजरात में ही क्यों रखे जाते हैं? ये देश तो बहुत बड़ा है. हाँ, सूरत में है, मैंने सुना है, हमारा उनसे संपर्क हुआ है, हमारे सब एमएलए वहाँ हैं. उसमें से बहुत से लोग हैं वापस आना चाहते हैं लेकिन उनको वापस आना नहीं दिया जा रहा. उनकी घेराबंदी की है. ये घेराबंदी सिर्फ गुजरात में ही हो सकती है क्योंकि वहाँ किस प्रकार की सरकार काम करती है और केंद्र किस प्रकार से वहाँ अपना काम कर लेती है आपको मालूम है. लेकिन जब भी मौका मिलेगा हमारे सभी एमएलए यहाँ वापस आ जाएंगे क्योंकि वो निष्ठावान शिवसैनिक हैं.
कई बारे में आपके उद्धव जी से शरद पवार जी
सबसे चर्चा चल रही है. माननीय पवार साहब से, आदरणीय पवार साहब से चर्चा है शुरू है. उद्धव जी से मेरी लगातार बातचीत चल रही है. मुझे इतना ही विश्वास है सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा और जो मंसूबे लेकर अपने आप को किंग मेकर समझकर कुछ लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं वो सफल नहीं हो.
इससे पहले भी देखा था 80 घंटे की सरकार बनाने की कोशिश बीजेपी ने की थी, सभी एमएलए वापस आ गए थे. क्या उसी तरह की
इसी तरह से हमारे सभी हमारे एमएलए वापस आ जाएंगे क्योंकि ये सभी जो एमएलए हैं वो पुराने शिवसैनिक हैं, निष्ठावान शिवसैनिक हैं. शिवसेना के बुरे समय में भी हमारे साथ रहे. अब तो अच्छा समय है. चलिए
सर एक शेवटचा प्रश्न. आपण आता मगाशी म्हणाले की काही आमदारांना यायचे मात्र त्यांना येऊ दिलं जात नाही. नेमकं काय आपल्याला
ज्या प्रकारे गुजरातमध्ये त्यांना अडकवून ठेवलेलं आहे सरकार कोणाच्या आहे गुजरातमध्ये कोणत्या प्रकारे तिथे राज्य चालवलं जातं आणि केंद्रातून तिथे कशा प्रकारे नियंत्रण आहे त्या राज्यावर हे आपल्याला माहीत आहे. आणि 7 स्तराची सुरक्षा व्यवस्था तिकडे केली आहे. विविध सुरक्षा यंत्रणांनी त्यांची राहण्याची जागा घेरलेली आहे. मुख्य रस्त्यावर येण्याचे रस्ते बंद केलेले आहेत. हे कशा करतात? महाराष्ट्राचा छळ करण्याची, महाराष्ट्राला बदनाम करण्याची आणि महाराष्ट्राला अस्थिर करण्याची योजना दुर्दैवानं गुजरातच्या भूमीवर रचली जाते. हे देशाचं दुर्दैव आहे.
Very interesting turn of events in the politics of Maharashtra. Sanjay Raut claims that Shiv Sena is in touch with Eknath Shinde. But remember, ministers and 35 MLAs have gone incommunicado. Shiv Sena now to save face says they are in touch with Eknath Shinde and all the MLAs will come back, alleging that this is BJP is doing. This is a conspiracy by the Bharatiya Janata Party to weaken Shiv Sena and to weaken Maharashtra. Meanwhile, sources suggest that Mr. Shinde has been offered the Deputy Chief Minister's post by the BJP. So massive changes taking place as far as Maharashtra is concerned. This is also being looked as a massive embarrassment for the Sena leadership, a loss of face for Uddhav Thackeray. Mr. Pawar, the head of NCP, Sharad Pawar, has also called for an emergency meeting. This definitely has rattled the entire Maha Vikas Aghadi, and this in fact comes after the cross-voting that happened. Now, Shiv Sena may be claiming that they are in touch with their MLAs, but all these MLAs and ministers have got incommunicado. Let's listen to Mallikarjun Kharge of the Congress Party.
सरकार गिरने वाली है, महा विकास अघाड़ी की ऐसी बातें चल रही है सर, क्या बोलेंगे?
नहीं को झूठ है, मजबूत है सरकार थोड़ा सा होता है इधर उधर, उसमें कोई
Jairam sir, will you make a small statement on this?
Right, let's go across to Arunil and Madhav. To Arunil first. Arunil, Mallikarjun Kharge says thoda sa idhar-udhar hota hai, but we are talking about 35 MLAs, including ministers who have gone incommunicado. Sanjay Raut claims that Shiv Sena is in touch with them. Sources suggest Mr. Shinde offered Deputy Chief Minister's post.
Well, this is not thoda sa. If Mallikarjun Kharge feels it is thoda sa, then why is the Congress leaders having a meeting in the state of Maharashtra? The meeting of Congress leaders has already started. This is in the aftermath of the defection that has been initiated by the Eknath Shinde camp within the Shiv Sena. Now, the exact number of MLAs with Eknath Shinde, as per my sources, is 24 till now, but yes, there is a high possibility that other MLAs are also likely to join the Eknath Shinde camp. But if 35 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde, then with whom exactly CM Uddhav Thackeray is going to have a meeting over here? One important point that Sanjay Raut also said was that according to him, the Shiv Sena party has managed to reach out to some of the MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde. They are saying that they don't know why Eknath Shinde brought them over here. They have no idea about it and they want to return, but the security at the hotel are not allowing them to return back. Now, these are only the claims of Sanjay Raut, who was speaking to the media. But it has clearly created tremors within the Shiv Sena rank. The CM Uddhav Thackeray will be having a meeting at 12 p.m. today with his party MLAs. Now, how many MLAs exactly attend that meeting? That will only showcase how many MLAs are with CM Uddhav Thackeray and how many MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. Even if 24 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde, that is massive, massive jolt for the Shiv Sena party and CM Uddhav Thackeray, because the government will not have the requisite numbers.
Right, Arunil, stay on with us. Let's also go across to Madhav. Madhav, now, once Mr. Eknath Shinde or the MLAs speak, we'll get to know their version. But it's very clear that, in fact, the BJP itself, after, what happened in terms of right after the election, the swearing in a mysterious way, it was always looking for an opportunity.
Well, absolutely, and I think there's no two ways about it. Certainly, the politics of Maharashtra has seen these kind of attempts being made time and again by the BJP, and the strategy seems to be what has happened earlier, for instance, in Karnataka and in Madhya Pradesh. Get a section of the MLAs, and while the anti-defection law requires that at least 2/3 of the MLAs are required to be, changing sides or switching loyalties for the anti-defection provisions not to be attracted. In that light, they will have to ensure that those number of MLAs are there. In this case, the strategy will be to get enough MLAs which take them past the majority mark, the magic figure, and then get those MLAs to resign. That appears to be the strategy, at least at this point of time. Now, whether those numbers are there or not, reports seem to suggest that yes, the BJP and itself claims that it does have those numbers. As far as Mr. Eknath Shinde is concerned, will it finally happen on ground or not remains to be seen. The Congress and the MVA allies, of course, saying that the government is stable, that they have the numbers on their side, and there is no question of the government falling at this point of time. So it's literally one version versus another. But definitely, if you look at the kind of meetings that have been happening here in the national capital and in Mumbai, huge amount of hectic political activity since late last night and this morning, and that just goes to show that all is not well. There is definitely a threat as far as the government and its own stability as far as the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance is concerned. All the alliance partners, of course, huddled, trying to secure their MLAs and ensure that the MLAs and the legislators do not cross over to another side, and that appears to be the attempt at this point of now. Will attempts to pacify Eknath Shinde, as the Shiv Sena has said, will those be able to work out? Will it happen on ground? All of that remains to be seen. But really, at this point of time, it's all up in the air. We can see that there are attempts being made by either side to consolidate the numbers, and it all remains to be seen what eventually transpires as far as the final numbers are concerned.
Right. Let's go back to Arunil. In 2019, the shortest alliance that happened just for 3 days was when Ajit Pawar was on BJP's side. So back then BJP was riding on Ajit Pawar and his supporters. This time around it's Mr. Shinde.
Well, that is what Sanjay Raut also spoke about now when he was speaking to the media. He reminded the people of Maharashtra as well as to Devendra Fadnavis that before the Maha Vikas Aghadi government was formed, a similar coin of ploy was adopted by Devendra Fadnavis in the early morning, Devendra Fadnavis joined hands with Ajit Pawar and a swearing-in ceremony was held at the Raj Bhavan. But within 3 days, the government collapsed. Ajit Pawar again came back to the Sharad Pawar fold and the Maha Vikas Aghadi government was formed. Sanjay Raut is reminding about it, saying that possibly the same thing may be happening for Devendra Fadnavis. But whether it is happening or no, there are very big aspersions over here. But yes, it's a massive development that Eknath Shinde has taken around 24 MLAs with him to Surat. He's staying in a Surat hotel. A big jolt for the Shiv Sena party, at least at present. If Eknath Shinde has been convinced by the Shiv Sena High Command, then that will be a different story. But at least at present, it looks like Shiv Sena is in massive trouble now.
Absolutely. And Madhav, in fact, like I said, in 2019, in the short-lived alliance, which we saw was, it actually existed only for 3 days. The NCP supporters, netas and MLAs backed off. Scope as far as the revolt is being witnessed in Maharashtra, Sharad Pawar will go to Mumbai to meet the top NCP netas. Everybody in the Maha Vikas Aghadi, the top leaders, the top brass of the Congress, NCP, Shiv Sena now in damage control mode. So now Sharad Pawar would be flying down to Mumbai. That's what we are picking up at this point of time. Let's take updates from Madhav on that. Madhav, so Sharad Pawar to go to Mumbai now.
Madhav, that you mentioned, yes, as far as Ajit Pawar going, and in fact that very dramatic early morning swearing-in ceremony that took place, and then later, of course, the NCP turning its back on the BJP to actually go ahead and tailor this alliance with both the Congress and the Shiv Sena. Now, will we see a similar repeat is something that certainly many would be looking at, given the kind of uncertainties of Maharashtra politics that we've seen last time around. But in any which way, it's a huge embarrassment for the Congress, for the NDA as well, because Congress legislators too do not seem to have voted as far as the council polls are concerned in favor of what their own party had wanted. And that really is a huge embarrassment for the Congress party as well. For Shiv Sena as well, it is a huge embarrassment.
All right. We have Maharashtra Congress Chief Nana Patole on the broadcast with us. Let's go across to him. Mr. Patole, what is happening?
देखो, आपको याद होगा कि मध्य प्रदेश और कर्नाटक का सरकार भी दिल्ली से ही गिराया गया था, ये तो बात छुपी नहीं थी। और वैसे ही अभी महाराष्ट्र की भी सरकार गिराने के लिए गुजरात का ही सहारा लिया गया है। और गुजरात का सहारा लेना यानी बीजेपी ये सब केंद्र की सत्ता का दुरुपयोग ये बार बार कर रही है, केंद्र की तपास यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग कर रही है, और सत्ता से पैसा, इस तरह की राजनीति जो बीजेपी ने खेली हुई है उसी का परिणाम है। लेकिन
एक बात बताइए, ये जो लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल इलेक्शन हुए, आपको नहीं लगता कि बेस तो वहीं पर बन गया था, ग्राउंड वर्क बड़े दिनों से हो रहा था, 27 एडिशनल वोट्स मिले, तो क्रॉस वोटिंग तो हुई, एक जमीन तो तैयार बहुत पहले से हो रही थी।
बाद से मैंने जो लाइन बताया वो लाइन ही इसके पीछे है कि जो केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग और पैसे का दबाव, ये सब चीजों का उसमें इन्वॉल्व है। आपको मैं उसी बात को बोल रहा हूँ। लेकिन ये सब करने के बाद भी महाराष्ट्र में महा विकास आघाड़ी की सरकार को कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। महा विकास आघाड़ी के पास बहुमत है।
अगर ये एमएलएस चले गए, सोर्सेस बता रहे हैं कि शिंदे साहब को डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर की पोस्ट ऑफर की जा रही है, तो क्या झटका नहीं लगेगा?
सब वापस आ जाएंगे समय के साथ, आप देखिए ये सब बराबर होगा।
ठीक है, आप ये कह रहे हैं कि आप लोगों की बातचीत हो रही है इस वक्त, जो लोग एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ हैं या खुद एकनाथ शिंदे जी से
बातचीत हो रही है?
क्या आप लोग मनाने में थोड़ा सफल हो पाए?
बिल्कुल।
तो थोड़ा सा इनसाइड स्कूप दे पाएंगे नाना पटोले जी आप कि हो क्या रहा है इस बातचीत में, क्यों इतना नाराज हैं शिंदे साहब?
मैंने कहा ना, केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणा और केंद्र की सरकार के दबाव, जिसमें कांग्रेस की, मध्य प्रदेश की और कर्नाटक की सरकार भी उसी आधार पर गिराई गई थी। और ये छुपा नहीं है कि बीजेपी जो राजनीति देश में कर रही है, देश की लोकतांत्रिक व्यवस्था को खत्म करना जो चाहती है, वो सबको नजर आ रहा है और बीजेपी को इसके परिणाम भुगतने पड़ेंगे।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि दबाव के चलते ऐसा हुआ है कि अचानक से?
यस, दबाव ही है।
दबाव बना करके अपनी तरफ लोगों को खींचने की कोशिश बीजेपी कर रही है।
ये
अंदर से कोई पार्टी को नहीं, अंदर से कोई पार्टी को और गठबंधन को तोड़ने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहा।
बिल्कुल अंदर से नहीं है, एक को टारगेट बनाकर ये केंद्रीय तपास यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग जो बार बार चल रहा है। और आप जानते हो कि झूठ केसेस बनाकर ईडी का कैसा दुरुपयोग पूरे देश में किया जा रहा है।
हाँ।
यह भी देश की जनता से छुपा नहीं है। आखिर खेल क्या चल रहा है सबको पता है। और इसलिए आज ना कल ये सब चीजें ओपन होगी। जो हथियार आज बीजेपी केंद्र सरकार के माध्यम से यूज कर रही है, ये हथियार एक दिन इनके ऊपर ही भारी पड़ने वाला है।
तो अभी आप पूरे कॉन्फिडेंट हैं कि आपकी सरकार जो है बिल्कुल माइनॉरिटी में नहीं है, सरकार कहीं से भी जो है अनस्टेबल नहीं है, मजबूत है सरकार?
नहीं, कोई बिल्कुल मजबूत है सरकार।
चलिए ठीक है, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया नाना पटोले जी हमसे बात करने के लिए। दैट वाज महाराष्ट्र कांग्रेस चीफ नाना पटोले once again leveling allegations on the lines that we heard from Shiv Sena that the center is misusing money and power, misusing the agencies, and this is all happening under pressure. He says the MLAs will come back. Let's go across to Arunil. Arunil, I was trying to discuss the Maharashtra Legislative Council elections. Why? Because it seems that in fact set a base for what has happened. A lot of groundwork seems to have already been done, because in 2019 the BJP already has burnt its hands once.
Well, that is right. Ahead of 2019, when the Maha Vikas Aghadi government was formed, we were mentioning about it, that how Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar, the second in command of the NCP, Ajit Pawar had claimed that he had support from several Shiv Sena MLAs, and early morning Devendra Fadnavis had sworn in as the CM, Ajit Pawar as the deputy CM. But within 3 days we saw the entire picture turned around. Nobody later spoke about it. Ajit Pawar came back to Sharad Pawar, all the MLAs came back to Sharad Pawar, and it was a huge embarrassment for Devendra Fadnavis and for the BJP. Sanjay Raut is speaking about it, saying that the repeat will again happen now in the case of Eknath Shinde. But these are only the claims of Sanjay Raut, who obviously will be opting for a damage control mode now. Now, whether Eknath Shinde will come back or no, that only time will tell. Why has he gone all the way to Surat with his MLAs? That is the big question that arises. It clearly mounts trouble for the Shiv Sena. Now, coming to your question about the crucial Rajya Sabha and the MLC polls. BJP had fielded 3 candidates in Rajya Sabha. The numbers were not on their favor, but yet all their 3 candidates won. The Shiv Sena suffered a major setback. In the MLC polls, BJP floated 5 candidates. Numbers were not in favor for their 5th candidate. Yet the 5th candidate, Prasad Lad, won, and the Congress suffered a major setback. The NCP has not suffered any setback till now in the state of Maharashtra. The Congress and Shiv Sena have suffered embarrassments at the hands of Devendra Fadnavis. And in the MLC polls, we understand there are numbers that suggest that several Shiv Sena MLAs have cross-voted for the BJP as well. So that is when aspersions were raised on these Shiv Sena MLAs by the party high command, and probably because of that, these developments happened today only, when Eknath Shinde knew that the cover is blown probably, and that's when the MLAs were taken to Surat.
Absolutely. Let's also bring in Madhav. Madhav, as far as the politics in Maharashtra is concerned, like I said, BJP always looking for an opportunity over there, and we've also, always heard about rifts in the Congress, Shiv Sena and the NCP. But this loss of face for Uddhav Thackeray is a massive setback. It also goes on to show that maybe there's a trust deficit in terms of his leadership. These are Shiv Sena MLAs.
Well, it certainly does not reflect very well for the Chief Minister. I think that is a very, very pertinent point. There have been complaints about, not meeting MLAs, not looking into the grievances and concerns of a section of MLAs, and, of course, the party's leadership being a bit aloof. Now, these are what have been spoken about.
Madhav, I'll have to interrupt you. We have Sandeep Deshpande, leader of the Maharashtra Navnirman Sena, joining us on the broadcast. बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया आपका समय हमें देने के लिए. संदीप जी, आपके हिसाब से क्या हो रहा है? क्या वाकई जैसा आरोप लग रहा है केंद्र सरकार तोड़ने की कोशिश महाराष्ट्र में कर रही है, या MLA खुश नहीं है लीडरशिप से, इसलिए खुद ही जा रहे हैं?
It is their internal unhappiness of the MLAs regarding the CM side. If you have seen the last 2.5 years, not even a single delegation is being attended by CM office. CM himself is not available in Mantralaya. CM himself is not available for his MLAs. And the moreover, Rashtravari MLAs are dominating all Sena people, their work, Sena MLA's work is not being done by the Rashtrapati people. The Nidhi which has to be given by NCP, by finance minister to the Shiv Sena MLAs, that funds is not allocated to them. So there were the n number of reasons. And the most important thing which I feel is very important, that the decision taken by Shiv Sena to join Congress and NCP, and while betraying the idealism of Uddhav Thackeray, has given a major setback to Shiv Sena.
But then don't you think, Mr. Deshpande, that when in 2019 the BJP almost formed the short-lived alliance for 3 days, these Shiv Sena MLAs could have jumped ship? वो उसी वक्त हाथ मिला लेते if they were so unhappy and upset with the alliance formation between Shiv Sena and Congress?
I think for each and every moment, the situation has to be created, or when the situation is created, then only the things takes place. And now I think this is not a one-day unhappiness. It has been piling up for the last 2.5 years. Maybe they might have thought that it will do a good things to people, some good projects will be taken up, people will be happy. But none of these things have happened for the last 2.5 years.
Right. So you're saying they were not satisfied with the manner in which leadership was working, the top brass of the Shiv Sena was working. Thank you very much, Mr. Deshpande, for joining us with your views on the broadcast. That was MNS leader, Mr. Sandeep Deshpande, who believes that this was going to happen because Uddhav Thackeray's leadership is something that the leaders, the Shiv Sena MLAs, were not confident about, and also the alliance that happened. We also have Ashok, our reporter, joining us on the broadcast with more details from outside Mr. Shinde's residence in Thane. Ashok, क्या हलचल वहां पर हो रही है? अब संजय राउत प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि हमारी बातचीत हो रही है. नाना पटोले साहब से हमने बात की, वो भी कह रहे हैं हमारी बातचीत हो रही है. सूत्र बता रहे हैं कि डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर का पोस्ट दिया जा रहा है बीजेपी की तरफ से.
जी बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने कि बीजेपी ने उन्हें डिप्टी सीएम के लिए उन्हें चुना था. मैं इस वक्त खड़ा हूं उनके बंगले पे, सुबह करके बंगला है उनका एकनाथ शिंदे के. पुलिस का पूरा बंदोबस्त किया गया. सुबह से जैसे ही खबर लगी है कि एकनाथ शिंदे अपने 13 साथियों के साथ क्रॉस वोटिंग किया है, उसके बाद से ही वो गुजरात चले गए. गुजरात जाने के बाद उनके घर पे पुलिस का काफी बंदोबस्त है. चारों तरफ उनके दोनों गेट पे पुलिस की भारी बंदोबस्त है. इस वक्त उनके बंगले के बाहर मैं खड़ा हूं. आप देख सकते हैं कि उनका बंगला है. सामने वो पूरे परिवार के साथ रहते हैं. श्रीकांत शिंदे हो, उनका छोटा बेटा, और श्री एकनाथ शिंदे जी का नातू, सभी के सभी लोग परिवार के साथ गुजरात गए हुए हैं. इस वक्त मैं बंगले के सामने ही खड़ा हूं और कहीं न कहीं ये बात सामने, चाहे नाना पटोले जी हो या संजय राउत, उन्हें पहले ही पता था कि कुछ न कुछ गड़बड़ होने वाला है.
जी लेकिन समझाइए कि रिश्तों में इतनी खटास कैसे हुई, क्योंकि बहुत करीबी माने जाते हैं एकनाथ शिंदे उद्धव ठाकरे के. चाहे जो भी मोर्चा संभाला हो शिवसेना ने, जो भी कैंपेन, जो भी आंदोलन किया, उसमें हमेशा सबसे आगे रहे. बिफोर आई कम टू यू अशोक फॉर अ रिस्पॉन्स ऑन दैट, वी हैव सम ब्रेकिंग इनपुट्स कमिंग इन नाउ. अशोक चौहान, द कांग्रेस लीडर, इज चेयरिंग an emergency meet of the Congress camp. Like I said, the top brass of the Congress, the Shiv Sena, the NCP, all in a hurdle now, in a damage control mode as well. Sanjay Raut claims they are in touch with Eknath Shinde. So does Nana Patole of the Congress. And now there's a emergency meeting taking place as well. Let's listen in.
This may not be any reason for any worry for us.
Sir, after the MLC poll results, you also said that this should be looked after and looked upon very seriously. How does it look for the Maharashtra government now?
As regards cross-voting of any party is concerned, we should introspect and see how the things can be appropriately settled.
Sir, the Member of Parliament from MVA, Sanjay Raut, also stated that there is a conspiracy to topple the Thackeray government.
See, BJP is making these type of efforts in every state wherever Congress is ruling or oppositions are ruling. It is they who engineered Operation Kamala, and they don't believe in democracy. This type of activities, they are fully involved. and now people have started understanding that. I don't think they will dare to do again the same wrong, same bad tactics in Maharashtra.
So last question, how are things going to be from now on, and also considering that NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar also called upon an emergency meeting?
Repeat the question.
Sir, NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar also called upon an emergency meeting. How are things going to be from now on, and you are considering that you are also in charge of the Maharashtra IACC?
Yeah, any leader, every leader will call for immediate meeting. They will take stock of the situation, because we are to discuss and take precautions if there are any to be taken.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for speaking to Times Now. Signing off with video journalist Manoj Kumar. This is Nukul Jashoria for Times Now, New Delhi.
All right, so that was H.K. Patil, Maharashtra Congress in charge, who says the introspection is needed as far as cross-voting is concerned. Let's go back to Arunil now. Arunil, what are the options, in fact, in front of Eknath Shinde if he were to accept the offer, the post of Deputy Chief Minister?
Well, this will be very early to speak about this, Swati. But yes, if Eknath Shinde, somebody who has been with the Shiv Sena since his initial days, his entire politics has been with only one party, that is the Shiv Sena. If he is defecting with a sizable number of MLAs, then obviously he should expect something very significant with respect to the portfolio from Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP. But first, Eknath Shinde should come out in the open and speak about these kind of developments. The Deputy CM post reports are coming in only because Ajit Pawar had sworn in with Devendra Fadnavis as the Deputy CM.
Right.
But Deputy CM post is a relatively insignificant post, one can say. With a Deputy CM post, generally a leader gets a Home Ministry portfolio or a Finance Ministry portfolio. But all these things will be spoken about only when Eknath Shinde's defection is confirmed.
You're right, you're absolutely right. Once Mr. Shinde speaks, the situation will be clear. Till then, everything is a speculation, information coming in from sources, from the camps of these political parties. Arunil, stay on with us. We have some reactions lined up.
देखो, भाजपा की जो राजनीति है, केंद्र की सत्ता का दुरुपयोग, केंद्र की तपास यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग और सत्ता से पैसा, और उसमें और सत्ता कैसे कमाना, यही उनकी रणनीति रही है। ये असत्य के तरफ भारतीय लोकतंत्र को लेके जा रही है, और इसलिए सत्य की विजय होगी। थोड़ा सा रहता है धूप छाव, जो निसर्ग का नियम है, उस तरह से परिस्थितियां रहती है, लेकिन ये धूप निकल जाएगी और सब अच्छा होगा।
The question I am asking you is about the degree, nature and quantity of questions. That is why it is malafide, it is harassment, it is retribution, reprisal, recrimination and revenge. Friends,
हमारे साथी हैं पुराने, वो भी वापस आ जाए। किस तरह से मनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं आप? मनाने की देखिए, मैं एकनाथ शिंदे जी को पहचानता हूँ। वो ऐसे व्यक्ति है, वो बिना शर्त एक शिवसैनिक के नाते अपने घर वापस आ जाए। क्या 80 घंटे की सरकार की तरह ये भी असफल होगा ये प्रयत्न? पूरा असफल होगा।
Well, let's quickly talk about the number game here. This is how the number game looks like in Maharashtra Assembly. This is the seat share, viewers. The Shiv Sena has 55 MLAs. The NCP has 51. A total of 169 if we talk about the Maha Vikas Aghadi. Now, why this is very interesting is because as far as the BJP is concerned, they have 106 MLAs and the smaller parties and independents constitute 29 MLAs. If we talk about the Rajya Sabha elections and talk about the MLC elections, it's been very interesting on how the BJP has been claiming support of many of these other parties and independent MLAs as well. The NDA tally goes up to 113, which means it's about 56 short of the Maha Vikas Aghadi tally. So very interesting as far as the number game is concerned, and already we're being told that over 30 MLAs currently are camping in Surat in Gujarat. Now, for the anti-defection law to not be implemented upon these rebels, also there are several scenarios that become very interesting. And in view of these numbers is why we're talking about how the majority mark is 143, total seats is 288. The BJP, once again pointing out, has 106 MLAs. The smaller parties and independents have 29. The Maha Vikas Aghadi has 169 and the NDA has 113. So not much of a difference, and given that 30 plus MLAs are currently camping in Gujarat under Eknath Shinde, lot of speculations really coming to light on whether or not there is some sort of a tie-up that is underway with the BJP and talks that are on between Eknath Shinde and the BJP top brass. Arunil is also joining us as we keep up with these numbers. Arunil, 30 plus MLAs currently camping in Surat. The Maha Vikas Aghadi is coming out and saying there's nothing to worry, we're intact, but doesn't seem to be so given the number game.
Well, one needs to be very realistic and logical while speaking about these developments, because Sanjay Raut also made a very important point. He said that if you remember, Devendra Fadnavis had sworn in with Ajit Pawar on an early morning, and in 3 days the entire tables had turned. The NCP MLAs then returned back to the Sharad Pawar fold. Ajit Pawar was given deputy CM post. He was also made the finance minister of Maharashtra. So it was a clear-cut game that was being played by the NCP. Now we need to also speak about this, that whether this is a game played by Eknath Shinde against Devendra Fadnavis or no. If this is not a game, then it is a massive trouble for the Shiv Sena party. Yes, all the three parties are in a huddle. The NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar, who's in Delhi now, he's expected to reach Mumbai today late afternoon. With respect to the Congress party is concerned, they are having a meeting of their own in the aftermath of the alleged defection from Eknath Shinde. With respect to the number of MLAs that are there with Eknath Shinde, we understand that between 25 to 30 MLAs will be with Eknath Shinde, and if they defect, then obviously there will be a re-election that will be held, and all these MLAs will have to get re-elected and then give their support to the BJP. 2/3 is the number that Eknath Shinde will require to directly defect from the Shiv Sena party and avoid.
I'm just saying that she knows her.
And avoid the anti-defection law.
All right, more breaking news coming in. Yet another tweet that has been put out by BJP's Narayan Rane, and we have the translation here as well, translated from Marathi. Well done, Eknath ji. You have made the right decision at the right time. Otherwise, you would have been unhappy soon. So remember, once again, the BJP is using this as an opportunity really to highlight time and again that the Maha Vikas Aghadi did not do well in the recently concluded Rajya Sabha elections. They did not do well in the MLC elections. There was a tough fight for the 10th seat, which certainly the Shiv Sena did not manage to win over, and how this was a surprise win for the BJP. So they're taking all cues and saying that this is a very, very good decision on part of Eknath Shinde. Arunil continues to stay on with us. Arunil, the BJP has been hinting at the fact that all has not been well in the Maha Vikas Aghadi since quite some time, and that there is going to be soon enough a collapse within the MBA. And now you have Narayan Rane saying that if you would have not taken this decision, you would have not been very happy for long.
Well, that is right. In fact, if somebody who had the capability, who had the strength within the Shiv Sena party to break away from CM Uddhav Thackeray and Matoshri, it was always going to be Eknath Shinde. And that is why the BJP leaders, including Devendra Fadnavis, they never used to attack Eknath Shinde, because the BJP was aware that Eknath Shinde was probably a disgruntled minister, disgruntled senior leader within the Shiv Sena camp, and he was somebody who enjoyed a sizable clout within the Shiv Sena MLAs. He was the main point person of CM Uddhav Thackeray when it came to putting up Shiv Sena MLAs in different hotels. So he had that kind of...
We are also joined by Rao Sahib Danve, who is also Union Minister on this broadcast. Rao Sahib, how would you respond to what's transpiring as far as the entire politics in Maharashtra is concerned? हमें ये भी खबर मिल रही है कि किस तरह से possibly एकनाथ शिंदे को Deputy Chief Minister की पोस्ट दी जा सकती है।
ऐसा है, एक तो जो विधानसभा का चुनाव हुआ था, उस चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी शिवसेना को मैंडेट दिया था लोगों ने। महाराष्ट्र की जनता की कोई गलती नहीं थी। लेकिन उन्होंने धोखाधड़ी करके जिनके साथ वो कभी नहीं जा सकते थे, ना जाना था उनका, शिवसेना ने कांग्रेस और राष्ट्रवादी कांग्रेस के साथ करके सरकार बनाई। लेकिन उसके बाद महाराष्ट्र की जनता ना खुश है, ना एमएलए खुश है, ना एमपी खुश है, ना जनता खुश है। ऐसे में अगर एमएलए के कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में अगर काम नहीं होता और आगे चुन के हम नहीं आ सकती है सरकार में रहने के बाद, अगर उनको ऐसा लगा तो एमएलए इसके सिवा और क्या कर सकते हैं। आज के तारीख में वो नाराज एमएलए वो अलग हो गए हैं और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि 2-4 दिन में जो भी घटनाएं घटेगी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का इसमें कुछ रोल नहीं है। ना हम किसी को तोड़ेंगे, ना उसकी किसी को खरीद फरोख्त करेंगे, हम तो खाली स्थिति पे नजर रखे हुए हैं।
लेकिन राव साहब, ये भी खबर आ रही है कि लगभग 30 के आसपास जो एमएलएज है फिलहाल सूरत में है, और ये खबर सुनकर हमने देखा किस तरह से शिवसेना और एमवीए के जो नेता है उनका ये कहना है कि ये बीजेपी की तकनीक है, वो हमेशा इस तरह से हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग करते हैं और इस तरह से क्रॉस वोटिंग भी करते हैं।
हॉर्स ट्रेडिंग करने का हमें कभी काम ही नहीं पड़ा, कभी करने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी। अगर उनके एमएलए नाराज है, उनके काम नहीं होते, फिर इससे चुन के आने की उम्मीद नहीं है और उनको दिखाई देता है जमीनी स्तर पर कि लोग ये सरकार से कितने नाराज है, तो नाराजी के कारण वो लोग अपने अलग हो चुके हैं। अभी आगे क्या होता है देखेंगे।
और राव साहब, अगर ये अभी 12 बजे के आसपास जो है एकनाथ शिंदे की तरफ से हम प्रेस ब्रीफिंग एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं, लेकिन फिलहाल जो है एमवीए की तरफ से पूरी तरह से वो कॉन्फिडेंट दिखाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं अपने आप को कि सब कुछ सही है। आपका इस पर क्या कहना है?
देखिए, कल चुनाव हुआ, राज्यसभा का चुनाव हुआ, विधान परिषद का चुनाव हुआ और उन्होंने दावा किया था कि हमारी पार्टी के वोट नहीं टूटे, अपक्ष टूटे। लेकिन कल के चुनाव में साबित हुआ कि उनके पार्टी के वोट भी टूटे। इसका मतलब लोग नाराज है। और अभी जो उनके पास, शिंदे के पास जो एमएलए है वो मीटिंग करेंगे, लेकिन उसके पहले शिवसेना की 12 बजे मीटिंग है। वो क्या बोलते हैं मीटिंग में, क्या सूचना करते हैं, उस पर देखा जाएगा। लेकिन जो नाराज एमएलए है वो आज बंबई में नहीं है।
लेकिन दानवे साहब, क्या आपकी शिंदे साहब से बात हो पाई है, क्योंकि वो अभी अनट्रेसेबल है? संजय राउत का ये कहना है कि कल उनकी बात हुई लेकिन आज के दिन पर जो है वो अनरीचेबल है। क्या आपकी उनसे बात हो पाई है?
नहीं, मेरी कुछ बात नहीं उनसे, वो उनके काम में है, एमएलए को पटाने के काम में, वो मेरी उनसे कोई बात नहीं।
और क्या ये एक बार फिर अगर आपके फेवर में चीजें जाती हैं दोबारा, क्या ये 8 घंटे की सरकार बन पाएगी और क्या उनको डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर का पद दिया जाएगा?
देखिए, आज के तारीख में बीजेपी का कोई रोल नहीं है। ना बीजेपी ने किसी को तोड़ा है, ना किसी को खरीद फरोख्त करी है बीजेपी ने। लेकिन उन्हीं के मुंह से सुनने में आता है कि घोड़े बाजार हो रहा है। अब घोड़े बाजार करने की आदत शिवसेना की है, कांग्रेस की है, राष्ट्रवादी की है। लेकिन पहले भी हमको मौका मिला था, लेकिन हमारे पास आंकड़े नहीं थे। जब तक के आंकड़े हमारे पास नहीं आएंगे, हम सरकार बनाने का दावा कभी नहीं करेंगे।
राव साहब, हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए धन्यवाद। Once again, going back to Arunil, who's also closely tracking these developments. So, Arunil, we just heard the Union Minister Rao Sahib Danve. Right now, it seems like the BJP is just wait and watch mode because they are not revealing too much. They're also tight-lipped about what's their plan next.
Well, that is also very much expected because once we had seen what the BJP had fared, how Devendra Fadnavis had suffered embarrassment at the hands of Ajit Pawar and Sharad Pawar when the morning swearing-in ceremony was being held. There is no doubt that Eknath Shinde is in Surat. There is no doubt that around 24 to 25 MLAs are with him. There is no doubt that this number is enough to ensure that the Maha Vikas Aghadi government collapses, because several independents have also switched over now, several smaller party MLAs have also switched over now to the BJP camp. But the big question is, what exactly is the mood of Eknath Shinde? What is his main idea behind it? Does he want to only put pressure on CM Uddhav Thackeray and get some more portfolios or increase his clout within the Shiv Sena party, or whether he is ready to go all out and resign from the party and make his MLAs also resign from the party? Whether those MLAs are ready to resign with him, all these permutations and combinations need to be worked out. And how Sanjay Raut was also saying that Eknath Shinde is somebody who has been with the party right from the start. So whether he's in a position to resign from the party and expect to be re-elected from a Sena bastion like a Thane place where he gets elected every term, that is also some of the questions that come to the fore, and that is why BJP is keeping its cards close to his chest. It's not revealing anything because the ball is in the court of Eknath Shinde now. He has to reveal what will be his next future course of action. Clearly, pressure mounts on CM Uddhav Thackeray because several of his leaders, he has called in for a meeting. What the CM Uddhav Thackeray camp also speaks about it now, that also will be extremely paramount.
And Arunil, once again, we'll try to come back to what are the number games like and what can we expect next. But we'll also play out some more reactions coming in from the MVA leaders who at this point remain absolutely, in a way, on the face of it, confident and trying to show that all is well. But the opposition is now claiming that they are certainly in trouble.
यह पुतल फुतल तो थी ही, वो अभी बाहर आई है क्योंकि 2.5 साल में महाराष्ट्र का जो सरकार है महा विकास आघाड़ी का, वह जनता के हित में कुछ भी कर नहीं पाया। जनता असंतुष्ट है, यह जनता का प्रतिनिधित्व करने वाले आमदार असंतुष्ट है और उसका नतीजा आप देखेंगे कि राज्यसभा चुनाव में आया, हमारा तीसरा कैंडिडेट चुन के आया।
See, it was not right. I mean, nothing was right in the MVA right since day one. But unfortunately, due to the lust for power, all these three very divergent groups came together and grabbed power simply to prevent the BJP from governing Maharashtra. Now, all these internal contradictions have come to the fore. This was to happen sooner than later. After 2.5 years, now that the MLAs and others also have realized that this government is good for nothing, and therefore they are having a second thought. So all those things are now perhaps what we are witnessing today.
सरकार गिरने वाली है, महा विकास अघाड़ी की ऐसी बातें चल रही है सर, क्या बोलेंगे?
नहीं को झूठ है, मजबूत है सरकार, थोड़ा सा होता है इधर उधर, उसमें कोई
हमारे साथी हैं पुराने, वो भी वापस आ जाए।
किस तरह से मनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं आप?
मनाने की देखिए, मैं एकनाथ शिंदे जी को पहचानता हूँ। वो ऐसे व्यक्ति है, वो बिना शर्त एक शिवसैनिक के नाते अपने घर वापस आ जाए।
क्या 80 घंटे की सरकार की तरह ये भी असफल होगा ये प्रयत्न?
पूरा असफल होगा।
देखो, भाजपा की जो राजनीति है, केंद्र की सत्ता का दुरुपयोग, केंद्र की तपास यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग और सत्ता से पैसा और उसमें और सत्ता कैसे कमाना, यही उनकी रणनीति रही है। ये असत्य के तरफ भारतीय लोकतंत्र को लेके जा रही है और इसलिए सत्य की विजय होगी। थोड़ा सा रहता है धूप छाव, जो निसर्ग का नियम है, उस तरह से परिस्थितियां रहती है, लेकिन ये धूप निकल जाएगी और सब अच्छा होगा।
Alright, once again going back to Arunil, who has been closely tracking these developments. So Arunil, we have a list, possible list of Shiv Sena MLAs who are currently, in fact, not in communication with their party members. But coming back to Eknath Shinde, what really caused those differences between Matoshri and Eknath Shinde, who is considered to be one of the senior leaders of them? And it also all began possibly from a recent film, a Marathi film that was made and based on Eknath Shinde.
Well, the film was supposed to be based on Anand Dighe. He basically is a late Shiv Sena leader from Thane. He's also been was seen as a mentor of Eknath Shinde. But after the interval, the film's name was Dharamveer. After the interval, suddenly the main protagonist in the film changed and Eknath Shinde became the main hero, the lead hero in the film. And
absolutely, and stay with us, Arunil, even as we're getting in back-to-back breaking inputs coming in. A meeting that is now possible at the BJP chief's residence. That's the big update coming in. And that's coming in as far as JP Nadda is concerned, who will now possibly hold this meeting. They are still waiting for the actual numbers to come in before they take any possible next step, because remember, we have been speaking to several of the BJP leaders, union ministers, who are currently tight-lipped of the entire scenario that is now in a way imploding as far as Maharashtra politics is concerned, Arunil. And now we're getting in this update of a meeting that is possible. As far as JP Nadda is concerned, they are still waiting for an official announcement from Eknath Shinde.
Well, that is right, but the BJP has basically kept its cards close to its chest till now. Nobody has given an official reaction. Like a very aggressive official reaction has been avoided by the BJP, because they once bitten, twice shy. That is the term that can be used for the BJP, because we had seen how Devendra Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar had joined hands before the Maha Vikas Aghadi alliance was formed, and how they had sworn in as chief ministers and deputy CM early morning. But within 3 days, the tables were turned. And
so handle with care, and we have to see very keenly. We are observing all situations.
संजय राउत कह रहे हैं कि एकनाथ शिंदे को भड़काने में भाजपा का हाथ है, लेकिन एकनाथ शिंदे कड़वा
संजय राउत के इस प्रकार से भड़काऊ भाषणों से, जिसको मराठी में कहते हैं कि चुभने वाले बातों से ही ये सारे प्रॉब्लम निर्माण हुए हैं उनकी पार्टी में भी, और लोग इसको बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। इसका उदाहरण एकनाथ शिंदे जी की बगावत है। तो अभी तो क्या संजय राउत जी है, थोड़ा ठीक समझ पोलाइट बात करे हर विषय पर, नहीं त्याला आम्ही मराठीत म्हणतो अंगावर जाण्याची आवश्यकता नाही।
सर, देवेंद्र जी दिल्ली गए हैं तो क्या सरकार बनाने?
नहीं, ये हमारी परंपरा है कि कोई चुनाव जीतने के बाद राष्ट्रीय नेताओं को मिठाई देने के लिए जाना पड़ता है। तो देवेंद्र जी हमारे दिल्ली के सारे नेताओं को मिठाई देने के लिए गए।
All right, so that was another reaction coming in from a BJP leader and spokesperson as well. And once again, going back to Arunil. So Arunil, Eknath Shinde has been an old Thackeray loyalist. He has been known to be part of several of the decision makings in the past. But what really transpired, because that's what the BJP leader here was stating. He was saying that how there has been a rebellion on part of Eknath Shinde with the backlash that he had to face, and also the war of words that were underway in Shiv Sena.
Well, that is right. In fact, I was referring to that movie also. In that movie, post-interval, Eknath Shinde was being presented as the main protagonist and hero in the film. And if we look at how Matoshri functions, that is the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray or late Balasaheb Thackeray, how it functions is there is no outsider who can be portrayed as the hero. It is the hero needs to be from the Thackeray family only. And that had what irked the Thackeray loyalists, majorly the people who are close to CM Uddhav Thackeray and CM Uddhav Thackeray as well. These are only sources that inform us that the movie had basically presented Uddhav Thackeray in a very negative light to a very large extent, and also Raj Thackeray was being presented as the custodian of Hindutva. In that film. All these developments that had taken place in that film, which was allegedly produced by Eknath Shinde, had basically created differences between Eknath Shinde and CM Uddhav Thackeray as well as his close loyalists. Now, whether Eknath Shinde has taken this move to go to Surat just to put pressure on CM Uddhav Thackeray, or whether he will be having that kind of a strength to go all out and move away from the party, defect from the party, that only time will tell. With respect to the Shiv Sena's CM Uddhav Thackeray camp is concerned, they are confident that Eknath Shinde will come back to them, whereas the BJP is hoping that Eknath Shinde goes out of, basically leaves the Shiv Sena with his MLAs, is able to convince his MLAs, and then the Maha Vikas Aghadi comes into trouble.
And another big indication, Arunil, there being because Devendra Fadnavis is now in the national capital, where he will be meeting the High Command there, and possibly once again a hint or an indication of what will be coming up next. At this point, the BJP, as you mentioned, is keeping its cards very close to its chest. But are we expecting news soon?
Well, Chandrakant Patil, the Maharashtra BJP chief, he made it very clear that Devendra Fadnavis is indeed in Delhi. According to Chandrakant Patil, Devendra Fadnavis has gone to give sweets to Delhi High Command after the resounding victory in the Rajya Sabha polls and the MLC elections. But obviously, the story must be something else. He is indeed meeting. He is expected to meet the main party high.
जिसको मराठी में कहते हैं कि छूबने वाले बातों से ही ये सारे प्रॉब्लम निर्माण हुए हैं उनकी पार्टी में भी, और लोग इसको बर्दाश्त नहीं करेंगे। इसका उदाहरण एकनाथ शिंदे जी की बगावत है। तो अभी तो क्या संजय राउत जी है, थोड़ा ठीक समझ पोलाइट बात करे हर विषय।
साफ कहा है कि बीजेपी ही करवा रही है, इसलिए गुजरात ले जाया गया है, सबका इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, ताकत का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है।
नाना पटोले जी के केंद्र का हस्तक्षेप विधान परिषद में इस पर बोला था कि हारने के बाद एक स्क्रिप्ट तैयार करनी है, वो नाना पटोले ने पहले से बनाई। वैसे अभी ये जो बगावत हुई है उसकी स्क्रिप्ट संजय राउत लिख रहे हैं।
धन्यवाद दादा।
All right, so we once again heard Arunil, that statement coming in from Chandrakant Patil, not saying much, but giving out that hint that Devendra Fadnavis is in the national capital to meet the High Command and also distribute sweets. So is there good news coming in for them?
Well, obviously the official stance from the Maharashtra BJP will be this only, that Devendra to distribute sweets amongst the party high command. But yes, he will be expected to have some crucial meetings with the Delhi High Command, basically relay what kind of developments are shaping in with respect to this reported defection that has been initiated by Eknath Shinde. Now, exactly how many MLAs are there with Eknath Shinde? Very different numbers are coming in, but my sources inform me that not more than 25 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. But even if that many numbers are there, it is enough for the BJP to initiate a no confidence motion against CM Uddhav Thackeray government. But provided Eknath Shinde is willing to defect, and provided all the MLAs who have gone with them, they are willing to resign from the Shiv Sena party. All these are permutations and combinations. They will be only clear when Eknath Shinde speaks out in the media. His phone is not reachable. The phones of his supporters or the MLAs who have gone with them, their phones are also not reachable at present. Shiv Sena is still hoping that Eknath Shinde returns. They have been giving him promises, telling on the media that he has been with the Shiv Sena right from the start. So he will come back. That is what Sanjay Raut pointed out.
And Arunil, coming back to the number game and the seats that are now needed, and possibly if there are over 20 MLAs and possibly 30 of them stationed in Surat, that is not good news for the MVA. Because remember, at this point, it is a very closely run contest. If you can take our viewers through that as well.
Well, in this kind of a scenario, even if between 20 to 25 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde, the smaller parties and the independents are going to play a very crucial role. The same happened during the MLC and the Rajya Sabha elections. BJP managed to win the Rajya Sabha elections and the MLC polls only on the basis of the independent parties. Most of these independents and smaller parties had bestowed their support on the Maha Vikas Aghadi government when the government was formed. But now them switching over to the BJP becomes basically gives out alarm bells to CM Uddhav Thackeray, to Sharad Pawar and to the MBA.
All right, stay with us, Arunil. I'm also joined by, in fact, Pranesh, joining us live from the newsroom here in the national capital. Yes, Pranesh, we have now the entire list of possible MLAs who are now in Surat.
That's right, and we are going to open that list quickly, very quickly on a big screen so that our viewers can have a closer look at it. Times Now is the only channel to access the list of Surat 22, as we are calling it, although we are being told that there are more than 22. In fact, the number has gone up to 35, and every passing minute it is increasing or is set to increase in the hours to come. First on this list is Vanaga Shri Srinivas Chintaman, then is Eknath Shinde, then you have Mahesh Shambhaji Raje, then you have Sandeepan Rao Asaram Bhumare, then you have Shantaram Tukaram, Dr. Sanjay Bhaskarrao, Vishwanath Atmaram, Anil Taljera, Ramesh Nanasaheb, Shahaji Bapu, Kishore Apa, Chintaman Rao Roopchand, Mahendra Hari, Pradeep Shiv Narayana, Shambhu Raj, Shivaji Rao, Shanraj, Godhiram, Balaji, Pralad. Then you have Bharat Sheth, Maruti, Sanjay Rambhav, Suhas Anna Dwarkanath, Prakash Anand Rao, Rajkumar Patel, who is an independent MLA. That is the list on the extreme right-hand side of the screen. Are people who are on the ground in Delhi, in Maharashtra, in Gujarat, in Surat. In fact, we are the only people who have teams outside the Lee Meridian Hotel where Eknath Shinde is camping with the Sena rebels. And the latest that we are picking up, that Shiv Sena leaders have tried their best to get in touch with Shinde. So far, he has not spoken to any one of them. We are also being told that at least 3 ministers of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi have kept in touch with Shinde. In fact, they have a WhatsApp line. That is what we are being told. And also the BJP top brass in Maharashtra, led by Narayan Rane and Devendra Fadnavis, also have a direct line with Eknath Shinde, who's there at this hotel in Surat.
Absolutely, and Pranesh, stay with us. We're also joined by Swati and Amit Rajput. But Swati, to you first, if you are there with us with that entire list that we have now accessed here on Times Now. This is just 22 names, but this can go way further because according to our sources, this list is beyond 30 now.
Well, absolutely. That's what the report suggests. The numbers are constantly changing. We have that list, like Pranesh mentioned, Surat 22 here on the big screen. And one of them is also an independent. Number 22, Rajkumar Patel, is an independent. Apart from that, these are all Shiv Sena netas camping at this point of time in Surat with Eknath Shinde. Vanaga Shri Srinivas Chitraman Shinde Shri Eknath Sambhaji, Shinde Shri Mahesh Sambhaji Raje, Bhumari Shri Sandipan Rao Asaram, मोरे श्री शांताराम तुकाराम, रायमुलकर डॉक्टर संजय भास्कर राव, भोईर श्री विश्वनाथ आत्माराम, बाबर श्री अनिल कलजेरा, बोरनारे श्री रमेश नाना साहेब, पाटिल शाहाजी बापू, पाटिल श्री किशोर अप्पा, पाटिल श्री चिन्मन राव रूपचंद, दळवी श्री महेंद्र हरी, जयसवाल श्री प्रदीप शिवनारायण, देसाई श्री शंभूराज शिवाजी राव, चौगुले श्री शानराज गोधीराम, किनीकर डॉक्टर बालाजी प्रहलाद, गोगावले श्री भरतशेठ मारुति, गायकवाड़ श्री संजय रामभाव, कंदे श्री सुहास द्वारकानाथ, अबितकर श्री प्रकाश आनंद राव, and the 22nd name is that of Rajkumar Patel, who is an independent. All of them camping in Surat at this point of time with Eknath Shinde. Shiv Sena claims that they are in touch with Eknath Shinde. However, we are yet to hear from Mr. Shinde and these MLAs. Only then the picture will be clear. At this point of time, everything else coming in from party sources and a speculation.
Briefing an official version from Eknath Shinde, because remember, everyone including the BJP is now waiting for that. But let me also now go across to Amit Rajput joining us live from Surat. But before that, we have some more breaking news coming in of how the Gujarat BJP president, that is C.K. Patil, met with Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde late last night at this particular hotel in Surat. That's the big inside scoop coming in on that meeting that happened between the Gujarat BJP chief as well as Eknath Shinde, who is inside that Surat hotel along with several of those MLAs who are now stationed there. They are in fact not in communication with any of those Shiv Sena leaders. And Amit Rajput, you have that information. हमें बताइए क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पर?
देखिए, ये नवसारी से सांसद हैं सीआर पाटिल और बीजेपी के गुजरात के प्रेसिडेंट भी हैं। कल देर रात इनकी मुलाकात हुई है और सीआर पाटिल के द्वारा ही यहाँ पर कल जो ये ले मेरिडियन होटल है वहाँ पर इनकी रहने की जो व्यवस्था है वो कराई गई थी, क्योंकि एकनाथ शिंदे लगातार सीआर पाटिल के संपर्क में थे और सीआर पाटिल ने अपने आज सारे जो कार्यक्रम थे योग दिवस के उन्हें रद्द किया था और कल वो गांधीनगर से सीधा सूरत के लिए रवाना हो चुके थे। मुलाकात हुई है, सारे जो विधायक हैं बागी विधायक उनके साथ में बातचीत हुई है और आज की मैं सुबह की बात बताना चाहूंगा।
All right, we'll come back to you, Amit. Let me quickly introduce Prakash Ambedkar of the Vanchit Bahujan Aghadi joining us on the phone line. Ambedkar Saab, what do you make of the developments taking place? We have the Gujarat BJP chief now, who in all likelihood has already met Eknath Shinde. Now, at least 30 plus MLAs are currently in Surat. They're in Gujarat, a BJP ruled state. So all is certainly not well in MVA, the Maha Vikas Aghadi.
See, this was expected to happen long time back. But only the assembly elections and the Rajya Sabha elections have hastened the process. Walking over, I think so, is true for the simple reason that many of the MLAs, both from Congress, Shiv Sena and NCP, are under the lens of the ED or IB. And therefore, this was bound to happen. So this is nothing new, at least.
So, in your view, do you say that the Maha Vikas Aghadi saw this coming as well? Were there enough indications?
See, I have been warning him, Vikas Aghadi, right for last 3-4 months, that they should wash their backs.
All right.
Something is going to happen behind the back.
Well, if that's the case, Ambedkar sir, doesn't look like they've taken cue from what has been told by several leaders, including you. Thank you for speaking to us here on Times Now. Let me quickly go across to Samya as well, joining us live on this broadcast. Samya, a certain collapse that is to take place, maybe in the next few hours, the next few days, we don't know. But of the political developments, one thing is for sure, that there is a rebel group that has parted ways from the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and they're currently camping in Surat in Gujarat.
Absolutely, it's a splinter group of the Shiv Sena, especially Eknath Shinde, that has managed to garner the sort of support that he has with around 22 MLAs who he has taken along with him to Surat. And what we're given to understand, several other such MLAs who also cross-voted are incommunicado. They are nowhere to be.
All right, getting in breaking news that Uddhav Thackeray, Chief Minister Maharashtra, and Sharad Pawar, NCP Supremo, are to meet at 8 p.m. this evening already. Sharad Pawar is holding a slew of meetings in the national capital, following which he will be heading towards Mumbai, and then he will be meeting Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. 8 p.m. is the time. We're being told that meeting will take place, and certainly everyone in damage control mode at this point in time. Let me bring in Madhav as well. Madhav, a lot of meetings taking place. The Congress holding meetings in the national capital. So is the NCP, and this all-important meeting to take place between Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar at 8 p.m.
Well, yes, we know that, when this meeting got over this morning, when left leaders Sitaram Yechuri and D. Raja, along with Congress leaders Mallikarjun Kharge and Jairam Ramesh, were present at Sharad Pawar's residence. That meeting went on for about an hour, and after that particular meeting, we were told that at 2:30, the meeting that was called by Sharad Pawar, where he invited all opposition leaders in Parliament, that meeting would take place. Following that meeting, Sharad Pawar would then head to Mumbai, and there is where, in fact, important meetings, including the one with Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, are expected to take place. Remember that NCP has been saying that its own flock is together. Shiv Sena, of course, in crisis mode, but saying that as far as their leaders are concerned, they are confident that they will be able to bring them back within their fold. The Congress also, of course, has been completely jolted, given that the kind of results of the council elections, where what was actually told by the High Command did not happen on ground. And that is why, in fact, Balasaheb Thorat and his own position being untenable is what sources are indicating to us. Now, of course, what remains to be seen is whether the MVA allies can together band together and bring back the MLAs who appear to have left the fold. That is going to be a very big question. What sources within BJP are indicating is that they're going to wait for that press conference of Eknath Shinde to take place. They're going to look at what the total numbers are like, what the numbers are stacked up, whether they are indeed the kind of numbers that can bring down the government before the BJP formally intervenes as far as this issue is concerned. And also, of course, the larger question of whether they will be able to join together and form another government. Remember, the strategy of Madhya Pradesh and Karnataka is what is being implemented over here, where MLAs are not just being poached, but they are also being poached with the view for them to step down from their posts, which would allow then for a government to be formed. That is the strategy at this point of time, and for that they need at least 29 MLAs. At this time, various reports are coming in talking about the number of MLAs, whether it's 24, whether it's 35, but it's ultimately will be as far as how many MLAs are there on their side. side. A list of 22 has already been put out. Will they be able to poach more MLAs is certainly a very important question. And will they be successful, either side, in terms of either continuing the government or bringing down the government? There's a lot of suspense building up as far as that is concerned. But at this point of time, it can be anyone's game, is what all indications are coming in.
Absolutely. We just put out that list of 35 MLAs who are currently camping in Surat. Samya, now the Shiv Sena comes out and addresses the media. Sanjay Raut says that all is well and Eknath Shinde will soon be back and nothing is really going to fall apart. That's what he's saying. But 35 is not a small number. It started with 12 and then another 9 MLAs, reports suggested, are in Surat, and now the number has gone up to 35.
Well, absolutely. Of course, the Maha Vikas Aghadi government are going to pose a calm demeanor before the media to say that all is well in Maha Vikas Aghadi. But the fissures lie exposed. The fact that the cross-voting took place, the fact that how the BJP managed to secure their numbers, and the fact that despite having numbers, the Congress party was not able to get their leaders to win, almost goes on to say that the writing is on the wall. All is not well in Maha Vikas Aghadi government. The fissures lie exposed. The internal differences of individual political parties, the Shiv Sena, the NCP, the Congress party, that have been trying really hard to try and hold on to the government in Maharashtra, now seems to be on a dwindling plane. Now 35 numbers, that number could possibly swell. Now what we are given to understand is also that the top brass of both the NCP and the Shiv Sena, whether it's Sharad Pawar or Uddhav Thackeray, they themselves are trying to call up these MLAs whose numbers are unreachable, and they have still not been able to get to these MLAs. Now the question that arises is that where are these MLAs? They cannot disappear into thin air. Of course, it's a concerted effort by the splinter group, the rebel group from Maha Vikas Aghadi, to bring down this government. Are they backed by the BJP? They are calling it to be a case of Operation Kamal underway in Maharashtra, and the man of the match could probably be called Devendra Fadnavis. But having said that, they are going to be
Samya, we have a bit of breaking news and we'll put out those visuals in just a few seconds. Amit Shah, Union Home Minister, has reached BJP National President JP Nadda's residence. We broke down that update just a while ago, but now we have visuals as well. We'll put them out in just a bit. Amit Shah at JP Nadda's residence. We don't know the reason of the meeting yet, so we're not going to jump to any sort of conclusions, but an important political update, because this comes right when there is so much of a turmoil and chaos within the Maha Vikas Aghadi. They're struggling to keep their flock together. At least 35 MLAs are currently camping in Surat, and a slew of meetings taking place indicated the fact that all is not well and there is an attempt to damage control everything that is falling apart. Congress currently holding meetings in the national capital. So is the NCP. Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar will be meeting in Mumbai 8 p.m. In the evening. So a lot of developments taking place, but an important update coming in, and Madhav continues to stay on with us. Madhav, we have Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who's reached JP Nadda's residence. A political update indeed. Don't know the reason yet, but can't really ignore this, because you have the BJP president of Gujarat who's already come out and said that, yes, I did very well hold a meeting with Eknath Shinde. So the BJP involvement is clear. All right, don't know if Madhav is still with us, but yes, remember viewers, just a while ago we told you, and this is a Times Now Inside scoop of how Eknath Shinde met Gujarat BJP chief last night in the Surat hotel, where currently the 35 MLAs are camping. And just right now, as you can see on your screens and as those visuals also explain, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is at the residence of BJP National President JP Nadda, likely to reach the house any minute now is what we're being told, and those are the visuals we're picking up from outside the BJP National President's residence. A lot of political developments trickling in, and we're also being told that there were indications that seemed to suggest that all was not well, and Eknath Shinde was seemingly disappointed with Matoshri, with the Shiv Sena top brass. So yes, this kind of a distancing that was on since a while, and the gap kept widening with time is what we are being told. Now that's of course source-based and remains to be seen what the exact reason is. I believe Madhav is back with us. Madhav, if you can hear me, this is going to be important and cannot be certainly ignored. We don't know the reason yet, but being told that Amit Shah any minute now is to reach JP Nadda's residence. Mohit Bhatt is joining us because he is stationed outside the BJP National President's residence. Yes, Mohit.
Well, yes, Home Minister Amit Shah has reached the residence of JP Nadda. I'll ask my camera person Varun to show all these visuals. Now, this visit seems to be unplanned given the fact that what has transpired in Maharashtra. This particular meeting is very, very important. And also what we are getting to know is that Devendra Fadnavis, who is also on his way to Delhi, will be meeting the top brass of the BJP, that is Home Minister Amit Shah and the BJP President JP Nadda at his residence over here. Now, what we are also getting to know is that the BJP is also looking at the press conference which would be addressed by Eknath Shinde, given the fact that how BJP needs at least 32 members to topple the MBA government, given the fact that how BJP as of now has 106 MLAs, and if we talk about the independent MLAs and the 3 regional smaller parties who have supported the Bharatiya Janata Party, the tally comes down to 113. Now the majority mark is around 145, so still they need 32 MLAs. Now as of now what we are also getting to know is that 22 of the MLAs are with Eknath Shinde. So this gap of 10 to 12 MLAs, how exactly it will be filled, it remains to be seen, and whether all those MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde will be going with BJP, will be supporting BJP, that also remains to be seen. And hence this meeting at the residence of JP Nadda is of very prime importance, given the fact that our Home Minister Amit Shah has also reached, and Devendra Fadnavis is also expected to reach here any time. And also the number game is very important for the Bharatiya Janata Party, because I have covered the toppling of Madhya Pradesh government, and then when the Sindhya had to join BJP, the BJP was playing wait and watch game, because BJP wants that if somebody is coming to their party, they should have the required numbers, and 32 as of now is the required number that the BJP would want. 22 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde that are there in the Surat resort. So whether more 10 to 12 MLAs Eknath Shinde will be able to get, that remains to be seen, and hence all the permutations and combinations are in order, and that is why this meeting at the residence of BJP President JP Nadda is of very, very prime importance, given the fact that Devendra Fadnavis is still not here in the meeting. The top 2 leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party, JP Nadda and Amit Shah, are having a meeting now. So all the parlays, hectic parlays will be done, and in the end it comes down to the number game. Now what the BJP also says is that the deputy CM post could also be offered to Eknath Shinde. Now BJP also says it will be a good combination of the regional factor, given the fact that how Devendra Fadnavis comes from Vidarbha and Eknath Shinde comes from the Konkan belt, that is Thane. So everything is being worked upon by the BJP, and it all started with the Congress Shiv Sena MLAs cross voting in the election. So as of now the security has been completely beefed over here. It will be an important meeting, and in some time from now Devendra Fadnavis will come, and around 2 Eknath Shinde is also likely to address a press conference. Now in that particular press conference, what exactly comes out, which will be of very, very prime importance for the Bharatiya Janata Party, because in the end it also comes down to the number game. Now also one important point that I would like to make is that either you have the required number of MLAs or you bring down the strength of the assembly. Now by doing so, the MLAs who are in support of Eknath Shinde, they will have to tender resign, and then they will have to get re-elected. So whether Eknath Shinde is ready for that or not, that remains to be seen, and hence all these meetings are very, very important.
Yes, well, if he's decided to part ways with the Shiv Sena, and if he has the required numbers, don't think he's going to be hesitating to go ahead with the next step. But Mohit, this is an important update, and like you said, it's going to go down to the numbers. If we talk about the current scenario, 169 is the number of MLAs that the Maha Vikas Aghadi has, as opposed to the 113 that the NDA has. But if we were to talk about the math, after these 35 MLAs rebelling and parting ways, then it goes down to 134. So then they're going to be 11 short of the majority mark, and that changes the game entirely. And whether or not then a re-election will take place remains to be seen. But at the moment, what appears to be the BJP strategy is not clear, Madhav. If you can hear me, the BJP strategy not clear. We have Union Home Minister JP Nadda's residence, but the BJP certainly will leave no stone unturned to use this as an opportunity.
Well, absolutely, and in fact that meeting could be on any number of issues, not just the crisis in Maharashtra, but also of course the presidential polls are currently something that all political formations, whether the opposition or the treasury benches, are going to be very clearly seized off. But at the same time, what the BJP strategy appearing unclear. You're right as far as that is concerned. Devendra Fadnavis expected to come to the national capital is what we were told, and also of course the Maharashtra BJP appears to be in celebration mode. Now, if it does not have the numbers, what exactly is the celebration about? If it does have the numbers, where are the extra numbers going to come from? These are going to be some very important aspects to look at, because clearly, of course, it is going to be very important if any major political upheaval has to happen for that number of over 30, as Mohit was telling us, to be there on the side of Eknath Shinde, whether it is from his own party, whether he has managed to convince legislators from the NCP, or whether he has managed to convince legislators from the Congress, if that is indeed the case. Now, all of this, at this point of time, there are multiple versions, because the Congress as well as the NCP and the Shiv Sena say that things are under control, that they are confident that not just will they have, or that Mr. Shinde does not have the required numbers, that Mr. Shinde himself will come back into the fold of the Shiv Sena. The BJP, of course, on its own part saying that they are confident that the government will fall, although they are watching out for Eknath Shinde and his press conference that is expected shortly to take place in Surat, where he is going to be parading all of these legislators. So what's going to happen in Surat will be very, very crucial. What is the number that Mr. Shinde talks about? A viral list that has gone out, it's viral on social media, talks about 22 legislators. Now, is the total number with Mr. Shinde since then, has it risen? That's going to be an important aspect to look at as well. And if it has risen, what is the total number? Is it enough for the government to be brought down, as Mr. Shinde and perhaps the BJP would be wanting at this point of time? All of this at this point of time will depend on finally that number that Mr. Shinde has with him, and if that is enough for the BJP.
Yes, and whether or not that number will stay the same, will go up, or perhaps go down if the Maha Vikas Aghadi is able to intervene in time, remains to be seen. Thank you for that, Madhav. We have a reaction coming in from former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan, who says what is happening is a cause of concern and sends out a wrong message. We will discuss all this in the meeting, and I don't want to talk much about what is happening within the Shiv Sena. Listen in.
How do you react to the turn of events? The fact that Eknath Shinde is in Gujarat with several MLAs. Isn't this a huge setback as far as Maha Vikas Aghadi is concerned?
No, still don't ask me to comment on what is happening in other parties. I am concerned.
That's within MVA.
No, it's all right. Other parties, one of the constituents of MVA, the affairs of MVA will be discussed at the appropriate fora in the MVA Coordination Committee meeting. Right now, I am here for the Congress Legislative Party meeting, which emergency meeting has been called this morning. What happened was very unfortunate. One of our senior colleagues, a Dalit leader, who was given a ticket by High Command, and also that the first preference votes were to be given, he lost. So I think some cross-voting happened within the party, and some votes also went outside the party.
Definitely a setback as far as MLC polls are concerned, but considering what has happened, of course it is Sena, I agree, but do you think this is an attempt by the BJP to destabilize the government?
Well, BJP has used tremendous money power, as was evident yesterday. They bought a lot of votes, they were threatening to buy a lot of votes, and they did succeed in buying a lot of votes. I mean, if BJP wants to work the money politics only, Sam, Dam, Dandabhed, then I think people of Maharashtra will have to seriously consider the future of democracy in India.
BJP is foreseeing a fall of MVA.
BJP is in opposition. It's their attempt to depose and remove this government.
But what will be your plan of action, sir? Now that so many MLAs are in Gujarat.
I think, don't ask me about what's happening in other political parties. The MVA Coordination Committee will discuss its affair at the appropriate forum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let me bring in Samya to add to this. Samya, certainly a wrong message being sent out, as has been pointed out by the former Maharashtra Chief Minister. But the fact also remains there has been a collapse on multiple levels. If we talk about the Shiv Sena and Congress in particular, even in the Congress party, remember, each candidate was to get at least 44 votes. But in reality, they were only able to secure 41 votes, which means 3 MLAs at least have cross-voted.
Absolutely. The fact that there has been teething issues in Maha Vikas Aghadi at the very onset of this alliance is not something that has been hidden. Especially the Congress party that has often claimed that they are being handed out a stepmotherly treatment by both the NCP and the Shiv Sena. The Congress party often feels that they've been slighted, they have not been given their due. But Congress itself has its internal issues in Maha Vikas Aghadi. Whether it's the lack of coordination, the fact that the General Secretary in charge, HK Patil, wasn't present over there, he did not hold meetings, he didn't take consultations with the regional leaders, is a matter of concern. The fact that the PCC chief went back home while the voting was on to attend a private family function is a matter of concern. The fact that there is no sense of internal party democracy of sorts, where Bhai Jagtap wins but Handure loses, it is a loss of faith for the Congress party as far as the Dalit candidate losing is concerned, where the Congress party is now pivoting itself to be around only a Maratha Congress party of sorts. These are teething issues of the Congress party, where what I have spoken to my sources in Maharashtra Congress, they maintain that the entire party right now has been channelized and directed towards Rahul Gandhi's ED investigation. The central leadership in Delhi have not been able to pay any heed to what was happening over here in Maharashtra Congress, and that's the reason why it was almost a battle that they could have easily won, given the fact that they have the requisite number, but they let that slip away because of the casual approach. It's a non-serious approach, and the Congress party did not pose a fight to keep the numbers together is the larger question. Why has there been a lackadaisical approach by the Congress party leaders? Can the Congress really afford this sort of an attitude towards the MLC elections? Now, of course, what we're given to understand also is that the High Command is upset. Heads will roll. Meetings have taken place over here between General Secretary Organization KC Venugopal and HK Patil, and of course there are leaders right now in a huddle at Balasaheb Thorat's house in Mumbai as well. Decision making will be taking place, although they are definitely maintaining that there is no fear, no threat to the Maha Vikas Aghadi government in Maharashtra. The fact remains that the fissures, the divide within the NCP, the Shiv Sena and the Congress party, the lack of coordination to get everybody on board lies exposed. Now all rests in the hand of Sharad Pawar, since he is the juggernaut over there, and
yes,
also the
absolutely.
fact that the chief
someone in the Congress saying this is money politics, someone saying this is BJP's strategy of misuse of power. Let's listen into that reaction coming in from the state Congress chief Nana Patole.
देखो, भाजपा की जो राजनीति है, केंद्र की सत्ता का दुरुपयोग, केंद्र की तपास यंत्रणा का दुरुपयोग और सत्ता से पैसा, और उसमें और सत्ता कैसे कमाना, यही उनकी रणनीति रही है। ये असत्य की तरफ भारतीय लोकतंत्र को लेके जा रही है, और इसलिए सत्य की विजय होगी। थोड़ा सा रहता है धूप छाव, जो निसर्ग का नियम है, उस तरह से परिस्थितियां रहती है, लेकिन ये धूप निकल जाएगी और सब अच्छा होगा।
Madhav, if I could come to you now, because in all possible scenario, it is most certain that both the sides, the Maha Vikas Aghadi leadership and the BJP, are trying to reach out to Eknath Shinde at this point in time. The BJP already, as per sources, has offered him the Deputy Chief Minister's post. Anything we're picking up on part of the Maha Vikas Aghadi?
Well, this is, of course, as far as the BJP is concerned. We are told that the Gujarat chief has, in fact, been in touch with Eknath Shinde and has, in fact, even reached out to him. They've had a conversation as far as the Deputy CM's post is concerned. So that is as far as that aspect is concerned. Now, what can the Shiv Sena do? They are, of course, confident that he is a Shiv Sainik at heart and will come back into the party's fold, is what Sanjay Raut had mentioned earlier. But really, of course, what will their strategy be? Will they be able to reach out? Will they be able to convince him to come back? And if they do convince him to come back, will it be with more powers, or what will his role be, both within the party itself as well as within the government itself, if at all this government can sail through this entire crisis? That is one aspect of it. But at a time when the Congress itself stands embarrassed, when in fact it was not able to get the kind of numbers that it wanted of the council elections just yesterday, what will the Congress's strategy be? On record, of course, they are not wanting to comment on fissures that exist within an alliance party, that is of course the Shiv Sena, as far as this current crisis is concerned. But really, what is the strategy for the Congress, for the NCP, for the Shiv Sena going on from here? They have always of course maintained publicly that the BJP is trying to destabilize their alliance, but if they are not able to hold their flock together, it also reflects at some level or the other on their own party's leadership. And that is why this entire crisis is very, very crucial. At this point of time, the numbers are very, very close is what we understand. It could go either way, is what all sources are indicating, while of course the alliance partners as far as the MVA are concerned have come out to say that they believe that they will be able to sail through even this crisis, and the BJP of course saying that it believes that the government will collapse. All eyes in that sense come on to Eknath Shinde himself. Absolutely. And what his announcement at the press conference will be. There are indications
and look at the number of attempts being made repeatedly on part of the BJP. C.R. Patil meeting Eknath Shinde in Surat at the hotel. Narayan Rane also, we believe, has been in touch with Eknath Shinde, also congratulated him on Twitter for taking this decision and parting ways with the Maha Vikas Aghadi. And then of course, the whole idea of him being offered the Deputy Chief Minister post. Mohit, now the BJP is already very elated. Of course, they're extremely happy with the MLC election results, but there's more to this certainly. Alright, seem to have lost that line with Mohit. If I could bring in Samya into the conversation once again, but before that, quickly playing out some more reactions.
सरकार गिरने वाली है, महा विकास अघाड़ी की ऐसी बातें चल रही है, सर क्या बोलेंगे?
नहीं, को झूठ है, मजबूत है सरकार, थोड़ा सा होता है इधर उधर, उसमें कोई
हमारे साथी हैं पुराने, वो भी वापस आ जाए। किस तरह से मनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं? मनाने की देखिए, मैं एकनाथ शिंदे जी को पहचानता हूँ। वो ऐसे व्यक्ति है, वो बिना शर्त एक शिवसैनिक के नाते अपने घर वापस आ जाए। क्या 80 घंटे की सरकार की तरह ये भी असफल होगा? ये प्रयत्न पूरा असफल होगा।
See, it was not right. I mean, nothing was right in the MVA right since day one. But unfortunately, due to the lust for power, all these three very divergent groups came together and grabbed power simply to prevent the BJP from governing Maharashtra. Now all these internal contradictions have come to the fore. This was to happen sooner than later. After 2.5 years, now that the MLAs and others also have realized that this government is good for nothing, and therefore they are having a second thought. So all those things are now perhaps what we are witnessing today.
Mohit Bhatt is now live with us. Mohit, we heard the BJP reaction. There's certainly more than one reasons for the BJP at this point in time to celebrate. We do see BJP workers across the state of Maharashtra distributing sweets. The MLC election results is of course one reason, but the BJP says that their point has been validated. This was coming together of three different ideologies and it was never going to work out.
Well, yes, BJP says that, and BJP clearly says that it was three different parties and three different ideologies, and Shiv Sena dropped the ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray and went with the Congress party, which Balasaheb Thackeray would have never done. And they said that it had to happen. It took some time, but it had to happen. But we have to wait and watch what exactly would be the meeting about. And you see, there's some movement over here. So whether Amit Shah would be leaving the residence of JP Nadda, that remains to be seen. He was here for around half an hour, and this particular meeting is very, very important given the fact that how the top leadership of the BJP is in huddle, and you can see in these particular visuals. Now these are the visuals that are exclusive to us, and that clearly shows that the meeting has happened. So we will get to know in some time that what exactly has transpired after the meeting. The security has been completely beefed up given the fact that how you can see in those pictures JP Nadda and Amit Shah. These are the exclusive visuals that we are bringing. Amit Shah is leaving the the residence of JP Nadda, and this particular meeting was very important. And JP Nadda, I guess, is also with him. JP Nadda is also, I guess, is with him. So where exactly they both are going, that remains to be seen. They are in the same car as of now, and they will be leaving in some time from now. So we'll try to get word from them. But important meeting has happened at the residence of JP Nadda, where Home Minister Amit Shah was also present, given the fact that what has transpired in Maharashtra, and in the end it all comes down to the number game. And we know for a fact that how Home Minister Amit Shah is also said to be the Chanakya of the BJP strategy, and hence you can see these are the visuals of JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah coming out. So I guess they are both in the same car. So you see JP Nadda, the BJP president, and Home Minister Amit Shah are going out in the same car. Whether this was a pre-planned meeting, it doesn't seem so. So where exactly they are going, it remains to be seen. But as of now, the meeting at the residence of JP Nadda is over. Home Minister Amit Shah and JP Nadda are leaving together. Where exactly would be the next round of meeting happen, that remains to be seen, because the number game is very, very important, and BJP would want that if they go forward in supporting Eknath Shinde openly, then they should have the required numbers. Now at least 32 MLAs BJP needs from the Eknath Shinde side and from the independents, so that they can have the majority. So whether that is the required number that is there with Eknath Shinde, we'll get to know in 2 p.m. press conference. But before that, it was a half-an-hour meeting between BJP President JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah. So whether where exactly and when exactly they will be meeting Devendra Fadnavis, that remains to be seen, because he's on his way to Delhi. Whether he has reached Delhi or not, that as of now is not being confirmed. But a very, very important meeting on a day when the MVA government in Maharashtra is in crisis has happened. And you see there are very less situations when we see JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah going out in the same car they have gone. So we can see that MVA discussion over the MVA and the Maharashtra situation has happened. All the BJP leaders have said they are playing wait and watch game. They are waiting for Eknath Shinde's PC, what exactly he has to say and how many MLAs are there with him. That will be of very, very, very prime importance. Back to you.
All right, so that's a big update coming in. Both Union Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP National President JP Nadda, after having held a meeting for close to half an hour, have left the residence of JP Nadda, and together they were seen in one car. Whether or not another set of meetings take place in the coming few hours, because Devendra Fadnavis is also going to be reaching the national capital soon enough. So lots lined up through the course of the day as far as political developments are concerned. Meanwhile, the Maha Vikas Aghadi also in a huddle after the NCP and Congress meetings in the national capital. We are being told that Uddhav Thackeray will meet Sharad Pawar in Mumbai at 8 p.m. So we're expecting more developments to take place, viewers. But yes, as far as the Shiv Sena is concerned, remember, we are being told that all 35 MLAs who are camping in the hotel in Surat are Shiv Sena MLAs. They belong to the Shiv Sena. They're camping there under the leadership of Eknath Shinde. And getting in a bit of breaking news update, the TMC has now said that the BJP has always played cross bat. So that's another reaction, an allegation coming in from the TMC, just as has been said by the Congress and the Shiv Sena as well in the past. We have Kirti Azad joining us on the phone line. Mr. Azad, what do you make of this allegation coming in from the TMC this time around, saying that the BJP has always played cross bat?
Well, what did they do in Madhya Pradesh?
But isn't it really directly related to, you know, the particular government's concern not being able to keep their flock together? The BJP will use this as an opportunity, yes, if the Maha Vikas Aghadi is unable to keep matters in their hands.
Correct. Money, ED, IT, NSA, they all can be used to BJP's advantage.
And how is that, Mr. Azad?
Haven't we seen it?
No, in this particular case, how is it that any of the agencies is being put to use, as you're alleging?
Well, haven't you seen what has happened in the past? A few months ago, on the various leaders, and every time they can't convict anybody. You've seen approximately more than 3,000 cases by ED have been framed on lots of
people. So, Mr. Azad, are you implying that all of these MLAs have decided to part ways under some sort of pressure?
Well, it's quite evident. It's very evident. What happened in Madhya Pradesh? Can you tell me that? Didn't they try the best in Bengal? Didn't they try the best in Rajasthan? Rajasthan, they failed. They almost had them.
Well, all parties involved, including the Congress and the Shiv Sena, currently in damage control mode, Mr. Azad. Let's see how this plays out. Too soon to really come to any sort of conclusions. I'll have to leave it at that. Thank you for joining us with that perspective. Let me go across to my colleague Vaishali, who's joining us from Surat. Vaishali, क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं? कितने विधायक अंदर होटल में हैं? हमें क्या कंफर्म्ड है कि सारे शिवसेना के हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, जैसा आप देख रहे हैं सवेरे कल रात से ही वो लोग यहाँ एयरपोर्ट पास की एक होटल में रुके हैं कल रात से ही, और आज सवेरे से ही सूरत के आप जो भी है मीडिया जगत के सारे लोग वहां पे पहुंचे हैं, और वहां पे जो जानकारी हम लोगों को अभी तक मिली है तो उसमें यही है कि ये जो सारे विधायक हैं वो 22 जो विधायक है वो सारे ही शिवसेना से जुड़े हुए हैं, और उनके नाम का लिस्ट भी जैसे मैं आपको भेज चुकी हूँ। मतलब वो कहा जा सकता है कि वो सारे शिवसेना से ही जुड़े हुए हैं और शिवसेना के ही है। जी जैसे आप देख रहे हैं कि सवेरे से ही वहां पे हलचलें शुरू हो गई है। 2 बजे तक जो दूसरे 7 विधायक आने वाले हैं सूरत, वो भी अभी ऑन द वे ही है। कहा जा रहा है कि 2 से 3 बजे तक वो सूरत पहुंच जाएंगे, और उसके बाद एकनाथ शिंदे जी एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करने वाले हैं, उसकी भी संभावना जताई जा रही है, और उन्होंने कहा है कि वो जल्द से जल्द इस बारे में प्रेस से बात भी करने वाले हैं। और इसके चलते आप देख सकते हैं कि शिवसेना सरकार जो है वो गिरने की भी संभावना जताई जा रही है। और आप देख सकते हैं कि उसके चलते आपने देखा अभी कि अमित शाह जी ने जेपी नड्डा से भी अभी मुलाकात ली, और वो दोनों साथ ही एक गाड़ी में निकले। तो पता नहीं शाम तक शिवसेना सरकार में भूकंप आने के बाद बीजेपी से शायद अगर शिवसेना जुड़ जाती है तो पता नहीं क्या होने वाला है आगे आने वाली राजनीति में।
बने रहिए हमारे साथ वैशाली। We are also once again joined by Radhika as well as Madhav and other reporters as well who are closely tracking these developments. Radhika, to you now. You are outside Thorat's residence and you also spoke to certain senior Congress leaders who are now calling this unfortunate, but they still have hope that maybe Eknath Shinde might come back.
Absolutely. As far as Congress is concerned, one thing that we realized when we spoke with Prithviraj Chauhan as well as several other leaders who are right now having that particular meeting is that they would like to distance themselves from the fact that Eknath Shinde, took several of the MLAs and went to Surat. So that is something they've completely distanced themselves from. They keep, the Congress leaders are time and again reiterating that this has got to do with another party, but the fact remains that Congress is part of Maha Vikas Aghadi government, which is something that I kept pointing at Prithviraj Chauhan as well when he kept saying that this is internal matter of another party, we cannot talk much about it, let's just hope that he comes back. However, the fact remains that they are within Maha Vikas Aghadi government, and if Eknath Shinde gets those numbers and if he joins the BJP and so on and so forth, then it is the entire Maha Vikas Aghadi government that will topple. That is something that we kept asking Prithviraj Chauhan, and he kept on saying that there is a strategic meeting that's going to be held currently in which the MLC polls debacle is something that will be discussed in detail. Why one of their Congress candidates really lost in that particular election, that will be part of discussion. But nowhere did he mention much about Eknath Shinde's move, the action by the Sena and so on and so forth. So it had been obviously focused around the MLC poll loss, and that is what will be part of the discussion, is something that Prithviraj Chauhan kept saying, and also went on to of course say that BJP is responsible for this. That is something that is a universal statement coming from be it the Sena, NCP or the Congress, that the BJP is responsible for whatever is happening within MVA, and they are trying to woo some of their MLAs, they are trying to fracture this government and so on and so forth. So that is something that was reiterated by Congress leader Prithviraj Chauhan as well. But as of now, Congress sort of distancing themselves from what happened as far as the MLAs who went to Surat is concerned, but at the same time wanting to have a strategy meeting in a huddle to sort of preserve what is MVA currently.
All right, stay with us, Radhika. Let me also now go back to Madhav once again, who continues to join us live from outside Sharad Pawar's residence. And Madhav, if we talk about the numbers once again, BJP now needs 40 MLAs to really form a government there, and at the same time we have about 35 MLAs who are stationed in Surat. This looks like an ideal scenario for the BJP, but we will still have to wait and see what Eknath Shinde will say in that press briefing. And even BJP at this point is keeping their cards very close to their chest.
Well, 31 is the number that we're told that is required by, in fact, Mr. Shinde as well as the BJP to bring down this government. And what we understand is that the total number of MLAs are around 25. So they're about 6 short of the total number that they require to actually bring down the MVA government. This is what is being told to us by top sources. Now, will that actually happen now that those MLAs are in Surat and their strategy is out in the open? Because what is very clearly...
एकनाथ शिंदे आमदारांना घेऊन गुजरातला निघून गेलेत. आपण स्वतः मुख्यमंत्री झाले. अरे थांब रे, आपण स्वतः मुख्यमंत्री झालाय. आपल्याला काय वाटतं राज्यातील परिस्थिती कशी आहे?
शिवसेनेच्या नेत्यांचं काय चाललंय मला नका विचारू तुम्ही. आम्ही आमच्या पक्षात काय चाललंय त्याची चर्चा करण्याकरता आम्ही इथे सगळे जमलेलो आहोत. जो प्रकार घडला अत्यंत दुर्दैवी घडला.
Leaders to help to understand what's the current scenario like.
दुसरी सीट आमची अवघड होती आम्हाला माहिती होतं, पण आम्हाला शेवटी विजयाची खात्री होती. पण काहीतरी घडलेलं आहे, आता त्याचं विश्लेषण आम्ही करणार आहे. आता या बाबतीत एकदम लगेच सांगणं काही बरोबर नाही. पण मी फक्त
I will not comment on what is happening with any other party, but we will discuss it in the right place if it is needed. This is not something to be discussed in public.
यावर मी काही भाष्य करणार नाही.
बाबा, हे सरकार स्थापन करताना आपण पण भूमिका बजावली होती. आपण आता बघतो आहे की शिवसेनेमध्ये एक मोठं बंड झालं आहे. कुठेतरी ह्याचा स्थैर्यावर परिणाम होईल का?
शिवसेनेमध्ये काय चाललंय मला काही कल्पना नाही. मी फक्त मीडियाच्या बातम्या पाहतोय.
I'm not aware of what is exactly happening within the Shiv Sena, and we are also closely tracking the developments coming in the media.
जो काही घडला प्रकार ते कशामुळे घडला, काय घडला, आमच्या कुठं स्ट्रॅटेजीच्या चुका झाल्या का, हे आम्हाला तपासायचं आहे. ती मीटिंग झाल्यानंतर आम्हाला थोडं कळेल, नंतर काही त्यावर बोलता येईल.
In the meeting we will certainly discuss what has been the lapses in our strategy and what mistakes we have made.
पण त्याबद्दल मी काही बोलणार नाही. महाविकास आघाडीला काही धोका आहे असं मला काही वाटत नाही. आम्हाला फक्त आता आमच्या पक्षातली आणि जर इतर पक्षातली काही
I don't think there is any threat to the MVA at this point, but we will only discuss our viewpoint as far as Congress is concerned.
कुठं आपसात बदल झाला का किंवा बाहेरच्या इतर पक्षांना विशेषतः भाजपला आमची काही मतं गेली का याबद्दल आम्हाला गंभीर चर्चा करावी लागेल.
We will also discuss about the BJP and what really worked for them as far as the MLC polls are concerned.
देखिए, ये बहुत चिंता का विषय है कि हमारे एक दलित नेता, एक कार्यकर्ता जिन्हें कांग्रेस पार्टी ने, आला कमान ने बहुत आग्रहपूर्ण प्रथम स्तर पर जो दिया था वोट, हमें उम्मीद थी कि उनको कोई खतरा नहीं था, कि उनको काफ़ी शायद जो हम जानते हैं, मुझे पता नहीं क्या रणनीति तय की गई थी, लेकिन हम जानते हैं कि काफ़ी सारी फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस की वोट उन्हें दी गई थी, लेकिन फिर भी हमने देखा कि उनको बहुत कम वोट मिले हैं. तो ये बहुत चिंता का विषय है और इससे बहुत गलत मैसेज जाता है. लेकिन हम अवश्य उस पर क्या कार्रवाई होगी या मीटिंग में अभी हम तय करेंगे. इसीलिए कांग्रेस विधायक दल की अभी बैठक, तुरंत बैठक बुलाई है. अभी थोड़ी देर में हम इस सारी चीजों पे बात करेंगे.
एकनाथ शिंदे ने जिस प्रकार से नॉट रीचेबल हुए हैं, उनके साथ तकरीबन 17 से भी अधिक एमएलए जो है शिवसेना के, वो नॉट रीचेबल है. इस सिचुएशन को महाविकास आघाड़ी के एक पार्टी के रूप में आप कैसे देखते हैं? ये टर्मोइल आप कैसे देखते हैं?
देखिए, मैं किसी और दल में क्या हो रहा है उसके बारे में मैं टिप्पणी नहीं करूंगा. जी हाँ, लेकिन ये महाविकास आघाड़ी के सही जगह पे हम इसकी चर्चा करेंगे अगर आवश्यकता होगी तो. ये कोई पब्लिक में बात करने की बात नहीं है.
आपको नहीं लगता सरकार अल्पमत में जाती हुई दिखाई दे रही है?
देखिए, कल ही वोट
सेना टूटी तो कहीं ना कहीं आपकी सरकार गिर जाएगी.
ये अगर मगर की बात नहीं, कल ही वोटिंग हुआ है, हमारी अक्सरियत जो हमने साबित की है, लेकिन अक्सरियत कम हुई है, हमारी मेजॉरिटी कम हुई है, इसको एक चिंता का विषय है.
काँग्रेसचा पराभव कुठेतरी गटातटाच्या राजकारणामुळे झाला.
तर काय झालं ते आम्ही आता त्याची चर्चा करण्याकरता आम्ही जमलेलो आहोत. आम्ही बघणार आहे. पण
Alright, so that is Prithviraj Chauhan once again giving a lowdown of the possible meeting that will be underway shortly from now as far as the Congress party is concerned. Once again going across to Pranesh now joining us on this broadcast with the numbers. Yes, Pranesh, over to you.
Let's quickly simplify the math for our viewers. The Uddhav Sarkar, as we speak, is on edge. And the reason they are on edge, because they don't have the numbers, and the reason they don't have the numbers is because top Sena leader Eknath Shinde, a Thackeray family loyalist, is camping in Surat with Shiv Sena MLAs. Now here as things stand, here are the numbers. What is the Sena strength? The Sena strength as we speak was 55, but right now it is 29. 29 is where the number stands for the Shiv Sena camp. Sena MLAs who are currently in Surat in touch with BJP, this is 26. 29, 26, the next number is the NDA present strength in the Maharashtra Assembly. This number is 113. The next number is the most important one, which is the majority mark. This is the magic number. This is 145. So if you do the math, which is 113 plus 26 comes to 139. Here it is NDA plus rebels. This is now 139 and this is the magic number. So they are 6 short. But there is a caveat. Now of the 26 who are in the Surat hotel, sources tell us that as many as 4 to 5 are independents, they are not Sena MLAs. The BJP has opened a line with the 26 who are camping in Surat. They are banking on Sena rebel MLAs as also the independents to support them. As we speak, Devendra Fadnavis, the man in charge of the BJP strategy, has just touched down in Delhi. He will be holding a high-level meeting with the BJP leaders. Amit Shah is already at the JP Nadda's residence, and this number will become clearer as we progress. We were also told that Eknath Shinde will be holding a press conference, and now reports suggest, and some people who are in touch with rebels in the Surat hotel are telling Times Now that 3 ministers of the current Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi are in touch with Eknath Shinde. But we are not adding that. Just to quickly recap the numbers once again, the Uddhav Sarkar is on edge. Sena strength right now is 29. As many as 26 are in touch with the BJP, set to rebel. The NDA present strength in the Maharashtra Assembly is 113. NDA plus rebels, if you do the math, comes to 139, and 139 plus 6 takes you to the magic number, which is the halfway mark, 145. Richa.
Absolutely, and that's the magic number that the BJP is looking at. Meanwhile, even as we are closely tracking those developments, we'll also play out some more reactions coming in. First up, of Jyotiraditya Scindia, the union minister, who has now responded first here on Times Now. He has now, in fact, slammed the Shiv Sena as well as the MVA in the state. That's the first reaction coming in from him. Listen in.
विश्वास अनुभव महाराष्ट्र के साथ रहा है। शुरुआत से ही ये गठबंधन जो बनी अघाड़ी की, ये अपने आप में ही विचलित हो चुकी है। ना सिद्धांत है, ना विचारधारा है, न सोच है, न आगे की कार्यशैली है। ये केवल सत्ता और कुर्सी पकड़ने की चिंता और भूख के आधार पर यह अघाड़ी बनी और इसलिए वो दरार जिसका संदर्भ अभी बवैया जी ने भी अपने वक्तव्य में दिया, वो दरार आज की दरार नहीं है। वो दरार जिस दिन से ये अघाड़ी बनी है, तब से ये दरार उस दिन से स्थापित हो चुकी है। और जो बौखलाहट राज्यसभा चुनाव के बाद और अब विधान परिषद के चुनाव के बाद जिसका संदर्भ पवैया जी ने दिया, तो खलबली मच चुकी है। ना ये स्थिर है, ना वो स्थिर है, ना तीसरा दल स्थिर है। आपस में जब ना तालमेल है, ना एक विचारधारा है, ना एक सिद्धांत है, ना आपस में एक साथ चलते जनता का विकास करने की एक चिंता है, तो ये स्थिति जरूर उत्पन्न होगी। हमारी सोच और विचारधारा है केंद्र में स्थिर सरकार, प्रदेश में स्थिर सरकार। हम एक स्थिर भारत के पक्ष में हैं, एक स्थिर राज्य के पक्ष में। ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सिद्धांत से दे रही है, ये हमारे पूर्वजों की सिद्धांत से दे रही है। अब वो संभाले।
Alright, we have some more breaking news coming in as far as the rebel group is concerned, and that's the big update as to how they will now in a way want that the Shiv Sena leaves the Aghadi alliance in the state. That's the big breaking update coming in, and Samia now joins us live on this broadcast for more on this. So Samia, we have the rebel groups contemplating to checkmate Sena. Sources also say that they would want Sena to return to their Hindutva roots.
Absolutely, and this is primarily the sentiment amongst the MLAs who have gone with the splinter faction of Shiv Sena. They have been making the discontent very, very evident, and they are saying the only way they can perhaps put Shiv Sena in a catch-22 situation is by trying to checkmate them, is trying to say that they do not agree to continue with the Congress party and the NCP in the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. They cannot put up with this sense of pseudo facade is what they are saying, as that they want Shiv Sena to return to its Hindutva route, and they will have no objection whatsoever if the Shiv Sena decides to stitch an alliance with the BJP. If Sena so decides to forge an alliance with the BJP and form the government in Maharashtra, the rebel group, the splinter group will return. That is what we are getting to our viewers right now at this point in time, is that they are set to hold a press conference. In the press conference, they are going to be putting Shiv Sena in a catch-22 situation. This is what is primarily the sentiment, that they would want Shiv Sena to ally with the BJP. That's the natural ally partner is the BJP, and they would not want to continue in Maha Vikas Aghadi government with the Congress and the NCP. Now, the teething issues within the Maha Vikas Aghadi government has been very clear. The Congress party was reluctant to form an alliance with Shiv Sena. Principally, they have been at opposing political standpoint all through the political life. Having said that, it was the need of the hour at that point in time where we saw several senior Congress leaders. That time Eknath Patel was alive, along with Mallikarjun Kharge and Jairam Ramesh. They all went to Maharashtra to carry out several meetings with Sharad Pawar, with Uddhav Thackeray, to ensure that the BJP should be kept out in Maharashtra at all costs, and that's how Maha Vikas Aghadi government was formed in Maharashtra. Now, of course, that entire sentiment is very different now. That entire goal has shifted now, and the MLAs who have been disgruntled and discontent all this while are now trying to come out and expose the teething issues
even Union Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia was talking about, Samia. And coming back once again to the numbers, if we have been taking our viewers through the same as to how Shiv Sena now after the revolt comes down to 29. The Sena rebel MLAs who are now stationed in the Surat hotel is at 26, and NDA right now is at 113. This means that they want about 145 to reach the majority mark, and if we take the total count between NDA and the Sena rebels, that comes down to 139. That is 6 short of that magic number of 145, Samia.
Absolutely, it is going to boil down to the number games, but while they claim that the numbers may not be sufficient for them to bring down the government, but it is going to be enough to try and inspire more MLAs to try and switch sides, because the cross voting has clearly exposed how the MLAs have ditched their own individual political parties and have cross voted. The fact that they decided to band together and go ahead with Eknath Shinde also goes on to show how they have no faith in their own leadership, in their own government in Maha Vikas Aghadi is concerned, whether at all the BJP is going to milk the situation and use this to try and create a situation where Uddhav Thackeray will have no other choice but lean towards the BJP. That remains to be seen, because remember, we did see how in the capital over here, Amit Shah and JP Nadda were in a meeting. We cannot rule out what was discussed, given the fact that Maharashtra is an important state and such a crisis is brewing. We cannot really rule out the fact that the senior leaders discuss this entire issue as well. There have been meetings taking place over here, Sharad Pawar's residence as well. There are meetings taking place in Mumbai. So clearly no political aspect can be ruled out at this juncture. The permutation combination as far as the number games are concerned.
And that's the big question. We will have to wait once Eknath Shinde holds that crucial meeting. Going back to Madhav. So Madhav, that's the big update coming in first up of Jyotiraditya Scindia, who has now once again hit out at Shiv Sena as well as the MVA government, saying that they have no principles as well as ideology, and there have been cracks within the MBA from the very beginning, which has only come out in the open now.
Well, absolutely, and the meetings only continue over here at the residence of Sharad Pawar. In fact, just to give you a quick update, Praful Patel just entered his residence a few minutes ago, and in fact, Sudhindra Kulkarni just left as well. He has been here right since this morning and is very clearly advising Sharad Pawar as far as the presidential polls are concerned. But yes, as you rightly put it, Jyotiraditya Scindia, somebody who was very much within the Congress fold, and of course, someone who was instrumental or the architect really of the Congress party, and a section of it, significant section of it, breaking away, which led to the fall of the Kamal Nath government and the re-establishment of the Shivraj Chauhan government there in the state of Madhya Pradesh. Now, a similar model being employed in the state of Maharashtra, where clearly, of course, the ideological differences between the Shiv Sena and the NCP Congress, an issue which for close to last 3 years, the alliance there, the alliance government there has been trying to come to terms with, has been trying to tackle, but of course, it's been a very, very difficult balancing act to carry out. Now we are told that this is going to be, as Samia has been reporting, one of the key issues as far as the alliance itself is concerned, and of course one of the issues which even the breakaway faction could put pressure on the Shiv Sena to actually have a rethink over. Will this strategy work? Will it not work? Will the Sena leadership, which of course would be very, very conscious of its own image, would it allow itself to be pressured in this manner by a section of its leadership? Although Eknath Shinde is one of the tallest leaders after, in fact, the Thackerays within the Sena fold itself, is of course a very big question. But be that as it may, what really is the strategy from here on? Will they have those numbers beyond 30 to actually bring down the government, and will they be willing to pull out that threat or carry out the threat that they have of pulling down the MVA government? These are some very, very important and pertinent questions at this point of time, given the kind of situation that exists. But yes, all eyes are on Eknath Shinde himself and that press conference that we were expecting to take place in Surat. Will it go on as per schedule, and what is the strategy that Shinde would reveal at that particular press conference? That's what we have to watch out for.
All right, stay with us, Madhav. We'll play out some more reactions coming in as far as the MVA is concerned, where all the parties in concern are somewhere shocked of what has been transpiring since early this morning and even yet since yesterday, and how they have been trying to in a way manage the situation, but we'll have to wait and see what Eknath Shinde says.
BJP has used tremendous money power, as was evident yesterday. They bought a lot of votes. They were threatening to buy a lot of votes, and they did succeed in buying a lot of votes. I mean, if BJP wants to work the money politics only, Sam, Dam, Danda, Bhed, then I think people of Maharashtra will have to seriously consider the future of democracy in India.
After the MLC poll results, you also said that this should be looked after and looked upon very seriously. How does it look for the Maharashtra government now?
As regards cross-voting of any party is concerned, we should introspect and see how the things can be appropriately settled.
Sir, the Member of Parliament from MVA, Sanjay Raut, also stated that there is a conspiracy to topple the Thackeray government.
See, BJP is making these type of efforts in every state wherever Congress is ruling or oppositions are ruling. It is they who engineered Operation Kamala, and they don't believe in democracy. This type of activities they are fully involved, and now people have started understanding that. I don't think they will dare to do again the same wrong, same bad tactics in Maharashtra.
All right, we have some more breaking news coming in. Inside details first on Times Now. The latest that we're picking up is that the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Uddhav Thackeray, is now in a huddle post what he has been witnessing. The Sena is certainly in a state of shock over its MLAs. And we are also expecting that crucial meeting that is all set to be underway shortly from now. He is meeting all the top Sena leaders because remember, Eknath Shinde has been the go-to person for the Shiv Sena, senior leader as well as a party functionary for several years now. And Arunil joins us on this broadcast. Yes, Arunil, what more are you picking up about this meeting?
Well, the Shiv Sena High Command, that is the Uddhav Thackeray camp, CM Uddhav Thackeray camp, is clearly in a huddle now, meeting being held at the official residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Several close confidants of CM Uddhav Thackeray, that includes Sanjay Rao, that includes Arvind Sawant, several other MPs of the party, MLAs of the party have reached over there. All the MLAs, those MLAs who are not with the Eknath Shinde camp, they have been asked to come at Varsha residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray to ensure that they also don't go towards the other side. They also don't break away from the party. We understand that till now there are around 22 MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde in Surat. These are Shiv Sena MLAs. There are some independents also. They may be there with Eknath Shinde. BJP basically is hoping to reach the magic number of 144 or 145 because two of the NCP MLAs are in jail. One Shiv Sena MLA has passed away. BJP is hoping that they will reach it on the banking on Eknath Shinde's Shiv Sena MLAs and some 20 odd independents or MLAs from the smaller parties. Now, whether they will be successful, considering Devendra Fadnavis has gone to Delhi and he's meeting the party high command, it seems to be morale boosting for the BJP at least till now. However, Sanjay Raut had also cautioned, saying Devendra Fadnavis had tried it with Ajit Pawar earlier. He had failed miserably. There was an embarrassment for the BJP and Devendra Fadnavis because in 3 days only their government had collapsed. Now he's trying it with Eknath Shinde. The Shiv Sena is hoping that Eknath Shinde, a Sena loyalist, will return back. However, what Eknath Shinde says today in his press conference, that will be extremely paramount with to gauge.
And everybody is keeping a watch on that, Arunil. Let's stay with us. Let me also now go back to Samya, who's also getting us the inside details. So, Samya, the latest that we are picking up is that Uddhav Thackeray is now in a huddle. He is also all set to meet senior Sena leaders over the situation that is now transpiring. But take our viewers through that information that we have gathered as far as the rebel MLAs are concerned, who now want that the Shiv Sena goes back to its Hindutva roots.
Well, it's now all going to be a matter of number games and strategy and counter strategies on the part of Shiv Sena. Which side will Shiv Sena swing? Will it adhere to the demand of the rebel MLAs to keep its numbers intact, or will it try and ensure that they have a principled standing with an alliance with the NCP and the Congress party and keep his word of not swinging back to the BJP? It's a lot of decisions that needs to be made, crucial ones on the part of the Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray, and perhaps that's the reason why he's also holding yet another meeting. But what I can tell you through my sources is that this is going to be primarily the mood and the tone and tenor of the press conference that is set to take place from the splinter rebel group of the Shiv Sena, where they are going to put Shiv Sena in a position of quandary, where it's for them to decide whether they want the MLAs to come back. If they want the MLAs to come back, then they would want them to ally with the BJP, as they have made it amply clear that being in an alliance with the NCP and the Congress party is not acceptable to them, that they cannot be putting up with this facade of sorts, and it's going to be better for Shiv
Shiv Sena's own future prospects to return to its Hindutva route. Now, these are very, very important information that I'm putting out over here, because it almost requires the Shiv Sena to remodel its politics around Hindutva and ally with the BJP. Because if the numbers are something that we could go by, if 35 MLAs are there with Eknath Shinde, that is a sizable number that the Shiv Sena cannot really ignore or overlook. Thus, Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will have to take a crucial decision whether at all he is going to bring them back to the party fold, or will they comply with his demands, or does he will be able to keep a face that he has to with Sharad Pawar and the Congress's leadership as well. So a lot of answering and a lot of decision making on the part of Uddhav Thackeray at this juncture, because clearly all is not well in Maha Vikas Aghadi government. And here at times now, time and again, we have reported about how the fissures are exposed, how there have been teething issues, how there are leaders who are disgruntled, who have spoken out of turn against the leadership, and a lot has been done to keep those voices quelled. But now at this juncture, it appears that the leaders have called it a day and they have decided to band together, go with Eknath Shinde, and it's a huge loss of face for all those leaders of the Maha Vikas Aghadi government who are saying all is well and सरकार को कोई खतरा नहीं है, सरकार सुरक्षित है, numbers हमारे पास में है. Whoever is saying this will have to do a lot of rethinking, because if they do not manage to get the MLAs back to the party fold, then how will this government survive? That is the larger question, because BJP will try and milk this opportunity and use it to its benefit to topple the Maha Vikas Aghadi government and forge an alliance with the remaining MLAs and perhaps form the government. So a lot that needs to be decided on the part of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra at this juncture. He can hold meetings, of course, but he also have to keep his ally partners placated. So which side will he lean towards? Back to you.
Samya, now this is also an important update that if sources are to be believed, the Sena rebels have set the term. They say that we are ready to get back to the Sena provided they join hands with the BJP. Let's cut across live to NSA Ajit Doval. He is speaking currently. Listen to it.
Sit-down interview as such on a question-answer session. So there are many questions that I have, but I understand there's a time constraint. And so I will get straight to the point on the Agnipath scheme. Was there any need to tinker with a scheme which has been working with a process of recruitment and a system of hierarchy which has been in place for so long?
Well, thank you very much for this interview. I'm grateful to you, and it's a very contemporary subject which is needs to be deliberated and discussed. I'll tell you, firstly, we must understand security is a very dynamic concept. It cannot remain static. Security is only in relation to the environment in which we have to protect our national interests and in which we have to protect all our national assets. In this context, if we see, the whole world is undergoing a great change. The wars are changing their complexion. Increasingly, we are going towards a contactless war. We are also going towards a war against the invisible enemy. Technology is taking over at a very rapid speed. So what was good for yesterday is not necessarily good for tomorrow. जो हम कल कर रहे थे वही भविष्य में भी करते रहें तो हम सुरक्षित रहेंगे, ये संभव नहीं है. यदि हमें कल की तैयारी करनी है तो हमें परिवर्तित होना पड़ेगा. आवश्यक इसलिए था कि ये सारी के सारे जो एनवायरनमेंट है भारत के चारों तरफ सारे संसार के अंदर में वो बदल रहा है. दूसरा, इसको एक परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखने की जरूरत है. देयर इज अ नीड टू लुक एट इट इन ए पर्सपेक्टिव. ये अग्निपथ अपने में कोई योजना नहीं है. यह अग्निपथ अपने में कोई स्टैंड अलोन साइलो नहीं है. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब सत्ता में आए 2014 में, तो उनकी सबसे बड़ी प्राथमिकता, वन ऑफ हिज प्राइम प्रायोरिटी वाज हाउ टू मेक इंडिया सिक्योर एंड स्ट्रांग. And that required many avenues, that required many steps, multitude of them. Broadly speaking, they come under the four heads. It requires equipment, it requires change in systems and structures, it requires change in technology, it requires change in manpower, policies, and they have got to be futuristic. कल और भविष्य की तरफ देखते हुए हमारे को इन चारों क्षेत्रों में अपनी प्रगति करनी है. आपने देखा होगा, अगर आप पिछले 8 सालों के अंदर में देखें तो स्ट्रक्चरल एंड सिस्टमेटिक चेंजेस बहुत सारे हुए हैं। मान लिया जाए कि CDS का वो था, पिछले 22-25 साल से पड़ा हुआ था, ये डिमांड थी, ग्रुप ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स की रिकमेंडेशन थी, लेकिन राजनीतिक इच्छा शक्ति न होने के कारण ये इंप्लीमेंट नहीं हुई। हमारे यहाँ साइबर थ्रेट्स पैदा होने शुरू हो गए थे। डिफेंस साइबर एजेंसी का निर्माण एक स्ट्रक्चरल एंड सिस्टमिक चेंज था। डिफेंस स्पेस एजेंसी का आज से 5 साल 10 साल पुराने सैनिक इसकी कल्पना भी नहीं कर सकते थे कि आज हमारी डिफेंस एजेंसी की अपनी स्पेस की एक इंडिपेंडेंट एजेंसी है, एक इंडिपेंडेंट वो है। इसी प्रकार से बहुत सारे जो सिस्टम्स एंड स्ट्रक्चर भी चेंज किए गए। दूसरा जो क्षेत्र था जो है इक्विपमेंट का। आज हम, आपने देखा होगा, सरकार ने अपनी सेना के लिए कितने नए तरह के वेपन्स, हमारे पास में जो असॉल्ट राइफल थी जिस पर हम डिपेंड कर रहे थे 7.62, वो शायद इतनी कारगर नहीं थी, अब उसको रिप्लेस किया जा रहा है भारत में बनी हुई AK-203 के साथ में। ये एक बहुत ही कामगार और दुनिया की वन ऑफ द बेस्ट असॉल्ट राइफल्स होगी। इसी प्रकार से अगर हम देखें, चाहे वो पनडुब्बियों के क्षेत्र में है, चाहे वो पर्सनल इक्विपमेंट ऑफ द सोल्जर है, चाहे वो एयरक्राफ्ट्स हैं, हमने लाइट कॉम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट का और अब एक 5th जनरेशन एयरक्राफ्ट एमका का हम निर्माण कर रहे हैं। तो इक्विपमेंट के क्षेत्र में एक बहुत प्रगति की जा रही है। और एक है टेक्नोलॉजी का फील्ड, जो सबसे ज्यादा कॉम्पिटिटिव फील्ड है। इसमें पैसा भी बहुत लगता है और बहुत कुशल वैज्ञानिकों की आवश्यकता होती है। वी नीड द टॉप साइंटिस्ट हु आर ग्लोबली कॉम्पिटिटिव एंड अदर्स। देखिए, इस सरकार के टाइम के ऊपर में अंतरिक्ष के अंदर में जो बड़े नए संकट आए, सारे का सारा वारफेयर जो है वो सैटेलाइट कंट्रोल होगा। आपका जो हवाई जहाज चलेगा या आपके जो रडार्स काम करेंगे वो सब सैटेलाइट कम्युनिकेशन एंड सैटेलाइट कंट्रोल होंगे।
पर सर, ये अग्निवीर जो है उनकी ट्रेनिंग सिर्फ 1 या 3 महीने की होगी। मतलब आर्मी चीफ ने कहा है दैट बाय दिसंबर रिक्रूटमेट हो जाएगी और मार्च तक डिप्लॉयमेंट हो जाएगी। ये कहां से आप उनको ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं रेडार या सबमरीन के लिए? how to run it, how will you train them इतनी जल्दी?
मैं आपको इस पॉइंट पर आता हूँ, ये बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट है, मैं आपको अभी बताता हूँ, बट आई जस्ट टेल यू बिफोर दैट लेट मी टेल यू दैट इज इन द फील्ड ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी वी हैव डन अ ग्रेट दिस थिंग। वी हैव गॉट लाइट कॉम्बैट एयरक्राफ्ट, वी हैव गॉट एमका, वी हैव गॉट सबमरीन दैट वी हैव मेड, वी हैव इन द न्यूक्लियर सबमरीन्स दैट वी हैव लॉन्च्ड, एंड वी आल्सो बिकेम a space power. We have hit the satellites, and the fourth pedestal of it is the manpower reorganization. Now, in the manpower reorganization, the point that you have raised was that is we must have a young, agile, fit, well-trained army.
Okay.
It is a contradiction. It's a paradox कि भारत का वो देश जिसकी सबसे यंग पॉपुलेशन है, उसकी एक ओल्डेस्ट आर्मी है। जहां पर 2030 के अंदर में 50% लोग 25 साल से कम उम्र के होंगे, उसी देश के अंदर में जो सेना की एवरेज एज है वो दुनिया के सबसे अधिक एजेड आर्मीज में से है। तो हमें उसको ठीक करना था। अब आपने प्रश्न किया कि यदि हमारे को अग्निवीर बनाते हैं या हम अग्निपथ के रास्ते पर चलते हैं तो किस प्रकार से हम उनकी ट्रेनिंग और उनको इक्विप कर पाएंगे इन नई चुनौतियों का, टू मीट द न्यू चैलेंजेस एंड द थ्रेट्स। विल दे बी कॉम्पिटेंट इनफ? नाउ लेट मी टेल यू वन थिंग। First point you must understand, Agniveer will never constitute the whole army. Agniveer केवल पहले 4 साल में रिक्रूटेड जवान होंगे। बाकी लोग जो होंगे जिनका की प्रोपोर्शन एक बहुत बड़ा होगा, वो अनुभवी होंगे, दे विल बी एक्सपीरियंस, दे विल बी ट्रेन्ड एंड अदर, एंड दीज अग्निवीर्स, दोज हु बिकम द रेगुलर्स इवेंचुअली विल गो थ्रू मोर इंटेंसिव ट्रेनिंग, विल एक्वायर द एक्सपीरियंस, विल बिकम मोर बैटल worthy and more experienced over the period of time. So Indian Army at any point of time will have a large number of people who, though recruited as Agniveer, but had been specially selected for their suitability, for their fitness, for their agility, for their motivation and for their aptitude for the job, and also did not have that sort of the personal problems by which they would like to leave the army and settle for something which is more stable and a personal life. So these persons will be well trained. So It is not only that the Indian Army will be having only this component. Yes, Indian Army will constitute at the level of the Jawans and the ORs who have been recruited through the process of Agniveer, specially selected, whose work, whose performance has been monitored and digitally monitored through various complex processes over a long period of time. Selection is one part. Even when you select people who are physically fit and others, it's a very small thing. But when you observe them over a longer period of time, we are able to see that what sort of material do we have which will make the ideal soldier for the future. Imagine the army of 15 years hence, in which all those who have been recruited have come through the special 4 years probation period and then gone and joined the army. See their technical skills, see their motivation, their physical fitness and others. They will all be the people who will probably the cream of the Indian Army.
Right. So my first question will be, I will go later into those who are not being amalgamated, but first about those who are going to be amalgamated into the service. There's already a system of your regiments and corps. Will it not demotivate somebody who has gone through the NDA, who's gone through the rigorous training process earlier, and then they'll see them as Johnny come latelys, abhi aaye hain, abhi fauj mein ghus gaye hain, and they're already getting the benefits that we were getting, but we had to put in so much more hard work. So will it cause a disruption, and will they be seen as lesser soldiers?
देखिए, सेना में जाने वाला हर रिक्रूट फ्रेश होता है, चाहे वो रेगुलर में जाए, चाहे वो अग्निवीर की तरह जाए, चाहे आज से 15 साल पहले जाता था, उसकी भी पहले 1 महीने की सर्विस होती है, फिर 6 महीने की होती है, फिर 1 साल की होती है। वो शुरू नहीं होता 15 साल की या 12 साल की सर्विस के साथ में। एक बात, जहां तक रेजिमेंट्स का सवाल है, इसमें 2 बातें समझनी चाहिए। ये जो रेजिमेंट्स का कंसेप्ट है, इसको कोई टिंकर नहीं कर रहा है। अगर रेजिमेंट्स हैं तो आर्टिलरी की रेजिमेंट्स रहेंगी, आर्मर्ड कोर की रेजिमेंट्स रहेंगी, इलेक्ट्रिकल मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर्स हैं या इंजीनियर्स हैं या बाकी सारे हैं। ये जो रेजिमेंटल कभी कभी इन्फेंट्री की कुछ यूनिट्स के अंदर में बारे में लोगों को भ्रम है। पहली बात तो अब कोई कास्ट बेस्ड रेजिमेंट्स बहुत कम बची हैं, सिर्फ 2 या 3 हैं जो कि अभी भी प्योर उसी एरिया के क्षेत्रों को करते हैं। और ये एक कॉलोनियल लेगेसी है। अंग्रेज ये चाहते थे कि कोई भी चीज पैन इंडिया ना हो, और वो ये चाहते थे कि उनको किसी न किसी वर्ग में बांटा जाए और उस वर्ग या क्षेत्र के प्रतिनिधि के रूप में जाए। उनका कोई नेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव नहीं है, क्योंकि इससे उनके अपने कॉलोनियल एम्पायर को एक खतरा था। देखिए, मैं आपको बताता हूं, इसी इंडियन आर्मी को फर्स्ट टाइम ये नेशनल आर्मी के रूप में कब आई? आजाद हिंद फौज की तरीके से, व्हेन इट बिकेम द इंडियन नेशनल आर्मी। क्या था उसका? 60,000 की फौज थी। कोई रेजिमेंट थी इनकी? थी रेजिमेंट। इनकी रेजिमेंट थी रानी झांसी रेजिमेंट, इनकी रेजिमेंट थी महात्मा गांधी रेजिमेंट,
नॉट एन अहीर और राजपूत और
ये नहीं थी। और कितना सैक्रिफाइस किया इन्होंने? 60,000 में से 40,000 मारे गए। इतना एट्रिशन हुआ था। दुनिया के अंदर में किसी लड़ाई के अंदर में इतना एट्रिशन एंड कैजुअलिटीज नहीं हुई है जितनी इंडियन नेशनल आर्मी ने इम्फाल, कोहिमा के और सिंगापुर के बैटल्स के अंदर में गंवाए हैं। वो किसके लिए लड़ रहे थे? उनमें रेजिमेंटल प्राइड नहीं था क्या? उनके लिए वो नहीं था, वो भारत के लिए लड़ रहे थे। They were the soldiers of India. They called themselves the Indian National Army.
But so do the regiments here, right?
That's
now.
right. So they will continue.
Okay.
That's what I'm telling you. They will have the nomenclature. There will be the regiment of this. Who has? I do not know how this concept has come that anybody is tinkering with the regimental pride or the regimental ethos. उसका अपना ट्रेडिशन होगा। अगर कोई एक बटालियन है, उसकी अपनी एक वैलर है, उसकी अपनी हिस्ट्री है, तो वो हमेशा बरकरार रहेगा और उसमें बढ़ोतरी होती जाएगी। अब इसका और हुआ ये है कि हमने ये कहा कि एक ऑल इंडिया कॉम्प्लेक्शन होगा इंडियन आर्मी का। इसको लोगों ने कहा कि रेजिमेंटल सिस्टम खत्म हो गया। रेजिमेंटल सिस्टम खत्म नहीं हुआ। इन्फेंट्री रहेगी, आर्टिलरी रहेगी, आर्मर्ड कोर रहेगा, सिग्नल्स रहेंगे। इन्फेंट्री के अंदर में भी ग्रेनेडियर्स हैं, गार्ड्स हैं, रेजिमेंट ऑफ गार्ड्स है। रेजिमेंट ऑफ गार्ड्स में किसका जाति के लोग हैं? कितना स्प्लेंडेड वो है उनका। ग्रेनेडियर्स है, उसमें किस जाति के, धर्म के, क्षेत्र के लोग हैं। हमारे जो परमवीर चक्र जो है, जब उनको मिला तो ये ग्रेनेडियर्स ने जितने ऑनर्स एंड बैटल ऑनर्स उन्होंने लिए हैं, तो ये सिर्फ हम ये चाहते हैं कि भारत के हर नागरिक, हर यूथ, हर युवा, एवरी यूथ ऑफ दिस कंट्री हु हैज गॉट अ डिजायर एंड अ मोटिवेशन and feels a sense of commitment to defend the country, he gets an opportunity. His youth, his energy, his talent is poured towards making this country strong and impregnably defendable.
What happens after those 4 years are over and they don't find space in the services? And they don't find space in the paramilitary, because the reason I'm asking is कुछ लूज कमेंट्स आए हैं कि वो प्लम्बर, इलेक्ट्रिशियन बन सकते हैं, सिक्योरिटी गार्ड बन सकते हैं, तो फ्यूचर को लेके थोड़ा बहुत एप्रीहेंशन कर लीजिए या डर है लोगों में कि how will they be better off after the 4 years? Will they have a skill set which is market friendly, which they can get jobs?
I think this is one of the biggest misunderstanding that has been created either deliberately or by lack of full knowledge and understanding of this thing. We are talking about a young man who is 22 or 23 years old, has done 4 years of service and now is in the market. Compare him with any other 21, 22 years old man who has not become Agniveer. This person has become disciplined. He has got the capability to work in a team. He has learned skills. He has developed the confidence, and he is trainable. His mind and his vision, he has got an all-India perspective. So he is much more equipped to face the society. On top of it, he has been given a qualification that will be +2. That makes him comparable with any other persons in his age group to which the others are joining. So there is no avenue that has been debarred or closed for him. इसके लिए वो सारे रास्ते खुले हैं. उसके बाद उसके पास में 11 लाख रुपए के लगभग पैसा भी है, जिससे वो कोई नया कोर्स कर सकता है, आगे की पढ़ाई कर सकता है, यूनिवर्सिटी में जाना चाहे तो यूनिवर्सिटी की पढ़ाई कर सकता है. उनमें से कोई अगर टेक्निकल स्किल्स ज्वाइन करना चाहे तो पॉलिटेक्निक्स और उसको ज्वाइन कर सकता है. आजकल एवरेज एज सेटलमेंट की अपने करियर में 24-25 साल 26 साल होती है. देखिए, आज हम उस जमाने में हमारे एज स्पैन के साथ में 1 लाइफ 2 कैरियर्स की बात करते हैं. अब तो लोग 1 लाइफ 3 कैरियर्स की बात करते हैं. कंपेयर करें, यही आदमी अगर 15 साल के बाद जाता तो 32, 33, 34 साल का होता. इस वक्त में अब उसको कोई ना ट्रेनेबल है, उसकी जितनी भी नहीं है कि वो घर में बैठ जाए, क्योंकि अभी उसकी शादी हुई 3-4 साल हुए हैं. अभी उसके पास एक छोटा बच्चा है जिसको पढ़ाना भी है. कोई लड़की होगी तो वही 15-20 साल के बाद शादी के लायक होगी. उसके पास में जिम्मेदारियां ही जिम्मेदारियां हैं. पहले का जमाना फर्क था. ये जो सोल्जर था वो गांव से आता था और गांव वापस चला जाता था. गांव में रहने के लिए उसके पास थोड़ी जमीन होती थी और पेंशन पे गुजारा हो जाता था. आज पेंशन पर उसका गुजारा नहीं हो सकता, तो उसको सेकंड कैरियर की आवश्यकता होती है. 34 साल के बाद में इसका 40 साल का जीवन अभी और बचा हुआ है. इस 40 साल के जीवन में ना उसको हम नई ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं, ना उसको कहीं पर अगर अब जॉब करें तो वो एक नए कैरियर की नई शुरुआत, नई जोश के साथ में उसको आगे बढ़ा सकता है. तो इसलिए इसको ये रखा गया है कि अगर वो 4 साल के बाद में आते हैं तो उनकी ट्रेनिंग, उनका डिसिप्लिन, उनका बैकग्राउंड, उनका आर्मी का कैरियर उनको समाज में एक ऊंचा स्तर देता है. उसके बाद उनके पास एजुकेशन भी है, और ये टॉप ऑफ इट है कि सरकार ने कहा कि 10% CPMF में होंगे. डिफेंस फोर्सेस के अंदर में, जो डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ डिफेंस के अंदर में कोस्ट गार्ड है, बाकी चीज़ें हैं जो कि उनके उसमें अंदर में आती हैं, डिफेंस सर्विस कोर है, वो उसके अंदर में, और काफ़ी मिनिस्ट्री ने कहा है. अब देखिए, ये 10% अग्निवीर का नहीं है, ये 10% उनके यहाँ भर्ती होने वाले लोगों की हैं. तो अगर फर्ज कर लीजिए कि CPMF की भर्ती 40,000 या 50,000 की है तो उसमें 5,000 जाएंगे. ओके. या 10% अगर जो उनके 3,000 या 4,000 लोग या 5,000 लोग जो है वो उनके जो उसका 10% नहीं होगा. ये इन नहीं. अब भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है. भारत की प्रगति हो रही है। पहला आदमी अग्निवीर जब रिटायर होगा तो आज 5 साल के बाद में होगा, उस होगा तो भारत की इकोनॉमी 5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी होगी। प्राइवेट सेक्टर एक नई गति और नई दिशा के साथ में आगे बढ़ेगा। डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रीज जिस तरह से बढ़ रही हैं, बहुत सारे ऐसे काम होंगे। डिफेंस पब्लिक सेक्टर में टेक्निक्स के अंदर में जिस प्रकार से विस्तार हो रहा है, कंट्री के अंदर में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ रहा है, उनको लोगों को ये लोग चाहिए जो डिसिप्लिन हो, ट्रेनेबल हो और जिनके पास में उम्र हो। इनका सबसे बड़ा एसेट है इनकी उम्र, कि ये अभी भी यंग है। इस उम्र में कई लोग अभी बेगर जाए पॉलिटेक्निक के अंदर में लोग भर्ती होने के लिए जाते हैं, तो उनमें से कई लोग 21, 23 साल के होते हैं, 2 साल 3 साल का कोर्स करते हैं, उसके बाद वो अपने लिए एक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जाए। कोई कंप्यूटर का कोर्स करते हैं, 2 साल का कंप्यूटर का कोर्स करें। इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी के फील्ड में इतने वो हैं, तो इनके लिए स्थान ज्यादा होंगे, इनका भविष्य टोटली सुरक्षित है और इनको किसी प्रकार की चिंता करने की बात नहीं है, क्योंकि इनके पास में 22 साल की उम्र है, इनके पास में 4 साल देश की सेवा करने का एक सर्टिफिकेट है, इनके पास में एजुकेशनल क्वालिफिकेशन की एक वो है, और उसके अलावा इनके पास में एक ऐसी धनराशि भी है जिससे इसको इन्वेस्ट कर सकते हैं। और अभी इनकी इनकम्बेंसीज नहीं है, अभी इनके परिवार नहीं है। जो ट्रेनिंग के लिए चाहे तो कोई मद्रास जाना चाहता है, कोई कश्मीर जाना चाहता है, कहीं भी जा सकता है, वो मोबाइल है। जब वो 34 साल की उम्र में आप उसको भेजते हैं, उसके साथ सबसे बड़ा अन्याय है, क्योंकि ना तो वो घर बैठ सकता है, ना लोग ऐसी जगह पे जाते वो अपने क्षेत्र से बाहर भी नहीं जा सकता।
I get that about कि जब वो बाहर निकलते हैं। Now the thing is that आप खुद गांव से हैं सर, you are a son of an army person, you have worn the military uniform, the police uniform, you've been awarded the Kirti Chakra, military honor for a policeman. You understand that when you go back to the village, the respect that a uniform gets. Now many in the villages are saying कि ये 4 साल के छोकरे बाहर निकल के आएंगे, they will not be given the same respect, that Vardi will not have the same honor, the respect that it had, because it doesn't carry with it the weight of national service over decades.
मेरे ख्याल से ये भी पूरा भ्रम है। गांव के अंदर में अभी भी इनकी उतनी प्रतिष्ठा और इज्जत और सम्मान होगा, गांव में नहीं गांव के बाहर भी। ये देश की एक बड़ी भारी निधि होंगे। ये इतने हजारों की संख्या में जो ये बच्चे होंगे, जब ये ओवर द इयर्स समाज के भिन्न भिन्न भागों में जाएंगे, व्हेन दे विल गो एंड मैन पोजीशंस इन डिफरेंट वॉक्स ऑफ लाइफ, दे विल ब्रिंग विद देम द वर्क कल्चर, द इथोस, the values which they have imbibed in army. Army has sent them in as a totally transformed persons. So they will be the great harbingers of the change. वो परिवर्तन को एक नई दिशा देंगे। और ये जो लोगों को भ्रम है कि इनका सम्मान और इनका वो नहीं होगा, ये बिल्कुल गलत है। मेरे ख्याल से अग्निवीरों को उतना ही सम्मान होता है। आज भी कितने लोग अपनी कोशिश करते हैं पारिवारिक कारणों से सेना को छोड़ के कभी कभी आना पड़ता है। कुछ लोग हमेशा से पहले कलर सर्विस कितनी थी, 1962 तक तो 7 ईयर्स थी, उसके बाद में भी समय समय पर इसने ये कहा गया है कि इसको वो किया जाए। तो 7 ईयर्स की कलर सर्विस के बाद में जो आदमी जाता था उसको क्या सम्मान मिलता था, इसको अधिक सम्मान मिलेगा क्योंकि इसके पास में आगे का कैरियर भी है।
Sir, if this scheme was so overdue, so necessary, keeping in view that wars have changed, the nature of wars have changed, and the nature of the requirement of manpower has changed for India, अगर ये इतना overdue था, तो इसके against इतने protest, इतने sudden protest क्यों हुए?
देखिए ऐसा है, इसमें 2 तरह के प्रोटेस्ट या अपोजिशन है मैं कहूँगा। एक तो ये है जो कंसर्न है, वो देशभक्त भी हैं, उन्होंने देश की सेवा भी की है और अपने जीवन का बड़ा भाग जो है देश के लिए अपनी जानों की बाजी भी लगाई है। उनको फियर ऑफ अननोन है और जब भी कोई परिवर्तन आता है, एनी टाइम दैट अ चेंज कम्स, उसके साथ में जुड़ी हुई एंजाइटीज एंड फेयर्स आर ऑलवेज देयर। कुछ भय होते हैं, कुछ आकांक्षाएं होती हैं, कुछ अनागतवती चिंताएं होती हैं जो आदमी को घेरती है। इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन, इतना बड़ा चेंज हो जाएगा तो कहीं ये तो नहीं सब कुछ पलट जाएगा। तो ये हम इसको समझ सकते हैं। इसके लिए आपने देखा होगा, यदि आपने 15 तारीख जून के बाद में जैसे जैसे इन लोगों को अधिक सूचना और पूरी बात का पता चल रहा है और भी बातों का समय के साथ पता लगेगा, वैसे वैसे ये लोग उसको समझ रहे हैं कि ये तो हमारी बड़ी पुरानी आवश्यकता थी, इसमें हमारे वेटरन भी शामिल हैं और ये एक अच्छी चीज है। उनके कंसर्न हैं कि इनका क्या होगा। अब उनको पता लग रहा है कि इनके लिए भी एक भविष्य निश्चित करने की योजना है। उनको ये लग रहा है कि आर्मी के अंदर में जो एक्सपीरियंस लोग रहेंगे कि नहीं, अब उनको भी पता लग रहा है कि नहीं, आर्मी तो एक्सपीरियंस लोगों की, आर्मी डिमोबिलाइज हो रही है, ये लोग तो रहेंगे ही। और इसके बाद में जो आएंगे वो अग्निवीर के स्ट्रीम से आएंगे, वो एक दूसरे स्ट्रीम से आ रहे हैं, पर यही फिर आगे उनकी 5 साल 6 साल 15 साल ये और सर्विस करेंगे। तो उनकी वो जो भय और आकांक्षाएं हैं उनमें धीरे धीरे कमी आ रही है। एक दूसरे वर्ग है, उसका ना राष्ट्र से कोई मतलब है, ना राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा से कोई मतलब है, ना वो राष्ट्र के प्रति इतने समर्पित हैं। उनके दे आर कन्फ्लिक्ट एंटरप्रेन्योर्स। व्हाट दे वांट इज दैट दे वांट ए कन्फ्लिक्ट इन द सोसाइटी। दे वुड लाइक टू क्रिएट एनीथिंग व्हिच इज क्लोज टू द एनार्की। Now these are the persons who will go for stone throwing, demonstrations, burning the trains and others, not what is the cause. But wherever there is an opportunity, they think that they can emotionalize or mislead the people, or they can have this thing. जो अग्निवीर बनने वाला होगा वो ना किसी प्रलोभन में आता है, ना वो किसी से बहकाया जा सकता है, ना वो किसी के द्वारा दुष्प्रचार के लिए प्रेरित किया जा सकता है। ये जितने लोग हैं, मुझे नहीं लगता कि ये वो लोग हैं जो कि सेना के लिए और सेना में जाने के लिए बहुत इच्छुक है, या जिनके पास में एक साइकिक मेंटल सेट है, वो अपने घर में बैठ कर तैयारी कर रहे होंगे।
Didn't the security establishment anticipate कि ऐसे conflict entrepreneurs जो आप कह रहे हैं, that they will make use of this scheme to mislead people and to cause street unrest?
Well, something was anticipated as well also, because we thought that, well, these people who have got a vested interest, they have got vested interest because some people are making money through the coaching centers. They have vested interest because they would like to discredit the government on any count. There are some vested interests who would like the youth to be provoked against the establishment and others. We had it, but then it's a democracy. We cannot take the action, and we cannot do this thing. But once they take and transgress those red lines where the limits of their freedoms start undermining the country's national security or internal security or the law and order or the peace of the country, certainly the action is taken and has been taken.
So you think that, in your opinion, street protests are justified to a certain extent in a democracy? Do you agree with that?
Well, I think that the protests or the raising a voice, expressing what is saying is justified and is permitted in a democracy, but this vandalism, but this violence, it is not permitted and will not be tolerated at all.
So our security forces, I mean the state police, I mean out here, they were just not equipped to handle it. We saw for hours together coaches burning. Hours together the coaches were burning. There was no firefighting equipment in the railway stations. Railway police हम सिर्फ देखते हैं marching, but वहाँ पे कोई railway police नहीं थी। 4-5 घंटे trains were burning. We've seen protests with regard to, the earlier protests also. 1 week they've been going on with regard to prophet remarks or with regard to anything. Policemen crying, sir, forces bhej dijiye. The impression one gets is that these reforms which you are bringing about in the forge, it's probably more needed for civilians, for the police.
Well, I think reforms are required at various fronts. There is no doubt about it. I totally agree. Reforms are required in police, but it's such a huge country of 140 करोड़ लोगों का देश है। इसके अंदर में कहीं कहीं जब कोई घटनाएं होती हैं, उसमें कहीं पर पुलिस की गलती होती है, कहीं पर सर्कमस्टेंसेस ऐसे होते हैं, कहीं पर सूचना का अभाव होता है। These are the things that it happens. They should be investigated, they should be corrected, lessons should be learned to see that they are prevented. There is no justification in case the violence takes place.
So आप conflict entrepreneurs की बात कर रहे थे. As far, I understand that you cannot divulge much about it, but आपने coaching centers की बात की. Is there also a political element that was funding maybe, or that was pushing these young men onto the streets to pick up stones?
Well, in many cases the FIRs have been lodged. Wherever there have been incidents of violence, people have been identified. There have been TV cameras and others. Probably it's only after the due investigation that we can say that which were the forces behind it and who did it and why did they do it. And I would not like to preempt something or presume something, but I think the investigations must be done very thoroughly.
So because there are some politicians who are saying, and this is across the country, many politicians feel कि ये जब अग्निवीर बाहर आएंगे, they could be mercenaries for hire. It could pose a risk law and order situation in their states also. So is that fear valid, or would you just dismiss it?
It is totally invalid. I have been in the business of security for last 55 years. I can tell you, if there is any guarantee in the society to keep peace, stability, rule of law, it will be the citizenship and the civilian population of this country who have to become law-abiding. And you will find the best of the law-abiding citizens in these youth who will not only abide by the law, but will make others and will be the harbingers and the nucleus of the people who will have a national sentiments, who will protect the national interest and create that environment. An environment of this thing is a creation of the undisciplined minds. People have got no sense of commitment, जिनका ना राष्ट्र से प्रेम है, जिनका ना समाज के प्रति कोई उत्तरदायित्व है, ना जिनके अपने प्रति कोई इस प्रकार का उनका ध्येय या लक्ष्य है कि हम राष्ट्र के निर्माण में क्या कर सके। ये लोग अच्छे लड़के होंगे, फिजिकली फिट होंगे, उसके बाद 4 साल की ट्रेनिंग में केवल इनके शरीर ही नहीं बढ़ते हैं, इनके मस्तिष्क के अंदर में भी एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन आता है, उनका सोचने का तरीका फर्क होता है, उनका एक नेशनल पर्सपेक्टिव बनता है, एक ऑल इंडिया पर्सपेक्टिव बनता है। जब ये समाज में जाएंगे और बड़ी संख्या में ओवर द ईयर्स समाज के, सरकार के, प्राइवेट सेक्टर के विभिन्न अंगों में जब ये होंगे तो ये अपने चारों तरफ, अपने परिवारों में, अपने गांव में एक ऐसे वातावरण का वो करेंगे और एक इस प्रकार की फोर्स की तरीके से इमर्ज होंगे जो कि हमारी इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी के लिए एक बड़ा भारी एसेट होगा। और इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी जो है वो बहुत आवश्यक है हमारे राष्ट्र की एक्सटर्नल सिक्योरिटी के लिए।
But sir, don't you understand that, or don't you see the fear that ये जो इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी को जरा भी डिसरप्ट किया जाए, इवन इन पॉकेट्स, जैसे आपने CAA स्टर में देख लिया, उसके बाद हिजाब रिमार्क्स हो जाती हैं, मे बी नॉट द हिजाब एंड द प्रॉफिट रिमार्क्स, बट CAA स्टर एंड द एग्रीकल्चर रिफॉर्म्स की जो लॉज थे, अगर इसमें क्या होता है दैट द वर्ड गोज आउट दैट ऑन द स्ट्रीट दैट इफ यू पुश द गवर्नमेंट, इफ यू पुश द सिक्योरिटी एस्टैब्लिशमेंट टू अ सर्टेन एक्सटेंट विद स्ट्रीट प्रोटेस्ट, देयर कुड बी अ रोल बैक. So is there any chance that because of these street protests there could be a rollback to the Agnipath scheme?
There is no question of any rollback. There is no question. It is. Let me tell you one thing. This is not something which is a knee-jerk reaction which has come overnight. This has been being debated and discussed for decades. In 70s we had General Krishna Rao committee, of which General Sundarji, General Chibbar, they were the members. They talked about reorganization and reforming of the army, including manpower policy, technology and others.
So you're talking 40 years back?
No, not only that. It is not only 40 years back. Then there was this thing of the Arun Singh Committee report in 1989. Then there was a group of ministers. This thing.
Arun Singh Committee would be 30 years then. So what you're telling me is systematically there have been...
No. Every time it was being felt, there was this thing of the Subramanian Committee report, the Kargil Committee report.
So again, that is 30 years.
Again, they said that there was a group of ministers report. Okay. And then all these consistently had a refrain: go for a young army.
So across
the army's demand
across different political parties which have been in power.
But there was a problem. While everybody realized that it was necessary, nobody had the will and the ability to take the risks. I'll tell you an example. Ministry of Defence in 2006 wrote a letter to the Ministry of Ministry of Defence wrote a letter to the Ministry of Home Affairs that we are thinking of implementing this thing. Will the CPMFs be able to take some people on this thing, the reserve for that? Home Ministry gave a reply to the Defence Minister's letter that we are forming a committee under the Director General BSF to examine the matter. That committee's report has never seen by anyone. That letter of the Defence Minister was never sent back. Defence Minister never sent any reminder. It is that.
So when was this?
It was in 2007.
Okay.
The letter was sent in 2006 and 2007 the committee was formed.
So this is bureaucracy going round and round?
No, it's not a bureaucracy. It was the political will. That is, it is such a big problem. It's such a huge mass. Who will dare getting into it and bringing about the change? It can happen only with a leader like Prime Minister Modi, who will say that if this is in the national interest, if this will make India strong and secure, then no risk is big enough, then no cost is high enough. Even if it is a political cost, I will pay it, because he visualizes what happens to the Indian army 15 years from now. Security is not only thinking about your generation, also about the future generations. You will have an army which has been recruited and selected, and they have got manned by the people who have got the highest degree of fitness, agility, training, capabilities and others. They would be manning it. And then there will be a civil society in which you will have thousands of people who are there to bring about the change. They will be the catalysts of change.
So Prime Minister Modi just yesterday has said that any kind of reforms that come, they disturb the status quo, who have benefited from status quo. Is it that this Prime Minister has the forge and the bureaucracy with him, that earlier Prime Ministers didn't have it, and that is why the MOD, the MHA, the defense, the uniformed soldier, they are not on the same page? Is it that the earlier Prime Ministers didn't have it and this Prime Minister has it?
Well, yes, this Prime Minister, firstly, he has got a very clarity of vision, and he has got the ability to take decisions. He is very right in telling that all status quoists will have some doubts, will have some genuine fears. It requires a certain clarity. There's a lot of clutter and confusion, and to take it out, you need a very clear-headed leadership. When he is clear-headed, people down the line also become clear-headed. Probably the earlier regimes created a muddle because they themselves were not clear. What did they want? What transformation they want to bring about? And what is the cost, and are they prepared to pay that cost? With the Prime Minister, I think the entire army, and let me tell you one thing, late General Rawat, he is not here, he was one of the persons who was spearheading it very this thing, successive army chiefs in the last few years. I think it has been going on for last 3 years or something like that, that we had been deliberating and thinking and this thing like that. I had seen large number of meetings over this thing and other. Smallest point, smallest detail have been gone into. And there is a total support, there is a total commitment, there is a total desire, and also an enthusiasm about bringing about this change. That these doubts were in our minds also. We resolved those doubts. Okay. We tried to find out how we can minimize that, how we can mitigate the possible threats and the dangers.
So you've been with Mr. Modi since he took office in 2014. There's been a doctrinal shift in India's relations with Pakistan since he's become Prime Minister, since you've been the NSA. You've seen several regimes change in Pakistan. Do you think, from a security perspective, is it possible for this kind of, I will not talk to you, you have to stop terror, till then I will not talk to you? And can nations prosper with that attitude going forward?
Now, I'll tell you one thing. We cannot have peace and war at the choice of our adversary. If we have to protect our interests, we will decide when and with whom and on what terms we will have peace. When our core interests are involved, there is no question of peace at any cost. There has got to be a peace. We want very good relations with our neighbors, Pakistan included. We would like to have good relations with them, we would like to have very normal relations with them, but certainly the tolerance threshold for terrorism is very low. We certainly would not like to make our citizens as sitting ducks for the terrorists who come and this thing. Thank God, and I think I must this thing to the God. In last 8 years, this country has not seen any terrorist this thing except Jammu and Kashmir, which has been this thing of a proxy war. So it's a different type of a proxy war. Just before that, say between 2005 to 2014, we had Bombay, we had Pune, we had Kanpur, we have got Delhi, we have got this whole range of this, Bangalore, Ahmedabad and other. What was the whole range of this thing the country was doing this way? If we were not firm, if we were not very decisive, if we did not have the clarity, we will fight it. And we will not beg for peace by any terms.
So you spoke about Jammu Kashmir, so I have to say this because we saw that when Article 370 was taken back, you went there. You went to Kashmir, you spoke to the people. We saw that happening. What do you have to say to people who are victims of these lone wolf attacks which are happening? Yes, I agree that that terrorism as such from Pakistan is gone, but then these are these lone wolf attacks, soft targets which are going. How will you cope with that? How will terror end in every form in Kashmir?
Well, this is a problem of security, and we are dealing with it. and we are dealing with effectively. Firstly, we must understand one thing. Post 2019, the mood and the temper of the people of Kashmir has totally changed. People are no more in favor of Pakistan, in favor of terrorism, in favor of this thing. You can see, where is Hurriyat today? Where are those Bandh calls? Where is this Friday Hartals? They have all gone this thing like that. But some individuals, some young boys who are misled or who are this thing, they are getting into this thing. We are doing our best to persuade them. Their families are trying to persuade them. A lot of change has come about, but still there are few persons and some individual consumes, the militant organizations and others who are still operated and go by a mistaken notion of their beliefs or whatever is that they want to be the Fidains and they want to come. They do create problems for us. We are fighting them. And we are fighting them with total resolve. There is no way to deal with the terrorists. We don't deal with terrorism. We have to deal with the terrorists. And terrorists, their equipment, their weapons, their explosives, their money, and we on all fronts are trying to tackle it. And so we are very hopeful that in another few months we will be able to get it.
The Kashmiri Hindus, especially the Pandits, they feel very let down, to some of them, that there is so much energy expended in bringing these terrorists or militants or separatists back into the mainstream, that those who have supported Mr. Modi, the BJP and this government all through, that they are being taken for granted and their security is not of paramount concern to the security establishment.
Firstly, I don't think that is the real feeling of all Kashmiri Pandits or people who have been displaced. But yes, they are a vulnerable section. They need protection. They have got to be protected. Government has taken various measures in the past. Probably much more has to be done, and that is being done. We have got to see that wherever they are and whatever protection they require, because they can be the soft targets and no government will be able to give an individual protection to each individual in any village or far off places. So we have to find out the systems, and best thing is that we go on the offensive against the terrorists and try to see that these persons who possibly can threaten their lives or their properties and others, they are accounted for.
So where are we vis-a-vis China? It's now 2 years since the Galwan incident, and there seems to be an uneasy peace. Do you feel that China has put on hold its expansionist policy with regard to us, with regard to Indian territory?
Well, we have got a long pending a territorial dispute with China. We have made our both intentions and this thing very clear to China, and they are aware of the fact that, well, we will not tolerate any transgression. There had been some unsavory incidents in 2020. We have been able to, through the talks, through the negotiations, through the persuasion and others, resolve some of it. Few points still remain to be resolved and others. We will continue our efforts. At the same time, we have got to ensure that we are vigilant and we are able to protect our borders totally.
So internal security, external relations, these are mainly conducted behind closed doors, in hush-hush manner. Some of it is visible to common people. But there is also a view that, keeping in nature with federal structure, things like what has been done, the Agnivir scheme, maybe there can be a more consultative manner in dealing with these apprehensions. Do you feel that there is a time, that the time has come to change how internal security is, decisions regarding internal security are taken in this country?
Management of security is a highly layered phenomenon. There are layers and layers and layers. There has got to be this thing where there is a complete insulation and it has got to be protected, and people should know only on the basis of need to know. If they have got either, if they can neither contribute nor that they're accountable for anything, and you take them into confidence and others, probably it is not from them, but once it becomes public, our adversaries will take advantage of that. So we have got to maintain a certain amount of secrecy. As far as the consultative process is concerned, India's democracy and India's this thing is so open. If it was not such a this thing, you would not find that on every issue, if there are 100 people, there are 101 opinions. And they are freely expressed from the street to the press to the media and everywhere.
So you spoke about India's adversaries taking advantage of any kind of unrest which happens in India, but then we saw with regard to the prophet remarks and the hijab protests that people who we had presumed had become non-adversaries of ours had suddenly started making comments, had suddenly started doubting India's democracy or India's inclusive society. Do you feel that these protests have gone beyond this and have damaged us terribly?
Well, it has, in the sense India has been projected or rather some disinformation has been spread against India which is far from the realities and the truth. And probably there is a need for us to engage them, to talk to them and convince them. And you would have found that, wherever we have gone or wherever we have engaged with the concerned people, both outside and inside, we have been able to convince them and try to find out this thing, and it will subside. But it happens. When people get emotionally aroused and others, sometimes their behavior is little disproportionate to the actual event, but it has this thing.
Does it put the security establishment on a back foot when these kind of street protests take place on very sensitive topics like the Agnipath scheme?
Well, I don't think that it puts this thing. The only thing is when the law is transgressed. If there are protests, if there is a point of view that people want to have this thing, they have got the right to dissent. In a democracy, that is a right that should be honored and that should be it should be given ample space. But when it starts hurting the national interests, when it starts undermining the national security, when it starts threatening the life of a law-abiding common citizen, when it starts causing pain to him, it becomes intolerable. And this is what our law says, this is what our constitution says, and that is why the law enforcement agencies are bound by the law, they are bound by their oath to protect the people, to protect their interests, to protect their properties, and not allow the miscreants and the anti-social and the anti-national elements to make better of the society.
So as I wrap up, I just have one question on Afghanistan and the recent attack on Sikhs out there and India giving visas to them. Where is it going now? Are Hindus and Sikhs and other minorities, will they find home in India? Will there be, will we increase the number of people that we take from Afghanistan into India? What happens with CAA? Will that come into force?
Well, I think it's very clear. CAA very clearly says that in our neighborhood, in case any of these the minorities there are on the basis of their religion are persecuted, we will give them. We have given the visas to a large number of Sikhs, and I think as the flights are available, some of them will be coming back, and others who will apply probably will look at their cases very, very sympathetically. So it was a very unfortunate incident. It should not have happened, but there are forces. That terror and this thing, violence, they are the things in which we have to live with in the modern times. But Government of India is doing everything, and it has assured the Sikhs there and the Hindus there. I think there are very few Hindus left there, but they have assured them that India will stand by its commitment and by its assurances.
So towards the end, do you have any message for youth who feel disillusioned and disheartened that maybe some of them were part of the protest, regret it, and would like to take the Agniveers? Is it over? Are the doors shut for them?
Well, as far as the message to the youth is concerned, ये मैसेज बड़ा क्लियर होना चाहिए कि सेना में जो लोग जाते हैं वो केवल पैसे के लिए नहीं जाते, वो एक जज्बे के साथ जाते हैं, उनमें देश प्रेम होता है, उनके अंदर में राष्ट्र की भक्ति होती है, उनके अंदर में यौवन की शक्ति होती है, वो इसको इन्वेस्ट करते हैं अपने आप को और सोचते हैं हम देश के लिए क्या कर सकें। अगर वो भावना नहीं है तो आप इस करियर के लिए नहीं बने। इसमें केवल हम उन्हीं यूथ को चाहते हैं। आपकी ट्रेनिंग कितनी है, आपकी फिजिकल फिटनेस कितनी है, यह आवश्यक है, लेकिन इससे भी ज्यादा आवश्यक है कि आपकी मानसिकता क्या है। तो अगर कोई भी यूथ अग्निवीर बनना चाहता है, और मेरा सारे यूथ को इस देश के से यही है, मेरा मैसेज यही है, पॉजिटिव हो, बी पॉजिटिव, हैव फेथ have faith in the nation, have faith in your leadership, when you join the army and others, the leadership there, have faith in the society and have faith in yourself. That is the most important thing. स्वामी विवेकानंद कहते थे, पुराना धर्म कहता था कि नास्तिक वो है जो ईश्वर पर विश्वास नहीं करता, नया धर्म ये कहता है कि नास्तिक वो है जो स्वयं पर विश्वास नहीं करता। अगर आपको अपने ऊपर विश्वास है तो आपकी फिजिकल फिटनेस, आपकी मेंटल फिटनेस, आपकी ट्रेनिंग, आपकी और आपकी आयु को देखते हुए आपके लिए सारी दुनिया पड़ी है। यू कैन कंकर द वर्ल्ड, द होल वर्ल्ड इज फॉर यू। अगर आप डिमोरलाइज्ड हैं, अगर आपकी नेगेटिव थिंकिंग है, तो आपको सारी चीजें पॉजिटिव होते हुए भी भविष्य अंधकार में दिखेगा। भविष्य में आस्था रखिए, अपने में विश्वास रखिए और आपका भविष्य बहुत उज्जवल होगा।
धन्यवाद ध्रुवल जी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर स्पीकिंग विद अस।
Moving on now, big breaking inputs coming in. Tri-Services Chief to meet the Prime Minister today. That meeting will take place at 6 p.m. The Tri-Services Chiefs will be discussing the new recruitment policy, the Agniveer, the Agnipath scheme with the Prime Minister. Now, ever since the scheme was launched on the 14th of June, we have seen protests taking place. A lot of political blame game has also happened in the past couple of days. Today, the Tri-Services Chiefs will in fact be discussing with the Prime Minister the scheme. Moving on now, news coming in as far as the crisis in Maharashtra politics is concerned. 22 MLAs now incommunicado as far as Eknath Shinde's camp is concerned. 9 more MLAs to move to Surat. That's the big news coming in. So crisis is only worsening in Maharashtra and trouble mounting for the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government. Remember, Uddhav Thackeray is also at this point of time meeting the remaining MLAs at the official residence at Varsha. 22 MLAs have now become incommunicado and 9 more would be moving to Surat. We'll also get you more details on what's happening in Surat at this point of time. Uddhav camp is in shock. Clearly, the Maha Vikas Aghadi is rattled by what has happened. Eknath Shinde is leading the revolt along with other MLAs. He is in Surat. According to sources, the BJP is in touch with Mr. Eknath Shinde. He has been offered the Deputy Chief Minister's post. However, Shiv Sena claims all will be right. The MLAs will be back. But at this point of time, there are in all 40 Shiv Sena MLAs who are unaccountable. At this point of time, whether they are still with Shiv Sena or not is not clear. So clearly trouble mounting there for the Maha Vikas Aghadi and Shiv Sena in particular. The top brass of the Congress and the NCP also in a huddle. Sharad Pawar will be going to Mumbai to hold fort there. Kamal Nath will be sent by the Congress party to keep the Congress flock together. And what we're also picking up is that the rebel MLAs have set terms. They want the Shiv Sena to go back into alliance with the BJP. They're saying that this alliance with the NCP and the Congress is not going to work out, that they do not approve of that, and they want the Shiv Sena to go back to its original Hindutva roots. Now, this is also very interesting because it seems that somebody definitely has written this script for them. Samya, is this a script that has been written for the MLAs? Because, you know, openly the BJP has always criticized Shiv Sena of compromising with the original Hindutva agenda after it formed an alliance with Congress and NCP.
Well, like they say, Swati, everything is fair in politics, so we do not know who scripted this particular line for Shiv Sena, but it's definitely trouble mounting for them because it puts them at a spot to decide whether they want to stick to their ideals now as they have promised to Sharad Pawar and the Congress, or would they want to keep their flock together and adhere to the demands of the MLAs who are now absconding. We do not know the whereabouts of all these MLAs, and that's a sizable number, and they cannot be overlooked because that's a massive number that can bring down this particular government. Having said that, whether at all Uddhav Thackeray will be able to find out a mid-ground to placate its MLA that's been led by Eknath Shinde, the chances of it looks very slim because they are being very clear in their agenda that you ally with the BJP, we will come back to party fold. If you do not go back to your Hindutva roots, then of course expect the dissenters to continue holding fort against them as the rebel leaders. But at this juncture, is the ally partners also who are not showing any faith in the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray, who has not been able to keep his flock together. To try and keep the ally partners placated is a massive thing. We are expecting Sharad Pawar to hold a press conference, while we are expecting the top brass of the Congress party to also do damage control by sending their leaders to Maharashtra. But having said that, it's the ball lies in the court of Uddhav Thackeray right now. He's holding meetings right now, but the BJP is the one who is reveling in all of this, because they feel that he is at a catch-22 from here. Taking a U-turn around is going to be very difficult. But the entire politics of then Shiv Sena changes once again. They have always been leaning towards the BJP as a natural ally. They broke away from that image, forged an alliance with NCP and the Congress party to form the Maha Vikas Aghadi, and now they've been put at a spot by their own MLAs. They are trying to checkmate him to say that you now decide whether you want to go back to your original roots. We cannot put up with a pseudo facade of secularism being under the Maha Vikas Aghadi government working with NCP and the Congress party.
Absolutely. Sana, stay on with us. Let's also go across to Madhav and Shivani. Let's go across to Shivani first. Shivani, very important, the rebel MLA camp is growing in number. They are sending out an ultimatum, setting terms, asking Shiv Sena to go back to BJP. The hidden message also is that the rebel MLAs are already with the BJP. They want the Shiv Sena back in the fold.
Well, definitely here the way people are moving to Surat, and we saw that the growing numbers of the MLAs, those are shifting from Mumbai to Surat. And also what we are learning, that there are a set of MLAs, those have already reached to Varsha Bungalow, but that is what the claims are coming from Shiv Sena, that there is nothing wrong between our party. But one thing which is very clear, that sources are telling that Eknath Shinde and his party MLA and his supporters of MLA are already in touch with BJP, whereas on the other side, what we are seeing, that many people, in fact Sanjay Raut himself said that they are trying to still connect to Eknath Shinde, which clearly showcases lack of communication and simultaneously, the agenda which right now Shiv Sena is trying to portray.
All
that
right, Shivani, we'll come back to you for more details. For now, a quick break. Coverage continues on the other side as well.
Times now. Action begins here.
You use the word empathy. Many people think, sir, that you're paying lip service to the term.
Yes.
Empathy is acknowledging that a genocide happened.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish, sir. Why aren't you letting me finish?
I'm not here to satisfy you.
What did we set off? I can't ask you a question.
Because you turn everything around. I'm sorry.
I'm not using these words.
Listen, this is my last warning. If you don't want the conversation, I walk out. If you don't want the conversation, I walk out.
But Mr. Khurshid, if you're not going to allow me to frame the questions on the words that you yourself have used, then how can we have a conversation? I don't understand what rules these are.
No.
Anyhow,
Can I just ask you a question? Please understand.
खुर्शीद साहब मैं बताऊं प्रॉब्लम क्या है, मैं आपको अच्छी बात बताता हूं, and from the bottom of my heart I want to tell you this, that the people from your party have been openly behaving like genocide deniers. They are denying there was a genocide. It's not a good thing. Number one, as a vice person, senior most leader, if you can just put some sense in their mind and say, okay, you don't acknowledge it, but don't be a genocide denier. Second problem with your party is that they are using this film as a collateral damage for their political battles, which is not a good thing. I always ask your party people, would you ever do that with Schindler's List? They will never do that. And good news is, yesterday a member of Parliament, of Scottish Parliament, in one of my events, after seeing that, he said that he is going to put a motion in Scottish Parliament. It's on record. The video will be out in next 1 hour. He said he's going to put a motion so that Scottish Parliament acknowledges it as a genocide. Your party, which belongs to Kashmiri Pandits, Pandit Nehru, Motilal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, would you pass a motion in Parliament saying that it was a genocide? If no, can you on TV say, yes, indeed, it was a genocide of Kashmiri Pandits? I have a very
Big breaking news which is coming in. Two Sena and Netas are now being dispatched to get in touch with the roughly 30 rebel MLAs. Meanwhile, even as we speak, the chief of NCP, Sharad Pawar, along with his chief lieutenants, are there holding a press conference. We'll get to hear what the status of the NCP MLAs are. After all, most of the people who are believed to be holed up in the Gujarat resort are there from the Shiva Sena. Let me in fact go across to Arunil, who's joining us. Arunil, Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar also had a last minute meeting last night over the phone. What do we expect to happen now?
Well, a last ditch effort being made by the Uddhav Thackeray camp that is in the Shiv Sena. We understand that 3 leaders basically.
And in fact, that is the reason why I am here. So after that meeting, definitely I have to meet media, and what is the outcome of that meeting, we explain there.
सर, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में जिस तरह से राजनीति तेज हो गई है, शिवसेना के विधायक जो है कई सारे सूरत में पहुंच गए, आपको लगता है कि महाराष्ट्र गवर्नमेंट को खतरा है? सरकार
कि ये कुछ भारत से हुआ, ये पिछले 2-2.5 साल में दिस इज द 3rd इंसिडेंट। इससे पहले 2 हुए थे। मुझे याद है कि जब उद्धव ठाकरे जी का सरकार बना, इससे पहले कुछ हमारे MLAs को उठाकर यहाँ हरियाणा में, गुजरात में कुछ एरिया में रखे गए थे, मगर बाद में वहाँ से निकल कर वो वापस आ गए, सरकार बनाया। सरकार बनने के बाद पिछले 2.5 साल सरकार ठीक से चल रहा है। कल वहाँ इलेक्शन था और यहाँ तक NCP है कि NCP के 2 कैंडिडेट थे और दोनों कैंडिडेट को जो वोटों का कोटा हम लोगों ने दिया था वो पूरी तरह से हुआ। NCP का एक भी वोट इधर से उधर नहीं गया, बिल्कुल डिसिप्लिनली हमारे MLAs ने वोटिंग वहाँ किया। और इससे वो जो कुछ कल का इंसिडेंट था, इससे हम किसी में हम नाराज नहीं है। एक बात सच है कि हमारे फ्रंट का एक कैंडिडेट जीत नहीं सका, वहाँ कुछ वोटों की कमियाँ वहाँ आ गई, मगर ये अन्य पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का जो कोटा था और अन्य पॉलिटिकल पार्टी की जिम्मेदारी थी उनका कैंडिडेट जिताने के लिए, उसमें कामयाबी नहीं आई। मगर हम वापस जाने के बाद जरूर हमारे साथियों के साथ बातचीत करेंगे, ऐसे क्यों हुआ और हुआ तो कैसे करेक्ट एक्शन ले सकते हैं, इस पर हम ध्यान देंगे।
महाराष्ट्र में आपकी सहमति है क्या?
सरकार संकट में है सर।
सर, जिस तरीके से संकट, 1 मिनट यार, चुप रहो ना। अरे यार सर, जिस तरीके से महाराष्ट्र के भीतर संकट दिखाई दे रहा है, अरे सरकार बचा लिया था, क्या इस बार सरकार आप लोग बचा पाएंगे? उम्मीद है आपको?
मुझे यहाँ की जो स्थिति है वो देखने के बाद इससे कुछ न कुछ रास्ता निकलेगा, इस पर मेरा पूरा भरोसा है।
सर, फिर से सवाल करता हूँ, एकनाथ शिंदे बार बार दबाव डाल रहे हैं कि उनको CM बनाया जाए, इस पर आपकी सहमति है क्या?
ये तो मैं आपसे ही सुनता हूँ, ठीक है। अभी तक तो उन्होंने हमें या किसी को कहा है कि मुझे CM बना, ये मुझे मालूम नहीं। मगर एक बात है कि वहाँ जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है तीनों पार्टी में, इसमें शिवसेना के पास मुख्यमंत्री की जिम्मेदारी, जबकि CM NCP के पास है, और इन्फॉर्मेशन बाकी जो मंत्रालय है इसकी जिम्मेदारी सरकार के कांग्रेस के ऊपर है। जहाँ तक बीजेपी है कुछ बदलाव करना या किसी को वहाँ मौका देना वो उनका इंटरनल इशू है, जो शिवसेना की लीडरशिप इस पर जो कुछ तय करेंगे इसके साथ हम रहेंगे। मगर मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि उद्धव ठाकरे के नेतृत्व में वहाँ जो गवर्नमेंट चला है इसमें कोई बदलाव करने की आवश्यकता हमें लगती नहीं।
सर लेकिन एकनाथ शिंदे जेपी नड्डा और अमित शाह को मिलने वाले हैं।
सर जो विधायक किसको मिलने वाला हम कैसे करेंगे?
सर कल के एमएलसी इलेक्शन में 134 विधायकों का समर्थन बीजेपी को प्राप्त हुआ है। जिस पार्टी के मुख्यमंत्री है उस पार्टी के सारे वोट भी शिवसेना उम्मीदवार को नहीं मिले हैं। क्या आपको लगता है कि ये क्रॉस वोटिंग सरकार के लिए खतरा है?
नहीं, ऐसे जब इलेक्शन होते हैं तो क्रॉस वोटिंग होते हैं, ये कोई आज की बात नहीं। इससे पहले 20-50 सालों में कई बार हमने देखा है कि क्रॉस वोटिंग होता है, क्रॉस वोटिंग होता है और फिर सरकार चलती है।
सर क्या अलायंस में भी कुछ मतभेद है? सर अलायंस में कुछ मतभेद है क्योंकि ये क्रॉस वोटिंग सामने आ रही है?
नहीं, ऐसा है कि अलायंस में बिल्कुल मतभेद नहीं है। क्रॉस वोटिंग तब होते हैं कि समझो मैं कॉन्टेस्ट कर रहा हूँ और मुझे कुछ 2-4 वोट की कमियाँ है, तो मेरा पर्सनल कॉन्टैक्ट कहीं हो तो इस पर मैं ध्यान देता हूँ और इसमें कुछ न कुछ वोट कैसे मुझे मिलेंगे इस पर मेरा ध्यान होता है। इससे कुछ क्रॉस वोटिंग इधर उधर होती है। एक आपको एक बार एग्जाम्पल देता हूँ कि जिस बार आई थिंक 1980 में मेरे पास खाली 6 एमएलए थे, 6 और 6 एमएलए के आधार पर हमने 45 वोट लेकर सुरेश कमलानी को राज्यसभा को चुनकर लाया था। 6 वोटों ये हो सकता है, जैसे जिससे आपके है इस पर ये इलेक्शन में कामयाबी मिलती है, ये डिफिट होता है।
एनसीपी और कांग्रेस छोड़ के बाहर निकले, ऐसी भी शर्तें रखी हैं। सुनने में आ रहा है जो सूरत गए विधायक उन्होंने कहा है कि शिवसेना जो है वो एनसीपी और कांग्रेस का साथ छोड़े।
ये जो आप कहते हैं मेरे कान पर ये बात आई है।
सर आप उद्धव ठाकरेंशी तुमचं काही बोलणं झालं की या सगळ्या घडामोडीनंतर उद्धव ठाकरेंशी काही बोलणं झालं?
नहीं, मेरा झालं की उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने उनके पार्टी की मीटिंग बुलाई है और वो आज सुबह बैठने, अभी आफ्टरनून में बैठने वाले हैं। फिर बैठने के बाद एक बार इनके इंटरनल डिस्कशन हो जाएगा तो हम इनसे बात करेंगे। आज ये इशू एनसीपी का इंटरनल इशू नहीं है, ये शिवसेना का इंटरनल इशू है।
सर मुंबई आप जा रहे हैं सर? क्या मुख्यमंत्री कब जा रहे हैं? फिर शाम को सर कब जाएंगे सर?
मेरे अभी मीटिंग है 2:30 बजे।
उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ मुख्यमंत्री के साथ मुलाकात है?
प्रेसिडेंट कैंडिडेट सिलेक्शन के बारे में आज जो हमने मीटिंग बुलाई है, ये मीटिंग खत्म होने के बाद हम गोइंग टू लॉबी।
सर आपको संकट मोचक कहा जाता है, खासतौर पर पिछली सरकार भी आपने बचाई थी। एकनाथ शिंदे से क्या आपकी कोई बातचीत हुई है या किसी विधायक से बातचीत हुई है जो सूरत में ठहरे हुए हैं?
मेरे किसी से बात नहीं हुई, वो कहाँ ठहरे ये भी मुझे।
सर एक तरफ आप कह रहे हैं, सर आप कह रहे हैं कि ये शिवसेना का इंटरनल मैटर है लेकिन खतरे में सरकार है, तो आप क्या समझा जाए कि एनसीपी और शिवसेना साथ नहीं है इस संकट को लेकर, फिर कैसे होगा इसका समाधान?
कांग्रेस एनसीपी शिवसेना हम तीनों ही साथ, मगर जब तक एग्जैक्टली क्या इशू है और कैसे रिजॉल्व करना, इसमें शिवसेना की गाइडलाइन हमें मिलती नहीं, तब तक इसमें हम कुछ कदम उठाना ठीक है।
And sir, if government calls, are you open to go with BJP, sir? Are you open to go with any alliance with BJP, sir? If government falls.
मामले को ये संकट जो है, ये पूरे संकट को लेकर शिवसेना की तरफ से कोई आपसे संपर्क नहीं किया गया है? ये दिक्कत आई है, उनके विधायक टूट के चले गए, भाग गए, इस पर आपसे कोई बातचीत नहीं हुई है?
आज वो दोपहर को हम मिलकर इसमें इन डेप्थ स्टडी करेंगे और शाम को आप लोगों को बताएंगे। ऐसा हमें संदेश आया है So we are waiting for that.
सर अगर गवर्नमेंट गिरती है या कुछ जो उथल पुथल चल रही है, क्या बीजेपी के साथ जा सकती है एनसीपी? अगर कुछ खतरा होता है, गवर्नमेंट गिरती है तो?
कुछ तो सेंसिबल पर्सन।
सर अगर सरकार गिर जाएगी तो कहीं तो एनसीपी जाएगी,
अपोजिशन में नहीं सकती है,
बीजेपी के साथ नहीं जाएगी लेकिन।
अच्छा सर, बस आखिरी क्वेश्चन, आप चीफ मिनिस्टर उद्धव ठाकरे से मिलने वाले हैं या कोई मुलाकात की बातचीत हुई है?
तय हुआ टाइम आज रात को उनको समय होगा तो शायद मिल सकते हैं, शायद, क्योंकि ये तय नहीं हुआ। उन्होंने मुझे पार्टी के तरफ से कोई तो ग्राउंड लेवल सिचुएशन पक्की क्या है इसका ब्रीफिंग हमें मिलेगा और इसके ऊपर आगे की नीति तय करेंगे।
साहेब, शिवसेनेतली अनेक बंड तुम्ही बघितली असतील, यावेळेचं बंड मोठं आहे असं वाटतं? यावेळेचं बंड मोठं आहे असं वाटतं?
Well, there you have it. Sharad Pawar, the NCP Supremo, he's the first top Aghadi leader who's come out and he says the Aghadi government is going to continue. He has said that the problems that the Sena is facing is an internal problem. Saying that it's an internal problem, we are very certain that Uddhav Thackeray will continue to lead the Aghadi government. Let me go across to Arunil. Arunil, even though Sharad Pawar was specifically asked about the numbers that he claims that the Aghadi very comfortably has, however, he, being the wily politician that he is, ducked that question.
Well, that is right. In fact, Sharad Pawar also putting the ball in Shiv Sena's court, basically saying that this is an internal problem of the Shiv Sena and it is the Shiv Sena party and their high command that needs to solve this. He has expressed confidence that CM Uddhav Thackeray will be able to solve this issue. He also mentioned about the 2019 incident wherein Ajit Pawar had formed the government with Devendra Fadnavis, but how the entire tables were turned within 3 days time only, and the NCP MLAs who had reportedly defected towards Devendra Fadnavis's camp, they had come back to Sharad Pawar's fold. Sharad Pawar again mentioning about the fact that he is confident that the Maha Vikas Aghadi government will sustain in the state of Maharashtra. At present, I am reporting from outside the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray, that is Varsha. A series of meetings have been held over here. Maharashtra Home Minister Dilip Valse Patil is at present inside speaking to CM Uddhav Thackeray. Now, also from sources we understand, basically 3 top leaders from the Shiv Sena. One is Rajan Vichare, who's also been considered as a close confidant of Eknath Shinde. He is somebody, he's an MP from Thane only. He is somebody who has started with Eknath Shinde. He's been sent to Surat to convince Eknath Shinde to come back to CM Uddhav Thackeray's fold.
Oh, that's the big breaking news. That's the big breaking news Arunil is giving us right now. There are at least 2 MLAs who've been sent across. Arunil giving us the details about who in the Shiv Sena are being sent across to try and bring Eknath Shinde back into the Sena fold along with his aides. So over to you, Arunil. You are telling us about who these people are and why Uddhav Thackeray feels they are the right people to convince the rebels to return.
Well, one is Shiv Sena MP Rajan Vichare. He is somebody who has started his career from Thane. He is considered to be very close confidant of Eknath Shinde, somebody who is at his level only. CM Uddhav Thackeray feels that Rajan Vichare will be able to convince Eknath Shinde to come back to the fold of CM Uddhav Thackeray, as well as Milind Narvekar, the personal secretary of CM Uddhav Thackeray. He is accompanying Rajan Vichare, obviously to ensure that everything goes on smoothly as per the wish of CM Uddhav Thackeray. But yes, a series of meetings have been held over here. There are numerous cars of Shiv Sena MLAs and leaders. They have been going inside, and as per Shiv Sena's claims, they have the support of 33 to 35 MLAs. Again saying that this is the claim of the Shiv Sena party. With respect to Eknath Shinde is concerned, clearly he has sent out tremors in the Matoshri camp, in CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp, and that is why Sharad Pawar clearly putting the ball in CM Uddhav Thackeray's court, saying that when we had an issue, when Ajit Pawar had gone, we were able to solve it in 3 days. We will hope CM Uddhav Thackeray is also able to solve it.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what can be done by Uddhav Thackeray. At least 2 of the very close aides
of Eknath Shinde now being rushed to the Gujarat resort, where you have Shinde and his aides. It's believed, as per some of the numbers, as many as 35 of them could also be there in that retreat. Meanwhile, more breaking news inside track only here on Times Now. Kamal Nath has been asked to reach Mumbai tomorrow to take stock of the situation. Let me go across to Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan joining us from the national capital. Madhav, the Congress has been looking very closely at the developments, isn't it? After all, it's one of the Aghadi alliance partners, but also importantly, it also lost the MLC polls. One of their candidates lost the MLC polls, and there are rumors how there could be at least 3 of the MLAs who could have cross-voted within the Congress camp, which is why Kamal Nath being air dashed to take stock of the situation and keep the flock together. Madhav?
Well, yes, in fact, just as Sharad Pawar said at this press conference, cross-voting is not entirely uncommon, but that does not mean necessarily government's fault. So that's the perspective coming in from the MVA, but certainly the Congress not wanting to take any chances. That's why they're sending Kamal Nath, who's a senior leader, a former chief minister, someone who's been a former union minister, so knows how things happen at the central level and will have a direct line with the party's central leadership, is what the party feels, which is why he's being rushed over there to Mumbai. So clearly, of course, one will have to see how things pan out from here on. Sharad Pawar, of course, not letting his cards out yet, keeping things very close to his chest, saying that he does not know in detail about what has transpired. He will meet with Uddhav Thackeray, Chief Minister, later this evening and get a better sense of what has transpired within the Shiv Sena, saying that it is a fact that one of the alliance partners, that is the Congress, of course, is what he was referring to, their candidate, their first choice candidate, did not manage to get elected, but nevertheless saying that despite this cross-voting, he is confident that as far as the government is concerned, it would continue and that the numbers are on their side. Although a pointed question that I put to him at least twice in that press conference, he refused to answer on whether the MVA has comfortable numbers. All he said is that this is an issue within the Shiv Sena, it is their own internal issue and not got anything to do with the NCP or the Congress, and that is why in fact he feels that this issue is something that Shiv Sena will have to sit down and resolve internally. Whatever decision the party's leadership takes, this is something that the NCP is willing to support. So that's as far as the NCP itself is concerned. That's as far as Sharad Pawar is concerned. In fact, breaking his silence for the first time since that entire crisis took place. He is of course here for the presidential polls and opposition meeting for that expected another 15 minutes from now inside the parliament, and following that, what will be the announcement that comes in from Sharad Pawar's side? Will there be any further statement as far as the developments in Maharashtra is concerned? That's something that we have to watch out for. But right now, Sharad Pawar, who has called for this opposition unity
absolutely
meeting,
Madhav pointedly kept asking Sharad Pawar, what are the numbers if you are saying that you are comfortable with the Aghadi reaching and keeping the majority mark? Sharad Pawar twice has ducked Times Now's question. Meanwhile, another big breaking news which is coming in. What's happening across in the BJP camp? Well, interestingly, they have moved to ensure that there is no counter-poaching from their camp. In fact, what we are picking up is that BJP is trying to shield its own party MLAs, and inside scoop tells us that 105 BJP MLAs are going to be herded out and going to be taken to Ahmedabad in Gujarat. Arunil, tell us, it seems very interesting that right after you told us that how there is a possibility that the BJP is first going to go after the speaker, no trust motion against the speaker, that now BJP has already started preparing for it, it seems.
Well, a full-fledged strategy being made by Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP leadership in Maharashtra. We understand, in fact, this information is being broken by our Gujarat Bureau Chief Amit Rajput, basically saying that there is a plan from the BJP to call all their MLAs to Ahmedabad. However, we've been speaking to the BJP MLAs over here. They are saying that till now no communication is been done to them. Till now they have not been told told that they will be heading to Gujarat. However, this is very much on the cards considering the kind of developments that have unfolded till now. If the rebelling MLAs, if they are with the BJP MLAs, then it becomes more easier for the BJP to handle situations. And also with respect to a threat with Shiv Sena or the Maha Vikas Aghadi also trying to poach into the BJP MLAs, that can be avoided if the BJP MLAs are being taken to Gujarat. About the speaker's post, yes, that is one confirmation that we get, that the BJP will be vying for the speaker's position, and everybody, the rebel MLAs MLAs with Eknath Shinde, the smaller party MLAs as well as the independents who have gone with the BJP now, they are likely to vote for the BJP person's candidature for the speaker's position, and then only BJP will be moving the no confidence motion, because that time it becomes extremely easy for them to initiate the no confidence motion and to prove it as well.
Well, in fact, do stay on with us. Let me go across to Rahul Narvekar, who's joining us here on the show as well from the BJP. Rahul Narvekar, can you share with us what's happening? What is the BJP orchestrating? Because that's what most people in Aghadi are saying, that it has all been manufactured and a storm being kicked up by your party.
No, I don't understand this logic of BJP having any role to play in the turmoil within Shiv Sena. If the MLAs of Shiv Sena are upset with their leadership, how does BJP have any role to play in it?
As per Sharad Pawar, that this is BJP's bid, and that is what he just said, third bid by the BJP to try and topple the Aghadi, and many of them, including Praful Patel, have said BJP is using its money muscles.
I think instead of pointing fingers and finding reasons, if the parties in government introspect as to where they are falling short, where they are not doing justice to their own MLAs, perhaps they won't have had to face this day. So I think instead of wasting time casting aspersions and allegations on...
Okay, Mr. Narvekar, can you tell us if your party is in touch with those who are there in a Gujarat resort, the rebel MLAs?
We have no idea about any of this, and we are not concerned with this. We have been assigned, we are in the state legislature to serve the people of Maharashtra, which we are doing.
Why is your party decided to herd 105 of your own MLAs out of Mumbai and across to Gujarat?
I am a party MLA. I am very much sitting in my office in Mumbai. So this news which you got is completely erroneous.
So none of the BJP MLAs are being taken out of Maharashtra?
Not at all. We are doing our work. We are serving people in Maharashtra.
And you haven't been in touch with anyone from the Aghadi, any of the Aghadi MLAs?
No, where's the question? We are performing our duty. We are busy with that.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Rahul Narvekar. You're keeping your cards very close to your chest. But we have another breaking news which is coming in. BJP, of course, is mulling a strategy as to what happens next. And what we are picking up from our sources is that it's a strategy to try and oust the Aghadi Sarkar. In fact, details which are now emerging exclusively here on Times Now, what we are picking up is that Sena is likely to skip the opposition meeting. That's just one of the many details which are coming in. In fact, BJP MLA has also reached the Surat resort. That's what we are picking up, and that is huge because we just spoke to one of the BJP MLAs. They said that they have not been in touch with any of the rebels who are there in Surat, and now already a super scoop coming in that a BJP MLA has arrived there at the Surat resort. Let me go across to Amit Rajpur, who is joining us. Amit Rajpur, BJP तो बोल रही है कि हम कांटेक्ट में नहीं है किसी भी सेना के रेबल के साथ. अब वहां पर कोई बीजेपी MLA पहुंच गए हैं? कौन पहुंचे हैं?
ये अभी जानकारी मिली है और ये भाजपा के जो विधायक है महाराष्ट्र के संजय कुलथे, वो अभी इस होटल पे जो सूरत की ये होटल है ले मेरिडियन, जहां पर महा आघाड़ी सरकार के जो बागी विधायक एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में मौजूद हैं, वहां पर ये पहुंचे हैं मिलने के लिए. और आप देख सकते हैं विजुअल्स के अंदर कि ये महाराष्ट्र पासिंग की ये कार है और उसके अंदर स्वयं जो भाजपा विधायक हैं वो वहां पे पहुंचे हैं. तो ये जिस तरह से जो बातें और अटकलें चल रही थी, तो उसके अंदर ये बात बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो चुकी है कि अब जिस तरह से इस सूरत की होटल में बीजेपी के विधायक का आना, यानी एक बात ये है कि ये संजय कुलथे जो आए, क्या ये दूत बन के आए हैं, क्या बातचीत करने के लिए आए हैं, देवेंद्र फडणवीस से इशारे पे बात करने के लिए आए हैं, और क्या यहाँ पे आश्वासन लेके आए हैं. तो ये अब बड़ा जो मामला है बहुत ज्यादा रोचक हो गया है.
मगर जो रेबल्स है वो चाहते क्या है, वो बीजेपी से क्या मांग करेंगे और शिवसेना से क्या मांग करेंगे, इसका कोई इनसाइड ट्रैक?
देखिए, अभी जो जानकारी मिली है, एकनाथ शिंदे जो है वो जो सूत्रों के हवाले से हमारे पास जो अभी खबर है कि एकनाथ शिंदे का मन ये है कि कांग्रेस और एनसीपी के साथ जो है उनका नाता तोड़ दिया जाए और बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर सरकार बनाई जाए। ये सूत्रों के हवाले से ये जानकारी हमारे पास है। इस खबर को अभी औपचारिक ऑफिशियल पुष्टि नहीं हुई है, लेकिन एकनाथ शिंदे अपनी जो बात है जब वो मीडिया के सामने रखेंगे तो वो देखना होगा। लेकिन भाजपा विधायक का यहाँ पे आना यानी ये संकेत स्पष्ट है कि शिवसेना अगर उद्धव ठाकरे अगर इनकी बात नहीं मानते हैं एकनाथ शिंदे की, तो एकनाथ शिंदे ने अपने पत्ते जो हैं वो एक एक करके खोलने शुरू कर दिए हैं। बीजेपी के एक विधायक का आगमन इस होटल पे हुआ है, यानी संकेत ये है कि अपनी जो बातें हैं, अपनी जो मांगे हैं, उनको लेकर एकनाथ शिंदे जो हैं वो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हैं, बिल्कुल किसी भी तौर से समझौता वो करने के अब मूड में नहीं है महाअघाड़ी सरकार के साथ में। जी
जी बने रहिए हमारे साथ। Arunil, if I can come to you, he is telling us how BJP MLA is currently there in a Surat resort. This is huge because so far the BJP has been claiming that they have not played any role in the massive crisis that the Aghadi is currently facing. However, you must tell us, Eknath Shinde, now what does he want from both the Shiv Sena as well as the BJP? What could possibly be the demands that he puts forth?
Well, there may be a slew of demands from Eknath Shinde. Firstly, probably he will try to put forth some kind of conditions to CM Uddhav Thackeray, and that is why only there are three topmost close confidants of CM Uddhav Thackeray who also share a cordial relation with Eknath Shinde. They have been sent by CM Uddhav Thackeray to the Surat hotel to have a word with Eknath Shinde what exactly he wants. With respect to Eknath Shinde is concerned, if he has the support of 22 to 24 MLAs and who have gone with Eknath Shinde to Surat, all the way to Surat, then that is not a small number. He can easily demand the CM's post from CM Uddhav Thackeray. Whether Eknath Shinde's camp is miffed with CM Uddhav Thackeray for leaving out the Hindutva hardline which Babasaheb Thackeray was known for basically separating from the BJP and joining hands with the Congress and the NCP, which were the main nemesis of Babasaheb Thackeray. Whether that is their demand, we will also be asking our sources from Eknath Shinde's camp as well regarding that. But mainly if Eknath Shinde has taken this decision to go all the way to Surat, and now one BJP MLA, Mr. Sanjay Kute, reaching that residence, it basically speaks volume that there is something that is cooking in between Devendra Fadnavis, the BJP leadership of Maharashtra, and Eknath Shinde. Probably everything has been facilitated by the BJP leadership in Maharashtra, and that is why Devendra Fadnavis himself is in Delhi today, expected to have a series of meetings with the party high command in Delhi.
In terms of the format, what we've just discussed is that
Fadnavis is also going to be here, going to be in a huddle with the party top brass there. But for now, these visuals that we are getting to you are of BJP MLA arriving in Surat, where Eknath Shinde and the other rebels of the Shiv Sena are believed to be holed up. Now, on the face of it, Arunil, Sharad Pawar, at least NCP, they're dismissing any threat to their government. They say that this is just an attempt at a political coup by the BJP, which they've done in the past as well, but it's not going to succeed. In terms of numbers, can they actually hold true for the Aghadi government there?
Well, the experienced politician Jat Sharad Pawar has been clearly putting the ball in Shiv Sena's court, basically saying that in 2019 also the NCP was marred with a similar kind of factionalism. Ajit Pawar had joined hands, but we were able to sort it out. Ajit Pawar came back to NCP's fold. The MLAs also came back to NCP's fold. Sharad Pawar basically saying that it is the Shiv Sena which will have to clean up this mess. It is CM Uddhav Thackeray who will have to find a solution to this. And with respect to numbers are concerned, if you look at numbers, if 22 to 25 MLAs of the Shiv Sena are with Eknath Shinde, then it is clearly big trouble for the Shiv Sena and the Maha Vikas Aghadi. The reason for that is there is a sizable support of the smaller parties and the independent MLAs that Devendra Fadnavis enjoys. That was very much evident during the Rajya Sabha elections.
Right, now stay on with me, because even though the BJP on record denies any meddling as far as the political instability there is concerned, sources have now told your channel that BJP is eyeing for the speaker's post in the Maharashtra Assembly, and Arunil, they are expecting that Eknath Shinde and the other rebel MLAs help them achieve that particular dream.
Well, that is right. A full-fledged planning being done by BJP and obviously by Devendra Fadnavis. They basically are eyeing the speaker's post, and for that speaker's post, when BJP will put up their own candidate, they are obviously hoping that the rebel MLAs with Eknath Shinde, as well as the independents and the smaller party MLAs who have bestowed their support to the BJP, now they will be voting for the BJP speaker. And when the BJP speaker takes charge, obviously a no confidence motion will be initiated by the BJP on the floor of the Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha, and that is when the Maha Vikas Aghadi government will majorly come into trouble with respect to numbers are concerned. We were speaking about numbers. Going by the Rajya Sabha polls and the MLC elections, it seems like the independents and the smaller parties have now sided towards Devendra Fadnavis.
Right, so does this actually help the BJP in the long run, at least as far as the Maharashtra Assembly and the Speaker's position is concerned? That of course remains to be seen, perhaps, which is also why we are seeing a BJP MLA there in that Surat resort. Stay on with me, because hectic developments there happening on ground in Maharashtra, and ministers and MLAs of the Maha Vikas Aghadi government staying at that Surat hotel are going to be shifted to Ahmedabad. That's the latest that we are gathering from our sources within the BJP camp, within the rebel camp as well there, that is camping in Gujarat. Legislators will be introduced for a floor test via a direct flight from Ahmedabad to Mumbai is what we're given to understand. Now, Arunil, we'll try and get you more details of what is happening on that particular front, but we're given to understand that all the MLAs who are currently in Surat will be shifted to Ahmedabad soon. Amit Rajput, who's getting us the latest on that front, is with us on this broadcast. Amit, आप अपने सूत्रों के हवाले से क्या सुनने में आ रहा है आपको? सूरत से अहमदाबाद ले जाएगा और फिर अहमदाबाद से डायरेक्टली मुंबई ले जाया जाएगा जिस दिन फ्लोर टेस्ट होगा?
जी बिल्कुल, जो जानकारी हमें सूत्रों के हवाले से मिली है उस जानकारी के अनुसार ये साफ है कि जो विधायक जो यहाँ सूरत के होटल में ठहरे हुए हैं, बागी विधायक शिवसेना और महागाड़ी सरकार के, उन्हें अहमदाबाद के एक रिसोर्ट में शिफ्ट करने की योजना जो है वो गुप्त तरीके से तैयार की गई है। उस रिसोर्ट्स में भी तैयारियां जो हैं वो करी गई हैं, अगर उन्हें लाया जाए तो उन्हें यहाँ रखा जाए। और साथ ही साथ ये जानकारी भी हमारे पास है कि भाजपा के जो विधायक, महाराष्ट्र के जो विधायक हैं 105 विधायक, उन्हें भी देर शाम बॉम्बे से अहमदाबाद जो है वो लाया जा सकता है। और ये सारे जो विधायक हैं, भाजपा के विधायक हैं, महाआघाड़ी सरकार के जो बाकी विधायक हैं एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में, उन्हें एक ही जगह पे रखा जा सकता है और उसी रिसोर्ट से सीधा अहमदाबाद एयरपोर्ट, जब फ्लोर टेस्ट जिस दिन महाराष्ट्र में होगा तो उस दिन एक साथ सारे विधायकों को एक ही फ्लाइट में मुंबई ले जाया जा सकता है। तो इस तरह की तैयारियां जो है वो गुपचुप तरीके से अहमदाबाद से तकरीबन 20 किलोमीटर दूर एक रिसोर्ट है, साणंद इलाके में आया हुआ है, वहां पर ये तैयारियां जो हैं वो अभी की गई हैं। और देखना ये होगा क्योंकि जिस तरह से अभी सूरत में भाजपा के विधायक जो हैं उनका आगमन हुआ, महाराष्ट्र के विधायक का, तो ये एक संकेत है कि अब जो योजनाबद्ध तरीके से जो पूरा ये कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, तो ये संकेत साफ है कि इन विधायकों को अहमदाबाद के पास में 20 किलोमीटर दूर एक रिसोर्ट के अंदर रखा जा सकता है। और फिर से एक बार रिसोर्ट की जो पॉलिटिक्स है वो ये भारत की राजनीति में, महाराष्ट्र की राजनीति में भी अब देखी जाएगी।
जी Amit, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. We are expecting some activity there in Gujarat as well, but there is activity happening here in the national capital as well. We'll of course keep a track of all of that, but shifting focus now to the Agnipath scheme and an exclusive of the Army Chief where Times Network's group editor Navika Kumar spoke to him just a short while ago. Listen in.
Hello and welcome to Frankly Speaking, and today my guest is General Manoj Pandey, Army Chief, and it's a pleasure to meet with you.
Thank you very much.
We're caught in the middle of some whirlwinds after the announcement of the Agnipath scheme. My question to you is, आपने पहले announcement की और उसके बाद कई clarifications भी आए हैं, आपके हिसाब से जितने भी इसके बारे में सवाल थे लोगों के दिलों में, वो पूरे एड्रेस हो गए हैं या अभी भी कोई टाइट्रेशन की ज़रूरत महसूस हो रही है?
धन्यवाद नाविका जी। सबसे पहले मैं कहना चाहूँगा, जो अनाउंसमेंट स्कीम के बारे में 14 तारीख को हुए थे, उसमें स्कीम की ब्रॉड रूपरेखा या फ्रेमवर्क या आउटलाइन डिक्लेयर हुई थी, और उसके बाद आपने जैसे देखा पिछले 5-6 दिनों में उसके अलग अलग फाइन प्रिंट है, उसके क्या क्या फीचर्स है, उसके बारे में लोगों को इसके बारे में जानकारी मेरी समझ में बड़ी अच्छी तरह से बताई गई है। और अभी लोगों के, खास करके युवाओं के मन में जो आशंका थी या कोई एंग्जाइटी थी, मुझे लगता है उसका पूरी तरह से अभी समाधान हो गया है, ये मेरी सोच है।
जनरल साहब, ये जो एज लिमिट की बात की, इसको रिलैक्स किया गया, आप इस अग्निपथ स्कीम का मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या समझते हैं? हमने कारगिल युद्ध के बाद एक रिपोर्ट आई थी जिसमें कहा गया था कि आर्मी की एवरेज एज को नीचे लाने की ज़रूरत है, आर्मी के पेंशन बिल को कंट्रोल करने की ज़रूरत है। तो आर्मी की तरफ से क्या ऑब्जेक्टिव्स रहे और अग्निपथ स्कीम से ये कैसे पूरे होंगे?
यदि मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, अग्निपथ स्कीम के जो 4 मुख्य थल सेना की दृष्टि से जो मेन उद्देश्य या बेनिफिट्स रहे हैं, सबसे पहले मोर एनहांस्ड यूथफुल प्रोफाइल। आप जानती है हमारी जो करंट डिप्लॉयमेंट्स या कमिटमेंट्स हैं, वो अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में चुनौतीपूर्ण ऑपरेशनल एनवायरनमेंट में हमारी सेना कार्यरत और तैनात है, जिसके फलस्वरूप इन सिचुएशंस में एक सक्षम तरीके से डिप्लॉय होने के लिए मुझे लगता है एक फिट और यंग सोल्जर इज़ रिक्वायर्ड, और इसीलिए एक यूथफुल प्रोफाइल इस दृष्टि से मदद देगा। बट साथ में हमें ये भी, वी आर कॉन्शियस दैट यू ऑल्सो नीड एक्सपीरियंस, सो यहाँ पर इसके तहत वी विल स्ट्राइक अ गुड बैलेंस बिटवीन यूथ एंड एक्सपीरियंस, so that is in so far as the youthful profile is concerned. Secondly, you are also aware, or you will agree with me, that the nature of warfare is fast changing. It is now becoming increasingly multi-domain. It is becoming increasingly involving different aspects of warfare, be it the cyber, be it the space, be it information warfare. You have new technologies coming up. There are new technological infusions in terms of equipments and systems. So we need to leverage this technology to come up with a good future-ready fighting force. And that's how we need technologically adept youth who are easily able to imbibe technology and give a good account of themselves. So that is the second part as to why we need technologically adept youth. And in this, we are wanting to get students from our ITIs as well as technical institutes. So, they are already there before they come up and further get trained to operate various equipment systems that we have. So, age is one aspect. Second is getting the technologically adept youth. And third is to provide equal or a good opportunity for all the young men or youth in the country to join the forces. So these, I think, are the 3 main objectives of the scheme from an army point of view.
Even former army veterans, lieutenant generals have come out and expressed reservations, और उनका ये कंसर्न है कि आपने कहा है 17.5 से 21 साल तक के युवा लिए जाएंगे। अब 4 साल के लिए अगर लिए जाएंगे तो क्या इनकी कमिटमेंट लेवल रहेगी? अगर 6 महीने की ट्रेनिंग दी जाएगी तो क्या ये इनको इतना ट्रेन कर सकेंगे कि हमारे जो बॉर्डर्स हैं नॉर्थ में, वेस्ट में, उनको वो उसी तरीके से गार्ड कर पाएंगे जिस तरह से आज हमारे सेना बल में जितने ट्रेन्ड लोग हैं हैं वो कर पाएंगे, और दूसरी बात कि जब वो 4 साल खत्म होने के कगार पर आएंगे उनकी कमिटमेंट लेवल्स वो रहेंगी, क्योंकि वो ये सोच रहा होगा युवा कि मैं यहाँ से छोड़ूंगा तो मेरी नौकरी क्या होगी, मैं कहाँ पर ज्वाइन करूंगा, मेरी आगे की जिंदगी का क्या होगा, क्या ये कमिटमेंट लेवल्स के साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं होगा?
तो इस प्रश्न में आपने 2-3 मुद्दे उठाए हैं, तो सबसे पहले मैं कमिटमेंट के बारे में बताना चाहूँगा। तो मेरे मन में इसके बारे में कोई आशंका नहीं है, बिकॉज आई फील द स्कीम इज नॉट ओनली एडिक्वेटली इंसेंटिवाइज बट इसको बड़ा आकर्षक बना है सभी तरीके से। और ये क्यों कह रहा हूँ मैं, सबसे पहले आई थिंक युवाओं के लिए ये एक अच्छा मौका या अवसर है जो कि भारतीय सेना में आए, और भारतीय सेना के जो भी हमारे मिलिट्री इथॉस वैल्यूज़ है, जैसे कमिटमेंट, एस्पिरिट डे कोर, कमराडरी, इन सब को इम्बाइब करके आगे बढ़े। सेकेंडली, जहाँ तक फाइनेंशियल पैकेज का सवाल है, मैं समझता हूँ वो भी दैट इज़ एडिक्वेट एज वेल एज अट्रैक्टिव। खास करके इसमें जो सेवा निधि पैकेज का प्रावधान है, दैट इज़ अ यूनिक फीचर। अलाउंसेस जो एक जवान के लिए लागू है, ये इनके लिए भी लागू रहेंगे, और यदि रिस्क के तौर पर डेथ और डिसेबिलिटी बेनिफिट्स भी तकरीबन उसी बराबर अग्निवीर के लिए लागू रहेंगे। तो जहाँ तक कमिटमेंट का सवाल है, मुझे लगता है इसमें उतना प्रश्न नहीं है। खास करके फौज में यू आर अवेयर इन इन्फेंट्री और इन आर्मी यूनिट द ethos is such that in a very short period of time we are easily able to assimilate any new soldiers or new entrants or recruits that come into the system, and that is one of our characters which we take great pride in. So assimilation I don't see will be an issue. You are also aware that we have very strict standards of training which we expect each soldier to achieve, and अग्निवीर के लिए ये कोई इसमें अलग हटके नहीं रहेगा, उनको भी उसी मापदंडों पर खरा उतरना पड़ेगा। और 4 साल के बाद जब वो अपनी या फिर इनिशियल ट्रेनिंग के बाद जब बाहर निकलेंगे, उनको हम हमारे ऑपरेशनल या नॉन ऑपरेशनल यूनिट्स में रिक्वायरमेंट के मुताबिक सभी अंगों में आर्म्स एंड सर्विसेज में डिप्लॉय करेंगे। एंड द लास्ट पार्ट यू आस्क्ड कि 4 साल के बाद इनका क्या होगा, तो वो भी मैं कहना चाहता हूँ। आई थिंक दे विल बी एडिक्वेटली इक्विप्ड। हमने बताया है कि इनको हम इस तरह से स्किल करेंगे, इनको इस तरह से इक्विप करेंगे ताकि बाहर समाज में जाकर, सोसाइटी में जाकर दे विल हैव द एडिक्वेट क्वालिफिकेशंस टू परस्यू देयर ड्रीम्स, परस्यू देयर करियर ड्रीम्स। उनकी एक अलग पहचान रहेगी, उनकी एक अलग आइडेंटिटी रहेगी, एंड इन फैक्ट वी एक्सपेक्ट देम टू एक्ट एज अ ब्रिज बिटवीन द मिलिट्री और द आर्मी एंड द सोसाइटी। सो इन टर्म्स ऑफ what after 4 years, I think we have addressed this issue in every which way, and you have also seen पिछले 5-6 दिनों में अलग अलग मंत्रालयों ने, अलग अलग राज्यों ने, बाकी एजेंसीज ने, इंक्लूडिंग कॉरपोरेट्स ने अपनी पूरी तैयारी बताई है, अनाउंस की है एज टू हाउ दे वुड लाइक टू absorb them. So I think this aspect has also been adequately catered for.
चेयरमैन साहब, मैं कुछ आंकड़ों की बात करना चाहती हूँ। पिछले कुछ सालों में अगर आप 2019 तक की जो भर्तियां हुई हैं, तो पिछले 2 सालों में जब रिक्रूटमेंट्स हो रहे थे, करीब 80,000 के करीब रिक्रूटमेंट हुई थी सेना में। उसके बाद 2 साल कोविड रहा। अब आपने 46,000 का जो आंकड़ा दिया है, क्या ये कम है? क्योंकि एक्सपेक्टेशन है कम से कम 40-50 लाख लोग अप्लाई करते हैं, उसमें से 46,000 लोग लिए जाएंगे। तो एक तो ये आंकड़ा है जिसको कम लोग मान रहे हैं। दूसरी बात ये कि लोगों का कहना है कि सीएपीएफ में 4 साल बाद जाएंगे। अगर आप सीएपीएफ के डिफरेंट विंग्स देख लें तो 28,000 पर ईयर भर्ती हो रही है, रिक्रूटमेंट हो रही है। उसमें से 10% अगर अग्निवीर के लिए हुआ तो यानी कि 3,000 से कम लोग अब्सॉर्ब हो पाएंगे पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस में। इज दैट a good enough number for the Agniveers who are passing out after 4 years? 2800 को नौकरी मिलेगी, जो 75% 46,000 के निकलेंगे, उनका क्या होगा?
यदि मैं आपका प्रश्न सही समझ पाया हूं तो आपका पहला प्रश्न है कि ये जो अपने 46,000 की बात की, सो यू आर रेफरिंग टू सर्टेन नंबर्स व्हिच विल बी रिक्रूटेड every year and in the coming years. So will it impact our sort of strength of the army? उसका मेरा ये जवाब रहेगा कि ये जो स्कीम है ये this is purely to do with human resource management and it is nothing to do with the optimization or right sizing of the army. It is a separate and an independent exercise which has been ongoing for a number of years. You had the Shekhar Cut Committee report and you had certain other studies which recommended us to how to optimize this. So this is being looked at separately. We are focusing only on the scheme insofar as the human resource management is concerned. You also mentioned in the next part as to how would they get absorbed in CAPFs and other institutes. So as of now, different agencies, ministries, state governments have announced, reservation for the Agniveers who exit. In due course of time, we'll work on this in greater detail, and we will ensure that near 100% Agniveers, in some form or the other, do find placement of their choice, of their liking, and are able to thereafter further their career aspirations in whatever field, including in the...
But it is a grey area.
Well, I won't say. These announcements have been made. There are different agencies who have come forward. This was planned. This was not as if it has happened in an ad hoc or an incremental manner, right? So we will now work on it in more greater details and come out with a detailed, shall we say, notification, इंस्ट्रक्शन.
सवाल ये भी है जो मैंने कहा कि एक साल में अगर आप रिक्रूटमेंट CAPFs में देखें, जो माना जा रहा है कि एक ऐसा आउटलेट होगा जहां ये लोग जा सकते हैं ट्रेनिंग के बाद. अब 28,000 अगर वो टोटल ले रहे हैं साल में, तो 2800 10% उसका अग्निवीर मैक्सिमम जा सकते हैं. तो ये नंबर कम है क्या? इस वजह से यूथ में कहीं ना कहीं थोड़ी शंका है, और ये शंका कैसे दूर हो सकती है?
तो सबसे पहले मैं स्पेसिफिक नंबर्स में नहीं जाना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि वो अभी इतने कम समय में शायद ठीक भी नहीं है. पर जैसे आपने देखा, इसके लिए रिस्पांस और प्लानिंग के मुताबिक देयर आर नंबर ऑफ एजेंसीज, इंस्टीट्यूट्स, government ministries, state governments who have expressed their intention, and that is what is important. We will now sit down and work as to how this will happen. But what I want to assure, और मैं ये आपको आश्वस्त और आपको मतलब युवाओं को, कि जो भी आप 75% हर साल 4 साल के बाद फोर्ट से आप जब समाज में जाएंगे, आपके लिए पर्याप्त मात्रा में
नौकरियां,
संधियां, अवसर या अपॉर्चुनिटीज विल बी अवेलेबल. सो उसमें आप मतलब युवाओं को चिंता नहीं होनी चाहिए उसके बारे में.
एक और प्रश्न जो हमारे दर्शकों से काफी आता है वो ये, क्राइटेरिया क्या होगा? क्योंकि आपने कहा 25% कंटिन्यू करेंगे सेना के अंदर और 75% जो हैं वो 4 साल के बाद सेना से बाहर हो जाएंगे. तो ये क्राइटेरिया जजमेंट का क्या होगा? कैसे होगा? इसमें कंपटीशन कितना होगा? कोहेसिवनेस ऑफ दीज पीपल विद द रेस्ट ऑफ द रिक्रूट्स ऑफ अग्निवीर्स वो रहेगा या नहीं रहेगा? तमाम सवाल इसके बारे में भी आते हैं. इस पर आपका क्या कहना है?
नामिका जी, ये बहुत ज़रूरी प्रश्न है और मुझे खुशी है आपने ये प्रश्न पूछा है, बिकॉज दिस इज़ एक्सट्रीमली क्रिटिकल. क्योंकि जैसे मैंने शुरू में बताया, इस स्कीम के तहत जो 25% है वो हमारे दे विल बी द बेस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट, एंड हेंस ये ज़रूरी है कि हम एक पारदर्शक और ट्रांसपेरेंट, क्रेडिबल और विश्वसनीय और एक निष्पक्ष और फेयर एंड ऑब्जेक्टिव असेसमेंट सिस्टम हम इसको अमल में लाएंगे. और योग्यता के आधार पर हम इन 25% अग्निवीरों को री एनरोल होने का मौका देंगे. So this is very critical, and this we will do it based on a centralized database, based on automation, and we will make it as easily implementable as possible.
आपने कहा you will ensure high standards of operational preparedness, and आपने ये भी कहा कि technologies के थ्रू आप अग्निवीर को इफेक्टिव बनाएंगे सेना में. मैं पूछना चाहती हूँ कि जहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी एक तरफ बहुत एम्पावर करती है और यूथ जल्दी अडैप्ट करता है, वहाँ टेक्नोलॉजी के जरिए थोड़े से सेफगार्ड्स की भी जरूरत होती है. लीकेज ऑफ इंफॉर्मेशन, स्पेशली अगेन लोगों के मन में संदेह है कि जो 4 साल के लिए आ रहा है, अगेन वी कम बैक टू द पॉइंट ऑफ कमिटमेंट. जब उसके 2, 2.5, 3 साल हो जाएंगे पूरे, उसके बाद स्ट्रेटेजिक इंफॉर्मेशन या कोई ऐसी चीज जो सेना को बैकफुट पे डाल दे, अगर इनके हाथ लगेगी तो क्या होगा? तो इसके लिए अंदर से क्या प्रिपेयर्डनेस होगी और क्या आपकी सिक्योरिटी वॉल्स होंगी?
तो जहाँ तक इस प्रश्न का सवाल है, मैं समझता हूँ हमारे एग्जिस्टिंग सिस्टम में there are adequate shall I say checks and balances, there are adequate provisions जो कि हम अभी हमारे जवानों में भी उनके लिए भी लागू है, as to how we prevent leakage or passage of classified information to outside agencies, especially those who are inimical. The same yardsticks, the same thing will be applicable to the अग्निवीर. और यदि एक युवा, मैंने मिलिट्री इथॉस, कल्चर, नेशनलिज्म की शुरू में बात की, सो a young boy who comes out having imbibed all these military ethos, I mean, I don't think there will be a scope or I mean, we are banking on these youth imbibing our culture, and it is not just an association for 4 years, but these qualities will remain with them for the rest of their lives. But yes, we will have adequate measures instituted or put in place to make sure that these kind of concerns are suitably addressed.
जनरल साहब, एक और सवाल है, एंड दिस आई एम आस्किंग फ्रॉम द पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ऑफ द कमांडर्स. जब कमांडर के पास आप एक बटालियन देते हैं, उस कमांडर के सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस का क्या, जब उसे कोई कम्बैट सिचुएशन में जाना है? How much of the percentage of his team of soldiers with him can be the regularly trained and long-term trained personnel, and how many of them can be अग्निवीर? क्योंकि लोगों का ये एक अंदेशा है कहीं ना कहीं कि कमांडिंग ऑफिसर का अपना पोजीशन हम कहीं कॉम्प्रोमाइज तो नहीं करें.
तो ये भी बड़ा अच्छा प्रश्न है आपका, क्योंकि जैसे मैंने शुरू में जिक्र किया, यूथ एंड एक्सपीरियंस, इन दोनों के बीच में एक करेक्ट बैलेंस पाना या अचीव करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. एक लोगों के मन में धारणा बनी है कि यदि आप 25% जवानों को 4 साल बाद समाज में या फौज के बाहर भेजेंगे, तो आपके यूनिट में 25% 4 साल से कम सर्विस वाले जवान रहेंगे. वो गलत है. इससे ये नतीजा होगा कि या हम ये इंश्योर करेंगे कि कोई भी कॉम्बैट यूनिट में या फिर आर्मी में 50% से ज़्यादा 4 साल से कम सर्विस के ये अग्निवीर जवान नहीं रहेंगे. सो वी विल स्ट्राइक अ बैलेंस, 50% अग्निवीर, that is less than 4 years, and 50% are the regular soldiers. So this balance will always be maintained.
50% बहुत हाई नंबर नहीं है. अगेन कमिंग बैक, जो कई लोगों ने कहा है और ये वेटरन्स ऑफ द आर्मी ने कहा है, अरुण प्रकाश जी ने भी लिखा है इसके बारे में, और उन्होंने ये कहा है कि will they put their lives on the line with no pension? और ये सवाल पॉलिटिकली भी उठता है कि हम उनको शहीद का दर्जा भी नहीं देंगे क्योंकि वो आर्मी ट्रू ब्लू आर्मी का नहीं है, अग्निवीर है. ये सवाल उठता है।
नहीं, पर ये भी मेरी समझ में ये सच नहीं है। मैंने शुरू में आपको बताया कि यदि डेथ और डिसेबिलिटी बेनिफिट्स है वो उनके लिए लागू रहेंगे। जितने भी अलाउंसेस है, रिस्क एंड हार्डशिप अलाउंस, तो यदि एक सियाचिन में यदि एक यूनिट तैनात है, उसमें एक अग्निवीर को भी वही दर्जा मिलेगा, वही स्टेटस मिलेगा, फाइनेंशियल बेनिफिट्स भी उसी तरह से मिलेंगे जो कि एक रेगुलर सोल्जर के लिए है। बाकी जो टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस है वो उसमें जो नोटिफिकेशन है उसमें बड़ी क्लियरली ले डाउन किया है। तो मुझे लगता नहीं कि सवाल ये है कि द पैकेज विच इज बीइंग ऑफर्ड इन दिस स्कीम, ये हमने सोचना या समझना जरूरी है कि ये स्कीम इज टेलर मेड टू आवर रिक्वायरमेंट्स, यू नो, एंड सो ऑल दीज फीचर्स आफ्टर ग्रेट डेलिब्रेशन, बड़े लंबे विचार विमर्श के बाद इनको हमने वी हैव कम आउट विद दीज। सो आई डोंट थिंक देयर इज अ क्वेश्चन ऑफ कमिटमेंट एंड यू नो, मुझे लगता है ये सिर्फ आशंकाएं है। As we move forward, we will make the system work, and if there is a requirement, should there be a requirement, we will, you know, we can look at making positive changes. So, but that as we go along, I mean, you must understand, this is a transformative reform. ये एक बड़ा परिवर्तन है। तो we've got the broad outline correct. उसकी जो रूपरेखा है मेरी समझ में
इट्स नॉट सेट इन स्टोन, उसमें इम्प्रूवमेंट की जरूरत होगी तो आप
जरूरत पड़ने पर यदि कोई सकारात्मक बदलाव करने की जरूरत पड़ी तो मैं समझता हूँ उसमें कोई ऐसी आपत्ति नहीं होगी, ये मेरी समझ है।
बहुत सही कहा आपने। और मैं ओवरऑल डिफेंस बजट की अगर बात करूं, 5.25 लाख करोड़ डिफेंस बजट है, जिसमें तकरीबन 1.25 लाख करोड़ तो चला जाता है पेंशन बिल में। ऑपरेशनल एक्सपेंसेस में अनदर 1.5 लाख करोड़ गोज इन। It is a reform which you know, the time has come for that reform. It works very well for the defense armies. I want you to give an assurance to the youngsters of this country that ये scheme army और armed forces के लिए तो अच्छी है, क्या ये युवाओं के लिए भी उतनी ही अच्छी है या नहीं? क्योंकि इस बात पर पूरा भरोसा जब तक युवाओं को नहीं होगा तब तक शायद ये सवाल उनके मन में उठते रहेंगे। आपके हिसाब से, आपने कहा कंसल्टेशन प्रोसेस हुआ है, आपके जितने पर्सनल हैं ऑन द फील्ड, आर दे ऑल ऑन बोर्ड विद यू? सब आपसे सहमत है?
हाँ, बिल्कुल, इसमें कोई मतलब मेरे मन में संदेह नहीं है। हमारे जितने भी जवान आखिर तक हमारा ये पूरा प्रयास है और तकरीबन वी हैव ऑलरेडी अचीव्ड दिस टू मेक एवरीबडी अवेयर कि इस स्कीम के क्या क्या फीचर्स है, इसमें क्या क्या प्रावधान है, इसके क्या क्या बेनिफिट्स है। तो मुझे लगता है कि वी आर कन्विंस्ड, आवर सीनियर लीडरशिप इज कन्विंस्ड, आवर जूनियर लीडर्स आर कन्विंस्ड, एंड सो इज द रैंक एंड फाइल। सो एब्सोल्युटली आई थिंक देयर इज नो एप्रीहेंशन। और आपने फिर पूछा एक बार युवाओं के लिए, तो मैंने जैसे बताया, फाइनेंशियली benefit in terms of they acquiring skills, it is beneficial, you know, they'll have a unique identity, या अलग पहचान उनके रहेंगे, that is beneficial। एक समाज में उनका एक जो स्थान बनेगा और उनको जो एक अपॉर्चुनिटी या अवसर मिलेगा अपने करियर को आगे ले जाने के लिए, तो मेरी समझ में दिस इज अ विन विन सिचुएशन फॉर ऑल, द यूथ, युवाओं के लिए, देश के और समाज के लिए, और भारतीय थल सेना, तीनों के लिए।
कुछ लोगों का ये अंदेशा है कि ये जो ट्रेन्ड मिलिट्री पर्सनल 4 साल बाद समाज के अंदर आएंगे, विल इट क्रिएट you know, one class of people who are virtually battle ready and therefore will be more aggressive, will change the society, the civil society at large? इस पर
नहीं, इस बात से मैं पूरी तरह सहमत नहीं हूँ। और ये मुझे लगता है दिस एन एक्सट्रीम पोजीशन टू टेक एंड अ सिनिकल पोजीशन, इफ आई मे सो से सो। I mean, I explained to you as to how a youth who comes out of the army after 4 years, I mean, what are the qualities he will carry with him, what resume he'll carry with him. So I do not think, I mean, what you just suggested will happen. That is, I do not agree with this hypothesis at all.
लास्ट क्वेश्चन दैट आई वांट टू आस्क यू, अग्निपथ स्कीम के आने के बाद सेना का जो टूथ टू टेल रेशियो की बात हो रही है, उसमें 14.5 लाख अगर आर्म्ड फोर्सेस हैं तो 4 लाख डिफेंस सिविलियंस है, यानी 1:4 का रेशियो है. क्या अग्निवीरों के आने के बाद ये टूथ टू टेल रेशियो पर कोई असर पड़ेगा? विल देयर बी रिफॉर्म्स इन द वे द मैथमेटिक्स रियली स्टैक्स अप?
मैंने शुरू में बताया और एक बार फिर दोहराऊंगा, अग्निपथ स्कीम और ऑप्टिमाइजेशन या टूथ टू टेल रेशो जिसका आप मेंशन कर रहे हैं, ये दो अलग अलग चीज़ें हैं. अग्निपथ स्कीम इज एन एंटायरली ह्यूमन रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट फिलॉसफी और अ प्रोसेस, whereas this is a separate exercise which aims at improving the tooth to tail ratio, making army more agile, more lean, more combat ready. So we are moving parallelly on these two lines, if I may say so, and these are not two interlinked. These two are not interlinked, right? So we are working in both directions, and I think we will achieve good results in both of these areas.
So to get the brass tacks right, Agniveer will be the only system of recruitment henceforth.
Absolutely.
और ये 1 साल के लिए आपने अमेंड किया है एज लिमिट 23 तक. जो बच्चे 2 साल से ट्रेनिंग कर रहे हैं और काफ़ी ऐसे विजुअल्स आए हैं और ऐसे साउंड बाइट्स आए हैं बच्चों के कि हम पैसा खर्चते हैं और भागने जाते हैं और ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स में जाते हैं, इन बच्चों के लिए कोई संदेश आपका?
नहीं, मेरा संदेश या आह्वान यही रहेगा कि हमने रिक्रूटमेंट का शेड्यूल या रिक्रूटमेंट की प्रक्रिया की रूपरेखा we have already put it out. We have declared the broad timelines. तो मैं चाहूँगा या मेरा इनसे आह्वान रहेगा कि आप रिक्रूटमेंट की प्रक्रिया में भाग लेने के लिए या फौज में भर्ती होने के लिए अपनी तैयारी बिना कोई समय व्यर्थ गवाते हुए तैयारी के करें. और ये जो आपको यूनिक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है, खास करके ये 2 साल का जो एज वेवर दिया गया है, उसका पूरा फ़ायदा उठाते हुए.
और इन 2 सालों में जिनकी एज लिमिट ऊपर हो गई
नहीं, उसी के लिए ये 2 साल का एज रिलैक्सेशन.
पहले तो 25 साल तक आप लेते थे, अब दिस ईयर इट विल बी 23 years.
No. So that's not correct. So they have been given a 2 years age relaxation, and it will cater for all category of youth who were desirous of participating or getting recruited in the military. Yeah.
एक आखिरी सवाल, आपने एक सेवा निधि जो 11.71 lakhs की जो ये जो सेवा निधि है, इसमें सैलरी से कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा और आर्मी भी देगी, और इज दिस कंप्लीटली फंडेड बाय द आर्मी?
यदि आप जो डॉक्यूमेंट हमारा है जिसमें कि ये डिटेल दी है, उसमें ये बड़ा क्लियरली इंक्लूडेड है कि हर महीने में जितनी सैलरी एक अग्निवीर को मिलेगी उसमें से कई प्रतिशत, तकरीबन 30% वो ये सेवा निधि में जाएगा. उसका करस्पॉन्डिंग कंट्रीब्यूशन गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से होगा, और 4 साल के होने के बाद इंटरेस्ट के साथ जो अग्निवीर बाहर निकलेगा उसको ये सेवा निधि पूरी प्राप्त होगी.
नो पेंशन, नो कैंटीन अवेलेबिलिटी, कैंटीन सर्विस अवेलेबिलिटी फॉर अग्निवीर, वो भी एक इशू है कि आप डिफरेंटली ट्रीट कर रहे हैं?
नहीं, वो मुझे लगता है सही अंडरस्टैंडिंग नहीं है. जब अग्निवीर सर्विस में रहेगा 4 साल, उसको मेडिकल फैसिलिटीज़, उसको छुट्टी, उसको कैंटीन फैसिलिटीज़, ये सब लागू है. और बाकी जो फैसिलिटीज़ क्या क्या लागू है या नहीं है, that has all been clearly laid out. You must understand it is a tailor-made package to meet peculiar conditions of ours, and I think I find it is extremely viable, attractive, and will motivate youth and young men and women to join the forces.
Mr. Manoj Pandey, I just want to end on one note. Somewhere do you feel the response was out of line of your expectations?
No, you mean the response?
The response in terms of the violence.
No, what I would say is we did, in terms of these apprehensions and these clarifications. See, you must realize, after all, ये एक बड़ा परिवर्तन है, एक बड़ा बदलाव है. It's a transformative reform. So any change that comes about, there is bound to be, some anxiety, some
Lieutenant General Bansi Ponnappa, Adjutant General, Indian Army. After this, we will take some questions. Over to Lieutenant General Anil Puri.
थैंक यू. जय हिंद. अग्निपथ स्कीम बैलेंस करती है तीन चीजों को. एक, आर्म्ड फोर्सेस का. दूसरा, टेक्निकल सैवी लोग और अडेप्टेबल लोग भारतीय सेना में आएंगे. तीसरा, इंडिविजुअल को फ्यूचर रेडी करती है. कोई भी डेमोक्रेसी जहां पे एक बहुत बड़ा ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव रिफॉर्म आता है, वहां अलग अलग किस्म के ख्याल आते हैं, उस अलग अलग किस्म के मुद्दे उठते हैं और उसके ऊपर डिस्कशंस होती हैं. आप सोच रहे होंगे कि संडे को कॉन्फ्रेंस के बाद आज ये मीटिंग क्यों? आप लोगों की वजह से, सिर्फ आपकी वजह से हमने जो ये चल रही थी नेगेटिविज्म, आप एक क्रेडिबल इंफॉर्मेशन और मिस इंफॉर्मेशन को आपने दूर किया है. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इसके लिए. थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर इट. ये देश की रक्षा का सवाल है, हमारे लिए सर्वप्रिय है. खबर मिली है कि आज के नौजवान अलग अलग जगह के अंदर देखे गए हैं कि उन्होंने फिजिकल एक्टिविटी शुरू कर दी है. दिस इज ऑल हैपेंड सिर्फ आपकी वजह से. अगेन थैंक यू फॉर इट. जो क्रेडिबल इंफॉर्मेशन है, जैसे कि ये र्यूमर मॉन्गरिंग चल रही थी, किसी ने ये निकाला गया कि ये जो मुद्दा है, जो पुराने वाले टाइम के ऊपर जो लोग भर्ती हुए हैं,
गोळाबेरीज म्हणून तुम्ही 22-24 सांगताय. आमच्याकडे ब्रँडेड बीजेपी ब्रँडेड सहयोगी की जे 2.5 वर्ष तुम्ही त्रास दिल्यानंतरही आमच्याबरोबर आहेत, अशीच 30 संख्या होते. बेटर वे विधान परिषदेला 5वी जागा आम्ही लढवत नाही, पण तुम्ही राज्यसभा बिनविरोध सोडा. दुपारी 3ला माघारीची वेळ होती, 2:45 पर्यंत हा सगळा घोळ चालला. अपक्षामध्ये मग विधान परिषदेची जागा जर बीजेपी 5वी लढणार नसेल तर मग ते आम्हाला देऊन 2च्या 3 करा, वगैरे सगळे प्रस्ताव झाले आणि शेवटी माघारी घेतली नाही. तोच घोळ विधान परिषद माघारी दिवशी झाला. 6वी जागा अपक्ष पाठिंबा सदाभाऊ खोतांची उभी केलेली तुम्ही पहिले मागे घ्या, तेव्हा मागे घेतली. आणि मग आता आम्ही मागे घेतो म्हणत शेवटच्या 15 मिनिटांमध्ये माघारीच्या दृष्टीने सगळी जमावजमाव सुरू झाली. प्रत्यक्षात त्या माघारी घेतली गेली. जे होतं ते चांगल्यासाठी. काल चंद्रपूरचे आमदार किशोर जोरगेवार यांनी खूप चांगल्या भावना मांडल्या की आम्ही देवेंद्रजींचे आभार मानतो. या निवडणुकीच्या निमित्ताने आमचं महत्व महाविकास आघाडीला कळलं. याच्या आधी भेटच देत नव्हते, आता वारंवार भेटी द्यायला लागले. याच्या आधी निधीच देत नव्हते, याच्या आधी प्रश्न सोडत नव्हते. आणि निवडणूक लागले म्हटल्यानंतर मात्र आमचा भाव वाढला. त्यामुळे भारतीय जनता पार्टीला सुद्धा एका अर्थाने महाविकास आघाडीमध्ये खतखत किती आहे, असंतोष किती आहे, अपमान झाल्यामुळे कधीतरी उट्ट काढू असं म्हणण्याची भावना किती आहे, हे टेस्ट करायला वाव मिळाला. आणि त्यामुळे राज्यसभेला 123 आमदारांनी भाजपला मतदान केलं.
BJP has been saying that there is discontent within the MBA. Now the people of Maharashtra and India have got their answers.
133 जणांनी मतदान केलं आणि एकमत बाद झालं. अशा 134 जणांनी मतदान केलं तर 112 चे अगेन्स्ट 134 ही खूप मोठी संख्या आहे. अनेकांनी असं म्हटलं की आता 134 आणि 144 मध्ये 10चाच फरक आहे.
134 MLAs voted for the BJP. One of our vote was cancelled out. So yes, 133 voted.
कोणाने आमचं कोण कळेल. पण यातून घाबरून गेले 2.5 वर्ष महाराष्ट्राच्या विधानसभेच्या अध्यक्षपदाची निवडणूक झाली नाही, हिंमतच नाही, धाडसच नाही. आणि मग कायदा बदलला गेला की हात वर करून. आणि वाय हात वर करून? आताही एका दिवशी तुम्ही 2-2 हॉटेलला बदलता. रात्री 12-1 वाजता तुम्हाला न्यूज मिळते की इथे गडबड होईल, मग 12-1 वाजता आमदारांना उठवता, अंगावरच्या कपड्याची गाडीत भरता. म्हणजे तुम्ही सरकारमध्ये असो ते काय उपयोग आहे? तुम्हाला तुमच्या आमदारांवर विश्वास नाही, तुमच्या आमदारांबद्दल भीती वाटते की यांना कोणतरी भेटेल, सांगेल. आणि त्यामुळे एका अर्थाने भारतीय जनता पार्टीला स्वतःची ताकद दाखवण्याची एक चांगली संधी मिळाली. पण त्या दोन्हीचा, सरकार बनण्याचा आणि त्या निवडण्याचा काही संबंध नाही. या सगळ्याचं नेतृत्व नेहमीच देवेंद्रजी करतात, पण ह्या वेळेला त्यांचं नेतृत्व काय आहे, त्यांची हुशारी काय आहे, त्यांचा लोकांशी संवाद काय आहे, त्यांचा लोकांशी संपर्क काय आहे, हे या निमित्ताने सिद्ध झालं.
The intelligence and the leadership of Devendra Fadnavis was very much evident during the MLC and Rajya Sabha polls.
मी त्यांचंही महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम कार्यकर्त्यांच्या वतीने, महाराष्ट्रातल्या तमाम नागरिकांच्या वतीने, की जे पहाटे 4-4 पर्यंत निकाल बघायला आपला टीव्ही ऑन करून बसले होते, केवढी उत्सुकता, भाजप विजयी होण्यासाठीची केवढी हुरूर, त्या सगळ्यांच्या वतीने मी माननीय देवेंद्रजींचे मनापासून अभिनंदन करतो.
एकनाथ शिंदे यांचे ट्विट आलेलं आहे की आम्ही बाळासाहेबांचे हिंदुत्वाचे विचार मांडणारे आहोत, सत्तेसाठी प्रार्थना करणारे आम्ही नाही आहे. हा नेमका कोणाचा इशारा?
आता असं आहे की त्यांना काय म्हणायचं आहे यात एवढंच मी म्हणेल की समजने वाले को इशारा काफी आहे. माहीत नाही, मी मगाशी सुद्धा प्रेसला हे म्हटलं की आता कुठलंही मत व्यक्त करणं हे थोडं टू अर्ली होईल आणि याच्यामुळे वेट अँड वॉच अशी स्थिती भारतीय जनता पार्टीची आहे. अचानकच काल संध्याकाळी हा मेसेज आला की
BJP is adopting a wait and watch approach, saying anything or deciding on anything will be extremely too early for now.
हे 2.5 वर्षापूर्वी ज्या वेळेला हे एका अर्थाने अनसायंटिफिक, अशास्त्रीय सरकार निर्माण झालं, तत्वाशी तडजोड करून आणि एका अर्थाने विश्वासघात करून, तेव्हाच तो जो पहिला कॅम्प होता महिन्याभराचा, त्या कॅम्पमध्येच अनेक आमदारांनी काँग्रेस राष्ट्रवादीवर जायचं असेल.
Government of MBA was formed by backstabbing us. It was an impractical government
नशीब पण मानलं,
formed by parties with different ideologies.
लोकांना उद्याचा वायदा करण्यामध्ये खूप प्रसिद्ध आहे. आणि त्याने आमदारांना उद्याचा वायदा दिला की मला अल्टिमेटली बीजेपीवरच जायचं आहे, मला हिंदुत्व सोडायचं नाही आहे, पण ही काही काळापुरती ॲडजस्टमेंट आहे. हा भारतीय जनता पार्टीला धडा शिकवण्याचा प्रयत्न आहे असं सांगून सत्तेमध्ये सहभागी व्हायला लावणं हे फार दिवस टिकत नाही. आणि त्यामुळे लोक रोजच विचारत राहिले.
The way CM Uddhav Thackeray said that they are not leaving Hindutva. Hindutva is with them, but they want to leave the BJP. Now this is the lesson that they are learning.
त्यांच्यावर टीका करणारे अनेक भाषणांचे संदर्भ आहेत बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंनी दिलेल्या केलेली टीका, त्या पार्श्वभूमीवर लोकांना हे एम्ब्रेसिंग होतं. आमदार खासदार त्यांना वारंवार सांगत होते की आम्ही नेक्स्ट विधानसभा लोकसभा विदाऊट बीजेपी लढू शकणार नाही, विदाऊट हिंदुत्व लढू शकणार नाही. असं असताना सुद्धा वेळ काढूपणा हे ह्या
all the MLAs and MPs of Shiv Sena were telling CM Uddhav Thackeray that we will not be able to contest elections without the BJP. We are in no position to do that, but yet they went ahead and broke the alliance.
आम्हाला काही म्हणण्याचे कारण नाही, आम्हाला काही सोय सुद्धा गेले. परंतु राज्यसभा निवडणुकीच्या वेळेला, विधान परिषद निवडणुकीच्या वेळेला हेच लक्षात आलं की काही केलं फ्लेक्झिबिलिटी ठेवायची नाही. आणि म्हणून मला असं वाटतं की फ्रॉम द डे वन अनेक आमदारांच्या मनामध्ये ही खतखत होती की आम्ही हिंदुत्व सोडून नाही राहू शकतो.
विधान परिषद आणि राज्यसभेच्या वेळेस आणि बाबांनी व्यक्त केले की आमची रणनीती होती, रणनीतीचा विजय झाला. तर आता सरकार ज्या पद्धतीने निर्णय दिसत आहे तर काही रणनीती ठरलेली आहे का पर्यायी सरकार?
आता माननीय एकनाथ शिंदेजींनी जे बंड केलेलं आहे किंवा एक वेगळी वाट चोखाळण्याचा प्रयत्न केलेला आहे, त्यात कोणतीही भारतीय जनता पार्टीच्या बरोबर ज्याला आपण म्हणतो की पूर्वयोजना नाही. यातून पुढे काय इव्हॉल्व होणार आहे हे म्हणण्यासारखं सांगण्यासारखी मी काही ज्योतिषी नाही.
एकनाथ शिंदेसोबत अनेक आमदार गुजरातमध्ये आहेत, भूपेंद्र यादव जे असतील, संजय कुटे आहेत, अन्य भाजप नेते त्यांच्या संपर्कात आहेत देवेंद्र असतील, तर भाजपने त्यांना एकनाथ शिंदेना काही प्रस्ताव दिला आहे का त्यांच्याकडनं काही प्रस्तावाचा प्रस्ताव आलेला आहे?
असा कुठलाही प्रस्ताव ना भारतीय जनता पार्टीने दिलेला आहे, असा कुठलाही प्रस्ताव एकनाथ शिंदेकडून आलेला आहे. शेवटी अशा प्रकारच्या मोठ्या घटनेमध्ये एकमेकाला भेटणं शिवसेनेचे त्यांनी बंड केलेलं असतं सुद्धा शिवसेनेचे नेते गेलेच नाही भेटायला.
राज्यसभेला भाजपाने 10 मतं फोडली, विधान परिषदेला भाजपाने 20 मतं फोडली. याचा अर्थ एकनाथ शिंदे गटाकडून भाजपाला सुरुवातीपासून मदत होत होती.
नाही, आम्हाला मिळालेली मतं एकनाथ शिंदेचीच मिळाली असं कोणी सांगितलं? आम्हाला सर्व पक्षांनी मदत केली. आमचं सर्व पक्षांमध्ये संपर्क आहे आणि जी नाराजी व्यक्त झाली आहे शिवसेनेमध्ये ती उद्या काँग्रेस आणि राष्ट्रवादीमध्ये व्यक्त झाली तर आपल्याला आश्चर्य वाटण्याचं काय?
जी नाराजी आज एकनाथ शिंदेने व्यक्त केली, आज एकनाथ शिंदे एकनाथ घेऊन बाहेर पडले, तशीच नाराजी उद्या काँग्रेसमध्ये होऊ शकते. काँग्रेसचा बाहेर
मी मला वाटतं क्लिअर बोलतो आणि मी क्लिअर बोलतो.
मी पुन्हा येईन या उक्तीला एकनाथ शिंदेच्या या कृतीमुळे बळ मिळतंय का?
नाही, मला असं वाटतं की स्पेक्युलेशन्स आहेत, असंच होईल असं नाही. हिंदी मराठी ही स्पेक्युलेशन्स आहेत, असंच होईल याची काही गॅरंटी नाही. एकनाथ शिंदेनी एखाद्या वेळेस ह्या निमित्ताने त्यांच्या नेतृत्वाला हा इशारा दिला असेल किंवा तुम्ही राष्ट्रवादी राष्ट्रीय आणि हिंदुत्व सोडणं आणि अजांच्या स्पर्धा विर्धा सगळं जे आहे ते बंद करणार असाल तर आम्ही पुन्हा येऊ. त्यांनी म्हटलं असेल की पुन्हा येऊ.
It's a speculation. Maybe Eknath Shinde must have told his party that if you break this alliance with NCP and Congress, then maybe he will come back.
कुटे जी, गिरीश महाजन जी, इनके सारे पक्ष में मित्र रहते हैं, तो अब इतनी बड़ी एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने बहुत धाड़स किया है ना, तो जब अपना मित्र कोई धाड़स करता है तो हम बोलते ना कि डरो मत, हम है आपके साथ में. तो ये एक इंडिविजुअल संजय कुटे जी हो या गिरीश महाजन जी, इनकी इंडिविजुअल एक्टिविटी है, ये कोई पार्टी एक्टिविटी नहीं है. हाँ
दादा, सुरतला नेण्याचा प्लॅन आधीच ठरला होता, हॉटेलमध्ये ठरला होता आणि यामध्ये भाजपचा सहभाग होता अशी आता चर्चा.
असे संजय राऊत म्हणाले,
अशी चर्चा
असे संजय राऊत म्हणाले. असं संजय राऊतांशिवाय कोणीच म्हणू शकत.
भाजपच्या आमदारांना सुरतला किंवा गुजरातला घेऊन जायचा काही प्लॅन आहे का?
भाजपच्या आमदारांना आम्ही कधीच कुठे नेत नाही. 2.5 वर्षापूर्वी ज्यावेळेला एक बनलं नाही, काँग्रेसने त्यांचे आमदार जयपूरला नेऊन दिले, शिवसेनेने दिवसातून 3 वेळा रिसॉर्ट बदलली, राष्ट्रवादीने कुठे नेऊन ठेवले, बीजेपीने कोणाही आमदाराला कुठे ठेवलं नाही. आताही आम्ही जे राज्यसभा आणि लोकसभेसाठी हॉटेल बुक केलं त्याच्यामध्ये ट्रेनिंग हा पार्ट होता आणि त्याचा परिणाम म्हणून अतिशय व्यवस्थित आमचं मतदान झालं.
दादा, आप कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी का कोई रोल नहीं है, लेकिन गुजरात बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष वहाँ एकनाथ शिंदे से मिलते हैं. इसके अलावा ये जो एकनाथ शिंदे हैं वो गुजरात में जाकर ठहरते हैं जहाँ बीजेपी की सरकार है. तो ये कहीं बीजेपी का जो है कोई गेम प्लान तो नहीं है?
नहीं, मैंने कहा वो वही सच है. एकनाथ शिंदे जी के पूरे देश में काफी सभी से रिलेशंस है. तो जब उन्होंने ऐसा है कि जब आप कोई प्लान करते तो उस प्लान करते वक्त आप पहले ये सोचते हैं ना कि कौन से प्रांत में ये ठीक रहेगा, कौन मेरे मित्र मदद करेंगे. तो उन्होंने 3-4 लोगों को टटोला होगा, तो उसमें से उनको अच्छी जगह लगी होगी.
असं दिसतंय सध्या ही बैठक पार पडली वर्षा निवासस्थानी, शिवसेनेचे आमदार खासदार उपस्थित होते, त्यामध्ये घटनेचे म्हणून अजय चौधरी यांची निवड करण्यात आली. त्यामुळे प्रश्न असा आहे की सरकार अल्पमतात आहे, संकटात आहे असं भाजपला वाटतं.
तो हा त्यांचा अंतर्गत मामला आहे आणि घटनात्मक पेचावर बोलण्या इतकं मी तज्ज्ञ नाही. त्याला सगळे म्हणजे जे कोणी घटना तज्ज्ञ आहेत ते समर्थ आहेत.
दादा तुम्ही गेल्या 2.5 वर्षामध्ये तुम्ही असेल, सुधीर मुनगंटीवार असतील, नारायण राणे असतील की हे सरकार कोसळेल अशी बातमी केली आणि सूत्र दिले गेले. आता शिवसेनेतल्या मंडळाची परिस्थिती बघता महाविकास आघाडी सरकार पडेल असं तुम्हाला वाटतं का? आणि या निमित्ताने तुम्ही सरकार स्थापन करू शकाल याबाबत इच्छुक आहात का?
नाही, मी मगाशी म्हटलं की अशा प्रकारची स्पेक्युलेशन म्हणजे अंदाज व्यक्त करणं याची अजून वेळ आली नाही. हे टू अर्ली होईल असं माझं मत आहे. आणि आम्ही जे नेहमी म्हणायचो त्याच्यामध्ये मी ग्रामीण माणूस असल्यामुळे सुधारण सांगतो ना, तसं मी म्हटलं की ग्रामीण भागात म्हण आहे काशी से जावे नित्य बदावे, तसं काशी से जावे नित्य बदावे सारखं सरकार आम्ही पाडणार आहोत असं तर कधी म्हटलं नाही. सरकार यांच्यातल्या अंतर्गत कलहामुळे पडेल, अंतर्गत कलहामुळे पडेल. व्हॅक्यूम निर्माण झाल्यानंतर काही वेळेला होती आजही आहे. काशीस जावे नित्य बदावे मधलं आता काशीस जाण्याची वेळ आली आहे का, मी जरा थोडा अंदाज घेऊन सांगतो.
दादा, आज की राजनीतिक हालात को देखते हुए क्या बीजेपी सरकार बनाने का दावा पेश करेगी?
नहीं, अभी ऐसा कोई प्रस्ताव नहीं. अभी ऐसे कि पूरी स्थिति जो है वो जो हम कहते हैं ना अस्पष्ट है. ऐसे स्थिति में जल्दबाजी करने वाला इनमैच्योर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बीजेपी नहीं है.
दादा, ये बीजेपी की तरफ से क्या कोई प्रस्ताव एकनाथ शिंदे के पास गया है या एकनाथ शिंदे की तरफ से
अभी तक प्रस्ताव गया नहीं है. कोई आया नहीं. और पॉलिटिक्स में कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है. सॉरी नॉट नेसेसरी. हमारे तो आज योग दिन के कार्यक्रम हुए, रात्रि 3 बजे सोने के बाद भी हम अपने अपने कार्यक्रमों में गए. तो बूथ रचना के बारे में बहुत चला है. पूरे देश के कुछ लोकसभा मतदार संघ कॉन्सर्ट किए. तो लगातार बैठक यही हमारा की कार्य पद्धति है कि जिनमें से जो सब्जेक्ट है वो भी आगे जाते हैं. आपसी दोस्ती आपसी संवाद भी होता है.
की बात सामने आई है, भाजपा के पक्ष में कई लोगों ने मतदान किया है, जिसमें माना जाए कि शिवसेना के भी लोग रहे होंगे, कांग्रेस के भी लोग रहे होंगे, एनसीपी के. आपका क्या आकलन है, किस पार्टी से कितने लोग भाजपा की तरफ आए? कुछ ऐसे निर्दलीय जो भाजपा की तरफ नहीं थे, क्या उन्होंने भी वोट किया है? ऐसी कोई संख्या है किस पार्टी से कितने लोग?
क्लियर संख्या है ना. बीजेपी के 112 तो मिले 134, एक इनवैलिड हुआ, तो ये मिलकर 22 वोट मिले तो क्लियर है. और राज्यसभा के समय बीजेपी के 112 मिले 123, 11 मत मिले. किस पार्टी से कितने आए इस बारे में आकलन है बीजेपी के पास? नहीं, ऐसा है कि बहुत लोगों को संपर्क किया, सीक्रेट बैलेट था, अंदाज ही व्यक्त हो सकते, बाकी कुछ नहीं.
27 वर्ष युतीत होतात, छोट्या भावाच्या भूमिकेत शिवसेना होती, मोठ्या भावाच्या भूमिकेत मीच होता. आता जी परिस्थिती शिवसेनेची दिसते तर मोठ्या भावाचं मत काय त्याबाबत?
आता जी स्थिती निर्माण झाली ती आपल्या कर्माने निर्माण झालेली आहे आणि ती स्थिती नीट करण्यासाठी त्यांच्याकडे संजय राऊतांसारखे खूप सक्षम लोक आहेत.
बीजेपी शिवसेना अलग हुई, तब से फिर से एक बार सरकार बनाने के लिए कोशिश लगातार बीजेपी करती हुई. आज इतना अच्छा मौका मिला है और आप इतना संयम बैठे हैं और कह रहे हैं कि हम दूसरी करने वाले से देख रहे हैं. इतना संयम लाते कहाँ से?
परिस्थिति व्यक्ति को सिखाती है. तो अब 16वें साल में इस सिद्धार्थ कॉलेज में था तब एबीवीपी का एक्टिविस्ट बना. नाउ आई एम क्रॉसिंग 63. 1 साल 1 महीना 1 दिन 1 घंटा भी रुका नहीं. कभी विद्यार्थी परिषद, कभी आरएसएस, कभी बीजेपी. तो ये अनुभव से हुआ. शुरू के दिनों में शायद मेरा भी ऐसा होता था कि जो पेट में है वो निकल जाता था, अभी नहीं निकलता. सॉरी हाँ, ये दिस इज राइट. दुधाने तोंड फोडलं की ताक ही फुंकून प्यायचं असतं. चला, थँक्यू. सॉरी,
क्या बीजेपी यह मानती है कि यह सरकार
ऐसा है कि टेक्निकली और व्यवहार में दोनों अलग शब्द है. टेक्निकली तो अल्पमत में आई ना, जब आपके 22 लोग बीजेपी को वोट करते हैं और उसके पहले 11 लोग वोट करते हैं, और अभी जितनी मेरी जानकारी है कि 35 लोग एकनाथ जी के साथ गए हैं, और जो जिनके सहारे ऐसा है कि कुल मिलाकर टोटल कितनी बनती थी, 152 बनती थी, 169 दिन से बनी, तो अपक्षों से बनी, घटक पक्षों से, छोटे पक्षों से बनी, तो कोई नहीं बचा ना। राज्यसभा और विधान परिषद के निमित्त ध्यान में आया कि कोई अपक्ष नहीं बचा, क्योंकि अपक्षों को आपने घोड़ा का, हाँ, अमर जोगी जी ने अच्छा कहा कि हम यदि घोड़े हैं तो आपको क्यों चाहिए, तो ये कोई अपक्ष नहीं बचा, कोई छोटा पक्ष नहीं बचा। तो वैसे टेक्निकली अल्पमत में है, लेकिन व्यवहार में अल्पमत में आने के लिए उसकी बड़ी लंबी लीगल प्रोसेस होती है।
विशेष अधिवेशन बोलण्याची जबाबदारी भाजपला असेल का तुम्ही सांगा?
नाही नाही, असं काही आज करण्याचा विचार नाही, म्हणून मी असं म्हटलं की या नजीकच्या 24 तासामध्ये ज्या डेव्हलपमेंट्स होतील ज्याच्याकडे आम्ही खूप बारकाईने पाहतो, त्यातून खूप गोष्टी, म्हणजे तुम्ही म्हणता त्याच्यापेक्षा एक मोठी यादी आहे माझ्याकडे की हे करता येईल, ते करता येईल, ते करता येईल, पण आज ते म्हणणं आणि ते करणं, म्हणणं सुद्धा इमॅच्युअर आणि करणं तर फारच इमॅच्युअर.
Vikas Aghadi government is in minority and they do not want to at this point of time respond. There are speculations that are doing the rounds as far as government formation is concerned. There is nothing being done about that by the BJP. We are closely monitoring all the developments.
अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाने के लिए स्पेशल अधिवेशन बुलाओ, ऐसी स्थिति आज निर्माण हुई है, ऐसा मैं नहीं मानता. अधिवेशन 18 जुलाई से है, देखते क्या होता है.
दादा तुम्ही बोलताय की
दादा, राज्यपाल अलर्ट मोडवर आले, त्यांना वाटतं की पहाटेला पण उठावं लागतंय आता.
हे राज्यपाल जे ऐसे है, हे राज्यपाल असे आहेत की ते अर्ली मॉर्निंग उठतात आणि फिरायला जातात, त्यामुळे त्यांना वेगळं उठण्याची आवश्यकता नाही.
दादा तुम्ही बोलताय की पुढचे 24 तास महत्वाचे असणार आहेत राज्याच्या राजकारणामध्ये, तर दुसरीकडे शिवसेना सर्व आमदारांना शिवसेना भवनात घेऊन शक्ती प्रदर्शन करणार आहे, तर दुसरीकडे शरद पवार असं म्हणताय की महाविकास आघाडीला कोणताही धोका नाहीये, तुमच्याकडून संपूर्ण तयारी झालेली आहे का?
मी पुन्हा म्हटलं की भारतीय जनता पार्टीचा हा प्लॅन गेम हा भारतीय जनता पार्टीचा नाही, त्यामुळे आम्ही त्याच्यामध्ये काही मत व्यक्त करण्याचं कारणच नाही. हा, महाविकास आघाडीचे नेते ज्यांनी खरं म्हणजे 2.5 वर्ष सरकार चालवलं, ज्यांच्या सरकार चालवण्यामुळे संत्रस्त झाले लोक, तर सरकार शिवसेनेचं आहे का राष्ट्रवादीचं आहे, सगळे निर्णय पहा. काय कळतंय मला कळत नाही सरकार चालवणाऱ्यांना की कसं सगळा महाराष्ट्र त्यांना हवाय तसा कॅप्चर करण्याचा प्रयत्न झाला. मग कॉन्ट्रॅक्ट घ्या, कोऑपरेटिव्ह फील्ड मधले निर्णय घ्या, काय हो तुमचं कोऑपरेटिव्ह फील्डमध्ये, तुमची पतसंस्था तरी आहे का? मग एवढ्या मोठमोठ्या साखर कारखान्यांसाठी निर्णय झाले, तर तुम्हाला असं वाटलं नाही की माझ्या सामान्य शिवसैनिकाला काही फायदा नाही? आणि त्यामुळे त्यांनी असं म्हणणं महाविकास आघाडीच्या नेत्यांनी की ज्यांनी हे सरकार फॉर्म केलं, ज्यांनी हे सरकार टिकवलं, तर त्यांची जबाबदारीच आहे असं म्हणण्याची. हा, असं वाऱ्यावर सोडून देऊन चालत नाही ना. त्या दिवशी राज्यसभा निवडणुकीच्या वेळेला ते पुण्याला निघून गेला भाग वेगळा, आणि काल नाना पटोलेजी नागपूर निघून गेला भाग वेगळा, पण असं एखादं सरकार आपण बनवलं तर वाऱ्यावर नाही सोडता येतं, म्हणावंच लागतं की काही धोका नाही, काही धोका नाही.
The BJP has nothing to do with the political crisis in the Maha Vikas Aghadi. This was not our game plan. The leaders of the Maha Vikas Aghadi who are in government today fail to understand the sentiments of the local Shiv Sena leaders, and what Sharad Pawar is saying today about the government not being in danger is a standard response.
Maha Aghadi report broken first on Times Now.
All eyes are on senior Sena Minister Eknath Shinde. Shinde and his aide did not attend the first meeting, and a total of 13 MLAs so far have been unreachable. Out of this, 11 Sena MLAs are still in Gujarat.
Full inside track action says.
It is an extremely big blow for Shiv Sena and the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. And many of these MLAs who have gone with Eknath Shinde, they were disgruntled MLAs because they were not given portfolios or ministries under this Uddhav Thackeray government.
And here in every political camp.
सरकार के प्रति नाराजगी काफी चल रही थी सत्ता पक्ष के विधायकों में, उसका परिणाम है जो केंद्रीय तपास संगठन का दुरुपयोग और पैसे का दबाव। लेकिन ये सब करने के बाद भी महाराष्ट्र में महा विकास आघाड़ी की सरकार को कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा।
Only channel with super scoops. Time now, non-stop coverage.
Breaking news now coming in, even as the political fight in Maharashtra is heating up and the BJP denies any role in what's happening there. Now, Shiv Sainiks have gathered outside Uddhav Thackeray's residence in a show of strength there. There are supporters of the Shiv Sena who have come out in a show of strength and solidarity, going on to tell the party and the state that all is well. Nat slow. Now, Arunil, this is the much needed support or show of strength that the Shiv Sena needs at this time, some would say.
But will it be of any use? That is the big question that arises. We saw this inside visual from the Varsha residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. At present, I am reporting from outside CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Yes, most of the Congress, Shiv Sena leaders who are still with CM Uddhav Thackeray, they gathered inside as a show of strength for the Thackeray family. A show of strength is also been organized at the Sena Bhavan in Dadar today, wherein a massive crowd of the Shiv Sena party workers and leaders are expected over there. A kind of pressure tactics been employed on Eknath Shinde particularly. Sources also inform us that Eknath Shinde and his rebel MLAs, the reason that they will be giving for rebelling with CM Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena is the Hindutva line that according to them Shiv Sena has left back. According to them, Shiv Sena and CM Uddhav Thackeray has joined hands with the main nemesis of Balasaheb Thackeray, that is the Congress and the NCP. And after joining hands with the Congress and the NCP, the Shiv Sena has completely forgotten the Hindutva issue. That is the issue that Eknath Shinde is going to pick up. If we go by his tweets as well, he is clearly pointing towards the same fact that we have never compromised for power for the sake of Hindutva. Hindutva has always been above us. Power comes later on. That is what his tweet was. Yes, around 3 leaders, 3 close confidants of CM Uddhav Thackeray have been sent to Surat to try and convince.
So emissaries have been sent to try and get the flock back together as far as Shiv Sena is concerned. But there is a BJP MLA also there in Surat. The BJP may now say that we have nothing to do with the crisis there, but the optics say otherwise, and that is another big development that we're tracking here. Arunil, we're given to understand now that Devendra Fadnavis is likely to reach out to Eknath Shinde next.
Well, that is right. Devendra Fadnavis is very much expected to reach Gujarat. Now, whether he will be going to Ahmedabad or to Surat, because as per the information that our Gujarat Bureau Chief Amit Rajput was also putting out, that these rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena, the MLAs who are with Eknath Shinde camp, they are expected to be taken to Ahmedabad from Surat. So, Devendra Fadnavis, whether he goes to Ahmedabad, certainly the BJP may be denying it, Chandrakant Patil may be denying it, that this has not been orchestrated by the BJP. It is the Shiv Sena which has been responsible for it. But when Sanjay Kutte has reached over there, the BJP MLA, it becomes very much evident, and there have been several developments that have happened thick and fast. Devendra Fadnavis himself going to Delhi and meeting the party high command over there, and none of the BJP leaders are speaking openly with respect to the developments that have taken place. But this is a massive jolt for the Thackeray family, for CM Uddhav Thackeray, and we also also understand that the Congress party to an extent is miffed with the NCP, because why aren't they taking proactive measures to save the government? That is the charge that the Congress party has been leveling against the NCP, and that is why several Congress leaders are expected to meet Sharad Pawar in the evening to save this Maha Vikas Aghadi government. That's what a key development we are understanding. At around 5:30 to 6 p.m. today, HK Patil has also called in a meeting of Congress leaders wherein all Congress MLAs will be present and their next course of action will be decided.
Right, so there's hectic parlays on across 3 states now. Devendra Fadnavis is here in the national capital. There are some rebel MLAs in Surat and in Mumbai where the Aghadi is trying to keep its flock together. There is going to be a crucial meeting that is going to be held in a short while from now. Now, sources have also told Times Now that Eknath Shinde has been removed as the legislative party leader. He has been replaced ever since he has been incommunicado since yesterday. BJP has been reaching out to him, but he's made himself unavailable for his own party, the Shiv Sena. That power play there continues, even as the Aghadi government has decided to appoint a new leader of the assembly there, which is Mr. Chaudhary. Arunil is with me for more on this. Arunil, Eknath Shinde's first reaction coming in there, and that is a subtle message that he's sending to his own party. He says, for power, I will not be cheating with my ideals, and he invokes Balasaheb Thackeray as well.
Well, that is right. What Eknath Shinde basically mentioned in his tweet was that for the sake of power, we have never compromised on Hindutva. He said that we are the true soldiers of Balasaheb Thackeray and of Hindutva. Very clear-cut message to CM Uddhav Thackeray, and it is becoming extremely evident that Eknath Shinde basically is expected to divide the Shiv Sena party. The kind of 22 to 23 MLAs that are there with Eknath Shinde are enough for the BJP to move a no-confidence motion against the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, because there are several MLAs from the smaller parties and independents who had earlier given their support to Shiv Sena. Now they have sided towards the BJP. At Matushri as well, there are several developments that are happening thick and fast. There are several NCP leaders like Dilip Walse Patil who was here, who's the Maharashtra Home Minister. Sanjay Raut was here some time back. Most of the BJP leaders are taking an attack on Sanjay Raut, basically saying that he was the person who broke the alliance of the BJP and the Shiv Sena to form this new government with the Congress and the NCP. So he should be answerable now. He should mend things. He should solve things. When it comes to Sharad Pawar, he clearly put the ball in Shiv Sena's court, saying that it is their internal problem and CM Uddhav Thackeray needs to solve it.
Absolutely, and it's really the Hindutva test that Eknath Shinde has put the Aghadi government, especially the Shiv Sena, on ever since Uddhav Thackeray had gone into an alliance 2.5 years ago with the 2 other parties. He has been accused of betraying the cause of Hindutva, soft peddling Hindutva, and that is something that Eknath Shinde is also seeming to be reminding Uddhav Thackeray about, Arunil, because now we're given to understand that Eknath Shinde's leaving the Shiv Sena and leaving the Aghadi is all but certain. Arunil? We'll try and reconnect with my colleague Arunil there, who is reporting live from Mumbai as hectic parlays, developments coming through the fore from the financial capital of India, where the Aghadi is hoping to keep its flock together. There is massive pressure on Uddhav Thackeray and on the Shiv Sena. All of these rebels, including Eknath Shinde, belong to the Shiv Sena, and that is something that Uddhav Thackeray will not only have to explain to his party but his 2 alliance partners as well. And Arunil, like I was saying, it is really a Hindutva test for Uddhav Thackeray, because Eknath Shinde keeps talking about how that cause has been betrayed, which is why he is leaving the Shiv Sena and the Aghadi.
Well, that is the ploy being employed by Eknath Shinde, or probably Eknath Shinde and his accomplices, basically the rebel MLAs who are not happy with Matushri. According to them, the Hindutva was ditched for by the Shiv Sena by joining hands with the Congress and the NCP, the arch rivals of Bal Thackeray, as well as Eknath Shinde in his tweet also mentioning about the fact that I am a true soldier of Bal Thackeray as well as of Hindutva, and for the sake of power, we have never compromised compromised on Hindutva. Now, according to the Eknath Shinde over here, according to his tweet, a clear-cut indirect attack being made on Matoshri, basically saying that they have compromised on Hindutva just to come in power, just for that CM post. And if he indeed enjoys a sizable number of support from the Shiv Sena MLAs, around 20.
Absolutely, and Arunil, it's not just the Shiv Sena where there's massive activity that's happening, it's in the BJP camp as well. Devendra Fadnavis is already here in the national capital. We're given to understand Union Minister Nitin Gadkari is also going to be reaching Delhi anytime now. He is going to be travelling from Nagpur to the national capital. He is a senior leader of the party, someone who's well versed with the politics of Maharashtra. He and Devendra Fadnavis have been at the forefront as far as Maharashtra politics for the BJP is concerned. His leaving for Delhi is also an indication that on the face of it, the BJP might say they have nothing to do with what's happening in the Shiv Sena camp, but they are looking at possibilities of how this could actually help them.
Well, that is right. The BJP may be negating the fact that they have anything to do with these tremors that have been felt in Maharashtra politics. But the picture indeed is very much clear, because Sanjay Kutte, the BJP MLA, has been sent to the hotel in Surat wherein the rebel MLAs of the Shiv Sena have been put in. Obviously, he has been sent in over there to keep a watch on the rebel MLAs, to keep a watch on Eknath Shinde as well to a large extent. And Devendra Fadnavis, who is at present in Delhi, Nitin Gadkari is expected to join Devendra Fadnavis, because Nitin Gadkari is another senior BJP leader who has that kind of an experience to handle the political situations in Maharashtra, who has that kind of a contact with the MLAs from the smaller parties or from the independents. So his experience can be crucial for the BJP during this time of need. Devendra Fadnavis is expected to go to Gujarat also and be with Eknath Shinde, or probably monitor things from Gujarat with respect to Eknath Shinde is concerned.
Right, stay on with me, because it's not just the Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray that is feeling the jitters. It is crisis for the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, which is why NCP chief Sharad Pawar, who just a short while ago addressed a news conference from the national capital here, is going to be in Mumbai by this late evening. He is going to ensure that at least his party, his flock is together and they brave this storm. Even though in that press conference, Sharad Pawar distanced himself and said that this is a Shiv Sena's issue with their MLAs going incommunicado, and the Shiv Sena will have to deal with it. Arunil, the NCP, the Aghadi alliance has been putting up a brave front. They say that they're going to weather this storm and the government is not going to fall despite all attempts made by the BJP. But clearly jitters have been sent with all these developments, which is why we're seeing Sharad Pawar rushing to Mumbai now.
Well, certainly yes. Sharad Pawar, who was in Delhi for the presidential elections, is basically heading to Mumbai now around 8 p.m. today. He is expected to hold a meeting with CM Uddhav Thackeray. Sharad Pawar clearly putting the ball in CM Uddhav Thackeray's court, in Shiv Sena's court, saying it is their internal rife, it is their internal problem, and CM Uddhav Thackeray will have to get the house in order. Like he also reminded CM Uddhav Thackeray, the same thing had happened with the NCP when Ajit Pawar had gone with Devendra Fadnavis, but they were able to restore order within 3 days. The tables were turned on Devendra Fadnavis within 3 days. The Congress on the other hand is also having a slew of meetings across Mumbai. HK Patil is here. HK Patil to have a meeting with Congress MLAs around 6 p.m. today. And tomorrow also we understand that Kamal Nath will be coming over here to take stock of the situation, to ensure that none of the Congress MLAs are being poached by the BJP. Because yes, with respect to the cross voting that had taken place in the Rajya Sabha and MLC polls, the Congress MLAs had also cross voted and voted for the BJP candidate.
Right, now stay on with me, because the tremors are being felt within the alliance as well. It's not just the NCP, the Congress as well is going to be in a huddle in a short while from now at 5:30 is when we're given to understand that the Congress MLAs are going to be holed up in a meeting. But let's listen into what the NCP chief Sharad Pawar had to say while he was in the national capital just a short while ago. We'll try and get you more breaking news coming in as far as the hectic developments over the Aghadi crisis is concerned. It is happening in 3 different states. There is hectic parleys on in Maharashtra, in Mumbai. There is activity here in the national capital as well. And of course, the rebel MLAs who are holed up in Surat. But from that, we're shifting focus to more news coming in. And this is about the opposition's presidential candidate and the decision that is expected to be taken on that as far as the meeting. The second round that was going to happen today. We're given to understand that Yashwant Sinha's name has been finalized by the opposition. 17 parties were invited. They were supposed to be part of this opposition meeting. Yashwant Sinha this morning took to Twitter. He said he is hoping that a larger responsibility is entrusted on him, and his party's chief Mamata Banerjee approves of that. Looks like it's not just an approval from Mamata Banerjee but from a united opposition as well, because Yashwant Sinha is now the consensus candidate as far as the presidential election is concerned for the opposition. Remember, this also comes at a time when 3 candidates declined the offer. Gopal Krishna Gandhi, Sharad Pawar and Farooq Abdullah were the 3 picks that the opposition had made, all 3 of whom denied to take them up on the offer. They had different reasons for it. Madhav Gopalakrishnan, senior editor, with me for more on this. Madhav, it looks like Yashwant Sinha is the consensus candidate now.
Well, yes, it is all but confirmed. Just a formal announcement is what is awaited at this point of time, and just a few moments from now, an opposition press conference is going to begin, where in fact a formal announcement is going to be made. Sharad Pawar, of course, chairing this meeting called by opposition leaders. Leaders of the Congress party, leaders of various other opposition parties, including the left, are present, and TMC also present at this meeting. The SP, the RJD, CPI, ML, the National Conference, amongst the parties that are present, along with the AIDF, the RSP, and other political parties. The NCP also present over here. The MIM also attending this meeting, as is the IUML. So we are expecting these 15 political parties, and at this particular press conference, to make the announcement of Mr. Yashwant Sinha formally as the opposition candidate as far as the presidential polls are concerned. So that formal announcement is expected in a few minutes from now, where in fact the formal announcement of who will be the opposition candidate, it will be Mr. Yashwant Sinha, is what's also indicating to us, and he was in fact expected to attend today's meeting over here as well. But now, of course, all eyes on what really will be that announcement, and the formal really stamp of approval on the name of Mr. Sinha, just expected in a few minutes from now.
Right, so it's all but certain Yashwant Sinha is going to be the candidate of a united opposition. After 3 candidates declined the offer, now Yashwant Sinha has taken up that responsibility. He also took to Twitter and announced him welcoming any such opportunity that came his way. We are of course standing by for the formal announcement, but with that we're slipping into a quick break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Times now. Action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, they are pictures, they are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu, and when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation, sir, I am requesting you, don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence, and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go out. Please excuse me.
When I'm not going to come in anyone's way, I'll close this debate. We leave it at that.
You go. See, you said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which.
No, say, finish, sir. Finish.
I'll pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You made a whole statement has been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotri.
I have the social media and
No, please go ahead, finish. We haven't finished. Finish, make your response, sir.
Agnihotri to pass judgment. So please take my response.
I am.
My response is that Mr. Agnihotri, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotri's point of view. This is not a point of view through which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now,
sir, you are wrong. You are no more. Sir, they celebrated awards. Sir, please, the same students celebrated.
Why are you defending these students? Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, if anybody celebrated the death of our leaders in the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying thank you, which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
For the last 2 years, the COVID pandemic has a profound effect on mental and physical well-being of all of us, including smokers. So a recent study published in Lancet this April 2022, which is a meta-analysis of various studies published across the globe in the last 2 years, summarizes that overall, if you see, then during COVID pandemic, the smoking prevalence actually decreased little bit overall. And there are certain attributable factors to this. Most of the time it is the fear of getting COVID, fear of getting a severe COVID and with a adverse outcome, and also increased health awareness in population in general has led to decrease in smoking prevalence across the globe. COVID pandemic can increase smoking also because of the boredom, lockdown measures, increased level of anxiety, stress can also attribute to increase in smoking. But largely this is seen in the subset of patients who are persons who are already smoker. So in the same Lancet study which I was quoting, 21% of smokers actually decreased smoking during the pandemic, but 27% of smokers actually increased their smoking. So suppose they were smoking around 3 to 5 cigarettes, so they increased to 5 to 7 cigarettes during the pandemic, which highlights these things. Also, 4% of smokers actually quit their smoking during the pandemic for good. Many youngsters nowadays, if you see, because of peer pressure and also
as weapons against opposition parties and state governments run by them. Therefore, we assure the people of India that the unity of opposition forces, opposition parties, which has been forged by the presidential election in a spirit of equality, common commitment, and consensus building through dialogue, will be better consolidated in the months ahead. A committee has been formed to steer Shri Sinha's campaign, which will start working today. Thank you.
शरद पवार जी और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए सभी साथीगण, अभी आपके सामने एक जॉइंट स्टेटमेंट डिटेल हमारे जयराम रमेश जी ने कहा है। ये खुशी की बात है कि सभी पार्टियों ने मिलके, सभी अपोजिशन पार्टी मिलके एक ही उम्मीदवार को यूनानिमसली उनको फाइनल किया है। और फाइनल करते वक्त सब पहलुओं पे विचार करके उनका यशवंत सिन्हा जी का नाम आगे आया और उसको पूरा सभी पार्टी ने समर्थन दिया और स्वीकार भी किया। तो इसीलिए हम ये चाहते थे कि जो कोई कैंडिडेट बनेगा वो इस देश के खास करके संविधान की रक्षा करे और लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करे और सबको साथ लेकर चले। ये हमारी सबकी मंशा थी। उसी के तहत आज हमको श्री यशवंत सिन्हा जी को स्वीकार करना पड़ा और सभी ने ये माना कि वो एक बहुत बड़े विद्वान भी है। फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर के नाते उन्होंने काम किया, फॉरेन मिनिस्टर के नाते काम किया और एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर यानी सरकार में भी उन्होंने एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर के तौर पर उनका एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन भी सबके सामने है। तो इसीलिए हम सभी ने इस बात को मान लिया। इससे बेहतर कैंडिडेट और कोई हो नहीं सकता।
Times now. Action begins here.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Live Wire and I'm Poonam Burde. And the story we're focusing at this hour is the hectic development that's taking place in Maharashtra, the crisis that the Aghadi alliance faces. And let me take you through the top 5 developments that have taken place as far as that crisis is concerned. Aghadi Minister Eknath Shinde has gone missing. He's been incommunicado since last night. Shiv Sena has removed him as the legislative party leader in the wake of him being unavailable or unreachable to the party. The third development that we do know of is that Eknath Shinde is holed up in Surat after his rebellion, and along with him are 23 to 35 MLAs that are reportedly holed up in that Surat hotel as well. The next big development is that Devendra Fadnavis, the former Chief Minister of Maharashtra and the leader of opposition currently in the state, is likely to meet Eknath Shinde. Meanwhile, Eknath Shinde has taken to Twitter where he says that he will not betray Hindutva, perhaps a veiled message to the Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray. The rebels are also blaming Sena's Hindutva betrayal for why they have gone incommunicado and holed up in Surat. Sharad Pawar, the NCP chief, another party in alliance in Maharashtra, has called this rebellion Sena's internal matter. Next up, the BJP camp is also buzzing with activity because Union Minister Nitin Gadkari is expected to leave for the national capital here. Devendra Fadnavis is already in the national capital. Amit Shah is holding a meeting with JP Nadda. We do not know whether it is about this particular issue, but given that the meeting comes in the backdrop of these hectic political activities revolving around the Maharashtra government, we can take guesses that perhaps it was discussed. Let's get you breaking news coming in from Maharashtra now. Even as the crisis looms there for the Shiv Sena, there is a massive show of strength that is taking place. Pro Sena chants are greeting Uddhav Thackeray. Listen in. Now, Shiv Sena supporters there are coming out and chanting slogans in support of the government. That's definitely good for the optics, but is that going to do more? The jitters are all there for the Shiv Sena because their rebel MLAs have been incommunicado since yesterday. They have been holed up in Surat along with Eknath Shinde. The Shiv Sena was in a huddle just a short while ago. Listen in to what the party's MP had to say after that meeting.
ये ऐसे जो लोग होते हैं इस प्रकार के जो मध्य प्रदेश पैटर्न, राजस्थान पैटर्न जो हुआ है जिसमें, ये सभी लोग गुजरात में ही क्यों रखे जाते हैं? ये देश तो बहुत बड़ा है। हाँ, सूरत में है, मैंने सुना है, हमारा उनसे संपर्क हुआ है, हमारे सब एमएलए वहाँ है। इसमें से बहुत से लोग हैं वापस आना चाहते हैं, लेकिन उनको वापस आना नहीं दिया जा रहा, उनकी घेराबंदी की है। ये घेराबंदी सिर्फ गुजरात में ही हो सकती है, क्योंकि वहाँ किस प्रकार की सरकार काम करती है और केंद्र किस प्रकार से वहाँ अपना काम कर लेती है, आपको मालूम है। लेकिन जब भी मौका मिलेगा हमारे सभी एमएलए यहाँ वापस आ जाएंगे, क्योंकि वो निष्ठावान शिवसैनिक है।
क्या इस बारे में आपकी उद्धव जी से शरद पवार जी
सबसे चर्चा चल रही है, माननीय पवार साहब से, आदरणीय पवार साहब से चर्चा है, शुरू है। उद्धव जी से मेरी लगातार बातचीत चल रही है। मुझे इतना ही विश्वास है सब कुछ ठीक हो जाएगा, और जो मंसूबे लेकर अपने आप को किंग मेकर समझकर कुछ लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं वो सब।
Now the Shiv Sena, they're confident that nothing is going to work in destabilizing their government, but we're given to understand that Devendra Fadnavis, the leader of opposition currently in Maharashtra, senior BJP leader, former chief minister as well, is soon going to be meeting Eknath Shinde. Remember, Eknath Shinde and over 30 MLAs of the Shiv Sena are believed to have been holed up since last night in a resort in Surat. BJP leaders had reached Surat to meet with them. Now we're given to understand that Devendra Fadnavis is also expected to meet Eknath Shinde. Amit Rajput, my colleague, now joins us for more on this. Amit, बताया जा रहा है कि कुछ ही देर में देवेंद्र फडणवीस जो अब दिल्ली में है वो सूरत के लिए रवाना होंगे।
बिल्कुल, देखिए जिस तरह से देवेंद्र फडणवीस का दिल्ली जाना, उसके बाद में नितिन गडकरी का भी दिल्ली जाना, तो वहाँ पर जो बातचीत हुई होगी जो आला कमान के साथ में, क्योंकि बीजेपी जो है वो महाराष्ट्र के अंदर सबसे बड़ी पार्टी के तौर पे विधानसभा चुनाव में उभरी थी, और उस समय जिस तरह से शिवसेना के साथ उनका गठबंधन था वो टूट गया, तो स्वाभाविक तौर से अब की बार जो है वो चर्चा हो रही है, क्योंकि एक बार 1-2 दिन की सरकार और फिर इस्तीफा देना पड़ा, तो इस बार किसी भी तरह से वो कमजोर कड़ी नहीं छोड़ना चाहते हैं। हिंदी में एक कहावत है कि दूध का जला छाछ भी, यानी मट्ठा भी फूंक फूंक कर पीता है। तो अब ये सिचुएशन ऐसी है कि किसी भी तरह की कोई चूक ना हो, और इसी वजह से जब एकनाथ शिंदे के नेतृत्व में जो बागी विधायक हैं अघाड़ी सरकार के हों, शिवसेना के हों, वो सारे लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद हैं, और ये एक बड़ा संदेश है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से अभी संजय राउत को हमने सुना, प्रवक्ता है शिवसेना के, लेकिन उन्हें घेराबंदी नहीं की गई है, वो स्वयं अपनी इच्छा से यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं। पुलिस का बंदोबस्त इसके लिए किया गया है कि जब यहाँ पर इस तरह की राजकीय सरगर्मियां तेज हो चुकी हैं, किसी तरह की कोई घटना ना हो, कोई अहिंसक घटना ना हो, हिंसक घटना ना हो, तो उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए यहाँ पर सुरक्षा के इंतजाम किए गए हैं। और
जी बिल्कुल, सुरक्षा वहां पे बनी हुई है। बीजेपी लीडर्स आर आल्सो ट्रिकलिंग इन। वी आर गिवन टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट देवेंद्र फडणवीस इज आल्सो गोइंग टू बी देयर इन अ शॉर्ट व्हाइल फ्रॉम नाउ. Arunil, my colleague, is also reporting from Mumbai outside the chief minister's residence. And Arunil, it's not just hectic activity in Surat that's happening. There is several meetings that are taking place in Mumbai as well. Shiv Sena for now putting up a brave front, but Eknath Shinde has been unreachable for them since last night, even though he has been meeting and speaking with BJP netas.
Well, that is right. At present, I am reporting continuously from the Varsha residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. We saw several Shiv Sena party workers coming over here. We also played out the visual from inside CM Uddhav Thackeray's official residence, wherein a show of strength was initiated by the Shiv Sena party. However, if one has to look at it, only 18 of the Shiv Sena MLAs. There are total 55 Shiv Sena MLAs in Maharashtra Assembly. There were 56, one unfortunately passed away recently. So there are 55 of them left now. Only 18 of them were inside CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Probably this is major trouble for Shiv Sena and CM Uddhav Thackeray. Exactly how many number of MLAs are there with Eknath Shinde? Sources inform us that between 25 to 30 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde over there. And Sharad Pawar also, he will be reaching in Mumbai in some time, and directly is expected to come at CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. and a series of meetings are held, will be held in Mumbai. HK Patil having a meeting with the Congress leaders. The Congress particularly has been saying that all their MLAs are very much under their radar, are very much communicating with them. Only one MLA, Vijay Badettiwar, who is the minister in Maharashtra government as well, he has gone to Germany for official visit, so he won't be attending the meeting.
Right, the political activity there extremely hectic across 3 cities. Let's listen into a reaction coming in from Chhagan Bhujbal.
होत असताना कुठेतरी 2.5 वर्षाचा रेशो ठरला होता का?
असं नाही, काहीही ठरलेलं नाही 2.5 वर्षाचं वगैरे अशी माझी माहिती आहे किंवा 2.5 वर्ष त्यांना 2.5 वर्ष असं काही ठरलं तर मला तरी काय माहिती आहे.
I know about chief ministership for 2.5 years.
अजून तरी काही निरोप आले नाहीत. पण
हिंदी में जानना चाहेंगे भुजबल साहब से, देश भर देख रहा है किस तरह से ये एक्टिविटी महाराष्ट्र पॉलिटिक्स में हुई है, क्या उद्धव सरकार को खतरा है?
हाँ बिल्कुल, थोड़ा सा तूफान जैसा आया है महाराष्ट्र के जो है हमारे राजनीति में, मगर मैं समझता हूँ कि तूफान आता है तो तूफान कम भी हो जाता है, शांत भी हो जाता है, तो शाम तक जो है या कल तक जो है ये सारी बातें जो है शांत हो जाएगी, ऐसा मुझे लगता है.
तूफान आया है लेकिन शांत भी हो जाएगा is what the cabinet minister from Maharashtra there says. He's a leader of the NCP, of course. He too coming out and saying, much like Sharad Pawar, that this really is an internal matter of the Shiv Sena and there is crisis that the Shiv Sena needs to address. And Arunil, it's interesting that the NCP has been coming out with these kind of comments. It would look like they're trying to distance themselves, going on to say that this is just Shiv Sena's crisis and not really of the government as a whole.
Well, very valid point being raised by you, Poonam, because Sharad Pawar also during his press conference basically said that this is an internal matter of the Shiv Sena. CM Uddhav Thackeray will have to get his house in order. Here his another senior minister Chhagan Bhujbal also pointing towards the same fact, and it is Sharad Pawar and Sanjay Raut who had basically orchestrated from this unnatural alliance or government of Maha Vikas Aghadi, wherein 3 parties with different ideologies had come together. Congress was indeed convinced by Sharad Pawar to join the Maha Vikas Aghadi. So Congress also, we understand, are in a way miffed with Sharad Pawar and the NCP, that why Sharad Pawar is not taking a very proactive role, not taking a very active role in solving this tremors that have been felt in the Shiv Sena party. Why only Shiv Sena has to do it on themselves? However, Sharad Pawar made a very interesting point, saying that in 2019 the same situation had taken place with respect to NCP also. Ajit Pawar had switched over to Devendra Fadnavis, and that time Sharad Pawar single-handedly managed the situation and brought Ajit Pawar back. So this is a problem of the Shiv Sena party, their internal problem. They only have to handle it. That is what the NCP stance is.
Right, and stay on with me because there is clearly jitters within the Shiv Sena camp, and the NCP on the face of it may not admit it, but hectic parleys are on within the NCP as well. But for now, we're given to understand that 18 MLAs are present at Uddhav Thackeray's residence for a meeting. In all, the Shiv Sena has 55 MLAs, but only 18 at the moment are meeting with the Chief Minister to decide the future course of action. Arunil, the numbers really don't seem to be in the favor of the Chief Minister or the Shiv Sena.
Well, that is right. If we go by the numbers, CM Uddhav Thackeray had summoned all his MLAs to his residence from where we have been reporting now. Only 18 of the MLAs out of 55 total MLAs reached his residence. Yes, there was a show of strength that was done by the Shiv Sena party workers, their leaders and these MLAs, but 18 is too less a number. Where are the other MLAs of the Shiv Sena party? That is the big question that arises, because 55 minus 18, the remaining is a very big number. Even if more than 25 or 22 MLAs are with Eknath Shinde, probably that will be game over for the Maha Vikas Aghadi, because that is sufficient enough number for Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP to initiate the no confidence motion. However, if we look at the technicalities, then first probably the BJP will have to go for the speaker's position. because a no confidence motion, when the Maha Vikas Aghadi speaker is in chair, then it becomes very difficult to prove it, or the BJP may have to force the governor to implement president's rule in the state of Maharashtra, and then only the governor can order a no confidence. Then only.
Right, so it really is for the Shiv Sena to get its flock together. Unfortunately, out of the 55, only 18 MLAs have turned up for this particular meeting. A worrying sign, some would say. But the alliance partners are sure that this has nothing to do with any chance that the government is going to be destabilized. The NCP chief Sharad Pawar, who just a short while ago addressed a news conference here in the national capital, said it is the Shiv Sena's internal matter, and it's really for them to look at. As far as the party is concerned, as far as the government is concerned, there is absolutely no threat.
एकनाथ शिंदे बार बार दबाव डाल रहे हैं कि उनको सीएम बनाया जाए, इस पर आपकी सहमति है क्या?
एक बात है कि वहाँ जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है तीनों पार्टी में, इसमें शिवसेना के पास मुख्यमंत्री की जिम्मेदारी जस्टिस सीएम एनसीपी के पास है, और इन्फॉर्मेशन बाकी जो मंत्रालय है इसकी जिम्मेदारी सरकार के कांग्रेस के ऊपर है। जहाँ तक बीजेपी ने कुछ बदलाव करना या किसी को वहाँ मौका देना, वो उनका इंटरनल इशू है, जो शिवसेना की लीडरशिप इस पर जो कुछ तय करेंगे इसके साथ हम रहेंगे।
Mohit Bhatt reporting live from the national capital here, where Sharad Pawar just held that press conference from. He, of course, was here for the opposition's meeting on the presidential elections. And Mohit, this is perhaps not what the NCP chief or the party thought would be on their agenda, to actually look at what is happening in Maharashtra and be worried about whether or not their government has a stable standing at the moment.
Well, Poonam, Sharad Pawar was here in Delhi. He called the second meeting of the opposition leaders to decide on the presidential candidate, and we know for a fact that how the opposition was rallying for it. But now today everybody came to know that the Shiv Sena MLAs are not reachable. Few of the independent MLAs are not reachable, and they have been taken to Surat in a resort. Now after that, Sharad Pawar, while addressing a press conference, he clearly stated that everything between the three parties in Maha Vikas Aghadi is okay. It's the internal matter of Shiv Sena, and hence it has to be resolved by Shiv Sena. But we know for a fact that now Sharad Yadav is also leaving. Sharad Pawar is also leaving for Mumbai. We know for a fact that how at around 6 p.m. Ajit Pawar and other senior leaders of the NCP would also be meeting Uddhav Thackeray. So all the political permutations and combinations are in place. But if you talk about Delhi, now in Delhi, what we were getting to know is that Devendra Fadnavis might have meeting with Amit Shah and JP Nadda. But as of now, what we are getting to know is that he will be going to Surat, because he is the one who is managing everything for the Bharatiya Janata Party. But Poonam, having covered BJP for a long time, I can only say this, that the BJP always does this, that BJP will wait for the right time. If the numbers are in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party, and if they can topple the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, then only they will go for Eknath Shinde. And this has happened in Madhya Pradesh. Now there were news that Jyotiraditya Scindia would be coming to the Bharatiya Janata Party, but BJP was waiting that how much is the number that Jyotiraditya Scindia can bring with him. And when they got satisfied that yes, this is the number that we have and this can topple Kamal Nath government, he was inducted into party. And same way, if BJP is sure that the number of MLAs which are there with Eknath Shinde, including the independent ones, then and if they can reach the majority mark of 145, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and also they talk about that how it will be a complete regional balance, as Devendra Fadnavis comes from Vidarbha and Eknath Shinde comes from Konkan belt, that is Thane. So all the permutations and combinations are being taken care of by the BJP, but BJP is also very cautious given the fact you need numbers. Now if,
absolutely, and it's all going to boil down to that, who really has the numbers. Even if over these 30 MLAs do break away, what really happens, who's standing where? Reaction from Sanjay Raut is just coming in. We'll try and get you that reaction coming in, because there's hectic political activity, developments trickling in by the minute, not just from Maharashtra but from the national capital here as well. But here's a look at what the numbers look like for the Aghadi government or for the BJP to sense an opportunity and try and get these MLAs along with Eknath Shinde on their side. Now the numbers that are on the top of your screens are the current strength. The BJP stands at 106, Shiv Sena at 55, NCP at 51. The Congress at 44 and others including independents is at 29. Now if the 35 MLAs along with Eknath Shinde do decide to leave the Shiv Sena and the Aghadi fold, after that the Shiv Sena would be at 29 from their 55 current tally. The Shiv Sena rebel MLAs, which is the number at 26. Now NDA right now, which is BJP and the independents that support them, are 113. The majority mark after the fact that unfortunate death of one of the MLAs and two MLAs are in jail right now, the majority mark is 145. If these Sena rebels do join the BJP and the independents that back the BJP, then they would be at 139, still short of that majority mark. So for now, it looks like even if those MLAs revolt against the Aghadi government and the Shiv Sena, the numbers still are in the favor of the three alliance partners. And that perhaps is what gives them the confidence that no amount of effort the BJP puts, the government is on a stable footing. And that's what Sanjay Raut of the Shiv Sena also had to say at Times Now.
बोला सर, काय बैठक झाली, वर्षावर बैठक झाली, सगळे मंत्री आमदार होते, काही बैठक ठीक आहे, बैठक नाही, पक्ष आहे, शिवसेना पक्ष प्रमुख आहोत आम्ही सगळे, प्रमुख नेते, आमदार मोठ्या प्रमाणात होते, खासदार होते. हा जो प्रसंग परत निर्माण झालाय किंवा निर्माण करण्यात आलेला आहे, त्याच्या मागे भारतीय जनता पक्षाचं षडयंत्र आहे. बरेच दिवस जे ऑपरेशन लोटस चाललं होतं, तर तो प्रकार ह्या लोकांनी सुरू केलाय. तसं नसतं तर आमच्या आमदारांना किडनॅप करून गुजरातला नेलं नसतं आणि गुजरात पोलिसांचा आणि केंद्रीय पोलिसांच्या गराड्यात त्यांना ठेवलं नसतं. अनेक आमदारांनी तिथून सुटकेचा प्रयत्न केला, त्यांच्यावरती दहशत आणि खुनी हल्ले अशा प्रकार झाल्याचं इथे माहिती आलेली आहे. काही आमदारांनी कळवलेलं आहे की आमच्या जीवाला धोका आहे. कोणी होऊ शकतो. अशा प्रकारचं वातावरण का निर्माण केलं जातंय मला कळत नाही. पण या सगळ्यातूनही शिवसेना यातून परत एकदा उभं आहे. आणि कोणी किती म्हणत असलं तरी संघटनेला कुठेही तडा गेलेला नाही.
No matter who says what,
संध्याकाळी
the
परत
alliance is stable.
अनेक आमदारांनी आमच्याशी वेगळ्या माध्यमातून संपर्क साधला. गटनेते पदावर विधिमंडळाचा बदल झालेला आहे आणि आमदारांच्या बैठकीत अजय चौधरी यांची विधानसभेच्या
Eknath Shinde has been removed as the legislative party leader and Ajay Chaudhary has been appointed in his place.
एकनाथ शिंदेशी काय संपर्क झालाय का?
बघा, एकनाथ शिंदे आमच्या सगळ्यांचे सहकारी आहेत. एकनाथ शिंदे आमचे मित्र सुद्धा सगळ्यांचे आहेत.
Eknath Shinde is not just a colleague but he is also a dear friend.
एकत्र काम करतो. नक्कीच बाळासाहेब ठाकरे असतील किंवा ते म्हणतात त्याप्रमाणे धर्मवीर आनंद दिघे असतील, या सगळ्यांबरोबर एकत्र काम केलेलं आहे. त्यांच्या मनात काही गैरसमज निर्माण झाले असतील तर ते दूर होऊ शकतात. शेवटी
शिवसेना आहे, misunderstanding between him and the Shiv Sena, we will work on that.
की आपण आधी मुंबईला या आणि चर्चा करू. तिथे जाऊन चर्चा करणं हे शिवसेनेच्या शिस्तीत बसत नाही.
We want him to come to Mumbai and we can have a discussion on it, but we cannot go to Gujarat and have this conversation with him.
अकोल्याचे आमदार नितीन देशमुख यांच्या पत्नीने तक्रार केली आहे की त्यांना जबरदस्तीने त्यांना
Akola MLA's wife has filed a missing complaint. She has complained that her husband is being held in Surat against his will.
तक्रारी केलेल्या आहेत आणि हे असंच चालू राहिलं तर मुंबई पोलिसांना या संदर्भात कठोर ऍक्शन घ्यावी लागेल.
If this continues, then the Mumbai police will have to take strict action in this case.
दुसरं असं आहे की अजून हे सरकार 2.5 वर्ष ठामपणे चालेल आणि कोणालाही पोट निवडणूक नको आहे. जर अशा प्रकारे कोणी पोट निवडणूक लादण्याचा प्रयत्न करत असेल तर यात आमदारांचं नुकसान आहे. आमदार घाबरलेले आहेत. आमदारांनी आम्हाला कळवलं आहे की काही करून पोट निवडणुकीला सामोरं जावं.
MLAs are scared. They are reaching out to us on various platforms. Anybody who thinks they can break this government and call for elections, that's not going to happen.
मुख्यमंत्री आणि
नक्कीच देशभरातील प्रमुख नेत्यांनी उद्धव ठाकरेंना आम्हाला सगळ्यांना दूरध्वनीवरून ही संवाद साधलेला आहे आणि प्रत्येकाने सांगितलेलं आहे की हे सरकार टिकवण्यासाठी आपण सर्वतोपरी प्रयत्न करू. भारतीय जनता पक्षाने जे काय मध्य प्रदेश राजस्थानच्या पाठोपाठ महाराष्ट्रामध्ये जे काय ऑपरेशन लोटस सुरू केलं आहे गुजरातच्या भूमीवरून आम्ही त्यांच्याशी सामना करू.
एकनाथ शिंदेनी प्रस्ताव पाठवलाय तो पोहोचलाय.
इथे प्रस्तावाला स्थान नाही. शिवसेनेमध्ये अशा प्रकारच्या प्रस्तावाला स्थान नाही. नक्कीच एकनाथ शिंदे मी म्हणालो की आमचे सहकारी आहेत. त्यांचे आमचे अत्यंत जिव्हाळ्याचे संबंध आहेत सगळ्यांशी. उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्या कार्यकाळात ते 2 वेळा प्रमुख खात्यांचे मंत्री झालेले आहेत, नेते झालेले आहेत. त्याच्यामुळे ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंचीच आहे आणि राहील.
हिंदुत्व पण केलेलं आहे. बाळासाहेबांचा देखील उल्लेख केलेला आहे.
बाळासाहेब ठाकरे आणि हिंदुत्व हे आम्हाला जन्मताच मिळालेलं आहे. हे आमचं बाळकडू आहे. गुजरातच्या भूमीवरून आम्हाला हिंदुत्व शिकवण्याची गरज नाही.
सर हिंदी में जानना चाहेंगे आज बैठक में क्या हुआ एकनाथ शिंदे से
बात बैठक की नहीं है. हम पूरी शिवसेना उद्धव ठाकरे जी के लीडरशिप में उनके साथ खड़ी है. आज उद्धव ठाकरे जी यहाँ बैठे हैं. हम सब MLA हम नेता सांसद सब लोग यहाँ हैं और उनके साथ रहेंगे और पूरी पार्टी जमीन पर है और रहेगी. पूरी ताकत से हम लड़ेंगे. भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो हरकत की है ऑपरेशन लोटस के नाम पर वो राजस्थान और मध्य प्रदेश में कामयाबी मिली लेकिन महाराष्ट्र में उनको ये कामयाबी नहीं मिलेगी.
क्या
हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे पर कोई नाराजगी नहीं है. शिवसेना पूरी तरह से हिंदुत्व के साथ खड़ी है. आमचे 2 लोक तिथे गेलेले आहेत. ते आमदारांशी चर्चा करतायत.
Surat, they will be discussing this with the MLAs that are there in Surat. There's absolutely no threat to the government in Maharashtra is that message coming to the fore from Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut. We'll of course keep a track of all the very latest, not just in Mumbai but in Surat and in the national capital as well. A quick break on this edition. Back in just 2 minutes.
Now, action begins here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukde gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, there are pictures, there are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu, and when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation, sir, I am requesting you, don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Shri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go out. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that.
You go. See, you said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, you have rules by which.
Say, finish, sir.
Finish.
I'll get that way.
Pass judgment on my party. No, what do you mean finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You made a whole statement that's been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply.
You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotri.
I have the social media and want to...
No, please go ahead, finish. We haven't finished. Finish, make your response, sir.
Agnihotri to pass judgment. So please take my response. My response is that Mr. Agnihotri, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotri's point of view. This is not a point of view through which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an idea.
मौजूद हैं मिलिंद नार्वेकर और यहाँ पर पुलिस के द्वारा उन्हें रोक लिया गया है गुजरात पुलिस ने
And straight away we cut across to live visuals.
मिलिंद नार्वेकर यानी ये बात है मान मनोबल करने के लिए एकनाथ शिंदे से बात करने मिलिंद नार्वेकर जो हैं यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं लेकिन बात करने की जो बात है आप देख सकते हैं
25 of those MLAs, Shiv Sena MLAs are currently camping, and those are the latest visuals on your screens, viewers, cutting across to the latest that's happening in Surat, because a lot of action is expected. Milind Narvekar to meet Shinde, Eknath Shinde. On your screens, those visuals of Milind Narvekar, who's now perhaps going to be making his way to the Surat hotel, where some of those Shiv Sena MLAs are currently camping. All of this happening under the leadership of Eknath Shinde. Remember, now the number could be anything between 25 to 35 is what we are being told. But what we also are being told at this point in time is that Milind Narvekar, though has reached the resort, but he's not being allowed to meet Eknath Shinde. Just saw Ajit Pawar also get out of the residence, move out of the residence of Sharad Pawar. So Ajit Pawar just left his residence. Remember, the focus is also on Sharad Pawar and how eventually after leaving the national capital, viewers, he will be heading to Mumbai. He will be holding a meeting with Uddhav Thackeray at 8 p.m. But what we are picking up is also a lot of action unfold in Surat. Surat is where some of those rebel MLAs are currently camping. Milind Narvekar, we are being told, is now has reached the resort in Surat, though he's not being allowed to enter. So what's really playing out there? Because remember, the Shiv Sena has said it very clearly that they're going to be sending two of their men, two of their leaders to pacify some of those rebel MLAs. A lot of political developments taking place, but yes, news coming in of how Uddhav Thackeray's aide, Milind Narvekar, though has reached the Surat resort, he's not being allowed to meet Eknath Shinde.
गुजरात पुलिस आगे खड़ी है और रास्ता जो है आप देख सकते हैं, रास्ता यहां पर बंद कर दिया गया है.
We'll try and go across to our reporter in just a bit, because important to point out, viewers, how an attempt is being made not just by the BJP but also by the Shiv Sena to now go ahead and hold meetings, detailed meetings with Eknath Shinde, the man who has gathered some of the Shiv Sainiks, some of the Shiv Sena MLAs. He's managed to pull them by his side and he is currently with them under his very leadership. Is that all of them are currently camping at a resort?
शिंदे जी को मिलने हैं. अच्छा, मिलिंद नार्वेकर जी हैं सामने, यहाँ से विजुअल्स हम बताएंगे. मेरे सहयोगी मौजूद मेरे साथ हैं. मिलिंद नार्वेकर, मिलिंद नार्वेकर यहाँ पर मौजूद है.
हॉटेलचा जो गोंधळ झाला त्यामध्ये एकनाथ शिंदे यांच्याबरोबर जे त्यांचे अन्य आमदार आहेत नार्वेकर आणि देवेंद्र पाठक यांचं असं म्हणणं होतं की कोणीतरी हॉटेलच्या खाली जर व्यवस्थित रिसीव्ह करायला आलं तर हॉटेल आहे गुजरात पोलिसांचं संपूर्ण भरायला मला वांधो नाही
आणि या दोन्ही नेत्यांना आता अडवून ठेवण्यात आले त्यांनी गाडीने
All right, viewers, we continue staying with these visuals we're picking up from the resort, the 5-star hotel in Surat, where we are being told at least 25 to 26 of those Maha Vikas Aghadi MLAs are currently camping, all of whom are staying there under the leadership of Eknath Shinde, who also a while ago took to Twitter to talk about how it is Hindutva first and how he is not going to be cheating Hindutva for position, for power. Those were his words. We're also waiting for an official confirmation from him because he was to address the media as well. When that happens remains to be seen. Earlier it was 12 p.m. and thereby it was postponed because a lot of political developments have been on ever since. In Surat, these visuals coming in, live visuals from Surat. Arunil is also joining us live on this broadcast. Arunil, now though much of the action has been witnessed in Mumbai and we're also expecting a lot of developments to take place later in the day when Sharad Pawar meets Uddhav Thackeray, but currently the action unfolding in Surat, we're being told the top Uddhav aide is not being allowed to enter the resort.
Well, Times Now is the first channel to break this information for our viewers, wherein we told our viewers how Mr. Milind Narvekar, the personal secretary of CM Uddhav Thackeray, and Rajan Vichare, another Shiv Sena MP, close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray, somebody who also enjoys a close rapport with Eknath Shinde, have been heading towards Surat to convince Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs. However, the latest development or information is that Milind Narvekar has been disallowed. He's not been allowed to meet the rebel MLAs or with Eknath Shinde. So the Shiv Sena's ploy to try and get their rebel MLAs back into their fold is not clearly working because their messengers or their close confidants who have been sent specially to convince Eknath Shinde and the rebel MLAs probably give out a message from CM Uddhav Thackeray to them is not working out because they have been prohibited or stopped from meeting or entering inside this plush resort in Surat. Another development that we are expecting in few hours from now, 1 hour or 1.5 hours from now, will be Sharad Pawar to reach at CM Uddhav Thackeray's official residence, wherein he had called all the Shiv Sena MLAs, and only 18 of them, and again I am repeating, only 18 Shiv Sena MLAs were present. Total number is 55 for the Shiv Sena.
That's a very small number and a massive loss of face for the Shiv Sena in that case. Now, back-to-back meetings have been taking place. We also saw how the Shiv Sena gave a call to restore strength. The Shiv Sena is nearing a collapse, though they'd not like to admit the same. So yes, we'll keep cutting across to live reactions. We're picking up a lot of action that is unfolding at the Surat resort, where viewers, at least 25 to 26 MLAs are currently camping under the leadership of Eknath Shinde. Arunil also continuously with us on this broadcast. Arunil, I was meaning to ask you about how this is a massive loss of face for the Shiv Sena, though time and again when Sanjay Raut is coming out and addressing the media, giving reactions to the media, he's saying that this is all a part of BJP's Operation Lotus and they're not going to succeed this time around.
Well, that is what Sanjay Raut has been doing. Some time back also he came out of CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence and he made a desperate plea to Eknath Shinde, basically saying that he has been a friend. He's somebody who has been a Shiv Sainik right from his right from his childhood. His entire political career has been with the Shiv Sena party. So CM Uddhav Thackeray is expecting that he'll again come back to Shiv Sena's fold. But looking at the kind of developments that have taken place, Shiv Sena has removed Eknath Shinde as their legislative party leader. They have appointed a new legislative party leader, that is Ajay Chaudhary, an MLA from Mumbai. So clearly Shiv Sena is also trying to give out indications to Eknath Shinde so that Eknath Shinde doesn't have that much of power when it comes to the internal parties, permutations and combinations when it comes to Shiv Sena is concerned. Now exactly how many MLAs are there with Eknath Shinde? They have been claiming that more than 25 MLAs are there with Eknath Shinde. The Eknath Shinde camp is being claiming that, and that is a very significant and a sufficient number for Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP to topple the Maha Vikas Aghadi government in the state of Maharashtra. Eknath Shinde's tweet was also very significant, because what he said was that I have been a soldier of Hindutva and soldier of Maha Thackeray, and I have never compromised Hindutva for the sake of power. An indirect attack on CM Uddhav Thackeray, basically saying that you compromised Hindutva to join hands with Congress and the NCP, the arch rivals of the Shiv Sena and Bal Thackeray, to form government and to gain the CM post in the state of Maharashtra. Now what exactly unfolds, it will be extremely interesting, because Sharad Pawar is arriving over here, HK Patil from the Congress also arriving, both Congress and the NCP saying that our flock is with us, and you obviously Congress trying to also trying to showcase that their MLAs will remain with them, because some of their MLAs had cross-voted for the BJP during the MLC elections that were held yesterday. So series of meetings are expected over here. Sharad Pawar also putting the ball in the court of the Shiv Sena, saying that it is your internal problem, and Shiv Sena and CM Uddhav Thackeray will have to sort it out, will have to put the house in order.
Yes, can we then say, Arunil, though much of the action will now in the later part of the day shift to Mumbai and Surat, but can we then say that the NCP, in particular NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar, is playing a wait and watch game, because very carefully worded message was sent out by him when he addressed the media, and he said that this is an internal issue and he has nothing really to say about the Chief Minister's position, so the Sena must sort it out amongst themselves.
Well, that is very rightly put by you, because if one has to look at the strategies that have been employed by the NCP, Ajit Pawar was having his usual government meetings today. He was in his office. Now such kind of a big development is happening. There is a big jolt to the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, but Ajit Pawar continuing with his government meetings. Sharad Pawar also continued with his meetings for the presidential post, and when media asked him about the tremors that have been felt in the Shiv Sena party, he directly put the ball in CM Uddhav Thackeray's court, also reminding him that in 2019 a similar kind of thing had happened with the NCP when Ajit Pawar had joined hands with Devendra Fadnavis, but Pawar said that in 3 days we could sort it out, we could get back our MLAs in our fold, and he's expecting CM Uddhav Thackeray to show the same kind of leadership and get back his MLAs.
Oh yes, absolutely. So what we're going to witness in the later part of the day is, after holding a series of meetings in the national capital, Devendra Fadnavis, the former Maharashtra Chief Minister and Leader of Opposition, will also be reaching Surat, and he will be meeting Eknath Shinde. So it's very interesting what's playing out, Arunil, because Milind Navrekar was not allowed to enter, and Eknath Shinde completely snubbed his attempt to reach out.
Well, Milind Navrekar has been seen as the main person of CM Uddhav Thackeray. He is the personal secretary. He is somebody who handles things for CM Uddhav Thackeray. So obviously he was being sent to Surat to ensure that he has a proper communication with the rebel MLAs. He can probably use whatever tactics or ploy possible and get the rebel MLAs back to the fold of CM Uddhav Thackeray, but him being not allowed to meet, whether there were instructions from Eknath Shinde himself, not that Milind Navrekar shouldn't be allowed to enter the hotel, that is extremely paramount over here, because along with Milind Navrekar was Rajan Vichare, who is again a close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray, a present Shiv Sena MP and a close ally of Eknath Shinde as well. He is an MP from the same constituency where Eknath Shinde is an MLA. And now, considering that there are as many as 24 to 25 MLAs with Eknath Shinde at present, he has taken this decision. He has tweeted and taken out an indirect attack at the BJP, at the Shiv Sena, CM Uddhav Thackeray on the Hindutva issue. It becomes extremely evident now that Eknath Shinde, there is a major factionalism in the Shiv Sena party. There have been large efforts, there have been desperate attempts to get the rebel MLAs back. However, till now they have not succeeded. CM Uddhav Thackeray has not succeeded, and the NCP and the Congress are only playing the wait and watch game. NCP clearly putting the ball in Shiv Sena's court, saying that it is their internal problem and they have to sort it out.
And Arunil, very interestingly, all this goes back to the issue of ideology. Remember how, several in the BJP and several other parties came out and slammed how these are three parties with different ideologies, and coming together of these three parties is not going to head towards anything. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing now this particular camp, the rebel camp of the Shiv Sena, at least for now, maintaining that they cannot snub Hindutva. And that's something that is not being followed by the core Shiv Senics in Maharashtra.
Well, when the rebel MLAs are basically going out from the party, separating from the party, then this was the opportune or the best excuse that they could give, because there are many Shiv Senics in the state of Maharashtra who feel disgruntled with the decision of CM Uddhav Thackeray to break away from...
Alright, Arunil, I'll come back to you. Let me go across to Abhishek joining us from the Sena Bhavan. Abhishek, the Shiv Sena putting up a show of strength. They're saying we're standing together in this, and this time is going to get over soon enough, because the BJP though is trying to once again launch its Operation Lotus, but they're going to fail this time as well. That's what the Shiv Sena is maintaining. What's happening there?
Yeah, I would like to show you the people. We are right present outside Shiv Sena Bhavan, and these are the Shiv Sena workers. You can see, and they are protesting against the rebellion by Eknath Thackeray. And what since morning it was very unexpected that NDA government has to face this right now. And as we speak, these are the Shiv Senics who are constantly protesting and demanding that this entire is being planted by the BJP, and this should come to an end and he should return back. आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे? जिस तरीके से एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने बंद किया है, क्या कहेंगे आप? वो बहुत गलत किया है। उन्होंने बात ठाकरे ने उनको इतना बड़ा किया है, बहुत बेकार। एक तरीके से धोखा दिया है ऐसा कहा जाता है। अजून स्टेटमेंट आले नाही, आपण स्टेटमेंट देऊ शकत नाही। अजून आम्हाला निरोपात करता नाही, तिथे गेलेत ते काय त्यांची बोलणी चालू आहे। आप लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, क्या चाहते हैं कि वो वापस आए कि उनको निकाला जाना चाहिए?
अभी जो डिसीजन रहे वो हमारे मुख्यमंत्री साहब का रहेगा, क्योंकि जो बाला साहब के सैनिक है वो इधर है और वर्षा पे है, क्योंकि उन्होंने ये डिसीजन दिया। उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री साहब के साथ बातचीत करके ये डिसीजन लेना चाहिए था। वो क्या किसी पिकनिक में गए नहीं है। जो कुछ डिसीजन रहेगा हमारे मुख्यमंत्री साहब लेंगे।
पार्टी के गठ नेता के पद से उन्हें निकाल दिया गया है, एक तरीके का संकेत दे रहे हैं कि वापस नहीं लेंगे।
तो उनके यहाँ से भी कुछ +19 आया होगा ना, हमारे सब कुछ कोई भी गलत डिसीजन लेंगे नहीं। अगर उनके यहाँ से कुछ आंसर आया है, एक्शन आया है, तो उसका रिएक्शन देना तो जरूरी है, क्योंकि आफ्टर ऑल ही सीएम ऑफ महाराष्ट्र ना।
वो फिर उन्होंने ट्वीट करके कहा है कि मैं बाला साहब का सिपाही हूँ और बाला साहब का सिपाही बना रहूंगा और सत्ता का मुझे लाभ नहीं है। तो ये सब जो चल रहा है आपको लगता है सत्ता के लिए हो रहा है?
देखिए, आपको ये कहना चाहते हैं हम, बाला साहब के जो शिव सैनिक है, उद्धव जी के जो शिव सैनिक है, वो अभी शिवसेना भवन के नीचे है। इतनी बारिश आ रही है, मगर जिन्होंने बाला साहब को भगवान माना है, जो उनको विठ्ठल मानते हैं, उनकी शिव सैनिक कुछ भी नहीं समझ के यहाँ पे आए। और जो जिन्होंने महाराष्ट्र छोड़ के महाराष्ट्र के बाहर गए हैं, उन्होंने खुद के बारे में सोचा है, जिन्होंने शिवसेना के बारे में सोचा है, वो यहाँ पे है। और जो रहेंगे वो शिव सैनिक रहेंगे। आमच्यात म्हण आहे की जे राहिले ते मावळे आणि उडाले ते कावळे. त्याच्यामुळे हर लोगों ने शिवसेना से बड़े हुए, खुद को बड़ा किया और बाद में शिवसेना खत्म करने की जो भाषा करते हैं उनको इतना ही बोलना चाहिए कि आपका जय महाराष्ट्र.
संजय राउत कहते हैं कि आपके एमएलए को वहां बंद करके रखा गया है, बातचीत करने नहीं दी जा रही है. तो ये समझ में नहीं आ रहा है कि वो जानबूझकर गए हैं या फिर वो सत्ता का परिवर्तन करने गए.
देखिए, हम लोग सब यहाँ पे आ गए हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धव जी ठाकरे इनके आदेश से, माननीय आदित्य ठाकरे जी के आदेश से. और संजय राउत अगर साहब बोल रहे होंगे तो उसमें कुछ ना कुछ सच होंगे. हम लोग शिवसैनिक है, हमें तो इतना समझता है कि जो शिवसेना का जो आदेश है वो मानना है और शिवसेना बड़ा करना है. बाकी जिनको जो करना है वो अपने हिसाब से करें.
मैडम, आप लोग प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, ये कहा जा रहा है बार बार सेना ने सत्ता के लिए समझौता किया है. क्या विरोध किस बात का कर रहे हैं आप?
All right, so you heard some of the voices coming in from the Shiv Sena camp. Lot of reactions coming in, viewers, but also fast-paced developments that are underway. We're also getting to know that Sena MLA Lata Sonwane is also rushing to Surat from the national capital. So another Shiv Sena MLA who is going to be now boarding a plane, a charter plane, and reaching Surat. So this certainly looks to be worrisome for the Shiv Sena, problematic for the Shiv Sena, but they are still maintaining that they're together in this and they're going to come out of the situation in no time, and also pointing out that the MLAs who are currently in the resort in Surat have been held there forcibly. That's what the Shiv Sena is claiming, but this is yet another development that is coming in on your screens. Details of how Sena MLA Lata Sonwane is now rushing to Surat from the national capital. Abhishek continues to stay on with us. Abhishek, you were taking an award from some of the Sena supporters there, but at a time when the Shiv Sena is very optimistic, they're trying to damage control the situation. We do see more and more Shiv Sena MLAs now head to Surat.
अभी हम लोग कुछ बोलेंगे और अभी जो ये परिस्थिति है उल्टी हो जाएंगी, तो उसमें कुछ बोल के कुछ फायदा नहीं है. जो हमारे पक्ष प्रमुख आदेश लेंगे वो तो आपको पिक्चर उनकी जो भी पीसी होंगी तभी क्लियर हो जाएगी.
सर, आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं? बार बार ये कहा जा रहा है कि हिंदुत्व के मुद्दे पर शिवसेना ने कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया, उसके चलते आज ये दिन देखना पड़ रहा है.
कौन बोल रहा है कॉम्प्रोमाइज किया है? पिछले 4.5 साल में जब फडणवीस मुख्यमंत्री था उस समय जो ट्रीटमेंट उन्होंने शिवसेना को दिया, उसीलिए तो अपने आघाड़ी महा विकास आघाड़ी की है ना. मगर एकनाथ सिंह को क्या काम किया है? 2 बार मंत्री किया है, अपोजिशन लीडर किया है, क्या काम किया है? बेटा खासदार है, ये कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर है, क्या काम किया है? बोलो ना मेरे को तुम. शिवसेना ने क्या काम किया है?
फिर भी उन्होंने ये इतना बड़ा फैसला लिया.
उन्होंने फैसला नहीं लिया. सब आमदारों को ईडी का, सीबीआई को धमका के भगा के लेके गए. गुजरात में क्यों लेके? जब वो बहादुर शिवसैनिक है, वो भारत साहब को मानता है, तो महाराष्ट्र में क्यों नहीं है? सबको धमका के जो हम एमएलए लेके गया है वहां क्यों गए? वो ये बीजेपी की चाल है, ये बीजेपी की चाल है, और महाराष्ट्र झुकने वाला नहीं है. ये हम शिवसैनिक है महाराज साहब के.
मेरा सादा सा सवाल है कि क्या एकनाथ शिंदे वापस आएंगे और सरकार बचेगी?
वो बचाना है तो उनको वापस आना चाहिए. अगर वो शिवसैनिक है तो आगे बोलना है उद्धव साहब को कि मेरी गलती हुई है.
सबसे हल्कड़ आदमी फडणवीस है, उसने सब ईडी सीबीआई लगा के सोमवार को आगे करके ये सब किया है, सबको धमका के ये सब किया है, बाकी कुछ नहीं है. और इनकी सरकार बनेगी नहीं बनेगी इनकी सरकार.
उद्धव साहब इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, उद्धव साहब ने इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं महाराष्ट्र. उद्धव साहब अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उन्हीं के मंत्री सरकार का खेल बिगाड़ रहे हैं.
भड़का के लेके गए, पूरा भड़का के लेके.
Definitely you can see this is, they are constantly protesting and they are angry when it these are
so very interesting, viewers, because these Shiv Sainiks are of the opinion that Eknath Shinde, if he's a true Shiv Sainik, he must come back and apologize to Uddhav Thackeray. But more and more Shiv Sena MLAs are now heading towards Surat. So lot of interesting developments taking place. Slipping to a very short break here. I'll be back with more news coming in.
with Times Network. And you're watching Times Now.
Very good evening and welcome. This is Times Now. Our continuous focus in the entire spotlight on the changing permutation combinations in Maharashtra. I'm Ankit Tyagi. These are the headlines. Maharashtra Aghadi government on the brink. Uddhav loyalist and Minister Eknath Shinde rebels along with up to 30 party MLAs. Accuses Uddhav Thackeray of compromising with Hindutva. Shinde leads the rebel Sena leaders sheltered in Gujarat's five-star hotel, claims to represent the real Hindutva Shiv Sena guided by Bala Saheb Thackeray.
शिंदे जी को पहचानता हूँ, वो ऐसे व्यक्ति है, वो बिना शर्त एक शिवसैनिक के नाते अपने घर वापस आ जाए। 80 घंटे की सरकार की तरह ये भी पूरा सफल होगा।
Sena says it won't let the BJP's Operation Kamal succeed in Maharashtra, puts up a brave front, claiming rebels will soon return unconditionally. With Shinde's rebellion against Uddhav Thackeray putting Aghadi's future on brink, Sharad Pawar deflects onus, says leadership change is Sena's prerogative.
ना तालमेल है, ना एक विचारधारा है, ना आपस में एक साथ चल के जनता का विकास करने की एक चिंता है, तो ये स्थिति जरूर उत्पन्न होगी।
BJP says Aghadi was not bound by any ideology but only by power. Sweets and celebrations begin in Saffron Camp. With anti-BJP front in Maharashtra imploding, opposition's presidential polls challenge also veers thin. Yashwant Sinha picked as consensus candidate after top three choices opted out. Former Jharkhand governor and scheduled tribe leader Draupadi Murmu and Dalit leader Thawar Chand Gehlot are the front runners for NDA's joint presidential candidate. Announcement shortly. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval's hit out at orchestrated violent protest against Agnipath scheme, calls the arson brigade conflict entrepreneurs who have no stake in country's well-being. Army Chief burst all myths, misconceptions and misgivings associated with the Agnipath scheme, calling it a win-win reform. State government sent vandals a 12.9 lakh rupee bill for damage to state property, now lends on political links of coaching institutes over conspiracy. The action is on the ground and my colleague Christine is reporting outside the residence of Sharad Pawar. The man many say, Christine, could be the person who, if anybody can save the government, it is him. Over to you.
Thank you for that, Ankit. And well, it has been an action-packed day indeed. A lot of political developments to take place in the later half of the day as well. If we talk about the top political developments, well, it all started with cross-voting of Shiv Sena MLAs and also of the Congress. Certainly has been a setback for the Maha Vikas Aghadi. But the BJP is also very closely monitoring the situation. We are being told, and it's a Times Now scoop, that BJP has deputed two top netas to monitor the situation, the Aghadi crisis, very closely. Bhupendra Yadav and Mangal Lodha have been entrusted with this responsibility. So the BJP camp has now tasked these two top BJP netas to monitor the situation closely, and it all makes sense because remember, the BJP has been coming out with those kind of reactions. Narayan Rane also took to Twitter to congratulate Eknath Shinde for parting ways with the Shiv Sena. So those kind of reactions have of course been coming in. Let's talk about what else is happening as far the action-packed developments, political developments go. Uddhav Thackeray's two Shiv Sena leaders who were tasked by Uddhav Thackeray to go and persuade Eknath Shinde are also currently at the Surat resort, though we are being told that so far they've not been allowed to enter the resort or meet Eknath Shinde. Further, we're also being told that there is a possibility that Eknath Shinde himself has snubbed the two Sena leaders who have reached out to him. So possibly he doesn't want to meet the Shiv Sena leaders. If we talk about yet another Times Now scoop, more MLAs are set to desert Shiv Sena, and why we're saying this is because just a few minutes back we broke down details and we showed you that charter flight ticket of another Sena MLA who is now going to be reaching Surat. So much of action is now going to shift to Surat. We're going to be seeing a lot of developments take place in the later half of the day. If we talk about Sena MLA Lata Sonwane, she's the one who's now heading to Surat. Surat, remember, is the place, is the epicenter of it all, wherein the Shiv Sena is saying that the BJP has quote-unquote staged this Operation Lotus once again. So that's the Sena MLA we're talking about, and show of strength by the Uddhav Thackeray government also continues because a lot of Shiv Senics we saw were outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan. They were staging a protest, they were raising their voices and calling out the quote-unquote Operation Lotus. Let me go across to Arunil, who joins us once again on this broadcast. Arunil, a lot of developments taking place now. Much of the action, of course, is shifted to Surat, and we're also expecting developments coming from when Uddhav Thackeray meets Sharad Pawar. But in Surat, have the Shiv Sena MLAs who are wanting to meet Eknath Shinde been allowed to enter? Anything that we've picked up on that so far?
Well, the people who have been sent by CM Uddhav Thackeray are not exactly MLAs. He will not be able to send MLAs because there will again be the threat of them being poached by Eknath Shinde camp. That is, one is Milind Narvekar, he is the personal secretary of CM Uddhav Thackeray, and another is Rajan Vichare. He is a Shiv Sena MP and a close confidant of Eknath Shinde. He is somebody who has grown in the party with Eknath Shinde from the Thane camp. They have been sent over there, but they have not been allowed to meet Eknath Shinde like we've been mentioning about it. Now there is a crucial development that is coming from the Varsha residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray, from where I am reporting at present. At 7 PM today, CM Uddhav Thackeray has called for an emergent meeting of all his party MLAs. However, there are only 16 MLAs that are left with CM Uddhav Thackeray. 16 is too less a number if we compare the total number of 55.
Oh yes, absolutely. We're also breaking down details of how some of the BJP leaders, netas have been deputed with the task to monitor the Aghadi crisis very closely. Those details on your screens, viewers. But yes, shifting focus to what Arunil just said, an important breaking news update.
आएंगे ना, अगर वो खुद को शिव सैनिक समझते हैं तो वो जरूर आएंगे.
Definitely, you can see these are people who are constantly protesting out here. Sada Sarwarkar is the MLA who has reached here, and they are telling this is not a protest, this is a show of strength over here. आपको सेना की यूनिटी यहाँ देखने मिल रही है, सब इकट्ठा हुए हैं. क्या लगता है एकनाथ शिंदे जी वापस आएंगे?
पक्ष प्रमुख उद्धव साहब के पीछे हम लोग सारे लोग हैं, सारे सैनिक हैं, महाराष्ट्र की जनता है, ये दिखाने के लिए सारी जनता यहाँ इकट्ठी हुई है.
जिस तरीके से राजनीतिक उठापलट हो रही है, और
राजनीति अपनी जगह पे है, लेकिन हम सारे उद्धव साहब के पीछे हैं.
आप अपील करेंगे एकनाथ शिंदे जी को वापस आने के लिए?
वो काम हमारे जो और नेताजी है वो कर रहे हैं.
थैंक यू. You can see people are constantly protesting out here, and this is definitely they are telling that it's a show of strength.
Alright, so some of those voices we're picking up from outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan, where a protest is currently being staged by Shiv Senics who are of the opinion that Eknath Shinde must return, and must return with an apology. Arunil is also once again with us on this broadcast. So that's pretty much the sentiment within the Sena camp at the moment, that all is going to be well eventually, but Eknath Shinde must come back and apologize, because that's what a true Shiv Senic would do. Arunil.
Well, that is what the Shiv Senics are saying over here. But one important update that I would like to share for our viewers is that there are only 16 MLAs that are left with CM Uddhav Thackeray. Now, if 16 are left, out of the 55 MLAs that Shiv Sena has in the Maharashtra Assembly, then where are the remaining MLAs? That number goes to, if we counted the number, probably goes to 29. That is a very big number. That number goes to 39, beg your pardon, and that is a very big number that is missing. Those MLAs are incommunicado with respect to Shiv Sena's leadership is concerned. CM Uddhav Thackeray has called for a meeting at 7 PM with his party workers. A show of strength obviously will be done by the Shiv Sena. A damage control method being adopted over here, but it is massive trouble for CM Uddhav Thackeray, for Matoshri and the Shiv Sena party, because Eknath Shinde, somebody who was considered to be a close confidant of CM Uddhav Thackeray, somebody who had the loyalty of Shiv Sena MLAs, has broken through the ranks. He is at present stationed in a resort in Surat with more than 30 MLAs of the Shiv Sena party. We also understand that some of the more Shiv Sena MLAs are reaching Surat. So that is an extremely
all right,
crucial
7 PM is when this emergency meeting will take place. 8 PM we are being told is when Arunil Uddhav Thackeray will be meeting NCP Supremo Sharad Pawar. Before I come back to you, another breaking news update coming in. Maharashtra Congress has put out a statement and says the news related to resignation of Balasaheb Thorat from the post of Congress legislator party leader is also wrong, as he is keeping an eye on the whole situation from his residence. So Maharashtra Congress making it clear, though it is finding itself in a very uncomfortable spot, making it clear that the news related to the resignation of Balasaheb Thorat from the post of Congress legislator party is wrong. It is incorrect. Arunil, if we talk about the state of Congress, Congress too is going to be holding a series of meetings in the national capital, some of them have already taken place, some to take place in Mumbai, but that's a clarification coming in from Maharashtra Congress.
Is extremely important. The Congress party is saying that the news related to our MLAs also defecting is extremely wrong. Times Now has never put that news. Yes, there were some rival channels who basically put that news, saying that there are some 10 Congress MLAs along with Minister Vijay Wadettiwar who are defecting from the Congress camp. But we checked with the Congress High Command. We also spoke to people close to Vijay Wadettiwar. Vijay Wadettiwar, the Maharashtra minister and senior Congress leader, is at present in Germany on the Maharashtra government visit, an official government visit. So the Congress party, when it is concerned, related to the Congress party, from the start we have been saying that their flock is with them. Their meetings are only being held because some of their MLAs had cross-voted during yesterday's MLC polls. So yes, there were jitters in the Congress camp, but the MLAs had stayed with the Congress party. A meeting will be held with HK Patil now in some time, wherein all the Congress MLAs are being summoned over here. Vijay Wadettiwar obviously will not be coming because he is in Europe.
Absolutely. Well, we're also keeping a close eye on Shiv Sena Secretary Milind Narvekar, who is in Surat at the hotel where Eknath Shinde currently is with his group of MLAs. Before that, quickly going across to Abhishek, who continues to be with us from the Shiv Sena Bhavan. Abhishek, बताइए क्या चल रहा है वहाँ, क्या बोल रहे हैं शिव सैनिक?
देखिए यहाँ पर मैं आपको विजुअल दिखाना चाहता हूँ। ये लगातार शिव सैनिक यहाँ पर जमा होते जा रहे हैं बहुत भारी संख्या में, और इनका ये कहना है कि हम प्रदर्शन नहीं कर रहे हैं, हम ये बताना चाहते हैं कि हम सब उद्धव ठाकरे के साथ हैं। और जिस तरीके से नारेबाजी हो रही है, एक तरीके से एक अपना समर्थन शिवसेना को दिखाते हुए है। आइए इनसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। आप लोग यहाँ क्यों नारे दे रहे हैं, क्यों यहाँ पर आए, इकट्ठा हुए?
हम लोग जो शिवसेना का जो यहाँ के जो ये है मंत्री है,
All right, let's shift our focus once again and an update that we're tracking of Rashtra Mahila Congress. One of the leaders, we are being told, I'm going to quickly read out this information in Hindi. Rashtra Mahila Congress नेता ने paramilitary forces की महिला पर थूका. So that's an important update coming in during protest. Congress neta spitting on a police woman. That's the breaking news update, viewers. Congress Mahila Morcha was staging a protest, and while they were going ahead with this protest, a shocking incident that came to light with the Congress Mahila Morcha leader spitting on a female cop. Nyamika joining us with more details. Nyamika, what was happening there? This is absolutely shocking.
Well, absolutely. Today, during the protest of Congress party against the ED's questioning of Rahul Gandhi, an incident took place where the All India Mahila Congress chief Neta D'Souza spat on a cop of a paramilitary force, and this incident took place when the Congress party was holding a march from the Congress headquarters towards the Jantar Mantar, and they were been protesting from a very long time regarding the matter of ED's questioning of Rahul Gandhi in connection to the National Herald matter. On the other hand, we have also witnessed that it is the Congress party leaders who were saying that the Delhi police cops are misbehaving with them. Even some of these cops even trashed the Congress leaders, and today as well the similar kind of allegations were put upon the Delhi police personnel, where the Congress leaders were saying that they had been misbehaved by these cops during the protest, and they were just holding a peaceful protest, while on the other hand the Delhi police were also been alleging that
Let me go across to Shehzad Poonawalla of the BJP joining us on the phone line. Shehzad, you know, this is the same Congress party that wanted to bring to the notice of the president of the country the alleged harassment and manhandling by the Delhi police while they were staging a similar protest. And look, you have a leader from the Congress Mahila Morcha spitting at a female cop.
This is not the first instance. They have also hit a cop in Assam. They have held the collar of a cop in Hyderabad. They are spitting on cops. This lady is spitting on cops. This is being done only because Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi should not answer for the corruption they've done. This shows the sense of entitlement, arrogance and arson that is there in the minds of the Congress people. I want to know that if this spitting on this female security personnel and cops, is this acceptable behavior? Is this not an elitist, arrogant, disgusting behavior? I hope Priyanka Vadra and Rahul Gandhi, if they are watching this, they will tell us what action they will take, because they have not taken action on Subodh Kar Sahib, they have not taken action on Sheikh Hussain, and now you have this lady spitting on people. You had Renuka Chaudhary holding the collar of a cop. You had Delhi Congress leaders and Assam Congress leaders beating up cops. When will action be taken on this? How can you allow this? This is unacceptable behavior. Unacceptable. There must be her resignation. The Congress party and Jairam Ramesh must tell us whether he will be asking this lady to resign.
And let's take in a Congress reaction then. Shehzad, let me direct your questions to Udit Raj. Mr. Raj, what do you make of this? It's for everyone to see. Nobody is making this up. Someone from the Mahila Morcha, Congress Mahila Morcha, while staging a protest once again today, can be clearly seen spitting at this female cop.
I have not seen, therefore I cannot reply. I think the concerned department or a spokesperson would be in position to tell. However, police, without bearing the name
उदित राज जी, एक मिनट. नेटा डिसूजा है आपकी पार्टी की लीडर. मिस डिसूजा, थैंक यू फॉर स्पीकिंग टू टाइम्स नाउ. कुड यू एक्सप्लेन योर बिहेवियर, मैम? यू spat on a cop.
It is to get me right. I am in pain. I was brutally hit. My hair was being walked on and I was being pulled. I am in total pain, and all my hair was removed. There was mud in my mouth, and when I was pushed in, there was mud which I couldn't swallow. I couldn't get into the bus without removing the mud from my mouth. I just removed the mud that was all in my mouth. I just removed that. am I expected to push all the mud and the hair that was in my mouth? Am I supposed to take it in my system? Or could I just not remove that mud which was all in my mouth because I was all on the ground? I respect, I love my army. We are on the ground, on the roads for the army, for the security of the country. And
No, you love the army and security forces so much that you're showering, this is a spit shower on them. What is this behavior, ma'am?
Sir, believe me, this is all mud in the mouth, hair in the mouth. You can, if you all have seen the video before, how I was brutally assaulted and I've got mud in my mouth. I know that my armed forces are doing it on the behest and they have to obey orders, but I could not take the mud into my system. I just removed the mud from my mouth and I just got to know this from you all now.
No, Ms. D'Souza, by all means you could, have removed the mud from your mouth, but this is no way to behave, ma'am, with policemen,
No, it is not misbehavior, it is mud removed from the mouth. Take it from me.
Would you like to apologize for this behavior?
Let me tell you one thing. If this, just a minute. Let me get up because I'm in pain and I'm just a minute. Let me tell everybody that if this is considered that it is not what it is. I had mud in my mouth and the mud was removed. I never ever intended to do anything to the armed force people.
No, Ms. D'Souza, while I understand what you're saying, ma'am, what we can see on camera, I'm only going by visuals that we have.
Why don't you see the visuals where all mud is put
No, while you're talking to us, the visuals are on air.
So I'm telling you this, I had mud and hair in the mouth which had to be removed.
Okay, just hear me out. Ms. D'Souza, when we confronted Renuka Chaudhary the day she assaulted a cop, she said, look, I was falling and I, just happened to grab the man's uniform so that, I don't fall. Now you are saying this was not a spit shower. I had mud in my mouth. I was only to clean my mouth, but the visuals on screen say something else. This is not how you remove mud.
I had to remove it I couldn't take it in my system. But if it is that you all feel it is, then yes, I say I can apologize if you all feel that, but believe me, it is not that.
It's not just about us, it's about the country. People are, shocked by this behavior. Would you like to apologize, ma'am?
Let me tell you, we are for the armed forces on the road, and it is not at all. If anyone feels...
And you spat at a lady cop. It's clear in these visuals. You spat at a cop, and we've actually slow-moed the visuals. I don't know whether you can see times now, right now as we speak or not. But this clip has gone viral, ma'am. You were caught on camera spitting on a lady cop. Ms. D'Souza? Ms. D'Souza, would you like to apologize, ma'am? I think we've lost that line with Ms. D'Souza, but the Congress Neta completely defiant, coming up with this mud in my mouth excuse, but the visuals are telling a different story. Now, this is the same strip that played out the other day when Renuka Chaudhary was caught on camera assaulting a cop, and when she was confronted by Times Now viewers, Renuka Chaudhary said that, look, I was falling on the ground, I was pushed around, and I just held the man for support. Now today, this Congress Neta, chief of the Mahila Morcha, Neta D'Souza, is caught on camera, and let's hear from our viewers what they make of this behavior. Gautam, our viewer, is joining us from Chennai. Sir, good evening. Mr. Nagarjun is now joining us from Chennai. Sir, good evening. You're on Times Now.
मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, जो महिला जो वो बात बोल रहे हैं, वो इंसल्ट कर रहा है कॉप को, ये कैसे ये पब्लिक लोग चुपचाप बैठे हैं? This is the respect they are giving for a cop who is wearing the uniform. It is highly, it is insult to the Congress party. This is not the way a leader should behave. And the public is saying what impression they will create for for Congress MLAs or who will be chief member with it should be discouraged, and whatever action the government should take, they should take on that lady.
Thank you, sir, for connecting. Captain Jaswal now joining us from Rohtak. Sir, good evening.
Good evening, friends. It is very, very disgraceful and shameful that to revive the Italian mafia, these three members of Congress, they are holding the nation to ransom. Yeah, there is what kind of leadership they have? One is half dead, another is half dead, and third one is half buried in corruption. And they don't want the nation to move forward. Very, very disturbing. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Jaswal. Virendra Bal is now joining us from Gurugram. Sir, good evening.
Sir, I just want to ask one question. Do you think that this Congress party will take any action on these people who are abusing police personnel or the Prime Minister? I just want to ask through you, what is the government doing? Why are they not arresting these people? What is the center doing? What is the police personnel doing? Why they are not arresting these people? If this thing goes like this only, I think tomorrow every second person will start misbehaving with police personnel or the political people.
Right, I understand your sentiment, Mr. Bell. Thank you for connecting, sharing your thoughts. Mr. Nagarajan now joining us. Sir, good evening. You're on Times Now. Mr. Kashyap is now joining us. Sir, good evening. You're on Times Now. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. The Congress culture has been gutter culture. I mean, you see, when the President of the Congress can say that Chowkidar Chor hai, this is what we expect from the other chelas also. It's disgusting to note this.
Right, viewers there calling in on Times Now, this disgusting act of a Congress neta caught on camera. Her defense made it just worse. She says, I had mud in my mouth. My intention was not to spit. If it wasn't, then why don't you apologize is what we asked her. But unfortunately, no apology coming to the fore from the Mahila Congress chief there, who was picked up during a protest. She ended up spitting at a policeman there. We are taking your calls live here on Times Now. Has Congress made it a habit to now insult our men and women in uniform, in khaki? Have they made a habit out of it? Because it was not too long ago when Renuka Chaudhary, another senior Congress leader, a former union minister as well, was caught in a similar controversy where she was seen holding a policeman by his collar, and those visuals are on your screens there. Which is why we're taking your calls live here on Times Now. The numbers are flashing at the bottom of your screens. Should the Congress party come out and apologize for its neta's deplorable act? Should the neta herself now come out and apologize? That's the question that we're asking here. We do hope that the Congress is more forthcoming than the Mahila Congress chief herself was with an apology. Anil Deshpande from Chennai is with us on the phone line. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Sir, please put your TV set on mute and you can air your opinion on the channel. You are live on the air, sir.
Hello?
Vineet Ahuja from Ludhiana is also with us on this broadcast. Yes, sir, go ahead. Do you think now not just these two leaders, not just the Mahila Congress chief, but the party as a whole needs to come out and apologize?
Yes, they should. और मुझे ये लगता है कि ये कल्चर बन गया है कि आप जितना बेइज्जती करते हो, किसी के साथ गलत करते हो, तो उनको उतनी ज्यादा प्रमोशन मिलेगी उनकी पार्टी के अंदर. This is not a good culture at all.
जी आहूजा जी, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. Here on Times Now, Abdul Salim, another viewer now calling in from Bengaluru. Yes, Mr. Salim, go ahead.
This Congress party now, they are doing the most disgusting things, and they don't understand that India's citizenry has changed. They by doing negativity things, they are only distancing themselves from the general public, and it shows their upbringing, and these things definitely will harm them in a very long way. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Salim, so much for calling in. We are taking your calls live here on Times Now, and the numbers are flashing at the bottom of your screens. Anila Singh of the BJP is also with us on this broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us, ma'am. We tried to confront Neda D'Souza. Absolutely no apology coming to the fore from her for her deplorable act. Just a list of excuses and defenses.
This is disgusting, repulsive. I mean, what type of character Congress party's women leaders have? Other day we saw Rinko Chaudhary pulling collars of one police person, and today we see this woman who is a Mahila Morcha president also probably, and spitting on police people. What is the matter? And you know, are they being instructed by the senior leadership of Congress party that if somebody checks you, then spit on them, pull their collars, push them, beat them? What is that party? I mean, they are so rattled that ED is questioning their leaders, so they are going to behave in this manner. I mean, this is highly indisciplined, repulsive, and nauseous act which this woman has done. I think even she should say sorry, and above all, she should be somehow punished by the Congress leadership.
Right, Ms. Anila Singh, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. The BJP there gunning for the Congress party, not just for Neda D'Souza, but for the party as a whole. An apology is the least that can come to the fore. We have another viewer calling in from Faridabad. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, Poonam. This is Dhananjay here.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Why are we extending such a long rope to the corrupt and highly ill-educated people like in the Congress? Why is Rahul Gandhi being extended such a long rope? He should be treated as just another ordinary criminal, and the toughest cases should be slammed against him. This is just because that we are taking things lightly. These people are misbehaving on the road and with the custodians of law. So my only request is that tough action should be taken against all the corrupt politicians.
Right, absolutely. Dhananjay, thank you so much for calling in. Simit Thakur from Mumbai is also with us on this broadcast. Yes, Mr. Thakur, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say first of all great thanks to your reporter and the cameraman who are showing their actual colors of these people. And you know, it's so shameful. You know, the police है ये उनके ऊपर छुपते हैं. They have nothing to do with these people. It is so shameful. उसको छोड़िए, एक बार राहुल गांधी ने मनमोहन सिंह का लेटर फाड़ा था. So this is from the top.
Right.
So shameful. Yeah,
right. So our Congress leaders taking a cue from the party's leadership. That is something that the Congress will also come out and have to explain. Om Prakash from Chandigarh, another viewer with us on this broadcast. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hello.
Yes, Mr. Om Prakash. Go ahead.
हाँ मैडम, मैं कांग्रेस की जो मुखिया एक लेडीज है सोनिया गांधी जी, मेरा स्पेसिफिक सवाल उनसे है. वो कहती हैं कि एक मुखिया होने के नाते जो हमारे सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस के जवान है, लेडीज है, जेंट्स है, कांग्रेस के वर्कर इनके साथ बदसलूकी करते हैं, इन पे अत्याचार करते हैं, और फिर कांग्रेस पार्टी इसके बावजूद विक्टिम कार्ड प्ले करती है. अभी रेणुका चौधरी मैडम ने वो जो पुलिस के ऑफिसर थे उनका कॉलर पकड़ा, वो तो शुक्र है उनको बचा लिया, नहीं तो थप्पड़ मार सकती थी. अभी इस मैडम ने जानबूझ के लेडीज जो ऑफिसर थे, लेडी जो सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस की है, उनके ऊपर थुकाई. बहुत ही शर्मनाक. कांग्रेस पार्टी इसी वजह से अपना वजूद खोती जा रही है. इनके भी 44 सीटें हैं संसद में, 44 से 0 पे आने वाले हैं. इनका बिहेवियर बहुत ही शर्मनाक. और प्रियंका गांधी कहती है कि मैं लड़की को लड़ सकती हूँ. ये लड़ किस मुद्दे पर रहे हैं? राहुल गांधी भ्रष्टाचार के उसमें लिप्त पाए गए हैं और उस वजह लड़ रहे हैं. और लड़ किसके रहे हैं? जो देश के जवान हमको बचाते हैं, हमारी सेवा करते हैं, उनसे लड़ रहे हैं. भ्रष्टाचार से तो लड़ नहीं सकते. भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपियों को बचाने के लिए लड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन ये अपने देश के जो फोर्सेज हैं उनसे लड़ रहे हैं.
जी बिल्कुल. Have the Congress party made it a habit to go after our men and women in uniform, in khaki, and then be absolutely remorseless for that kind of behavior? Some would say that they've just made a habit out of that. Dr. Shaji is with us on this broadcast from Wayanad, I believe. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you once again to Times Now and your Rahul and Navika team. I was just watching your thing. So what I feel is, अभी देश हित के लिए कुछ भी अगर कोई आके नंगा नाच कर रहा है बाहर, तो आप ये समझ लो कि ये चीज देश हित के लिए हो रहा है, समझ रहे हैं? जैसे अभी रिसेंटली दैट आर्मी रिक्रूटमेंट, तो उसके लिए इतना नंगा नाच जब हो रहा है, तो आप ये समझ लो कि ये देश हित के लिए कुछ नया डिसीजन आया हुआ होगा।
Dr. Saji, thank you so much for speaking with us here on Times Now. Viewers are calling in, expressing their anguish, their disappointment with the behavior that we are seeing on camera of this Congress leader. She is the chief of the Congress Women's Wing, no less. She spat on a policeman, absolutely no remorse after that when we confronted her. The least we expected was an apology, but unfortunately that wasn't forthcoming either. Anil Deshpande, another viewer from Chennai, is now with us on the phone line. Yes sir, go ahead.
Hello, this is a part and parcel of the Congress culture. You cannot expect more than anything else from them.
Right, thank you so much for calling in, Mr. Deshpande. The BJP, of course, now gunning for not just Neta D'Souza, but the Congress party as a whole. Let's listen into a reaction coming in from the Saffron party.
The character, the AICC, the Anarchy Inko Chahiye committee, not the All India Congress committee, has now been caught again doing a shameful act. This time, their Mahila Congress President Neta D'Souza was caught spitting on policemen and women personal security personnel. This is not the first such instance. We've seen the entire Congress party descend into violence and arson and anarchy in the name of defending the first family of corruption from ED questioning in the National Herald case. We have seen how they've beaten up cops in Assam. We've seen how they've tried to break barricades in Delhi. We've seen how the collar of a cop in Telangana and Hyderabad was held by Renuka Chaudhary. We've also seen the kind of language used by Sheikh Hussain and Subodh Khan Sahai. In all these cases, the Congress party comes and takes a cosmetic stand, but does not take any strong action in the name of arson and anarchy that is taking place to defend Rahul Gandhi or to play politics on Agnipath. The manner in which this Mahila Congress chief has insulted those in uniform by spitting at them is the most disgusting act. Will Priyanka Vadra, Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi immediately sack her, or will they make excuses and defend her like they've defended Sheikh Hussain and Subodh Khan Sahai by not taking any action on them?
Now the BJP, of course, they're training its guns on the Congress party. It was Renuka Chaudhary a couple of days ago. It's Neta D'Souza today. When Times Now confronted the Mahila Congress chief, she had a list of excuses and defenses to give, but not a word of remorse coming to the fore, of regret for her behavior. Apology was the least we expected, but unfortunately that wasn't forthcoming either. Listen in to what exactly she said when Times Now confronted her with the visual proof of her disgusting act.
Could you explain your behavior, ma'am? You spat on a cop.
It is to get me right. I'm in pain. I was brutally hit. My hair was being walked on and I was being pulled. I am in total pain and all my hair was removed. There was mud in my mouth, and when I was pushed in, there was mud which I couldn't swallow. I couldn't get into the bus without removing the mud from my mouth. I just removed the mud that was all in my mouth. I just removed that. Am I expected to push all the mud and the hair that was in my mouth? Am I supposed to take it in my system? Or could I just not remove that mud which was all in my mouth because I was all on the ground? I respect, I love my army. We are on the ground, on the roads for the army, for the security of the country. And
No, you love the army and security forces so much that you're showering, this is a spit shower on them. What is this behavior, ma'am?
Sir, believe me, this is all mud in the mouth, hair in the mouth. You can, if you all have seen the video before, how I was brutally assaulted and I've got mud in my mouth. I know that my armed forces have doing it on the behest and they have to obey orders, but I could not take the mud into my system. I just removed the mud from my mouth and I just got to know this from you all now.
No, Ms. D'Souza, by all means you could, have removed the mud from your mouth, but this is no way to behave, ma'am, with policemen,
it is not misbehavior, it is mud removed from the mouth. Take it from me.
Would you like to apologize for this behavior?
Let me tell you one thing. If this, just a minute. Let me get up because I'm in pain and just a minute, let me tell everybody that if this is considered that it is not what it is. I had mud in my mouth and the mud was removed. I never ever intended to do anything to the armed force people. And
no, Ms. D'Souza, while I understand what you're saying, ma'am, what we can see on camera, I'm only going by visuals that we have.
Why don't you see the visuals where all mud is put
No, while you're talking to us, the visuals are on air.
So I'm telling you this, I had mud and hair in the mouth which had to be removed.
Okay, just hear me out. Ms. D'Souza, when we confronted Renuka Chaudhary the day she assaulted a cop, she said, look, I was falling and I, just happened to grab the man's uniform so that, I don't fall. Now you are saying this was not a spit shower. I had mud in my mouth. I was only to clean my mouth, but the visuals on screen say something else. This is not how you remove mud.
I had to remove it I couldn't take it in my system. But if it is that you all feel it is, then yes, I say I can apologize if you all feel that. But believe me, it is not that.
It's not just about us, it's about the country. People are, shocked by this behavior. Would you like to apologize, ma'am?
Let me tell you, we are for the armed forces on the road, and it is not at all. If anyone feels...
Madhav Gopalakrishnan, senior editor, with me for more on this. Now, Madhav, some would say the Congress party and its leaders have made it a habit to go after, assault and insult our men and women in khaki and in uniform.
Well, in this particular case, Netta D'Souza's own explanation that she was in pain and that she had mud inside her mouth does not seem to cut much ice. It's not a very convincing argument, because if one does have that kind of a situation, one certainly does not spit onto other people to remove mud, at that point of time. So it is a very weak and a lame excuse that the chief of the Mahila Congress seems to be putting out over here. While she's known as a firebrand protester, this kind of behavior with police is certainly something that many within her own party would be questioning in terms of whether this is acceptable behavior, whether men in uniform deserve to be spat upon the manner in which she has. One can understand her frustration with cops, and that's very normal for protesters to be irritated with policemen who are putting them or detaining them into buses and putting them inside these buses, taking them away from the location of the protest. But this kind of behavior is certainly something that many would find extremely unpalatable and unacceptable, particularly for somebody who has been in the thick of politics for so long. This kind of behavior is certainly something that she should have refrained from. If she is alleging that police are or at any level have committed some kind of excess on her or have in any way acted inappropriately, she could have used the proper channels of complaint. And certainly for Congress party, which has repeatedly prided itself and has said that they will continue to protest, but in a Gandhian way, in a non-violent way, this kind of behavior certainly is far from what we have seen the Congress party profess in the past.
Absolutely. Stay on with me. We were hoping that there would be an apology coming to the fore from the Mahila Congress chief there when we confronted her, but to no avail, and which is why we're taking your calls live here on Times Now. The numbers are flashing at the bottom of your screens. Should Netta D'Souza, the Congress party, come out and apologize to not just that one policewoman there, but to the entire force, because it wasn't too long ago when Renuka Chaudhary too did something similar, a deplorable act where she held on to a collar of a cop, assaulted him, and then only had an excuse to offer, which crumbled very quickly, and she had to apologize. The numbers are flashing at the bottom of your screens. Viewers, do call in with your opinion. Natarajan is with us on the phone line from Bengaluru. Yes, sir, go ahead. We have an issue with that line with Mr. Natarajan. Sudhir from Nagpur is also with us on this broadcast. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Madam, looking at this, it is highly deplorable that a person as senior as a Mahila Congress president spits. I think this is the culture the Vadra Gandhi Congress is giving the nation, and our children are seeing this. I hope they take some action. We saw Renuka Chaudhary catch a collar, which you are just showing, and she said she was falling. it doesn't look like she was falling. If she is trying to fool people, let's.
Right, absolutely, Mr. Sudhir. Thank you so much for calling in. This will remain our top focus stories here on Times Now. We will try and confront Neta D'Souza and top Congress leaders yet again. Hopefully some answers and an apology comes out from them and not just a list of excuses. I apologize to all the viewers who have been patiently trying to call in, but unfortunately we do not have the time to take you on the air. But do write to us, do go to social media and air your opinion, your views about whether or not Congress should now come out and apologize on behalf of its leaders. With that, we're slipping into a quick break. Back in just 2 minutes.
Times Now. Action begins here.
You use the word empathy. Many people think, sir, that you're paying lip service to the term.
Yes.
Empathy is acknowledging that a genocide happened.
Right, that's your opinion.
Let me finish.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish, sir. Why aren't you letting me finish?
I'm not here to satisfy you.
What did we set off?
I
can't ask you a question.
Because you turn everything around. I'm sorry.
I'm not. You use these words.
Listen, this is my last warning. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out. If you don't want a conversation, I walk out.
But Mr. Khurshid, if you're not going to allow me to frame the questions on the words that you yourself have used, then how can we have a conversation? I don't understand what rules these are.
No.
Anyhow,
Can I ask you a question? Please understand.
खुर्शीद साहब मैं बताऊं प्रॉब्लम क्या है मैं आपको अच्छी बात बताता हूं and from the bottom of my heart I want to tell you this that the people from your party have been openly behaving like genocide deniers. They are denying there was a genocide. It's not a good thing. Number one, as a wise person, senior most leader, if you can just put some sense in their mind and say, okay, you don't acknowledge it, but don't be a genocide denier. Second problem with your party is that they are using this film as a collateral damage for their political battles, which is not a good thing. I always ask your party people, would you ever do that with Schindler's List? They will never do that. And good news is, yesterday a member of Parliament, of Scottish Parliament, in one of my events, after seeing that, he said that he is going to put a motion in Scottish Parliament. It's on record. The video will be out in next 1 hour. He said he's going to put a motion so that Scottish Parliament acknowledges it as a genocide. Your party, which belongs to Kashmiri Pandits, Pandit Nehru, Motilal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, would you pass a motion in Parliament saying that it was a genocide? If no, can you on TV say, yes, indeed, it was a genocide of Kashmiri Pandits? I have a very pointed question. Was it
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Can I answer that? I have said to you already that this is a great tragedy. It's a great tragedy. And it's a painful tragedy. And I've also said to you that your attempt to express the truth about this tragedy is something as an artist you are entitled to do. But not everybody will agree with your assessment, everybody will agree with your treatment. Be that as it may. You are now saying that I should say what one MP in the Scottish Parliament is saying. Now, that's not for me to say here. You are asking me to convey a message to my party. I will happily convey a message to my party. My only difference with you today has been that you used the artist's or the filmmaker's technique by saying, Mr. Khurshid, your face looks helpless. Now, please don't do these little tricks with me. My face doesn't look helpless. I don't want to say, do, or act in a manner that would be feeding what we don't want fed, which is a difference of opinion that goes down to the ground and divides our people. You have said something and done something. I am saying We shouldn't be banning it. I am saying we shouldn't be celebrating it. We should just look at it as a piece of art, agree and disagree. But at the end of the day, the takeaway should be, let's get our country together again. Please, let's get our country together again. That's all that I can say authoritatively today.
News coming in, the Army Chief General Manoj Pandey is at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, which is the residence of the Prime Minister. Earlier, just a few minutes ago, Air Chief Marshal and the Chief of the Navy as well were at the Prime Minister's residence. They are of course briefing him on the Agnipath scheme, the tweaks and concessions that have been made ever since the announcement last week of this particular scheme. At the moment, Army Chief General Pandey is at the Prime Minister's residence. The tri-services over the last couple of days have been trying to allay all fears as far as the general public is concerned and dispel all myths regarding the scheme. It also comes in the wake of the violence that we saw last week across Bihar and in Sikandrabad as well. Srinjoy Chaudhary with me for more on this. Srinjoy, the Army Chief is right now in a huddle with the Prime Minister. We're given to understand that the Navy and the Air Force Chief just a short while ago too briefed the Prime Minister.
The first person who arrived here was the Navy Chief, and after a while the Air Chief arrived. It's looking like the Prime Minister wanted one-on-one meetings with each chief, and those one-on-one meetings are continuing right now. We imagine that this is for the Agnipath scheme, though there could well be other reasons, but what we saw was the Navy Chief and the Air Chief had about half an hour with the Prime Minister. Now the Army Chief is likely to meet the Prime Minister very shortly, perhaps at about 6 o'clock. So we will know at the end of his meeting at probably about 6:30 how things have panned out. But the important point to note is that the Agnipath protests are really winding down. There have been no attacks, no trains have been burnt, no buses have been attacked, no people have been attacked.
Absolutely, and it also comes at a time when several outreach measures have been taken by the services, by the government as well, where we've seen the tri-services come out and make it very, very clear that there is going to be no rollback on the Agnipath scheme. They've tried to answer all queries that anybody in the country has, tried to dispel all myths that have been doing the rounds. For the moment, Srinjoy, thank you so much for getting us the very latest. Quick check of some stories in brief now. The NCPCR has asked Delhi police to take legal action against AAP leader Durgesh Pathak over allegations that minors were roped in during his campaigning. The move comes after a video went viral where a child was seen distributing pamphlets. Calcutta High Court has asked the West Bengal government to file an affidavit on the death of singer KK. A division bench headed by Chief Justice Prakash Srivastava directed the state government to file its affidavit in the next 3 weeks. RJD MLA Anand Singh has been sentenced to 10 years imprisonment by the MP MLA court in Patna. He was found guilty in a case where AK-47 rifles and other weapons were recovered from his residence. With that, it's a wrap from me on this edition. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with the Naxal supporting students, Tukle gang, give them ideological, emotional support, to stand with all those, sir, please trust me, they are pictures, they are photographs. He went there, he went to JNU, supported them. Rahul Gandhi is always found standing with the enemies of India. Slowly your party has started sounding as if you are absolutely anti-Hindu, and when I came to UK, people feel your party is now becoming anti-India. Please don't give me any explanation, sir, I am requesting you, don't give me any answer. Just pass on this message to the great grandson of the great Kashmiri Pandit Sri Jawaharlal Nehru, so that he understands that he should not stand with anybody who picks up guns, violence and terrorizes a community which is a minority in Kashmir. Thank you. I have to go out. Please excuse me.
Well, I'm not going to come in anyone's way. I'll close this debate. We leave it at that. You go. See, you said something. I have to say something as well. Or otherwise, do you have rules by which? No, say, finish, sir. Finish. I'll wait that way. Pass judgment on my party. You know, what you will finish? What do you finish? You let somebody say something and you don't let me answer. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Please take it that I'll never come back to your program if this is the manner in which you will function. I'll never come back. You made a whole statement that's been made at the end of the program and you haven't allowed me to reply. You said you wanted to hear from Mr. Agnihotri. I have the social media and want to... No, please go ahead. Finish. We haven't finished. Finish. Make your response, sir. Mr. Agnihotri to pass judgment. So please take my response. My response is that Mr. Agnihotri, it's your point of view. I'm giving you my response. This may be Mr. Agnihotri's point of view. This is not a point of view through which I can accept. What happened because of the attacks of the extremists in the state in which they destroyed many of our leaders has nothing to do with students who have an ideology in JNU or any other college. Now, no sir, you are wrong. You are no longer Sir, please, the same students celebrated. Why are you defending these students? Take it from me. If anybody celebrated the death of our leaders, if anybody celebrated the death of our leaders in the hand of extremists, I am saying to you, they are betrayers of this land and they are betrayers of humanity. I am saying thank you, which means Rahul Gandhi is a betrayer.
For the last 2 years, the COVID pandemic has a profound effect on mental and physical well-being of all of us, including smokers. So a recent study published in Lancet this April 2022, which is a meta-analysis of various studies published across the globe in the last 2 years, summarizes that overall, if you see, then during COVID pandemic, the smoking prevalence actually decreased little bit overall. And there are certain attributable factors to this. Most of the time it is the fear of getting COVID, fear of getting a severe COVID and with a adverse outcome, and also increased health awareness in population in general has led to decrease in smoking prevalence across the globe. COVID pandemic can increase smoking also because of the boredom, lockdown measures, increased level of anxiety, stress can also attribute to increase in smoking. But largely this is seen in the subset of patients who are persons who are already smoker. So in the same Lancet study which I was quoting, 21% of smokers actually decreased smoking during the pandemic, but 27% of smokers actually increased their smoking. So suppose they were smoking around 3 to 5 cigarettes, so they increased to 5 to 7 cigarettes during the pandemic, which highlights these things. Also, 4% of smokers actually quit their smoking during the pandemic for good. Many youngsters nowadays, if you see, because of peer pressure and also work from home environment where the inhibitions are less, they have gone to get a new smoking habit. So in the same Lancet study, 2% of persons who are never smokers actually started smoking during the COVID pandemic.
youngsters, there seems to be an increase in the smoking, especially in the urban areas, and there is also a small trend of increasing in smoking among youngsters and women in the urban belt. Whereas in the rural belt, what we are seeing is that there is also a trend towards women using chewing tobacco. One of the key steps that need to be taken up by healthcare organizations, governments and medical fraternity is to increase the assistance towards quitting tobacco. And while we focus on awareness related activities, the government should also equally focus on enforcement of the COTPA amendment as well as the COTPA existing rules in hotels, bars, clubs and all public places, so that we create more smoke-free environment and a smoke-free youth generation.
You're watching the Explosive Exclusive with me, Rahul Shivshankar. Viewers, the Uddhav Thackeray government, the Aghadi Sarkar as it's called in Maharashtra, is tottering on a knife's edge after a loyalist of the Thackeray family, Eknath Shinde, has tried to pull off an audacious coup. He claims the support of anywhere between 24 and more Shiv Sena MLAs. He is currently holed up in Surat in a hotel there, where furtive efforts are being made by the Shiv Sena to contact him, by Uddhav Thackeray to contact him so that he returns to the fold. As of now, viewers, the situation is so dire that it's come down to maybe 5 MLAs, just 5 MLAs, and that's perhaps the reason why Ajit Pawar of the NCP is meeting with Uddhav Thackeray. That's going to happen anytime now. Let's go straight across to Arunil to get more details. Arunil, what is this meeting about? Because just a short while back in the union capital, Sharad Pawar had come out and said that this doesn't concern us. This is internal wranglings within the Shiv Sena. Let them sort it out. Now you suddenly have Ajit Pawar rushing to meet Uddhav Thackeray. What's happening?
Well, at present, I'm showing you live visuals from outside CM Uddhav Thackeray's official residence, that is Varsha. You can see this is the convoy of Bahasaheb Thora, senior Congress leader and Maharashtra minister. Ajit Pawar, we understand, is already inside having a meeting with CM Uddhav Thackeray. So basically, the coordination committee of the Maha Vikas Aghadi, the senior leaders who are part of the coordination committee, they are having a meeting at present. This is before Sharad Pawar reaches Mumbai, lands in Mumbai, and he's also expected to directly head over here. You can see there are series of convoys that have been reaching at CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Now this is the car of another Maharashtra minister who has reached CM Uddhav Thackeray. Clearly pressure mounts on CM Uddhav Thackeray, as you rightly pointing out. You were pointing out that there are very less MLAs that are remaining with the CM Uddhav Thackeray's fold. We understand 16 or 15 MLAs are with him at present. The other MLAs have gone incommunicado. That is a very big development that we are understanding from the state of Maharashtra. CM Uddhav Thackeray has sent across his messengers. His personal secretary Milind Narvekar has been sent to Surat, as well as there is another leader, Mr. Rajan Vichare, who is considered to be very close with Eknath Shinde. He was also sent to Surat, but both of them were not allowed to openly meet Eknath Shinde at the Surat resort. Now what exactly transpires, that will be extremely paramount over here. Sharad Pawar has put the ball in the court of CM Uddhav Thackeray, basically saying that it is Shiv Sena, it is an internal rift between the Shiv Sena and CM Uddhav Thackeray. Will have to show some leadership and get the house in order. He also mentioned about the 2019 incident when Ajit Pawar had gone with Devendra Fadnavis. He said in 3 days we had mended that, we had solved that issue. So now Devendra Fadnavis will have to do it. These are visuals from CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence, wherein series of convoys are reaching over here. Developments happening thick and fast. Not not only in Mumbai but in Surat as well as in Delhi, wherein a slew of meetings were held. Devendra Fadnavis having a meeting with the BJP High Command. Similarly, Sharad Pawar also giving out a reaction over there. Now these are the convoys that have reached CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. We can expect a crucial meeting to be held over here, but whether it will be of any use, because all these MLAs have gone incommunicado, and if there are more than 25 MLAs with Eknath Shinde, then that number will be enough for Devendra Fadnavis and the BJP.
Well, Arunil, will it be in fact enough? Because if 36 MLAs, we are now told, break away from the Shiv Sena, they can go their own way without attracting the provisions of the anti-defection law. So is it 36? That's the number, that's the magic number for Eknath Shinde to aspire to?
Well, that is rightly put by you, Rahul. 55 is the total number of MLAs that Shiv Sena has in the Maharashtra Assembly. Two-thirds of the 55, the number reaches to around 35 or 36. That is the number that Eknath Shinde will need to have with them to avoid the anti-defection law, to avoid the anti-poaching law. And if he has that many numbers, then it is game over for the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. It is game over and a massive trouble for Shiv Sena and CM Uddhav Thackeray.
This is big breaking news coming in from Arunil. Big breaking news coming in from Arunil. Perhaps that's the reason why Ajit Pawar is rushing across to meet Uddhav Thackeray at Varsha, and Arunil is constantly looking over his shoulder, because any moment now Ajit Pawar is going to enter that residence, the Chief Minister's bungalow there, and he's sort of staking this out. Now, viewers, I just want to show you the numbers. We're going to fire them on your screens in the grid. These numbers have changed. What we are now being told by Arunil is that only about 16 MLAs remain loyal to Uddhav Thackeray. That's what Arunil is telling us, and he's there in the middle of the screen, viewers, walking to the front gate of the Uddhav Thackeray Chief Ministerial bungalow at Varsha. Now, just look at the numbers on the right of your screens, viewers. The Sena, after the revolt, by all accounts, has been left by just with 29 MLAs. What we are now being told by Arunil is that number has come down to 16. So maybe 13 more MLAs are now incommunicado. That means the Sena rebel MLAs have gone up by 13, possibly, we don't know. At this moment, what we can tell you is about 26 are with Eknath Shinde, the rebel faction. The NDA right now is at 113, 145 is the majority mark, so they are considerably shorter. They're about 32 short from getting the majority, that is the NDA. But if the number has gone up to anywhere in the vicinity of 36 or 40, then viewers, this faction can go and join, in fact, can go and join the NDA, and the NDA can come back to power. Whether Fadnavis will be Chief Minister again, of course, remains to be seen. But Amit Rajput is here with us from Surat. Action also going on in Surat, because let me tell you, that is where Eknath Shinde's entire rebel league is holed up. राजपूत जी, मुझे आप ये बताइए कि अभी आपके पीछे क्या हो रहा है सूरत में, वहां पर वर्तमान स्थिति क्या है?
बिल्कुल देखिए, मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि बिल्कुल देखिए, लंबे इंतजार के बाद जो मिलिंद नार्वेकर हैं, लंबे इंतजार के बाद उन्हें बुलाया है आखिरकार उन्हें, और शिंदे का ये कहना है कि उद्धव ठाकरे जो हैं उनकी मांग उन्होंने भूतकाल में स्वीकारी नहीं। और इस मीटिंग की हम बात करें तो इस मीटिंग के अंदर एकनाथ शिंदे, बाकी के दो दूसरे वरिष्ठ विधायक जो हैं वो मिलिंद नार्वेकर के साथ चर्चा करने के लिए आए हैं। बाकी के विधायकों को भी नार्वेकर ने बुलाने की कोशिश की, लेकिन बाकी के विधायकों ने साफ साफ ये कह दिया कि एकनाथ शिंदे जो निर्णय लेंगे वो निर्णय हमें शिरोमान्य होगा, वो हमारे लिए उनका निर्णय फाइनल होगा। लेकिन ये बात है कि देखिए, महाराष्ट्र पुलिस के जवान यहाँ पर बाहर ही रोक दिए गए हैं। सिर्फ मिलिंद नार्वेकर लगातार कोशिश कर रहे हैं उद्धव ठाकरे और शरद पवार से बात कराने की एकनाथ शिंदे की, लेकिन जो एकनाथ शिंदे हैं वो किसी भी तरह से बात करना नहीं चाहते हैं। यानी मनसा जो है एकनाथ शिंदे की वो साफ है मान मनव्वल कराने की जब आज नौबत क्यों आई, क्यों आज यहां पर उन विधायकों को आना पड़ा महाराष्ट्र को छोड़ के, ये बात बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो चुकी है। यानी ये कहा जा सकता है कि नार्वेकर यहां से कुछ ज्यादा हासिल करके नहीं जाएंगे, जिस तरह से हमें अभी जानकारी सूत्रों के हवाले से मिली है कि कुछ ज्यादा वो यहां से लेके निकलने वाले नहीं है। उन्हें उल्टे पांव यहां से वापस लौटना पड़ेगा, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है, क्योंकि ये लंबे इंतजार तक उन्हें राह देखनी पड़ी मिलने के लिए, और उसके बाद जो शिंदे हैं वो अपनी मांग पे अड़क हैं, और वो जो बाकी विधायक हैं वो पूरा समर्थन एकनाथ शिंदे को कर रहे हैं। यानी चित्र जो है वो धीरे धीरे सामने आ रहा है। अब देखना यह है कि ये मान मनव्वल में नार्वेकर जब बाहर निकलते हैं तो उनका बॉडी लैंग्वेज क्या होता है, और क्या वो बात करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं मीडिया से।
Well, this is very, very important. Let me just quickly translate for you what all Mr. Rajput has told us. Rajput has told us at this moment that an emissary sent by Uddhav Thackeray to meet with the rebel faction has been basically idling time in the lobby of the hotel right behind him. Eknath Shinde, the rebel faction chief, has not met this emissary. The emissary that has been dispatched by Uddhav Thackeray, which doesn't spell good news for Uddhav Thackeray. Also, viewers, let me also tell you, as we speak, we are being told that this individual, Narvekar, is now just about getting to meet the rebel faction. So some ice is being broken. That's what we are being told. Eknath Shinde meeting with Uddhav's aide, Milind Narvekar. Can Milind Narvekar win back this breakaway faction? That's the fundamental point here. Let me go straight across to Arunil. Arunil, what are you hearing from inside Varsha? Is there hope? Because remember, Eknath Shinde has already been ejected from his position.
Well, that is right. In fact, the entire MVA is in a huddle now. The NCP may be saying that this mess needs to be solved by CM Uddhav Thackeray or the Shiv Sena, but NCP's senior leaders like Ajit Pawar or Congress's senior leader like Balasaheb Thorat have already reached over here. We also understand that Milind Narvekar had a very quick word with Eknath Shinde, and what Eknath Shinde basically told Milind Narvekar is that Hindutva is paramount for him and the MLAs who have supported him, and they are not going to compromise on Hindutva. If you look at the tweet that Eknath Shinde had also sent in, he had taken a very indirect attack at the Shiv Sena, particularly CM Uddhav Thackeray, pointing towards the fact that he said that I am a Shiv Sainik, I am a loyal supporter of Balasaheb Thackeray, and for Hindutva, I will never, for the sake of power, I will never compromise on Hindutva. Basically saying that it is CM Uddhav Thackeray who had compromised on Hindutva and joined hands with the arch rivals of Balasaheb Thackeray, that is the Congress and
news
the NCP.
At this moment, viewers, the suspense is mounting because the numbers are quite up in the air. What we have just been told, of course, is that the number with Shiv Sena, the official Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena, the MLAs of the Shiv Sena pledging loyalty to him have come down to 16. The Sena rebel MLA is now at about 39. Remember, 2/3 of the party needs to split. If 2/3 of the party doesn't split, even if you're one short of that 2/3 mark, then all those MLAs that have rebelled will be disqualified. They will no longer be MLAs. And obviously, viewers, that means that any attempt to try and topple the Uddhav Thackeray government will come a cropper, because the halfway mark will decrease, and that will only help the Aghadi coalition as they will find themselves better placed despite the Shiv Sena being reduced to a rump. But the fact is, as of now, if the Sena MLAs, the rebel MLAs, are above 36 in number, they will not be expelled, and they are then free to choose who they want to align with. They could align with the BJP. The BJP's 113 plus 39 of the rebel faction could help the BJP, the NDA, get across the 145 mark. Now, let's break this down. Arunil, just break this down. More breaking news, of course, coming in on the channel. We are being told that a meeting between Uddhav Thackeray and some of his MLAs is scheduled for 7 p.m. We'll talk about that in just 30 seconds. But Arunil, as you're keeping an eye on Varsha, just give us the numbers game again. How is it looking?
Well, officially, if you look at it, Rahul, the magic number in the state of Maharashtra with respect to Maharashtra Assembly is 145. However, unfortunately, recently one Shiv Sena MLA had passed away. His name was Ramesh Latke, and 2 of the NCP MLAs are in jail. So the magic number comes slightly down further, probably to 144 or 143. And there is a sizable support of independents and smaller party MLAs that the BJP enjoys, and that was evident. There is a convoy over here, basically another Maharashtra minister reaching over here. So see, there are series of convoys that are reaching the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. A crucial meeting being held. Now coming to the numbers game, Rahul, in the Rajya Sabha elections and in the MLC polls, the BJP basically had a resounding victory, and that victory was on the back of these independents and the smaller parties MLAs who had earlier bestowed their support on the Maha Vikas Aghadi, particularly the Shiv Sena, but recently they have switched sides and gone to the BJP rank. So the numbers that you were giving, yes, BJP has 106 MLAs, but probably 20 MLAs who are independents and from smaller parties can switch over to the BJP rank, and plus the MLAs that are there with Eknath Shinde. If their number is more than 35 or 36, then they don't have to, they can easily avoid the anti-defection law and they can switch over to the BJP rank. At present, it doesn't really look hunky-dory for CM Uddhav Thackeray or the Shiv Sena, because clearly trouble mounts for them, pressure mounts on them, and that is why a series of meetings have been held over here. Now we are also awaiting Sharad Pawar to reach here in some time and helm the leadership of Maha Vikas Aghadi, because he was the one who basically articulated, formed this Maha Vikas Aghadi government along with Sanjay Raut.
Before we move forward, viewers, and get you up to speed with more of the numbers which are continuously going to flash on your screens to give you an idea of how things are moving, and this is very fast paced, the numbers just changing every few hours. Reactions that have come in, Sanjay Raut putting on a brave face, and of course Sharad Pawar, who spoke earlier today. Listen in.
एकनाथ शिंदे बार बार दबाव डाल रहे हैं कि उनको सीएम बनाया जाए, इस पर आपकी सहमति है क्या?
एक बात है कि वहाँ जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है तीनों पार्टी में, इसमें शिवसेना के पास मुख्यमंत्री की जिम्मेदारी, डिप्टी सीएम एनसीपी के पास है, और इंफॉर्मेशन बाकी जो मंत्रालय है इसकी जिम्मेदारी सरकार के कांग्रेस के ऊपर है। जहाँ तक बीजेपी है कुछ बदलाव करना या किसी को वहाँ मौका देना, वो उनका इंटरनल इशू है, जो शिवसेना की लीडरशिप इस पर जो कुछ तय करेंगे इसके साथ हम रहेंगे।
एकनाथ शिंदे, नक्कीच एकनाथ शिंदे, मी म्हणालो की आमचे सहकारी आहेत, त्यांचे आमचे अत्यंत जिव्हाळ्याचे संबंध आहेत सगळ्यांशी. उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्या कार्यकाळात ते 2 वेळा प्रमुख खात्यांचे मंत्री झालेले आहेत, नेते झालेले आहेत. त्याच्यामुळे ही शिवसेना बाळासाहेब ठाकरेंचीच आहे आणि राहील. बाळासाहेब ठाकरे आणि हिंदुत्व हे आम्हाला जन्मताच मिळालेलं आहे, हे आमचं बाळकडू आहे.
शुरुआत से ही ये गठबंधन जो बनी अघाड़ी की, ये अपने आप में ही विचलित हो चुकी है. ना सिद्धांत है, ना विचारधारा है, ना सोच है, ना आगे की कार्यशैली है. ये केवल सत्ता और कुर्सी पकड़ने की चिंता और भूख के आधार पर यह अघाड़ी बनी. आपस में जब ना तालमेल है, ना एक विचारधारा है, ना एक सिद्धांत है, ना आपस में एक साथ चल के जनता का विकास करने की एक चिंता है, तो ये स्थिति जरूर उत्पन्न होगी.
Okay, let's go straight across to Shivani, who joins me from Surat, who's outside that hotel in Surat where this important meeting is taking place between Shinde, the person who has led this particular coup, and of course Uddhav Thackeray's emissary. And we are being told that Shinde has given an ultimatum to the Bharatiya Janata Party, to rather the Uddhav Thackeray camp, saying that go back to the BJP or forget us. Is this really the bottom line here, Shivani? Is this the bottom line?
Well, definitely here, that is why it clearly seems that, different ultimatums, different meetings are taking place, Rahul, and that is why what we are also given to understand that Eknath Shinde has put forth some of his terms and conditions, and also CM Uddhav Thackeray's personal secretary, Milind Narvekar, those have reached to Mr. Shinde, has also given him some instructions with regards to what party has a thought with respect to Mr. Shinde's role in the party. In fact, the way the constant dealing those are taking place, the way Shinde took 11 MLAs along with him when last night he was traveling towards Surat, and more people were also traveling back while supporting Eknath Shinde. So now terms and condition is what we are saying. That is the important meeting that is taking place between CM's personal secretary and Eknath Shinde. Earlier Eknath Shinde was not ready to even meet Mr. Milind Narvekar, and now when he's meeting, very limited time that has been given, Eknath Shinde has also given some ultimatum, and now he has also received some of the terms and conditions with regards to his role in the party. So of course we'll see. Now it is somewhere we can say that Milind Narvekar is bringing out all the straight words of CM Uddhav Thackeray, and interestingly, if Shinde will accept those terms and conditions, if Shinde will agree to any of those conditions, then of course there will be some kind of changes that we'll see. But definitely now Shinde was clearly denied for accepting any terms and conditions, clearly says only one thing, that he will not compromise on Hindutva line.
Well, this is very, very important. Shivani, reporting from the site of that very crucial make or break meeting. If that meeting doesn't fructify into a positive result for the Shiv Sena, it's curtains. Because as far as Eknath Shinde is concerned, he's lost to the Uddhav Thackeray camp. I want to go straight back now to Arunil. Arunil, you're outside, of course, Varsha. We are also being told that Milind Narvekar is pleading with Shinde to speak on the telephone with Uddhav Thackeray. What's the relationship between Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray? And just talk us a little bit about the demand that has been made. Was Shinde someone who was very upset with the Shiv Sena for dumping the BJP, or is this suddenly come out of pretty much the woodwork?
Well, Rahul, the first question that you asked me, what is the relation between Eknath Shinde and CM Uddhav Thackeray? Now, recently there was a movie that was produced by Eknath Shinde. The movie was supposed to be on Anand Dighe, the mentor of Eknath Shinde, the leader from Thane. However, after interval, it was Eknath Shinde who became the main protagonist. He was the main hero of the film, and that had reportedly irked Matoshri to a very large extent, because if you look at the functioning of the Shiv Sena party, nobody outside the Thackeray family can be a hero according to the Shiv Sena, and Eknath Shinde basically had taken that plunge, portraying himself as a hero and the messiah of the party, and that is when probably there were differences that had cropped up between Eknath Shinde and the Matoshri, that is CM Uddhav Thackeray's camp. And now this plunge that Eknath Shinde has taken, going with as many as more than 30 MLAs with him, has clearly mounted pressure on CM Uddhav Thackeray. Eknath Shinde indeed has been a Shiv Sainik right from his start. He has only been with one party. He belongs to the Sena bastion of Thane in the outskirts of Mumbai. And that is why there are desperate attempts, desperate pleas being made by the Shiv Sena. We heard Sanjay Raut also saying that Eknath Shinde is a true Shiv Sainik. Eknath Shinde is a born Shiv Sainik. That is what Sanjay Raut said, and we are hoping, and he will definitely come back to us. That is what Sanjay Raut repeatedly said when he was speaking to the media. But is that going to happen, and what was basically the main point of altercation, or main point that led to these
Sunil, I need to stop you there. More updates coming in, and these are coming in from Surat. We are being told that Eknath Shinde is hardening his stand. We are also being told that BJP President Mr. Nadda is now also in Delhi, where he is going to also be monitoring the developments that are unfolding at a very fast pace in both Surat and Mumbai. So very quickly, yes, Shivani.
Well, definitely here, interestingly, Rahul, I want to point out one list that was shared by Shiv Sena, where they declared the names of 33 MLAs, those who attended the meeting with CM Uddhav Thackeray in Mumbai, whereas originally there were only 17 MLAs, those who reached to that particular meeting, which clearly showcases that Shiv Sena somewhere is trying to cover up the gaps those are there within the party. And now as we see that how the top leaders of all the parties, that it be from Congress, NCP or BJP, in fact, those are reaching out to BJP. In fact, now Devendra Fadnavis, former CM of Maharashtra, has also made several movements and is going to be reaching in Surat itself. And definitely will see that there will be a very crucial and important meeting that is very much likely.
Okay,
and that
on
is
the other side in Mumbai, more developments. Viewers, Ajit Pawar and Balasaheb Thorat have reached the Chief Minister's residence now. What is this going to in any way do to help Uddhav Thackeray? Ajit Pawar and Balasaheb Thorat, how can they help the situation?
The point is whether they can help the situation, because the MLAs are already with Mr. Eknath Shinde in Surat. Now there is another important development, Rahul, that is Narayan Rane basically asking CM Uddhav Thackeray to resign now, basically asking that why isn't the CM resigning? 35 out of his 55 MLAs are not with him. That is a very significant number, and if Eknath Shinde has the support of 35 MLAs, then he can easily avoid the anti-poaching law. He can basically join the BJP directly. He can basically, when Narayan Rane has been asking this question to CM Uddhav Thackeray that why isn't he stepping down from his post, obviously this has been a very large effort or a damage control mode.
This is big news. Are you saying that the BJP that has been adopting a sort of hands-off approach to this entire crisis now is demanding the resignation of Uddhav Thackeray, saying that he lost control of his party and perhaps also majority? That's very important, big news.
Well, that is right, Rahul. Narayan Rane, the union minister, posing a question to CM Uddhav Thackeray that when he doesn't have the support of 35 out of his 55 MLAs, that is more than 2/3 of his MLAs, then why isn't he resigning till now? That is a very big question that Narayan Rane is posing. And yes, as you were mentioning, at present I've been reporting from the Varsha residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Many ministers have reached over here. Ministers from the Congress, from the NCP, namely Ajit Pawar is here. They are waiting for Sharad Pawar to come over here. Balasaheb Thorat has also reached. They are trying their level best to save this Maha Vikas Aghadi government. But clearly, the BJP has always been saying, and now when it comes to Eknath Shinde as well, he also been saying that for him, Hindutva is more important. According to his tweet as well, he said that I believe in Hindutva. And
so has Uddhav Thackeray actually lost numbers? Let's have a quick look at that one important graphic that we put together for you viewers, which helps you put into perspective the numbers game. In the meantime, Maharashtra Congress has issued a statement saying that all Congress MLAs are in touch with State President Nana Patole and Legislative Party Leader Balasaheb Thorat, and whatever news is there regarding the MLAs, the Shiv Sena MLAs not being reachable, is completely baseless. Also, Congress MLAs not being reachable is baseless. There are news reports doing the round that even Congress MLAs perhaps are looking over the fence and eyeing greener pastures perhaps in the BJP. All of this is happening, but what is the number? What do the numbers tell us? The numbers tell us that Sena, after the revolt, led by Eknath Shinde, might only have 16 MLAs. Uddhav Thackeray might only have 16 MLAs. Sena rebel MLAs stand at 39. This is what is being speculated. The NDA is at 113. Majority mark is 145. If you add up viewers, 39 and 113, you come to 152, which means that the NDA and Sena rebels could well form the government. But of course, for that to happen, a trust vote will have to be moved on the floor of the assembly, where a show of hands will have to take place. But that's slightly later in the story. First, Who has the numbers? That's fundamental to this story. More breaking news coming in. Meghna Deka also here with us. Congress totally clueless, it appears. Congress fears rebellion now in its camp. It says for now that its MLAs are with it. What's the big story?
Well, yes, that's a big story which is coming in. Very interestingly, Congress now is also worried about impending rebellion. Interestingly, let's also remind our viewers that there have been a similar counter strategy put in place by the BJP. In the BJP too, 105 of these MLAs are rumored to have been carted off, and now Congress is fearing rebellion within its own camp. In fact, one of Congress's top troubleshooter, Kamal Nath, has been air dashed already to Mumbai to take stock of the situation in the Congress camp. He is also expected later on to move across to Surat and try and reach out to the rebel MLAs. However, what really could be the outcome of that? Well, the numbers are going to hold the clue for all of this. The numbers, however, are not getting much clarity. In fact, let me go across to Shivani, who's joining us with all the details. Shivani, it seems that Congress now worries whether or not its own flock is in place.
Well, definitely, and that is why we'll see. I'll tell you the numbers made here. Importantly, we have to understand this crucial number politics here, because the Congress had 44 seats, 44 MLAs, but they got only 41 votes. It means that 3 more MLAs of theirs own have crossed vote in this particular MLC election. Same was the situation with Shiv Sena, and that is why there is a lack of trust within the party of Congress, that who are those particular MLAs, those have not voted for their own party, and that's why we see this 3 cross voting that comes from Congress brings a lot of confusion.
Well, we'll just come back to Shivani. Let me go across to Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan. He's joining us from Delhi, and we've seen a lot happening in the national capital, isn't it? Madhav, tell us about how Sharad Pawar may be playing a very crucial role when it comes to keeping the Aghadi together. However, today during the press conference, you repeatedly asked him about the numbers. He refused to clarify.
Well, Sharad Pawar knows that perhaps things are beyond his control, given that it's not just his party's MLAs who are the ones who are rebelling. It is of an ally, that is the Shiv Sena, and this perhaps would be something that Shiv Sena itself would be best placed to handle, and that is why Sharad Pawar, of course, being a very old and veteran hand at this kind of coalition politics and the politics of make and break, is someone who would be, very well aware of. Of course, he did mention that he believes that this is not going to, make any difference as far as the government is concerned. But when repeatedly asked,
well, sorry to interrupt you. Stay with us. Big breaking news which is coming in. Milind Narvekar and Pranesh also joins me now. Milind Narvekar, the emissary of Uddhav Thackeray, was sent across. This was the last-ditch effort by the Shiv Sena to reach out to the rebels. However, unfortunately, it seems things aren't going too well for the Shiv Sena. His PA has now left Surat empty-handed. Narvekar, remember, had gone there to try and woo back, and he at least convinced Eknath, Shinde and the rebels to speak to Uddhav Thackeray, but that, Pranesh, didn't seem to have happened.
The desperation clearly showing. Shivani now joining us with the details. Shivani, despite waiting there outside the hotel for 3 hours, Shinde snubbed Team Uddhav.
Well, definitely here, and that is why we saw that how earlier Eknath Shinde did not allow for this meeting to happen with Milind Narvekar, but it clearly also significantly shows that if Milind has reached there, then definitely it is CM Uddhav Thackeray's words those are reaching at the doorsteps of Eknath Shinde in Surat's hotel. And also in this particular very small meeting, we are given to understand that Milind have given all of his patent, all of his statement that CM Uddhav Thackeray is trying to convince Eknath Shinde with, because most of the MLAs are in the pocket of Eknath Shinde. Those have traveled through the roadways when the flights were not available. So it showcases that how people are dedicated for Shiv Sena, and that is why Milind Narvekar reached there. Though all of the terms and conditions and the situation those were explained by Milind Narvekar to Eknath Shinde were not accepted by Mr. Shinde, where he has said that he is not going.
Okay, stay with us, Arunil. Now, Shinde for CM posters seen in Thane by Shinde supporters.
Well, Pranay, these posters were put up on June 9th, and the supporters of Eknath Shinde have always said that he is the next CM of Maharashtra, and probably he has acted on the similar lines. He basically has caught the entire Matoshri, basically the camp of CM Uddhav Thackeray, completely unaware about it. They had no clue that so many MLAs were supporting Eknath Shinde, because if you look at during the Rajya Sabha elections or during the MLC polls, it was Eknath Shinde who was coordinating with the Shiv Sena MLAs where MLAs should be put up, which hotels they should be put up. He was basically speaking to them on a very individual basis, and now there comes a major shock for CM Uddhav Thackeray and his close confidants when Eknath Shinde has gone to Surat with as many as more than 30 MLAs from the Shiv Sena party. We understand that only 16 MLAs are remaining with CM Uddhav Thackeray. Now he's going to have a meeting at 7 p.m. With the Shiv Sena party leaders as well as his MLA Sharad Pawar is expected to.
Now, Arunil, very quickly also tell our viewers about the former minister and current BJP MLA who is inside that 5-star Surat resort.
Well, that is Sanjay Kute inside. He is also a close confidant of Devendra Fadnavis, and he has been sent over there just to man the situation, just to observe the situation and to ensure that everything goes according to the plan of the BJP. The BJP may not be accepting that they have orchestrated this, but the picture is very much clear. And Eknath Shinde was somebody, Pranesh, who was never been attacked by Devendra Fadnavis or any of the BJP leaders, because they knew the kind of clout that he enjoys. They knew that he's a disgruntled leader. They had an idea that he probably can.
Well, in fact, do say on with us, there are protests which are happening of the Shiv Sena against the BJP. Those are the visuals that you can see. Also, let's listen in, because a lot of these chants were in favor of Uddhav Thackeray, and quite interestingly, after Eknath Shinde had put out that tweet saying that we, the real Shiv Sainiks, will not betray the Hindutva credentials and ideology of Bala Saheb. Several of the Sena protesters then stood outside Uddhav Thackeray's residence. They were protesting against BJP and in favor of Uddhav.
मुर्दाबाद मुर्दाबाद बीजेपी मुर्दाबाद 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 बीजेपी
Now, Arunil, this is the third round of meeting that Uddhav Thackeray is having. He has met the Shiv Sena MLAs twice already today, and the strength is only declining.
Well, that is right, Pranesh. He may be having as many meetings that he wants to have, but if the numbers are not with CM Uddhav Thackeray, then it is game over for the Shiv Sena party, for CM Uddhav Thackeray, and also for the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. And obviously, these kind of meetings will be held between the coordination committee of the Maha Vikas Aghadi to save this government, because all these leaders are ministers in this Maha Vikas Aghadi government. CM Uddhav Thackeray, the party supremo of Shiv Sena, himself is the CM, and his around 30 MLAs have defected towards a rival camp, that is Eknath Shinde camp. They are not in state of Maharashtra, they are in the state of Gujarat, so it becomes extremely difficult for them to communicate with these rebel MLAs. They sent their messengers, but they were not allowed to speak to those rebel MLAs. Only Eknath Shinde spoke to Milind Narvekar, and he made it very clear, saying that only and only Hindutva matters to him, and the rebel MLAs basically taking out an indirect attack on CM Uddhav Thackeray, that Hindutva was compromised when he joined hands with Congress and the NCP, and Hindutva probably was compromised during this 2.5 years of MBA rule.
Well, in fact, let me bring in Madhav as well. Madhav, and we are going to keep the audio of that on, of the Shiv Sena protest against the BJP. Aghadi has been coming out. Even Sharad Pawar has said that all of this is being orchestrated by the BJP. So what really has been happening in the high command in Delhi, where you've been reporting, because we know Fadnavis, who seems to have engineered what many are calling it the same Karnataka model here in Maharashtra. He had air dashed to Delhi. He is now returned. What's happening in the central high command of the BJP?
Well, you know, allegations have come in time and again, and in fact, Sharad Pawar, even at today's press conference, alleged that this has happened thrice in the past, that BJP has tried to destabilize the coalition in Maharashtra. But be that as it may, also important questions will have to be asked as to what the leaders of the various Aghadi parties were doing if there was so much of discontentment within them. That is also a very pertinent question. Remember that Eknath Shinde is a person who is known to have, in fact, played a very important role even when the BJP and the Sena were moving apart, in trying and bringing the two parties together, trying and making those calls between the two parties and bringing the leaders to actually speak to each other.
All right, Madhav, just hold your thoughts. Let's go straight to Shivani reporting live from outside the 5-star resort in Surat. Yes, Shivani, what are you picking up?
Well, see, first of all, here the two window, let me just show you the visuals out here. Heavy police deployment has been placed out here, and in fact, this is the particular gate where the entry has been stopped for any outsider. So they have to get instructions from within the hotel so that any outsider can come inside. That is why not only this particular area, but also the very main gate of the hotel particularly is also being sealed. In fact, only the media reporters and the journalists, video journalists are out and are able to get access inside. But yes, definitely there are leaders, those are also trying to reach out, they are unable to do so. Police deployment has been increased at both the gates, in fact at the main entrance of this particular lane as well, so that no emerging movement that takes place over here. And as we just saw that how Milind Narvekar was also made to wait for like constantly 2-3 hours, that clearly showcases that how Shinde and his supporting MLAs are yet not in the mood to meet any of them. And that is why you see, you clearly see the media that is waiting outside. In fact, Milind Narvekar has just made a small movement out here, and yes, of course, as you see, this is the particular place, the entry has been barricaded completely, and that is why we understand. You still see, I'll show you, the Gujarat police is right out here, and not only that, the personal securities are also being placed in this particular place. And as what I am given to understand, this person, who's holding a paper in his hand, has a list of people, those are there inside that hotel, and only their staff can go inside, that too after the permission and a call that will be made from within the hotel premises. And that's where we can see a very heavy police deployment, strictly limited movement. All of those movements, those are taking place, have to be instructed by the local cops out here. And that's when we see that this is going to be a very, very significant place, because this is the only way one can have an access and can reach out to Mr. Eknath Shinde, and simultaneously the others, those MLAs, those are there inside this particular hotel. But yes, of course, as we see, no movement for any outsider, no movement for media. In fact, very, very limited people will be able to get inside and have a conversation with the MLAs and Eknath Shinde, those are there inside.
Shivani, earlier in the day, sources said that BJP leader, at least one of them, was also seen going inside. Any confirmation on that front? Anyone from the BJP there at the resort?
Well, yes, of course, as of now it has been informed that Mr. Kute is there inside this particular premises of hotel, and he was also trying to meet Mr. Eknath Shinde. But yes, there are people in the BJP, those are also saying that they are in communication with Mr. Shinde. Simultaneously, what we understand as of now, confirmation regarding the meeting has yet not come out. But yes, of course, the way Shiv Sainik, just like Milind Narvekar, personal secretary of CM, was made to wait outside, and if the BJP person is present inside, clearly showcases the anger that Eknath Shinde is carrying at the moment of time. But yes, of course, a meeting between them has yet not taken place, and more leaders from BJP are also expected in the city of Surat, and that is when we'll see that there will be probability of more meetings between Eknath Shinde and, if possible, with any BJP leader.
Now, Nitin Deshmukh, who's one of the MLAs who's inside that resort, Nitin Deshmukh's wife, Shivani, has filed a police complaint as alleged that there is threat to life to her husband.
Well, definitely at this particular moment when we are seeing, every political party is putting balls on the other political party's court, and that is why this particular complaint has come, and that is why a live thread kind of a complaint was also filed by her, and that is when she has complained regarding the political party that they are calling them, they are trying to, make some movements, and yes, of course, here are the visuals, the way people are moving inside. Well, we'll try to see. So there are some of the workers of Shiv Sena, as you can see through the visuals of video journalist George, and yes, they are only being allowed, they are the supporters of Shiv Sena, those are making entry inside the hotel where Eknath Shinde is living. So definitely showcases the number of Shiv Sainiks, those are increasing with respect to meeting Eknath Shinde and supporting him, and yes, of course, as you see,
yes, as we can see, the number of Shiv Sainiks inside seem to be increasing. Can you give us a sense of who are they inside the car? Who's inside the car?
Well, here no prominent face, but yes, of course, no prominent face, but yes, the workers, those are the supporters of the local MLAs, those are present inside the hotels, and what we are given to understand, they are the supporters of one of the MLA, those are present inside with Eknath Shinde. Yeah, well, they are yet not speaking anything, and they are not commenting on any of those things, but yes, definitely the way they are reaching out, and we clearly know that now more and more support emerging for Eknath Shinde, and yes, of course, they are not any prominent faces, the leaders, but yes, they are here to showcase their support. Whether they will be allowed to move inside or not is a question importantly here, but yes, seems that the more than 30 MLAs, those are there inside already, their supporters will also be in the court of Eknath Shinde here.
Now breaking inputs coming in some time from now. Devendra Fadnavis will be landing in Surat. He will be headed straight to that 5-star resort, Shivani.
Well, yes, definitely, and that is why we saw in the morning hours itself that how there were different movements, those were made by Devendra Fadnavis. In fact, he was supposed to attend few events that he could not, and later he went to Delhi as well, and from Delhi he will clearly be landing in the city of Surat, and straight across will be coming to this hotel to have a meeting. And in fact, what we are also going to understand, one of the BJP person we were talking about is also a close person, close aide with Devendra Fadnavis, and that is why even he is inside. And if Devendra Fadnavis also comes, definitely, at least for the sake of party and the relation that the leaders carry, there will be a meeting between Devendra Fadnavis and yes, Eknath Shinde, and that is why we see more supporters will be coming here. The way Shakti Pradarshan power showcase is going on in Mumbai, that is also very much likely to happen in Surat as well. But yes, of course, few minutes more to go that Devendra Fadnavis will be landing here in Surat, and then the meeting further will go ahead. Though what will be the outcome is going to be interesting, because as I said earlier that Milind Narvekar, personal secretary of CM, was also made to wait outside at least for hours, and that is why whether Mr. Eknath Shinde will meet Devendra Fadnavis immediately or not is questionable. But yes, of course, as we are hearing that BJP is in touch with Eknath Shinde, we understand that definitely if the communication is going on between BJP and Eknath Shinde, then definitely Devendra Fadnavis will be meeting him. And as earlier also we were speaking that Mr. Nadda is also keeping his watch on the politics and the development those are happening in Maharashtra. Definitely Devendra Fadnavis meeting Eknath Shinde will significantly bring more twist and turn in this particular story that is going on, and probably will create more troublesome for Shiv Sena, especially for CM Uddhav Thackeray.
Well, Shivani, it's all going to come down to the numbers. Any kind of word, any kind of inside track as to how many rebel MLAs are currently inside? Are they all from Shiv Sena, but also MLAs backing the Shiv Sena and Aghadi?
Well, definitely at least the number for Shiv Sainik MLAs are 30. That we can confirm to our viewers, and that is why we saw that meeting that was conducted by CM Uddhav Thackeray at his official bungalow, Varsha. There also the number was only 14. First of all, later 3 more people, 3 more MLAs, those support Eknath Shinde, those are brought to, those were asked to come to Varsha bungalow, from their hotel rooms especially. So we understand most of them, more than 30 MLAs are here. In fact, one of them is independent MLA, and other details are awaited. But yes, we can confirm the number that around 30 MLAs are there from Shiv Sena.
Shivani, coming back to you.
तूर्त काँग्रेस पक्षाचे सर्व आमदार या ठिकाणी पोहोचायला लागलेले आहेत राजस्टोन बंगल्यावरती, आणि आमचे महाराष्ट्राचे इन्चार्ज प्रभारी डॉक्टर H.K. पाटील साहेबसुद्धा यांचं आगमन मुंबईत झालेलं आहे. ते सुद्धा आणि प्रांताध्यक्ष हे सुद्धा लवकरच इथं पोहोचतील. त्यानंतर आम्ही आपसामध्ये चर्चा करणार आहोत. चर्चेअंती तुम्हाला प्रत्यक्ष जे काही
Now, Arunil, in some time from now, that all-important meeting between Sharad Pawar and Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray will be taking place at Varsha. Arunil.
Well, that is right. Sharad Pawar is expected to land in the city of Mumbai, and he will be expected to reach at this Varsha residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Already Ajit Pawar is over here. Maha Vikas, the Congress minister, is also over here. Several other ministers from the Maha Vikas Aghadi government have reached at the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. This can be seen as a desperate attempt from Matoshri to ensure that the flock that has gone to Surat, the MLAs that have gone in the rival camp of Eknath Shinde, they return back to the fold of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Shivani was mentioning about one fact. In fact, when a show of strength was being initiated by CM Uddhav Thackeray, he called in all his MLAs to his residence. Only 16 of those Shiv Sena MLAs were present over here. Other MLAs, there are total 55 MLAs of the Shiv Sena in Maharashtra Assembly. All of them are incommunicado with respect to the Shiv Sena's party high command is concerned. So this is a huge blow for the Shiv Sena party. And if we go by the numbers, if only 16 MLAs are there with CM Uddhav Thackeray, then probably it is game over for CM Uddhav Thackeray and for Matoshri, because more than 35 MLAs Eknath Shinde will be needing to avoid the anti-defection.
And the way things are developing, the MUA government will be safe.
So will you be individually meeting all the legislators individually, or will it be just a gathering?
We'll be meeting in a group also, and whenever any legislator feels necessary, we keep on talking. There is nothing like very formally we'll sit and talk like that. Whenever we meet, we talk each other. It is like a See, सुबह जो स्थिति उद्भव हुआ था, ऐसी परिस्थिति अभी नहीं है. The way it looks from media, the emissary of Chief Minister to their party MLAs have reached, the emissary has reached and the discussions are started. That itself shows that things are diluted. I don't foresee any danger to MUA government.
सर, क्या आपके मुख्यमंत्री जी से बात हुई है? सर, मुख्यमंत्री जी का क्या कहना है? आपकी बात हुई है, क्या कहना होगा?
नहीं, मैं मुख्यमंत्री साहब से साथ बात नहीं किया हूँ. हमारा बाला साहेब थोराट and Ashok Chavan both are in meeting with him right now.
But there are chances that MVA may lose power. There are chances that MVA may lose power. More than 20 MLAs are there in Surat. Don't you think that there is
Well, with that, that's a big breaking news. Congress is asserting there's no threat to the Maha Vikas Aghadi, that the numbers are there with them and they are very confident of it. Something similar to what even Pawar had said. However, we'll have to wait and see if that really can be proved. Very shortly, we expect a show of strength, but it doesn't seem that the Shiv Sena has those numbers. Shivani, over to you. Even though they are seemingly confident, when the visuals that you've been getting us from the Surat resort have a different story to tell.
Well, definitely. In fact, Meghna, few minutes back, as you were showing, that there were some supporters, those had come to this particular resort. As you can see, the barricading is, the barricading has still taken place. Cops are not allowing anyone the same way. In fact, those supporters were also asked to move back, and even they do not have access to meet their own respective MLAs for whom they had come here to show their power and support. And that is kind of the images those are coming in, that nobody, straightforwardly, nobody is allowed to meet unless and until it is the MLAs or Eknath Shinde, those who say yes, goes for not to welcome anyone or allow anyone inside the particular hotel, those where we are standing right now. Few minutes later, we'll also expect Devendra Fadnavis to also reach out here, and then of course we'll see the kind of security that has been played, that has been pasted here, that has been placed at this particular place, will showcase that how the things will form and things will change for the further time to come in Maharashtra. Simultaneously, what we
word from the Shinde camp, this is the super scoop on Times Now. The ultimatum is dump Congress and the NCP, come back to the NDA, and we will end this drama. We are taking a short break. Lots more lined up on Times Now. This is the non-stop coverage here.
Now, action begins here.
welcome. You're watching The Nation Wants to Know with me, Padmaja Joshi. The question the nation really does want answered today is the Uddhav Thackeray government close to a collapse? Is there still a rescue act that they can fashion? A critical meeting is underway even as we speak. We'll get you all the action and what is actually happening. Let's get you started with the headlines. Maharashtra's Aghadi government on the brink after Uddhav loyalist and Minister Eknath Shinde rebels along with up to 39 party MLAs. He accuses Uddhav of compromising on Hindutva. Sena Minister Eknath Shinde is camping with rebels in Gujarat. Five-star hotel tells Uddhav he represents the real Shiv Sena. Ideology of founder Balasaheb Thackeray cannot be compromised. Did Uddhav Thackeray's outreach fail? Eknath Shinde refuses to return to Sena fold. BJP minister and Uddhav critic Narayan Rane says Uddhav should read the writing on the wall and quit himself. With Shinde's rebellion against Uddhav putting Aghadi's future on the brink, Sharad Pawar deflects onus, says leadership change is the Sena's prerogative. What's happening is their internal matter.
ना तालमेल है, ना एक विचारधारा है, ना आपस में एक साथ चल के जनता का विकास करने की एक चिंता है, तो ये स्थिति जरूर उत्पन्न होगी.
BJP says it is only watching and waiting. However, sources tell Times Now that two senior leaders have been deployed to keep a close eye on what is happening. With anti-BJP front in Maharashtra imploding, opposition's presidential polls challenge also wears thin. Yashwant Sinha is picked as consensus candidate after top three choices opt out. Former Jharkhand governor and tribal leader Draupadi Murmu along with Dalit leader Tawarchand Gehlot are the front runners for NDA's presidential nominee. A decision could be announced today. NSA Ajit Dover hits out at orchestrated violent protests against Agnipath scheme, says the arson brigade and conflict entrepreneurs who have no stake in the country's well-being are fueling the protests by misleading. It's a Times Now exclusive on your channel. The army chief busts all myths, misconceptions and misgivings associated with Agnipath, calls it a win-win reform to keep India's fighting force young and strong. Shocking and disgusting. No expression can describe what a Congress leader did. Mahila Morcha chief Neta D'Souza spits at women in uniform while protesting against the ED's questioning of Rahul Gandhi. It's been a day of fast developments. These are the top 10 developments at 7 p.m. as far as the Maha Aghadi revolt is concerned. Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray is to meet MLAs of his party any time now. This is the third emergency meet with Sena lawmakers. Remember, only 18 Sena MLAs had turned up for the last meeting. Meanwhile, Ajit Pawar and Balasaheb Thackeray have also reached the Chief Minister's residence, which means the entire Aghadi constituents are in a huddle. The NCP, the Congress and the Shiv Sena are currently in a huddle. Before this, leaders of the Shiv Sena met the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra and gave a letter formally asking him to remove Eknath Shinde from the post of the legislative party leader. Remember, they have already appointed Ajay Chaudhary, proposed his name as a replacement for Shinde. Meanwhile, Eknath Shinde continues to stand his ground. He did agree to meet the personal assistant of Uddhav Thackeray himself. Milind Narvekar had been deployed to go meet Shinde and try and win him back. But after making him wait for more than 3 hours, that meeting did take place along with two other MLAs. However, the rebel leader remained absolutely adamant. Shinde and two MLAs met Uddhav's emissary but said thanks but no thanks. In fact, there was an attempt by Milind Narvekar to try and get Shinde to talk to Sharad Pawar, and of course Narayan Rane has now stepped in. Former Chief Minister of Maharashtra and former Shiv Sainik himself, he has now asked for Uddhav Thackeray to step down, to tender his resignation. Right now, the focus remains on Uddhav Thackeray trying to keep his flock together. What exactly is the number game at this point? Close to 20 to 30 MLAs are believed to be with Eknath Shinde at that resort in Surat. Meanwhile, Sanjay Raut has just said, I do not know why Eknath Shinde rebelled. Shinde knew how the BJP has insulted Shiv Sena. perhaps there is an insinuation that there was pressure from the Enforcement Directorate, which has now forced the minister in the Aghadi government to suddenly turn rogue. Arunil and Shivani are both joining us live from Mumbai and Surat respectively. First, tell us about Mumbai, because I believe, Arunil, now a series of protests have started. But first, an update on that meeting that is taking place between Ajit Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. What's the plan?
Well, Padmaja, I will first show you the mood outside CM Uddhav Thackeray's official residence, that is the Varsha. Several key leaders from the Maha Vikas Aghadi government, namely there is Maha Thorat from the Congress party, there is Jayant Patil and Ajit Pawar from the NCP, as well as several key Shiv Sena leaders have reached over here. Subhash Desai was walking from here. We asked him two direct questions that is the Shiv Sena really in massive trouble? He did not respond. We also asked him that whether the Sena High Command has been able to reach out to Eknath Shinde. He did not. He refused to answer those questions as well. Yes, there are a series of protests that have been held across the state of Maharashtra against Eknath Shinde, also against the BJP. There is a front that is being portrayed by the Shiv Sena leaders, saying that all the rebel MLAs have left the party only because of pressure tactics been employed by the BJP. Agencies were also misused. That is what the Shiv Sena has been saying. However, everything boils down to the numbers, Padmaja, and Narayan Rane has asked a direct question to CM Uddhav Thackeray, saying that if 35 of his 55 MLAs are not with him, then he can't be the CM of Maharashtra. He has to step down immediately. Now, exactly how many numbers are there with CM Uddhav Thackeray? That is the main paramount question. In fact, he had a show of strength meeting earlier in the day around 4 p.m. That time, only 16 of his MLAs were present at his Varsha residence. So, if only 16 MLAs are there with CM Uddhav Thackeray, where are the remaining 39 MLAs? That is the million-dollar question that comes to the fore. Is the Shiv Sena in touch with these 13 MLAs? How many MLAs have gone on to support Eknath Shinde? In fact, Eknath Shinde's camp has been saying that 25 to 30 MLAs are with them. If that is the number, then it is a massive trouble for CM Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena. However,
alright, talking of numbers, we'll quickly show also what the numbers game is like right now and what scenarios does the Shiv Sena government have in front of it. The big story, of course, right now is that the meeting is taking place at Varsha between the three constituents, but here is what the numbers game is like. What is very important is that after the revolt, the Sena rebel MLAs are as much as 39, which means that the NDA has 113 and the majority mark stands at 145. However, this is that critical number. 145 is what is needed for a majority mark, and if Eknath Shinde and sources close to him are to be believed, this is the number that the NDA now has in its kitty. NDA plus Sena rebels is 152. That's the number that we have. Alright, more news coming in right now. Protests are taking place in Palghar as well. Sena workers are protesting against the BJP. First we saw it happening in Mumbai, we saw it in various parts of Mumbai, and now I believe, Shivani, across Maharashtra. So that's a poster of Eknath Shinde which has now been blacked over. Earlier we saw posters calling him traitor. Now it seems that the Senics have been mobilized against Shinde. Over to you, Shivani.
Well, definitely, and that is why we see that at the particular places where there is a Marathi crowd, where there are the supporters of Eknath Shinde in across Thane and on the boundaries of Thane, there were posters. In fact, few days back on his birthday, those were placed that they pray that the Eknath Shinde should become the CM of the state. And simultaneously, new poster politics has taken place, wherein the old Shiv Sena party has come forward and is blackening all the faces of Eknath Shinde from all those posters. Those are placed in Palghar, and in fact, few more posters were also placed in, and they were also blackened in. But what we are also given to understand right now, not only in Palghar or in Thane or in other parts of Mumbai, but simultaneously other parts of Maharashtra will also be witnessing protests if in case Shiv Sena's Eknath Shinde does not agree to merge in back with Shiv Sena party. And also here, when we are in Surat, we are seeing constantly that more and more supporters are also coming in, but they are also not allowed to move inside. And in fact, more meetings are also very much likely. Phone calls
Shivani,
are
simple question. You had Milind Narvekar return practically empty-handed. Are more people now being sent to try and convince Eknath Shinde?
Well, as of now, only Milind Narvekar has come and was somehow able to meet Eknath Shinde. But yes, Eknath Shinde has not agreed to him as well, who is the personal secretary of CM Uddhav Thackeray. Clearly showcases that Eknath Shinde is in no mood to change his mind and his opinion. That is why calls are being made. But yes, no other person has been sent from Shiv Sena. But yes, of course, Padmaja, importantly at 8 p.m. when we'll see CM Uddhav Thackeray and Mr. Pawar's meeting that will be conducted. After that particular meeting, we'll see that how prominent faces also try to reach out to Mr. Eknath Shinde, because as we have also heard in the past, in fact now Sanjay Raut also said that somehow BJP has been able to influence Eknath Shinde, and that is the pure example what
BJP has influenced Eknath Shinde. How, that Mr. Sanjay Raut will still explain. But now the Congress is also trying to re-influence Shinde back. Madhav, Kamal Nath apparently is the chosen man.
Well, absolutely, and Congress clearly knows that Kamal Nath is a person who has seen many such crises in the past. In fact, in the recent past, we have seen how in Madhya Pradesh also literally the rug pulled under his feet with a similar sort of model being employed. And clearly, of course, the Congress says that it is a similar attempt at destabilizing an existing government. That's the allegation even Sharad Pawar made at today's press conference. He said that this has happened 3 times in Maharashtra in the recent past since this government has been in power. But be that as it may, the Congress and NCP, while they may say outwardly that they are confident that the government is not going to fall, that they have the numbers on their side, within the Shiv Sena camp, of course, it's an entirely different story. Not just, of course, has Eknath Shinde at least appear to have walked away with a majority of the MLAs. The larger question is, this also raises serious questions about the control that Thackerays have over the party itself, because this manner of challenge to the Thackerays perhaps has never happened in the recent past. Also, of course, it gives a lot of sort of wind to the talk and the speculation that the Thackerays perhaps were not associated with what the party's cadre and leadership at the ground level really wanted. Because clearly, with Eknath Shinde positioning himself as a champion of Hindutva, saying that he wants the party to return to those Hindutva roots, this is something that could also perhaps invigorate...
Just stay with me, because Arunil in fact tried to speak to senior Shiv Sena leader Subhash Desai about what their strategy is, what the end game is going to be, how many people are really there, because a meeting was called at Varsha by Uddhav Thackeray. There were slogans in support of the chief minister there, but sources say that only 18 MLAs actually turned up. Here's what happened when you tried to speak to the Sena MLA, to the Sena leader.
Sir, government is in trouble. Shiv Sena in massive trouble.
सर बात हो पाई क्या एक बार
Sir, government is in trouble. Shiv Sena in massive trouble.
सर बात हो पाई क्या एक बार
Okay, still tight-lipped. Everyone is tight-lipped. Of course, Sanjay Raut is the only one who is saying that there is an effort to try and carry out another operation. Kamla, stay with me. Shivani, Arunil and Madhav, let me quickly get in our guests as well. Karan Verma, author, Naveen Choma, lawyer, Ravi Srivastava, political analyst, Sham Hashmi, lawyer. Ravi Srivastava, it seems that Shiv Sena has pretty much been left high and dry.
Padmaja is nothing like that. It has happened twice in past as well, and BJP is talking since last 2.5 years and making desperate attempts by using the central agencies on Sena and NCP leaders and all, just to bring down the government. But this time, this is a bit serious, because this Shinde has taken the Hindutva plan.
Yes.
This is not a Hindutva.
Okay.
This is a Hindutva money back. This is a Hindutva of Eknath Shinde's aspiration. This is a Hindutva of JP's desperation.
This is nothing Hindutva.
Okay.
Hindutva is only an excuse.
I will take your word for it because you are a well-known expert on Hindutva. Naveen Chomal will quickly respond. Let me just tell our viewers that what you see right now are posters that are now being put up across Mumbai of Shiv Sena cadre saying, Uddhav Thackeray, we are with you always. Sadaiv Tumcha Saath. We are always with you. We will always remain with you. So Cadre Karan Verma still saying we are with you.
You know, Padmaja, the Thackerays were known to have an iron-like fist grip over their cadre. Why has this wilted? Why has it gone loose? The truth is, they have deserted their core ideology of Hindutva.
Okay.
You ask anyone who knew the Shiv Sena of Bal Thackera's times, they'll tell you Hindu Hirday Samrat Hindutva. Those were the first two names that came up. When lynchings happen in Palghar, when they do flip-flops on CAA, when they align with a party that was called Cancer in no less words by late Balasaheb Thackeray, then people see through your nefarious designs. People know that today you don't stand for the ideology that got you into prominence. And that is where people start deserting you.
People are beginning to see through this. Ehtisham Hashmi.
Yes, actually nowadays it's quite unfair and unconstitutional to get involved in horse trading, and we have seen time and again that BJP government is trying every attempt to demolish the democratic setup and constitutional mandate.
Actually, the BJP is saying we are doing nothing. Chandrakant Patil today said we don't know, we don't care.
Unfair.
Let Eknath Shinde make up his mind. That's literally what Chandrakant Patil said.
See. One of the prominent leader of BJP, he is an ex-CM and ex-minister. He wrote a dedicated book on this topic. That BJP leaders are indulging in horse trading, and future of our country is at stake. And leaders like Deen Dayal Upadhyay and Swami Vivekananda, their soul must be shedding tears because of this illegal act. And each and everyone else knows very well that what BJP senior leaders are doing.
Okay. What are they doing?
They are power-hungry people.
Because mostly people don't know. So what are they doing? If you know what BJP leaders are doing, tell us. What are they doing?
Do you support horse trading, ma'am?
Sir, I don't support. You said each one of us knows what BJP is doing. So I'm asking you, what is the BJP doing?
Who voted for Shiv Sena?
I'm curious. I want to know what is the BJP doing.
Knows. Only those people Only those people can't see their illegal act who are having an orange spectacles on their eyes, orange goggle on their eyes. That's why they can't see.
Okay, so help out.
Goggles,
help out. You're saying everyone knows what BJP is doing. Most people can't see it.
You will definitely see the illegal act committed by BJP.
All right, Naveen Chomal.
Talking about being power hungry, these Shiv Sena people, they came to power by claiming that we are with BJP, we are with the Hindu ideology in 2019. People like me in our area, there was Shiv Sena candidate, we went and voted for Shiv Sena only because they are with BJP, and that's why they got their 55 MLAs or 56 MLAs got elected. And now after winning the election, they joined the MPA. So who's power hungry and what are they talking about? And the ideology, the Shiv Sena has drifted from the entire ideology of Hindutva, and that is why there is a rebellion. There was 2.5 years of lockdown, so the government was not functioning. Now when the lockdown is over, now actually the MLAs are responsible for what they are doing.
Naveen Chomal is speaking as a voter.
What is Shiv Sena doing today? Sacrifice of the ideology.
Shiv Sainiks in the Thane are on the street. They are flattening the face of Eknath Shinde. Why don't you go there and stand up for Eknath Shinde? You also go protest for Eknath Shinde. So go protest there now. Why you are
okay, we are getting big news. We are getting big news. Let's go across to Arunil with this big piece of news coming in. What actually happened? Let's just go straight to Arunil. What happened, Arunil? We are getting to know that actually Uddhav did manage to get Eknath Shinde on the phone. Then?
Well, that is right, Padmaja. This is an exclusive information that we are bringing in for our viewers, CM Uddhav Thackeray did manage to speak to Eknath Shinde, the rebel leader from the Shiv Sena, who has made his own faction for around 15 to 20 minutes. The conversation lasted between CM Uddhav Thackeray and Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde put forth only one condition, basically saying that he wants the Shiv Sena back with the BJP. For him, Hindutva is paramount, and he has made this move, or the rebel MLAs have made this move, not for their own personal interest, not for the sake of power, but for the sake of Hindutva and for late Bal Thackeray. That is what Eknath Shinde has basically put forth to CM Uddhav Thackeray. There was clearly no icebreaker with respect to the conversation that had taken place. CM Uddhav Thackeray asked Eknath Shinde to come to Mumbai and have a formal conversation with him. However, Eknath Shinde clearly denied that, saying that you should think over it. We are taking this decision because we want Shiv Sena again back with the BJP. We don't want to be with somebody who are basically arch rivals of late Balasaheb Thackeray, and we can't forget Hindutva for the sake of power.
Interesting. 20 minutes conversation of trying to convince Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde only saying, I want to stand only for Hindutva. Was he made any offer? Arunil?
Well, there were many pleas, many requests, also conditions being put up, offers being made by the Shiv Sena High Command. That's what we understand. That is on the expected lines as well. However, Eknath Shinde was very, very upright in the conversation that he was having. He basically pointed towards the fact that there is no personal interest involved in this with him or the other MLAs concerned, the rebel MLAs that are with the Shiv Sena. They are basically only disappointed with the fact that the Congress and the NCP are not treating them properly. They were very happy during the Devendra Fadnavis government, and most importantly, most of the party workers, their own voters feel that Hindutva has been ditched for, Hindutva has been backtracked by the Shiv Sena when they joined hands with the Congress and the NCP, and several incidents prove that as well.
Interesting. Ravi Srivastava, it seems that at least Eknath Shinde is more worried what he will say to his voters when he goes back. Elections will happen in just a few years from now.
Precisely.
Yeah, definitely. His voters are expressing the resentment right today. So he should be prepared to face them.
Well, you heard what Arunil said. Basically, Eknath Shinde conveyed to Uddhav Thackeray, what will I say? I was treated better when I was with the BJP.
What I'm telling you is that the Shiv Sena is also upset that they want to bring down the government. Then that he wants that it should merge with the BJP again. Why did he not know it?
For Hindutva.
November 19. He was only instrumental in making the government with the Congress and NCP.
Okay.
I took this 2.5 years to realization.
There was a total lockdown and the government was not functioning. There was hardly any scope for political maneuvers. But now today, since the lockdown is over, now the government is about to run. Naturally, the MLAs are responsible to their voters.
Sir, government is running very strong. It is the BJP.
How can they betray the voters?
Greed which is not allowing to run it.
What Shiv Sena has been doing, it has become totally a green party. It is compromising on Hindutva, on the nationalism. Everywhere they are subjecting the.
I told you, Hindutva of Gundagardi, Hindutva of hijab, halal, loudspeaker, azan, that is not Hindutva. Gundagardi. It is you people Hindutva.
Okay, Ehtisham Hashmi, although I have to say, Ravi Srivastava, all these definitions you are giving for Hindutva in the very brave defense of Shiv Sena might just be held against you if the Shiv Sena does decide to go back to its old alliance partner. फिर क्या होगा? Ehtisham Hashmi.
See, I would like to quote here the former Himachal Pradesh Chief Minister Shanta Kumar. In his autobiography, he is clearly mentioned that BJP is indulging in sale and purchase of MLAs. And first we have to protect our national interest. And religion is a personal issue. And Shiv Sena MPs and MLAs who are trying to sell their soul, sell their honesty for BJP, they can't deviate themselves from the promises which they have made before winning the election. And now this book is out, autobiography written by Minister Shanta Kumar, and nobody has challenged that autobiography, in which it is clearly mentioned that BJP leaders, senior BJP leaders, are trying and indulge in sale and purchase of MLA.
Okay, Karan Verma.
You know, Padmaja, it's only poetic justice today that a party which came to power on the entire premise of backstabbing, and deserting its core ideology, is teaching us from the high moral horse that defection shouldn't happen, politics of convenience shouldn't happen. Well, this is their own doing. Today, Uddhav Thackeray is down on his knees because he deserted his core ideology of Hindutva. When you run a coalition out of compulsions, out of numbers and not out of convictions, this is bound to happen. And it's only fitting justice that this happens today, and Uddhav Thackeray is grappling for numbers. He's clutching at whatever can come his way. So, I think the magic number is 36, because if they are able to escape the anti-defection law, then it's lock, stock, barrel, game over for Uddhav Thackeray.
Alright, let me quickly bring in Shivani also, because she is at the spot. While we can only speculate about the numbers, the person who is physically closest to the numbers of MLA present in Surat is Shivani. What's the estimate you're getting, Shivani?
See, as of now, what we are given to understand, there are 30 MLAs at least of Shiv Sena solely, which also now has an addition of one independent MLA, and that is why we see the picture here is very clear that 50% plus MLAs of Shiv Sena are in the cadre, are in the courts, are in the balls of Eknath Shinde, and that is why the constant, the praying and pleading is taking place with Eknath Shinde. And we can clearly say earlier also in the meeting, Padmaja, a list was given by Shiv Sena where there were 33 MLAs name were there, those who met and had attended meeting with CM Uddhav Thackeray. But when we were reporting on the ground, we saw that only 18 MLAs could reach out to that particular meeting and not 33, because most of them are not present in Mumbai. They are in Surat with Eknath Shinde, and that is why we see 30 are Shiv Sainis plus one is an independent, and more additions are very much likely, and that is why Eknath Shinde is very much firm that he will not change his mind, and he has still kept a door open for Shiv Sena, but in case if Shiv Sena accepts his terms and conditions. But yes, of course, as Arunil was also bringing us the information that he spoke to CM Uddhav Thackeray for 20 minutes, definitely terms and conditions was also given by Eknath Shinde.
Somehow Sanjay Raut still giving off an air of confidence, speaking now and saying that he's an old friend, he's going to come back. Eknath Shinde is a Shiv Sainik before anything else. So there is still a sense of confidence that Sanjay Raut at least seems to be projecting, but we are learning, and that's the big breaking that we are getting right now, is that what Eknath Shinde said is that we have felt very ignored for the last 3 years, that we are being mistreated by the Congress and NCP, that the decisions were not being taken by taking us into confidence, and that really is the reason why eventually they decided to break away. Betrayal of Hindutva, betrayal of Shiv Sena's ideals, that's the reason being given by this bunch of rebel MLAs. But are the numbers on their side? We'll take a very quick break at this point. I'm back in a minute, and there's more breaking news coming up on the other side, because 8 p.m. is another very, very important meeting. Even as we speak, we have the Congress, NCP and the Shiv Sena in a meeting inside the CM's residence. Don't go anywhere.
Here.
You use the word empathy. Many people think, sir, that you're paying lip service to the term.
Yes.
empathy is acknowledging that a genocide happened.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish.
That's your opinion.
Let me finish, sir. Why aren't you letting me finish?
I'm not here to satisfy you.
What did we set off?
I
can't ask you a question.
Because you turn everything around. I'm sorry.
I'm not using these words.
Listen, this is my last warning. If you don't want the conversation, I walk out. If you don't want the conversation, I walk out.
But Mr. Khurshid, if you're not going to allow me to frame the questions on the words that you yourself have used, then how can we have a conversation? I don't understand what rules these are.
No.
Anyhow,
Can I just ask you a question? Please understand.
खुर्शीद साहब मैं बताऊं प्रॉब्लम क्या है आपको अच्छी बात बताता हूं and from the bottom of my heart I want to tell you this that the people from your party have been openly behaving like genocide deniers. They are denying there was a genocide. It's not a good thing. Number one, as a wise person, senior most leader, if you can just put some sense in their mind and say, okay, you don't acknowledge it, but don't be a genocide denier. Second problem with
Welcome back. It began in the morning and the Maha Aghadi revolt is still underway. All efforts are on by Uddhav Thackeray to somehow try and get back the rebel Eknath Shinde, almost believed to be the second most powerful man in the Shiv Sena. He is a minister in the Aghadi government, and today morning he ghosted Uddhav Thackeray, went missing even though he had access to his phone long enough to be able to tweet, but for the whole day he could not or did not take calls from leaders of the Aghadi. We're also getting in news, in fact, that Prime Minister has reached the BJP headquarters. Remember, the meeting is happening of the top decision-making body of the BJP to decide on who their presidential candidate is going to be. It's important that the name be decided now because soon the Prime Minister is going to leave the country on an official visit, and before that the nominations have to be filed for the presidential election. So they are the live visuals that you are getting of the Prime Minister who is at the BJP headquarters. Two senior leaders had been appointed by the BJP to try and get the opposition parties on board for a consensus candidate. Rajnath Singh was one of them, but basically the opposition parties said, you first have to tell us a name of an inclusive leader who would be acceptable to everyone. So will that name be out today? According to sources, the front runners at this point are former Minister Pawar Gehlot. Also in the running is Anusuya Uik, who currently is governor, as well as Draupadi Murmu. Could a lady and somebody belonging to the scheduled tribe be the first ST president of the country? Will be keeping a very, very close eye. But the other developments happening right now, of course, are in Maharashtra. In Mumbai, a meeting is taking place. In Surat, a meeting took place just a while ago. The personal assistant of Uddhav Thackeray, Milind Narvekar, went and met Eknath Shinde. That meeting took place where he dialed Uddhav Thackeray, got him to speak to Narvekar for almost 20 minutes. Let's get a quick update from Arunil on what is happening in that meeting at Varsha. Arunil.
Well, at present I am reporting from the Varsha residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray, mainly the members of the coordination committee of the Maha Vikas Aghadi, that is Ajit Pawar, Bahasaheb Thorat from the Congress party, Jayant Patil, the Maharashtra NCP chief, all of them have reached CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. A meeting has resumed. That's what we can share with our viewers. But yes, Sharad Pawar is expected to reach over here.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you for just a second. We see the Prime Minister being greeted there by JP Nadda. Let me quickly cut across to Madhav with us on the phone line. Yes, over to you, Madhav. Will we hear an official announcement?
Well, this is a parliamentary board meeting where the top leaders of the BJP are currently present. Top union ministers, including Amit Shah, Home Minister, as well as Defence Minister Rajnath Singh are present. You can see on the screen how the Prime Minister is being greeted by BJP President JP Nadda, General Secretary Arun Singh, also present on the occasion. And this is going to be a very, very important meeting as far as the decision of the BJP in terms of who the presidential candidate would be. Now, several names have been proposed, including one of the candidates who would potentially be from the scheduled tribe community as well as a lady. This is one of the candidates that has been spoken about. Other senior leaders also from representing different communities are also being considered. But this is going to be a very important decision as far as the BJP is concerned. No clarity yet on whether there would be a formal announcement later tonight or tomorrow morning. But certainly the possibility of that announcement very soon, within the next 24 to 36 hours, certainly expected as the window for nominations comes closer and closer. So a very crucial meeting that is now going to begin with the Prime Minister's arrival now and all other members of the Parliamentary Board present at the BJP headquarters here in the National Capital.
Madhav, last time around, the NDA had made a statement by making Ram Nath Kovind, somebody who comes from a Dalit background, the first citizen of the country, the president of the country. If such a statement is made this time around as well by the name that is announced, is there a possibility that opposition parties could come around, even though they have now agreed to make Yashwant Sinha their face?
Well, at this point of time, very difficult because the opposition parties have already announced their candidate, but certainly it would put a lot of pressure. Remember, when it comes to the Rajya Sabha vote, no whip can be issued. It's a conscience vote, and therefore there is a possibility always of the cross voting actually taking place. In that sense, certainly the BJP would be appealing that if this is a member of a certain disadvantaged community, then certainly, of course, political parties, whichever ideological hue they may have, cannot at least openly be seen having an anti or a position which is against that particular community. And in that sense, would certainly be hoping that whether it's from that state or whether it's from that community, that all members of Parliament who would identify with that particular member or even for other reasons would come out and vote for that particular member. So that certainly is the sentiment behind, in fact, picking any member or any candidate from a disadvantaged community. And also it's a very strong signaling, because remember, the Prime Minister has always tried to change the social engineering as far as the BJP is concerned, broad-base its social support in terms of communities, particularly, of course, appealing to Dalit communities, and in this case, even talk about appealing to the scheduled tribe communities as well. So what really is the final decision, we will have to wait and see following this Parliamentary Board meeting.
All right. Thanks very much, Madhav, for having joined us. Madhav, keeping a close eye there on the meeting that is now about to begin. Very quickly, your thoughts. Ehtasham Hashmi, Ravi Srivastava, Naveen Chomal. Let's start with you, Mr. Hashmi. Yashwant Sinha on one side, and on the other, perhaps a lady, perhaps somebody who comes from the scheduled tribe. Mr. Hashmi.
May I take the call?
Yes, Mr. Chomal, go on.
I think it is the time that we in our country, when we talk about Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikaas, it's time we reflected in our action also. And one of the best way to boost the people from the tribal section is also gives them a very good high position in the society. And there is a good chance today that we make her the president of our country. And as regards Yashwant Sinha, we have seen his political character. He has been of a changing ideologies for his selfish gains. So he is not having any popularity also in the public as such. So it's always better that we give a chance to our tribal people and let the message go to the entire society that this government is changed. This government is working for everybody, all the sections of the society, and everybody will get a chance.
Ravi Srivastava. On the one hand, you've got a Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikaas possible message. On the other, a former BJP minister and former TMC leader.
I think the basic qualification for the president should be that he should not be a stamp officer.
Or she.
And there have been the president who have asserted themselves if something is, the government is doing something wrong. Whether it was Mr. Abul Kalam or whether it was Pranab Mukherjee or anyone else. But, president should be assertive.
Exactly, the same Pranab Mukherjee who asserted himself by going for an RSS function and was abused by his own party men.
Government for all their policies. I would say that Article 370 or CAA or for that matter even Agnipath resolution, that everything is signed by the president without asking any questions.
Right. As opposed to the many presidents earlier who imposed president's rule after...
What about Gary Jail Singh?
Naveen Chomal.
Mr. Srivastava, what about Pratibha Patil? what about Gary Jensing or honorable presidents?
The people of eminence should be made the president. There is nothing wrong in that. But then at the same time, he should assert himself. That is more important. That he should put the government on toes.
Okay, if we are going to talk about assertive presidents, sir, we have many stories which I'm sure you have read in books, as have we, as have the viewers, of presidents who were made to sign upon, president's rule being imposed, and they really had no say in it. But anyhow, we've got big news coming in from Maharashtra as well. Arunil, breaking right now, the big story from Maharashtra about how the entire coordination is taking place. Rebel MLAs, almost 30 of them in Surat tomorrow at 1. A meeting of the Maharashtra cabinet is to be held. But first, let's take the information about what is happening in Surat, and Shivani joins us live for that. Shivani, the MLA's phones are being taken away. Why? And who's coordinating with them and how?
Well, definitely it seems that the only coordination is happening with Eknath Shinde, and that is what is given to understand, that all of those MLAs, those are present inside. In fact, there are 32 Shiv Sena MLAs, those are there inside, and 4 independent MLAs, and these are the clear figures, those are coming out, Padmaja. We are given to understand 32 MLAs are there of Shiv Sena, 4 independent. The number has reached to 36 now, and all of those MLAs phones have been taken in, and the only coordination that is happening is of Mr. Eknath Shinde. All of those movements, those are taking place here. In fact, the hotel also very limited. What we are given to understand, they will not be coordinating with anyone within the party, outside the party, and not even with the family members. So that the exact details of what is happening inside.
Okay, so not allowed to speak to anyone. If there is anyone who can speak, then be the spokesperson or points person for 36 MLAs that Shivani is breaking right now. 32 plus 4 who are present now in Surat is going to be Eknath Shinde himself. Apparently he is in touch with some Gujarat BJP leaders. Who? Arunil.
Well, yes, C.R. Patil is somebody who's been considered as the close confidant of Amit Shah and PM Modi. He's somebody who handles the city of Surat for the BJP, and he also is the BJP chief of Gujarat. He basically is handling the entire coordination with only one person over here, the main point of contact, that is Eknath Shinde. All the other MLAs, they have been asked to switch off their phone. Their phones have been taken away. This is to ensure that CM Uddhav Thackeray or none of the people from Shiv Sena's high command reach out to them. Now, this is a convoy that has reached the residence of CM Uddhav Thackeray. There was Uday Samant, the Shiv Sena minister, who has reached. There is again a Shiv Sena MLA who has reached over here. He's from Marathwada. So basically, some of the Shiv Sena MLAs are making a beeline outside CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Again, Shiv Sena Mantri reaching at CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. So a show of strength being initiated at Varsha by the Shiv Sena as well. This after the crucial meeting was being held with the coordination committee of the Maha Vikas Aghadi, namely Ajit Pawar and CM Uddhav Thackeray.
So are all the MLAs of the Shiv Sena being called to Varsha? Are all the Shiv Sena MLAs being called to Varsha, Arunil?
Well, that is right, Padmaja. 16 of them were in touch with CM Uddhav Thackeray. When a show of strength was initiated by CM Uddhav Thackeray, only 13 had turned up, but 3 later on came to Varsha, and all of them have been called at CM Uddhav Thackeray's residence. Probably they can give out some kind of an input. The reason for that is all these MLAs were put up by Eknath Shinde himself in several different hotels in Mumbai during the Rajya Sabha polls and during the MLC elections. Eknath Shinde was the main point person who was coordinating with the Shiv Sena MLAs, and now all the MLAs have gone with Eknath Shinde only, and probably these MLAs can bail out CM Uddhav Thackeray now, can give some crucial information that how these MLAs were lured by Eknath Shinde, on what basis they were disgruntled, on what basis they were unhappy with the party, because many of them had spoken to CM Uddhav Thackeray as well, that how NCP and the Congress guardian ministers have been poaching into their vote bank, and for the next time think without Hindutva, it is going to be difficult for them to retain their constituencies. Around 30 of them have left already.
That now the crucial vote bank interests is what these group of rebels have put above coalition compulsion. The calculation here is we might stay in power for 5 years with the NCP and Congress, but we might be out of power forever if we dent our core vote bank, which is the Hindutva vote bank. That's the gist of what is emerging right now of why these rebels have decided to move away. More news coming in. 1 p.m. tomorrow is a meeting of the Maharashtra cabinet. Even as we speak, all MLAs of the Shiv Sena ministers have been called to Varsha. You saw a convoy go past Arunil just there live. Let me go across again to Shivani now. Why has the cabinet been called tomorrow? Shivani.
Well, Padmaja, here interesting thing comes with the respect to the timings over here of the cabinet meeting. Usually every Wednesday or Thursday there is a cabinet meeting that is being placed, that is at 3:30 p.m. which is a regular meeting where all of the cabinet ministers come and they discuss their own ministry related issues and concerns. But tomorrow it is being kept at 1 p.m. with respect to looking at this particular situation that is happening in Maharashtra overall, where it has not only reached to Surat but to Delhi as well simultaneously, and that is why 2-3 hours early the meeting has been called by CM for this particular cabinet meeting, where all of the ministers will be expected to reach. But yes, Eknath Shinde will be there or not is still under the scanner of questions. And in fact, Padmaja, interestingly, the way Arunil was also putting up the inputs, that CM also spoke to Eknath Shinde. 5 minutes deep conversation that took place. Eknath Shinde was firm. That clearly showcases that if this tonight particularly there is no concrete decision or a detailing that will take place between Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray, then tomorrow that meeting will not be attended by Eknath Shinde, which will definitely cause more hurt to Shiv Sena. And because other MLAs are also there, in fact only 14 MLAs were there, those who reached out for CM's particular meeting. 3 more were there, those were supporting Eknath Shinde, but later were called from the hotels to Varsha for attending that particular meeting. And that is why we see
that is the reason why the MLAs have been summoned again. Shiv Sena attempting to do a head count so they really know where they stand right now. A day of fast-paced developments, and they continue even as we speak. So you stay with us. We have to take a very quick break at this point. Back in a minute.
Here.
When I see young Rahul Gandhi to go and stand with